Mountains and rivers stretch for thousands of miles, inscribed with fallen corpses. The universe, over a century, depicts ferocious tigers. The heavens and the earth are impartial, devoid of sentiment. Yet, I possess a sincere heart, wandering the celestial realms. Welcome to the realm of immortal heroes, where emotions run deep. Chapter 1. His astonishing willpower lacks an audience. The sun hangs high in the sky, casting its light and warmth indiscriminately upon the earth, regardless of age or status. Great love, like a heartless force. A young deer wades through a stream, while birds flit among the trees. Initially, only a dim red point of light appears on the horizon, rapidly approaching. A fiery tail connects into a blazing line, as if a divine being were wielding a brush, cleaving through the vast expanse. The mountains and rivers of the Zhuang kingdom are almost engulfed by this line of fire when suddenly, a dark light surges into the sky, blocking the path ahead. A cold, cruel connection is established in the cosmos, with vital energy surging forth. From the four corners, sudden death intertwines. The northeastern corner of the Zhuang kingdom is shrouded in ominous clouds. The bright day abruptly dims. A muffled groan resonates in the air. 9 killers profounding. The point of light entangles with the ominous clouds for but a moment before plummeting from the heavens. As it descends, it accelerates, growing ever larger until, at last, it howls like a falling star. In the outskirts beyond Maple Forest City, human presence is scarce. Only a small, dilapidated Taoist temple lies abandoned. Boom! The fiery point crashes to the ground, creating a vast pit, yet some unseen force constrains its aftermath, preventing the shockwave from spreading. As the billowing dust settles, a man clad in a robe of flames emerges. With sword-like brows and an undeniably handsome visage, he wears a crimson robe intricately patterned in a manner both ancient and elegant, standing out as extraordinary. However, in this moment, his disheveled hair and the cracks in his robe reveal a hint of disarray. Little did I expect that I, Guanglia, would meet my demise in such a desolate and remote place. The man in the flame robe shifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings with an inexplicable sense of melancholy, and inquired, "What is the name of this place?" Once again, the daylight dimmed, and a shooting star fell from the heavens. The few beggars residing in the dilapidated temple were rendered utterly distraught, prostrating themselves at the entrance. Upon hearing the question, one of them, trembling with trepidation, stammered, "Sir, this is the outskirts of Fenglin City. As for this temple, we do not know its name." The man in the flame robe's fingers twitched slightly, poised to erase these beggars from existence. In this tumultuous age of strife, nations were embroiled in relentless warfare. Yet in recent years, no conflict had reached the ferocity of the current great battle between Qin and Chu. Nearly 100,000 cultivators were engaged, and the valley plains at the heart of the conflict lay barren, devoid of any life, with the land sunken for miles. As a key figure on the defeated side, particularly one who had single-handedly breached the Hanga Pass and nearly turned the tide of battle, he had little cause for grievance against the relentless pursuit that followed him. However, these beggars were also subjects of the Zhuang kingdom. How dare Zhuang kingdom covertly assist the brutal Qin, allowing them to set traps and ambushes within their territory? Such individuals deserve death. Yet, Zhuo Guanglia extinguished the sparks that flickered at his fingertips. Zhuo Guanglia, is this truly your character? To vent your wrath upon these pitiable souls, who are of no consequence. He murmured to himself, sighed, and said, "You may leave." With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned away, casting his gaze upon the ink-stained sky. His true enemies were there, those hidden in the shadows. Approaching like a pack of wolves, those were the ones Zhuo Guanglia sought to eliminate. The beggars, as if granted a reprieve, sprang to their feet and fled. Only the first beggar to respond hesitated for a moment within the dilapidated temple, but his companion yanked him forward with urgency, exclaiming, "Do you wish to perish?" The beggars dashed away, perhaps for the first time in their lives, running with such fervor for their own sake. Zhuo Guanglia did not divert his gaze, though his brow knitted in concern. "Will you not take your companion with you?" Within the realm of his perceptive awareness, no secrets remained concealed. The wooden effigies in the temple had long vanished, possibly consumed as firewood by the beggars. Yet beneath the offering table lay a frail child, motionless, likely counting the days until death. This was the very reason for the earlier hesitation of that beggar. It is only natural to abandon burdens when fleeing for one's life. However, Zhuo Guanglie could not turn a blind eye to the plight of the helpless. Those who emerge from the battlefield understand the significance of camaraderie. Zhuo Guanglie was acutely aware of his own waning strength, yet he would not forget what had brought him to this moment. The enigmatic words of the immortal sage resonated deeply. The beggars dared not refuse, and they hurriedly retraced their steps. They exerted every ounce of energy, gasping for breath. Yet, to certain observers, they appeared no more resilient than a solitary ant, nor did they move faster than a sluggish snail. Indeed, they were excruciatingly slow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the horizon, a chorus of shrill whistles approached with alarming rapidity. Countless translucent water arrows surged forth like a swarm of locusts, drawn together by some unseen force, converging upon Zhuo Guanglie. The elemental energy of water surged wildly in this realm. The translucent rain of arrows formed a vast funnel, obscuring half the sky. This is a profoundly representative and devastating technique of the Great Qin military, known as the rain of arrows. Here it comes. Zhuo Guanglie lifted his gaze to the heavens, the fierce wind billowing his flame robe and long hair as he raised his right hand high. The voluminous sleeves of his crimson robe fell away, revealing arms sculpted like jade. Pale, yet powerful, a crimson orb of light was born in the palm of his hand, and in the next instant, it radiated brilliance. A blinding flash surged outward in all directions. It was as if Zhuo Guanglie had single-handedly lifted a sun. This was a technique of his own invention, one that had brought him fame at the age of 15 during the Yellow River Conference. Solar explosion. Countless translucent water arrows refracted the sunlight pouring down from the sky into a kaleidoscope of colors, only to be drenched in a fierce crimson hue in the next moment. It was an incredibly violent and intensely fiery red. With Zhuo Guanglie's right hand as the epicenter, the sky within a radius of 100 feet was enveloped in red, the rain of arrows rendered void. This scene was so magnificent that it was difficult for anyone to notice the faint ink marks at the corners of the painting. Before the solar explosion could fully expand, an unfathomable number of arrows had already surged forth and fallen. The group of fleeing beggars collapsed one after another, their bodies riddled with punctured holes. They had no chance to utter a single cry of despair. In an instant, they were gone. Life is so fragile. Is indiscriminate slaughter also your way? A smirk curled at the corner of Zhuo Guanglie's mouth, though it was unclear to whom his words were directed. Yet, the brilliance of his star-like eyes was gradually overshadowed by a chilling emotion. Whoever dares to hold back when slaying Zhuo Guanglie is nothing but a complete fool. Accompanied by a voice as cold as ice, a group of cultivators clad in dark robes descended gracefully, subtly sealing off the surroundings. The leader of the group appeared gaunt, his complexion pale. The dark robe he wore was adorned with frost patterns at the hem. With narrow, elongated eyes, he fixed his gaze intently upon Zhuo Guanglie, a mere insect, and you see it as significant? As he spoke, the accompanying cultivators swiftly formed hand seals. Their movements were astonishingly synchronized, as if cast from the same mold. In an instant, 18 translucent water snakes took shape, shrieking and darting through the air, lunging towards Zhuo Guanglie. From their emergence to their attack, not a moment was wasted. The binding technique of the water snakes, typically a low-level spell, became exceptionally fierce under their skillful manipulation. Zhuo Guanglie, unfazed, pulled his hands apart, and a blade of flame materialized in his grasp. Gongyang Bai, with a casual grip on the flaming blade, he spun through the air and cleaved the approaching water snakes in half. Such a level of technique was one he no longer needed to form hand seals for. Since you have even summoned the 9 fiends' profound information, why waste our lives with such trivial spells? Please do not misunderstand. My respect. Gongyang Bai spread his hands, previously clasped in front of him, and suddenly lifted them upward. Rise. The bodies of the fallen water snakes not only failed to dissipate, but, in the next moment, leaped back to life, severed tails regrowing into heads. Divided into 2, and then 4. Under the influence of the 9 fiends' profound formation, these water snakes grew increasingly ferocious. This is a brand new transformation of the binding of the serpent, unprecedented in its nature. It can be said to have bestowed a renewed vitality upon this arcane art, granting it a broader realm of application. It is undoubtedly the fruit of the Qin military's diligent research. Its name is the chaotic water serpent's den. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound is jarring and unsettling. Countless menacing water serpents encircle Zhuoguanglie, and as far as the eye can see, it seems as though he is ensnared in an endless serpent's lair. He appears to be in a dire predicament. Yet his voice resounds, clear and resolute. If Ing Wu can summon even the nine fiends profound in array, then I shall meet my demise. But this wretched temple of the path lacks even a name. How can this nameless place dare to entomb me? Zhuoguanglie? Suddenly, flames erupt from his very being. They blaze fiercely, wild and untamed. This fire ignites upon contact, swiftly spreading from a single point into a conflagration. The path of fire, a sweeping inferno. At the age of 17, he wielded this technique to incinerate thousands of shadow demons, instilling terror in the borderlands. The entire chaotic water's serpent's den ignites, and countless water serpents writhe and hiss in the flames, transforming into vapor. Zhuoguanglie soars upward amidst the myriad of serpent corpses, his long hair billowing, exuding a fierce aura. At that moment, a sudden eagle's cry pierces the air. A colossal black eagle descends from the heights, confronting Zhuoguanglie directly, its wings flaring. Hundreds of iron feathers, infused with the glint of blades, rush forth. Each flash embodies a distinct technique, some ferocious, others sinister. The blade light rains down like a torrential downpour, forcing Zhuoguanglie back into the depths of the serpent's lair. Mechanical beast, blade feather flying eagle. Upon the back of the soaring eagle stood a barefooted man, his face concealed by a mask and a copper chest suspended behind him, poised silently against the wind. Perhaps one could say that his words had already manifested within the glimmer of the blade. Supported by the nine evils' profound information, the myriad serpents grew wildly, perpetually regenerating. The technique of igniting the plains faltered in its endurance, gradually dissipating. Prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss, as relentless water serpents carved wounds upon Zhuoguanglie, drawing forth blossoms of blood. At most, Zhuoguanglie could only stifle a groan, wielding his flaming blade with one hand to fend off the serpents that targeted his vitals. The myriad serpents devoured flesh. The profound gnawed at his very soul. The throbbing veins upon his forehead revealed the extent of his suffering, yet his gaze remained resolute, his other hand still weaving incantations. He had not relinquished hope for even a moment. Gong cast a glance at the man upon the eagle's back, hesitating no longer. His fingers entwined, raised before him, his long hair swirling without wind. He declared, "Submit now, and you may yet return to your homeland in one piece." 4. The power of this forthcoming technique is beyond my control. The temperature plummeted abruptly, a veil of frost forming upon his brow. The entire chaotic lair of serpents came to a standstill, enshrouded in a layer of unyielding ice. This was the most extreme cold, an indomitable frigid essence. This technique, a clandestine art of the illustrious Gong family of the Qin state, was fueled by their bloodlines, the profound ice dungeon. Those who entered this dungeon would find their breath crystallizing within a single exhalation, their blood freezing within 2 breaths, and their corporeal forms succumbing to death within 3 breaths. The water serpents transformed into ice serpents, and Zhuoguanglie too was encased in frost. Gong observed in silence, knowing that in the next breath the blood would freeze. Yet, all present suddenly heard the sound of rushing waters, a tumultuous roar akin to surging waves that was the blood of Zhuoguanglie surging forth. Boil, blood, ignite, soul. The flame robe blazes, long hair ignites, brows and eyes burn, flesh sears, and the soul is aflame. Body and will, life and spirit, everything is engulfed in fire. Solid ice melts into water. Flowing water transforms into vapor, be it a chaotic watery den or a frigid ice dungeon. All disintegrates in an instant. Amidst the billowing steam, Zhuoguanglie has become a man of fire. He gazes down at his hands, ablaze with fervor, murmuring, "Truly, this is the imperial forbidden technique. Within such power, I seem to glimpse the essence of fire." Then he suddenly turns his gaze to the sky, to the knife-feathered eagle. A splendid toy. As his words linger, he ascends into the air. The barefooted masked man propels himself downward in a graceful arc, allowing the precious knife-feathered eagle to be reduced to ashes by the roaring flames. To preserve your life, this is insufficient. Mo Jingyu. Zhuo Guangli's hands move with dazzling speed, forming intricate seals, and in an instant his spell takes shape. Flames blossom as if conjured from thin air, ceaselessly flourishing. The entire sky is consumed by fire, everything in the battleground sky and earth alike is ablaze. Even the sinister clouds of the nine fiends, dark in array, coalescing high above, seem to have become mere kindling for the inferno. Flame flowers devouring the city. This technique stands as Zhuo Guangli's most brilliant creation, having shattered a city at the age of 19 with its might. The flowers of fire, the epitome of beauty, embodying unparalleled power. The masked man, named Mo Jingyu, flies backwards with arms outstretched, fingers splayed wide, each digit connected by translucent threads leading into a copper box, which he suddenly yanks. Puppet crows. With deft fingers, he conjured a flurry of puppet crows that surged forth from the box, darting towards the flames. Each crow extinguished a blaze, yet the flames appeared boundless, while the number of crows dwindled increasingly. Gong Bai, undeterred by the backlash from the shattered Xianying prison, summoned his bloodline power, positioning his index finger against his chin, and suddenly opened his mouth. A billowing, white mist erupted from his lips, extinguishing the flames wherever it flowed. Bloodline's secret art, breath of frost. The group of Taoists he had brought did not hesitate, joining him in the incantation. The vapor generated from the clash of flames and frost amassed in the sky at a visible rate, coalescing into clouds. Soon, the white clouds turned dark, one cloud drawing another, layering upon layers. Suddenly, a torrential downpour fell, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air. Gathering, cumulus, and nimbus clouds intertwined, culminating in a high-level water-based Tao technique. The deluge of raining pearls. "Is this all you can muster?" roared Zhuo Guangli, engulfed in flames. "Is this enough to kill me?" His aura exploded like a rising tide, imposing as a mountain collapse. In the sea of fire, he howled skyward. "Power of the extreme flame, incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Zhurong, ancestor of fire, enter my being." Within him, a singular, distinct flicker of languid flame suddenly expanded. This mere expansion ignited the crows in the sky. The dark clouds dispersed in an instant. The cultivators besieging Zhuo Guangli all spat blood. Even Gong Bei's visage turned pale. How is this possible? Where did he acquire the seed of Zhurong? And how could he possibly summon the true form of Zhurong? This is Zhuo Guangli. Mo Jingyu swiftly severed his connection with the puppet crow, unfurling a pair of mechanical iron wings that hovered beside Gong Bai. His voice, heavy with gravity, resonated, a figure who single-handedly breached the Hanga Pass. Amidst the immense, ever-expanding force of the fiery path, Zhuo Guangli roared, "Who dares to claim the right to slay me? Come forth." Mo Jingyu, Gong Bai. With a casual flick of his hand, he unleashed a fire dragon that tore through the air, compelling Gong Bai and Mo Jingyu to retreat repeatedly. What noble lineage! What esteemed family! What prodigy! Dare you boast before me? You pitiful, cowardly weaklings. He appeared to be driven to madness by the seed of Zhurong, losing all semblance of rationality. Family shame and national resentment cannot be washed away by rivers and seas. He laughed, a laugh so intense it brought tears to his eyes, yet those tears were instantly scorched dry. "Here lies a splendid head. Who among you can sever it? Only I can slay my own body. Only Zhurong can ignite my soul." Behind him loomed a majestic divine apparition, wielding a fire dragon, exuding a suffocating pressure. "Who among you can kill me?" Mo Jingyu, with a trembling hand, sought to lift the copper box strapped to his back, hoping to employ his final means of survival. Yet his hand quaked incessantly, lacking the strength to raise the lid. In his mind's eye, there was no countryside, no shattered temple, not a single soul. Only fire, only boundless waves of flames. The surging heat warped the very fabric of space and nearly incinerated his thoughts. Perhaps he could endure for a while longer, or perhaps he would perish in the next breath. His life was no longer his own to command. Before such formidable power, what difference was there between him and the beggars who had perished before? A cold light sliced through the sky, approaching from the west. Jiang Wang caught a fleeting glimpse of this scene and felt a disconcerting illusion, as if his eyes had been slashed. He had no time to ponder, for in that brief moment he witnessed, the cold light had already darted to the front of Zhuo Guangli, swirling past him. Zhuo Guangli's roar abruptly ceased. How unbearably noisy. A young man clad in white suddenly appeared. His countenance was chillingly severe, standing sideways as though eternally distanced from the world. He slowly sheathed his sword, his voice devoid of any tremor. Zhuo Guangli's head suddenly toppled, rolling twice upon the ground. Yet due to the fervent blood and soul technique he had employed, not a single drop of blood could be expelled. It was only at this moment that a piercing shriek, akin to thunder, reverberated through the air. That was the sound of the white-clad man's sword slicing through the vast expanse. Jiang Wang exchanged a glance with Mo Jingyu, both witnessing the immense shock reflected in each other's eyes. "Li, I'm under the orders of His Highness Ingwu." But Jiang Wang had barely begun to speak before falling silent, unable to finish his words, as in the next instant, he seized Zhuo Guangli's head and turned to flee. For the white-clad man had already shifted his gaze toward him. His hair, his brows, his eyes, even the corners of his lips bore a sharpness akin to a blade. Yet his expression was languid to the point of apathy. Yet within that languor lay an unsettling chill that evoked terror. Whether it be the prodigious talents inherited from the ancient sanctuaries or the esteemed bloodlines that grace the world, none dare to question why, nor utter a single additional word. Only the hurried silhouettes of retreating figures remained. Zhuo Guangli has perished, yet the primordial spark of Zhu Rong within him endures, slowly expanding. This power is beyond the waning control of Zhuo Guangli. He merely serves as a catalyst, a conduit, utilizing his genius and resolve to allow the magnificent force of Zhu Rong to momentarily manifest in this realm. A man in white unfurls a black token, his gaze steady and contemplative. After a prolonged silence, a commanding voice reverberates from the token, proclaiming, "Too clear." As the words resonate, the extraordinary token shatters into countless ebony fragments, cascading through Li Yi's fingers and falling like whispers. Only after all the Taoists have departed and the token lies in ruins, does Li Yi tilt his head slightly towards the burgeoning spark of Zhu Rong. He extends a slender, pale hand, fingers curling into a pouch shape. In this moment, unnoticed by all, he reveals a hint of childlike innocence amidst his usual languor and indifference. With a gentle exclamation, he utters "boom" as his fingers unfurl. It coincides perfectly with the explosion of the Zhu Rong seed. An invisible force restrains the blast, preventing its expansion, reducing Zhuo Guangli's remains to countless fragments of flesh. The crimson blossoms of flame burst forth in this confined space, radiantly brilliant for an instant, capturing the splendor of a moment. This exquisite beauty was solely for his eyes to behold. Li Yi's lips curled slightly in a fleeting smile, only to be swiftly retracted. The fireworks had faded. He cast not a glance at the remnants of Zhuo Guangli's lifeless form, nor did he harbor any lingering sentiments. With a leap, he vanished into the brilliance of the sword light, disappearing in an instant. Throughout the entirety of this battle, which transpired outside the nameless, dilapidated temple, no one cast even a modicum of attention towards it. For the powerful cultivators, the frail Zhuang kingdom scarcely warranted a glance. To the vast expanse of Zhuang Kingdom's 3,000 miles, Fenglin City appeared as minute as a speck of dust. Even for the diminutive Fenglin City itself, this forsaken temple in the outskirts had long been relegated to the annals of forgetfulness. Yet, within this battered temple, there existed a presence. It was a beggar, teetering on the brink of death, awaiting his inevitable demise. He had prepared himself for the end, and was presently in a state of anticipation yet. He still drew breath, and throughout the tumultuous clash, he had listened to the magnificent spectacle unfold. When the battle concluded, silence enveloped the surroundings. He remained alive. Perhaps he was fortunate, though the notion of luck felt profoundly discordant with his reality. His tattered garments, emaciated visage, and even his almost ghostly breaths all articulated the essence of misfortune. Yet he was still alive. Contemplating briefly, he summoned his strength and rolled out from beneath the offering table. He gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of energy, striving to rise, albeit unsteadily. Ultimately, he stood. From the offering table to the threshold of the temple, there were a total of 137 steps. From the entrance of the temple to Zhuo Guangli's corpse, he measured 324 steps. The beggar silently counted his steps, continually reassuring himself that he was nearing his destination. Almost there. Every muscle in his body protested, trembling with fatigue. No one knew from where he drew the strength to persist. His remarkable resolve went unnoticed by any onlooker. Now he stood before the lifeless form of Zhuo Guangli, his arduous journey finally reaching its conclusion, if that heap of mangled flesh could still be termed a body. He slowly, laboriously crouched down, finding it too strenuous to remain in that position, so he simply sank to the ground. He was gravely ill amidst the obscuring stains that rendered his features almost unrecognizable. One could still discern a pallid weakness. His hands trembled as well. With shaking fingers, he rummaged through the pile of shredded flat pieces of meat, fragments of bone, shattered metal, remnants of fingers, and an unidentifiable splinter of wood. Then, he uncovered a bottle. He turned over the grotesque mass, revealing a half-broken jade bottle. The neck had been obliterated, leaving only the lower half intact. Suppressing his labored breaths, the beggar brought the jade bottle closer. He cautiously removed a piece of flesh obstructing the bottle's body and peered inside. What he beheld made his breath hitch. Nestled within the bottle was a single, glossy, round elixir, the very pill he had yearned for, the one he had once possessed and then lost, the vitality pill. Chapter 2. Master of the Cave of Truth. The Tao vein serves as the foundation of cultivation. This Tao is not merely the path of the Taoist sect, but rather the grand path of existence itself. Regardless of whether one follows Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, military strategy, or any other school of thought, all practitioners must first manifest their Tao veins as the primary avenue of cultivation. In antiquity, those referred to as the seeds of cultivation were naturally endowed with visible Tao veins. However, humanity does not allow innate talent to dictate one's fate. The opening vein pill is one method to address the issue of cultivation aptitude. By harnessing the power of this elixir, one can manifest the Tao veins within the human body. It can also awaken the vital essence of heaven and earth, nourishing the physical form. The feedback of vital energy can then nurture the Tao source, setting one upon the path of cultivation. In comparison to the shattered instruments destroyed by the explosion that befell Zhuo Guangli, the opening vein pill may not be deemed particularly precious. Yet for this beggar, ensnared in the depths of despair, it represents the sole key to unlocking the treasures of the human body. Through the ages, enduring countless hardships, the singular certainty has been death. When one reaches the brink of annihilation, one may beseech the heavens for mercy. At this moment, the beggar clutches his beacon of hope with fervent devotion. With trembling hands, he exerted every ounce of his strength, perpetually struggling for progress. How did he arrive at this juncture? His mother had passed away early, and his father, who later succumbed to illness, nearly depleted the family's last remnants of wealth. Alone, he became his own pillar of support. Through fierce competition, he secured a place in the academy, excelling amidst the rivalry of the external institutions, ultimately grasping the key to the extraordinary for the first time. Yet, that precious opening pulse pill was snatched away by one he trusted most. Poisoned and besieged, he fought desperately for survival, blending into a crowd of beggars to elude pursuit. Originally intending to bide his time, his body could no longer endure. He grew increasingly frail, ultimately reduced to lying hopelessly upon a pile of straw, awaiting death. Dragging his ailing body, he ventured out in search of the battlefield, driven solely by an indomitable spirit, only to unexpectedly stumble upon an opening pulse pill. How such a formidable being as Zhuo Guangli came to possess this pill remains a mystery, shrouded in the twilight of his legend, now known to none. Yet, the beggar's tale found new beginnings. The unpredictability of fate could not be more evident. The beggar turned inward, sensing an indescribable transformation within his body. He felt a warm force emanating from every corner of his being, coursing through him in a manner he could not comprehend, ultimately converging at his spine. This process was both slow and vivid. Time passed unnoticed as a faint energy surged from his coccyx, ascending along his spinal column, ever upward. It felt as though a small earthworm was swimming upstream in a river. The journey was arduous, yet the warmth radiating from his body continuously supported it. At last, the little earthworm traversed this long voyage, penetrating the spinal column, and surged toward the crown of his head. A miracle transpired. It was as if he glimpsed light within his very being, radiating warmth from every limb and corner of his corporeal form. He no longer sensed the chill, felt weakness, or endured pain. The pathways of vitality became apparent, nourishing his existence. The beggar opened his eyes, his gaze now bright and spirited. He felt an abundance of strength surging through him. He had once again seized control of his destiny. His vital pathways had manifested. Although they were merely the most rudimentary form of a humble earthworm, it signified his official embarkation upon the extraordinary path, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Entering the celestial realms was no longer an unattainable dream. One day, figures like Gonyang Bai, Mo Jingyu, and even Zhuo Guanglia and Li Yi, these illustrious individuals, would accomplish what he could as well. The beggar rose, gazing down at the pile of mangled flesh beneath him. Life stared into death, the beginning connected to the end. He had interred Zhuo Guanglia and those beggars outside the shattered observatory. Even as his pathways began to reveal themselves and vigor coursed through him, he toiled until the moon reached its zenith. This may have seemed a trivial task, yet it embodied the principles he upheld. Although that group of beggars had chosen to abandon him in the face of peril, they had not forsaken him during his days of despair. While they could not procure medicine or healing for him, they at least provided him with a few sips of water. For these gestures, it was only fitting that, within his means, he ensured they found peace in death. They should not suffer in this life only to be left adrift in the next. People believe that only in burial can one find solace. In the vast, profound, and compassionate embrace of the earth, the departed souls can finally rest. At last, the beggar stood before the grave of Zhuo Guanglia. The one who buries you is not an insignificant figure. In the Fenglin city of the Gua Qinghe County, under the moonlight, a beggar stands before a small grave. His body soiled, hands caked in mud, yet he straightens his back and resolutely declares his name, Jiang Wang. Though the tiger has not yet been documented, it possesses the spirit of a beast that preys on cattle. You too did not perish in obscurity. This place is known as the Huanjin Temple. Although the remnants of the plaque are nearly indecipherable, and its name remains unheard of, it shall undoubtedly be recognized by the world because of you. After uttering these words, Jiang Wang bowed deeply, sincerely paying his respects. May you, in the heavens, possess the spirit to find peace. This bow was not only in gratitude for the opening pulse elixir left by Zhuo Guangla, but also a tribute to the compassion, forthrightness, and valor he exhibited. A person of Zhuo Guangla's caliber deserves utmost respect. This night coincides with the full moon, its radiant light illuminating the fresh grave. A subtle breeze seems to stir in the ethereal realm. Jiang Wang observes silvery glimmers emanating from Zhuo Guangla's tomb, slowly rising in the moonlight, coalescing into a small silver crescent. It hovers above the new grave, within Jiang Wang's reach, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Jiang Wang feels an overwhelming sense of fortune. He extends his hand and grasps the silver crescent. Suddenly, darkness envelopes him. Amidst the seemingly endless void, a gentle voice resonates. This voice appears to encompass the profound truths of the universe and the mysteries of the Tao, imparting clarity and enlightenment to the listener. Welcome, Master of the Dong's Hangsa blessed land. In the next moment, a glimmer of light appears, followed by countless points of illumination. The multitude of lights obscures his vision. And when Jiang Wang's sight is restored, he finds himself amid a magnificent river of stars within the vast darkness. Before the vast expanse of the galaxy, a young man stood suspended in time. His eyes shone with clarity, his nose was prominent and straight, and his expression bore a gentle demeanor that seemed devoid of any aggression, save for a hint of stubbornness evident in his slightly pursed lips. Clad solely in a robe of indiscernible fabric, he bore no other adornments. Jiang Wang was taken aback, for this young man was none other than himself. Though his attire differed and appeared far more pristine than his current state, how could he possibly mistake his own identity? He was observing himself from a perspective that eluded his comprehension, perceiving his own essence beyond the realm of sight. A resonant voice echoed through the boundless cosmos, stating, "The first seal of the Tao performance platform is at the 19th level. The voice continued, "The 18th level seal of the Tao performance platform and so on until it reached the second level. With each utterance, the brilliance of the stars dimmed incrementally. Jiang Wang endeavored to grasp the significance of this unfolding spectacle, only to hear the third-grade sword discussion platform seal, the fourth-grade sword discussion platform seal. This continued until the eighth-grade sword discussion platform seal was reached, at which point it ceased. The implications of these revelations eluded him, though he surmised they were linked to his own limited prowess. The title of the Master of the Cave of Truth should rightfully belong to Zhuo Guanglia rather than himself. Simultaneously, he discerned a line of unfamiliar characters floating within his field of vision. These symbols were entirely unlike the script he had learned in the Zhuang Kingdom, rendering them alien to him. Yet, he could distinctly sense their meaning. Merit, 1,850 points. As Jiang Wang pondered this, the image of himself he had been observing suddenly stepped forward, merging with him in an extraordinary union. The process was so brief that it could almost be disregarded. Jiang Wang stretched his limbs, feeling utterly satisfied. In this enigmatic realm, he finally possessed a semblance of corporeality. In the very next moment, the stars in the vast void began to swirl violently, and an entire resplendent river of stars surged towards him. He was engulfed in this celestial current. Time seemed to lose all significance, and when Jiang Wang regained his senses, he found himself in a space suffused with ethereal energy. His mind flooded with an array of information. This was the world of the Taishu illusory realm, where he resided in the Dongjin ruins, enveloped within this mystical domain. The silver crescent he held, known as the Shuyue, served as the key to enter this place. Utilizing the power of the Yin star, it drew the host's consciousness into the Taishu illusory realm. Here, everything was simulated. Apart from the fact that the host's physical body would remain unharmed, all experiences mirrored reality. The Yindao platform was the locus for the deduction of techniques and arts, where the necessary consumption for such deductions was the essence known as Gong. The Jian platform was exclusively designated for traversing the Taishu illusory realm, allowing practitioners to engage in sparring. The generation of Gong primarily arose from combat. Victories in battles of equal rank would yield additional Gong, while defeats would result in deductions. Higher-tier challenges offered corresponding bonuses. In addition, there were other means of accruing Gong. For instance, the corresponding blessed lands would periodically generate Gong. Among the 72 blessed lands, the lowest-ranked Donghai Mountain blessed land produced 100 Gong monthly. The bottom 36 blessed lands would yield an additional 10 Gong for each level gained, while the upper 36 blessed lands would grant an extra 100 Gong for every level ascended. The Dongjin ruins, occupied by Zhuo Guanglia, ranked 23rd, yielding 1850 Gong monthly. This constituted Jiang Wang's current resources. Though the specific utility remains shrouded in mystery, Jiang Wang could already hear the fervent beating of his own heart. This place, the world of this resplendent galaxy, seems to harbor immense secrets. Merely the platforms for discourse and duel it presents unveil a vast and tumultuous realm. To expound in the blessed land and to engage in swordplay among the stars, how grand and magnificent it is. Yet, until today, Jiang Wang had not even heard its name. His emotions surged tumultuously until his gaze fell upon a shadow of a sundial, where he read the following words: "The master of the blessed land shall, in 15 days, face the challenge of the 24 jade platform masters of the blessed land. Failure will result in demotion." Each of these 5 characters was as dark as ink, each word bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. Chapter 3. Such unrequited hatred. Outside the True View Temple, before the new grave, Jiang Wang opened his eyes. The small silver moon had descended into the palm of his right hand, transforming into a silver moon seal imprinted upon it, before vanishing from sight. Yet, Jiang Wang could still distinctly sense its existence. It bore no formidable power, merely reappearing when he summoned it, connecting him to the lunar star, guiding his consciousness into that enigmatic and unfathomable realm of the void. Having not explored the void for long, he realized that the countryside was not a place for tranquil exploration. Setting aside whether powerful practitioners might arrive from Maple Forest City after the aftermath of battles subsided, Jiang Wang himself had more pressing matters. If his sense of time served him correctly, 3 days hence would mark the selection of inner disciples at Maple Forest Academy. Should he miss this pivotal moment, the opportunity for vengeance would slip through his fingers. Because the disciples in the inner courtyard are the ones genuinely recognized by the Zhuang Kingdom, they must not be treated with disdain, let alone be harmed. After casting a final glance at the dilapidated Taoist temple, which he had been clinging to in his ailing state for many days, Jiang Wang stepped forth under the moonlight, striding away with purpose. The entrance of the crumbling temple was overrun with weeds, and a gust of wind stirred, allowing the moonlight to cascade upon an old plaque that had lain on the ground for years. The characters were faint, yet the two words Zhen and heir could be faintly discerned. The moon illuminated a new grave in the dilapidated temple, and the wind rustled through the leaves, echoing what seemed like a sigh, both sorrowful and resigned. The Maple Forest City was not insignificant. For many who had lived here for generations, it represented their entire world. Aside from the city lord, who embodied the will of the Zhuang kingdom, the Zhang, Fang, and Wang families were the true lords of this land. As the night deepened, the back door of the Itsue Tower creaked open. Amidst the laughter of a voluptuous maiden, a man clad in a long robe with dual-side slits stumbled out, the scent of alcohol wafting around him, accentuating his air of triumph. His name was Fang Dicai. This surname was not easily earned. It had been bestowed upon the Fang family after 3 generations of service. It was precisely because he was regarded as a trusted confidant of the Fang family that he could afford such luxuries, indulging in the pleasures of a place like Itsue Tower once a month. After playfully pinching the ample figure of the maiden, he departed with a hearty laugh. The maiden, blushing with indignation, shot him a few teasing remarks. Only after his silhouette faded into the alley did she spit in disdain, a dog relying on the power of others. She slammed the small door shut, thus failing to notice a raggedly dressed man who had silently approached from behind Fang Dicai. Fang Dicai possessed certain martial skills. Sensing something amiss, he suddenly pivoted and raised his fist, only to have his stance effortlessly dismantled by a mere slap from his assailant. In an instant, his throat was seized, lifting him off the ground before he was forcefully slammed against the wall. The swelling pain rapidly spreading across his face paled in comparison to the dread instilled by the visage before him. Gentle, serene, the face of Jiang Wang. Jiang! Jiang! Fang Dicai gasped in terror, his voice strained by the grip around his throat. Who orchestrated this? The Fang family? Or Fang Pingzhi? Who else is involved? What poison was laced in the wine? How did you connect with the remnants of the Shishan bandits? Jiang Wang slowly posed these inquiries, releasing his grip just before Fang Dicai succumbed to asphyxiation. Now, speak to me slowly. He glanced at the moonlit sky. We have ample time. The evening breeze gently ushered the clouds along, momentarily veiling the moonlight, while the hushed dialogue within the alley resembled the whispered conspiracies of malevolent spirits. That night, the bright moon hung in the sky, the wind stirred, and the living returned to the city. As dawn broke, Jiang Wang stood at the entrance of the Tao Institute in Fenglan City. In the state of Zhuang, the Tao school was revered as the national doctrine, and its most potent supernatural forces were derived from it, evidenced by the Tao Institutes spread across the 3 counties of the nation. The Tao Institute was not merely the preferred training ground for the youth of Zhuang. Even officials of various ranks were required to possess a record of study at the institute to gain public trust. Thus, in the entirety of Fenglan City, the most prestigious establishment was perhaps not the lord's residence nor the manors of the 3 prominent clans, but rather the Tao Institute itself. The Taoist lineage of the Zhuang family belongs to the Yujing Mountain sect, renowned for its emphasis on rituals. Consequently, the entire Taoist temple is constructed with opulence and grandeur. Not to mention, the pair of jade lions flanking the grand entrance exude an aura of authority and nobility. Jiang Wang's attire remains tattered, and upon closer inspection, one might detect a faint odor. He merely splashed some water on his face and hastily tied his unkempt hair at the back of his head. Standing before the wide-open entrance of the temple, he held himself tall and proud, like a resilient pine. The gatekeeper, an outer disciple, rubbed his eyes in disbelief before exclaiming, "Jiang, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Wang nodded in acknowledgement. "Greeting, Junior Brother Wu." As the most daring outer disciple in the Fenglan City Taoist temple, he had undertaken countless missions, and virtually every outer disciple who had been there for over a year recognized him. Junior Brother Wu turned and dashed into the temple, exuberantly shouting, "Brother Jiang Wang has returned. Brother Jiang Wang has returned." Before long, numerous outer disciples flocked to the temple entrance, filling it to capacity as they chattered excitedly. It was evident that Jiang Wang was held in high regard among the outer disciples. Among the throng, a few individuals stood out distinctly, even in the crowded space. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. "Where have you been hiding, you rascal with the surname Jiang? I thought you were dead." The voice that boomed from afar belonged to Du Yehu. As he sprinted, his muscular physique appeared on the verge of bursting through his training attire, and his visage was strikingly unique, adorned with a full beard. At that station, the young man's appearance was notably more mature than that of the surrounding disciples, leading some to believe he was a mountain king of sorts, though he hardly resembled an 18-year-old. His premature development earned him the nickname Young Hero with an early beard. He resembled a bear that had squeezed out from the crowd, enveloping Jiang Wang in a tight embrace, disregarding the faint odor emanating from him, exclaiming fervently, "Damn it! Damn it! It's good to be back." As he uttered these words, his eyes glistened with tears, and his lips trembled. It was Ling He. His features were well-proportioned, with a broad forehead that suggested a composed and tranquil demeanor. Clad in a faded training outfit, he stood behind Du Yehu, gazing intently at Jiang Wang. A notably handsome youth approached, scrutinizing Jiang Wang from head to toe before teasingly pointing at his tattered clothing, saying with a grin, "How did you end up in such a state?" His name was Zhao Ruqing. His appearance was striking, but the smile on his face bore a hint of frivolity. Yet, only those truly familiar with him could perceive the subtle glimmer of tears in his enchanting eyes. These individuals, each distinct in appearance and temperament, shared a profound bond with Jiang Wang, having faced numerous trials and tribulations together in the outer sect, forging a deep camaraderie. Nevertheless, Jiang Wang's gaze transcended them, focusing instead on a striking young man in the crowd whose eyes seemed tinged with red. He remained silent and motionless, yet his very presence commanded the center of attention. "Pengju, it has been 57 days, Jiang Wang articulated slowly. "I think of you every single day. Longing only for Pengju, do you not miss second brother?" Du Yehu grasped Jiang Wang's shoulder, shaking him while exclaiming in disarray. However, Ling He and Zhao Ruqing remained silent. 57 days is a remarkably specific and sensitive duration. It precisely marks the time since Jiang Wang's disappearance. Dressed in resplendent brocade, Fang Pengju approached with a smile, expressing relief. "It is good to see you return. We have all been quite worried about you." "Indeed," Jiang Wang replied with a smile. "How could one not be concerned when a body is yet to be found?" Fang Pengju's expression shifted abruptly. "What do you mean by that?" "After your incident, I was frantic with worry. I sent people to search for you everywhere." Jiang Wang replied in a somber tone. "That is precisely why I have only dared to show myself today." "Jiang Wang, the assailants were remnants of the bandits from Xishan. This is common knowledge. Could you possibly harbor doubts about me?" Fang Pengju's face flushed, revealing his anger and astonishment. "We, the 5 heroes of Fenglen, are as close as brothers. Have you perhaps misheard some rumor?" Ling He, Du Yehu, Jiang Wang, Fang Pengju, and Zhao Ruqing are the 5 most distinguished disciples from the outer court of Fenglen City's Dao Academy, united by their shared ideals. They often banded together to eliminate bandits, earning the moniker of the 5 heroes of Fenglen. Sensing the suddenly tense atmosphere, the disciples who had come to welcome Jiang Wang began to feel uneasy. Could it be that Fang Pengju had harmed Jiang Wang? "Do not speak nonsense. Fang Pengju has always been righteous. How could he commit such an act? It must be a misunderstanding." "I do not believe so. Brother Jiang is not one to be easily deceived." The crowd murmured among themselves, "We are all brothers here. Refrain from making baseless accusations." Du Yehu glared at Jiang Wang, his expression fraught with anxiety. His intuition was lacking, yet he felt powerless to prevent the impending events. Ling He pondered for a moment and advised, "Third brother, it is certain that you have endured numerous trials recently. Why not take some time to settle down? In a few days, the selection for the inner court will commence. A matter of great significance that warrants careful consideration. The bandits from Xishan have been vanquished by our united efforts. Should there be any hidden truths, we can unravel them gradually. If you bear grievances or resentments, we, your brothers, shall certainly stand by you. Even if it means escalating to the county court or the national court, we shall not hesitate. However, Pengju is our sworn brother, and I am convinced that there must be some misunderstanding at play. Perhaps someone is sowing discord." "Elder brother," Jiang Wang interrupted, "when have I ever spoken thoughtlessly? My appreciation for this brotherhood is no less than yours. Thus, my words today signify that the situation is indeed as I describe." He turned to the elegantly attired youth. Fang Pengju, pointing a finger at him. "I hope that once you open this box, you will still possess the same conviction." Only then did the others notice a large box situated behind Jiang Wang. "No matter what transpires, I, Fang Pengju, will never harm my friends." He was momentarily taken aback, but soon asserted, "I shall personally discover what evidence could lead third brother to doubt his own kin." He strode outside the courtyard and drew his longsword, swiftly slicing open the box's lid. Inside lay a person bound with ropes, a rag stuffed in their mouth. Upon seeing Fang Pengjiu, the captive's expression turned desperate, and they began to whimper incessantly. Du Yehu and Ling He fell into silence, both recognizing the familiar figure of Fang Dekai, a close servant of Fang Pengjiu. On that fateful day, this servant had delivered an invitation, suggesting that I join you at Wangyue Tower for a drink. When I arrived, you had yet to appear. He urged me to indulge in a few cups, claiming that you had sent exquisite wine. Little did I know, the poison within was the two-world separation powder. As the toxin began to take effect, a band of mountain thieves stormed through the door. I had personally eradicated the bandits of Shishan, yet here in Maple Forest City, I nearly met my demise at the hands of a remnant of their ilk. Jiang Wang's voice resonated softly, thus. The first thing I sought upon regaining my senses was Fang Dekai. Fang Pengjiu remained silent for a fleeting moment, but in the next instant, his sword was drawn with a swift urgency. Beast, my family has treated you well. How dare you collude with bandits, forging letters to betray my third brother? The strike was both rapid and precise, blood splattering in the air. Fang Dekai convulsed violently, issuing a few pitiful whimpers before collapsing like a lifeless dog. Throughout, he scarcely had the time to utter a single word in his defense. Fang Pengjiu. No one present was a fool, though Du Yehu was robust. It did not equate to ignorance. His eyes widened in fury. Second brother, Fang Pengjiu, with his bloodied sword hanging low, wore a visage of shame. I was overwhelmed by rage, and only thought of slaying this beast to avenge my third brother. It matters not. Jiang Wang, having observed Fang Pengjiu's display, withdrew a piece of paper from his bosom, densely inscribed with words. Here lies Fang Dekai's confession and seal. Would you care to examine it, Pengjiu? Clang. Forsaking his blade with a careless gesture, Fang Pengjiu prostrated himself. Though unread, the contents of the missive were self-evident. The brigands of Shishan, relentless in their animosity, had evidently paid handsomely to secure the unwavering loyalty of that cur, Fang Detsai. But I implore you, third brother, believe in my integrity. Never have I stooped to such villainy. Irrespective of the circumstances, the Fang family shall offer recompense. I shall pledge 10,000 coins to extirpate the brigands within 100 li, thus assuaging the anguish in your heart. Voices arose from among the outer court disciples. Indeed, senior brother Jiang, you 5 heroes of Maplewood are the pride of our outer court. Do not succumb to the machinations of lesser men. When my aged mother lay gravely ill, senior brother Fang extended his generosity. I cannot believe him capable of such an act. Others spat upon Fang Ditsai's corpse, declaring, such a vile servant deserved his demise for besmirching senior brother Fang's reputation and sowing discord among the brotherhood of the Maplewood Five. Had he lived, I would have gladly subjected him to 1,000 cuts. My fellow disciples, hold your tongues. Fang Pengjiu waved a hand, halting the clamor. He crawled forward on his knees, gazing earnestly at Jiang Wang. Since third brother's disappearance, I have led the search, my voice choked with tears. My affection for him is renowned, witnessed by heaven and earth. Though my conscience is clear, had I not trusted Ditsai, and had third brother not trusted me, this beast would not have had his opportunity. The fault lies with me, and I shall bear the full weight of it. I shall relinquish the entirety of my personal treasury to atone for third brother's suffering. I shall endure the lash to expiate the error of misplaced trust. I shall venture alone to quell the insurgents, vowing to obliterate the remnants of Shishan. Until their eradication, I shall not return to the city. I am willing to do this, not for recompense. My third brother nearly lost his life, and this hatred is irreparable. Yet, as we are brothers, I cannot forgive myself. If, Fang Pengjiu's voice trembled with emotion, and he gritted his teeth, if my third brother still harbors unquenchable hatred, then let him take up this blood-stained sword and end my life with a single strike. I shall bear no grievances. All eyes turned to the bloodied sword that lay upon the ground. Brother Fang, you must not speak thus. I believe this is not your fault. How can a man of honor so easily speak of death? In this poignant moment, spectators were moved, and voices of persuasion arose. Even Ling He, after a moment of silence, spoke again. Third and fourth brothers, this matter. Jiang Wang interjected, his voice resolute. Pengjiu, I have borne wounds for you, and you have stood up for me. We 5 brothers have faced life and death together. Ling He, Du Yehu, and Zhao Ruqing all had reddened eyes. They shared a bond forged through blood and tears, those days of struggle and joy. Only they understood the depth of their brotherly affection, a bond that words alone cannot encapsulate. Third brother, Fang Pengjiu bowed his head, his tears flowing freely, His voice choked with sorrow. It is all my fault. 1,000 mistakes, all mine. I should not have trusted that vile servant, nearly leading to utter calamity. But since you have spoken so, I shall heed your words. Jiang Wang slowly declared. Then, third brother, it is better to obey than to resist. As soon as Jiang Wang's words fell, without hesitation, he drew his sword and struck. What? The cold light flashed, and Fang Pengju tumbled to evade the thrust of the sword, filled with both rage and embarrassment. Remarkably, no one else in attendance reacted. Almost everyone anticipated a scene of reconciliation between brothers, steeped in camaraderie, perhaps even destined to become a cherished tale. No one expected that. Under such scrutiny, in the weight of brotherly affection, Jiang Wang would indeed draw his blade. With a chilling smile gracing his lips, Jiang Wang regarded him, his expression devoid of warmth. You promised to submit to your fate. Why do you evade? Fang Pingju's handsome visage shifted between shades of green and white. Resolutely, he rose from the ground, teeth clenched as he met Jiang Wang's gaze. Third brother, have you truly cast aside all bonds of brotherhood? You shameless scoundrel. At this point, Diyata seethed with fury. I must have been blind to consider you a brother. He advanced, intent on confrontation, only to be halted by Jiang Wang's outstretched hand. Second brother, allow me to handle this. Fang Pingju glared fiercely. Diyatu, what business is this of yours? You have greatly disappointed me, Fang Pingju. Even the usually magnanimous Ling, he could no longer suppress his ire. He stepped forward, unsheathing his sword, severing a piece of his robe, and cast it heavily to the ground. From this day forth, our bond is severed. Brother, Fang Pengju let out a bitter laugh. Though second brother is impulsive, can you not comprehend my plight? To prove my innocence, I would willingly embrace death. Yet I am my parents' only son, their sole hope for the future. My life is not solely my own. How can I perish here? Jiang Wang naively trusts treacherous individuals, refusing to heed my explanations, intent only on my destruction. Does he harbor the bonds of brotherhood within his heart? Fourth brother, this shall be the last time I address you as such. Zhao Ruqing, the youngest among the 5 heroes of Fenglin, finally spoke. Though his visage bore a hint of youthful innocence, he was strikingly handsome. At that moment, his words resonated with the clarity of gold and jade. The Fang family, of the surname Fang, has served your lineage for generations. What conditions could a band of rogues possibly offer to sway him? Are you insulting the wealth of the Fang family, or are you belittling our collective wisdom? How did a pack of wastrels from Xishan infiltrate Fenglin City and set a trap at Wangyue Tower? Since you lack the resolve to die for your convictions, this charade, who is it truly for? I, Zhao Ruqing, am ashamed to be associated with you. Among the 5, Ling He and Jiang Wang hailed from humble beginnings, while Du Yehu's family was of moderate means. Fang Pingju and Zhao Ruqing, however, were signs of affluence. The Fang family requires no introduction. And though the Zhao family had only moved to Fenglin City a decade ago, their wealth is unfathomable. Xiao Wu, you have always been on good terms with Lao San. And while it is acceptable for you to favor him, am I not your fourth brother? With no evidence to support your claims, you rely solely on conjecture to utter such heartless words. Can your conscience truly be at ease? Fang Pengju, in deep distress, appeared to be suffering greatly. Pengju, you remain as eloquent as ever. Jiang Wang interjected, halting Zhao Ruqing and the others. But have you considered why, despite my grave injuries and subsequent escape, I did not clandestinely contact eldest brother, second brother, or Xiao Wu until today? His eyelids lowered slightly, because I have never wished to burden them with choices, to sow seeds of doubt, or to place them in difficult positions. The matters between you and me shall be resolved solely by ourselves. If I were to perish, then so be it. Since I still draw breath, what is owed must be returned to me. Fang Pengju regarded him with a cold gaze. Do you suffer from a delusion of persecution? I owe you nothing. How can you demand repayment? Why are you so stubbornly ignorant? Yet, Jiang Wang no longer engaged in conversation with him. Instead, he turned to the towering statue of the Taoist master within the temple and bowed deeply. Disciple Jiang Wang, wronged by the treacherous Fang Pengju, nearly meeting my demise. This enmity is irreconcilable, this hatred unquenchable. I implore you to witness our mortal duel. A stir arose among the onlookers. A duel to the death sanctioned by the Taoist master. While it is a sin for fellow disciples to slay one another, if there exists a profound and mortal grudge, blood feuds cannot be easily abated, and the Taoist sect does not shy away from permitting such duels. Among the various forms of combat, a duel witnessed by the Taoist master is deemed the most irrevocable. The Taoist community generally believes that the master resides high above in the heavens, perceiving the cosmos. To utter his name is to invoke his knowledge. To pay homage to his form is to experience his essence. Once any vow involves the Taoist master, it becomes irreversible. A duel to the death, until one party perishes. As Jiang Wang's words fell, a middle-aged Taoist clad in black robes materialized before the statue of the master. His countenance was resolute, adorned with a short beard. The right breast of his black Taoist robe bore an intricately embroidered azure dragon, appearing almost lifelike. This was the soaring dragon robe, a garment reserved for those of the third rank and above. In the realm of secular cultivators, levels are broadly categorized into 9 ranks. Although the nomenclature and forms of transcendence may vary among different sects, the hierarchical system generally aligns with the 9-tier framework. The 9th to 7th ranks represent the initial stage. The 6th to 4th ranks the intermediate stage, and the 3rd to 1st ranks signify the advanced stage. Interestingly, this classification also corresponds with the ranks of officials in various nations. Of course, in a small nation like Zhuang, even a first-rank prime minister may not possess true first-rank power. As the cloaked figure with a short beard made his entrance, all the disciples present bowed in deference, acknowledging the arrival of the dean. In the entire Fenglin city, few could don the esteemed Tunglong black robe. Among them was the dean of Fenglin Dao Academy, Dong Ye. It is said that he once practiced in the capital of Zhuang Kingdom, Sinan City, but due to his upright and just character, he offended the powerful and was subsequently reassigned to the quiet Fenglin City in Qinghe County. Lingyi wore a sorrowful expression yet remained silent. He was acutely aware of Jiang Wang's swordsmanship. It could be said that before formally embarking on his path of cultivation, no one in the outer academy could rival him. Not even Fang Pengju. However, Jiang Wang's challenge for a duel indicated that his grievances remained unresolved. With the dean's presence, Fang Pengju faced a dilemma: to fight to the death or to wait for the Fenglin Dao Academy to intervene in the matter of Jiang Wang's betrayal. Yet, Fang Pengju could scarcely endure such an investigation by the academy. Thus, he found himself with no viable option. Amidst countless gazes of suspicion, mockery, and indignation, Fang Pengju maintained an untroubled demeanor. "Brother, are we truly to draw our swords against one another?" Jiang Wang replied calmly. "What has brought us to this juncture is you, not I. What must I do for you to trust me? I have already sacrificed a life for this trust. Now, words serve no purpose. The Fang Pengju I remember is not a coward who shies away from battle." Unmoved, Fang Pengju retorted, "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" Jiang Wang met his gaze with tranquility. "It is worth a try." Fang Pengju scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Unfortunately, you cannot kill me. Our duel cannot take place. For just the day before, I have begun to unveil my Tao meridians, and I can confidently declare that I am now an inner academy disciple. Our levels differ. How can we duel?" He spoke as he straightened his posture, channeling his full energy into the Tao veins. Those present could sense a formidable aura rising from his spine, invigorating his spirit. This indicated that he had manifested his Tao veins, enabling his physical form to respond and give birth to Tao essence, thereby officially possessing extraordinary power. The Tao Academy has established regulations regarding duels, one of the most crucial being that any individual can unconditionally refuse a duel invitation between different tiers. This is designed to protect lower-tier cultivators from being exploited by their higher-tier counterparts. Yet, at this moment, it became a pretext for Fang Pengju to evade the duel. Although he had manifested his Tao veins, it had only been a short while, and he had not yet commenced the study of Tao techniques. Thus, his power had not fundamentally increased, leaving him uncertain of his ability to engage with Jiang Wang in combat. Jiang Wang remained silent, gazing at Fang Pengju with a complex array of emotions. He then spoke slowly. "For the sake of this meridian opening pill, I ventured into the western mountains alone, battling fiercely, and ultimately shattered the bandit stronghold. In that battle, I sustained 13 wounds, 2 of which were fatal. To achieve the optimal effect from the meridian opening, I intend to wait until my body has fully recovered to its peak state before using this pill. I understand the principle of having a precious gem incurs guilt, and therefore I have not disclosed any information to anyone. Everyone assumes I would consume the pill that very day, except for you. Except for our 5 brothers who have fought through life and death together. I have nothing to conceal from you. Since I first encountered the world of cultivation at the age of 5, I have pursued this meridian opening pill, lacking a naturally manifesting Tao vein. My only path to the extraordinary lies in this elixir. It is my journey in cultivation, my hope, my light. You are well aware of my familial circumstances, and you know the extent of my diligence. Each day, I rise before dawn to practice my swordsmanship, only resting once the moon reaches its zenith. I have never frequented brothels nor indulged myself in any manner. Within the Fenglin Dao Academy, I dare assert that no outer disciple has exerted themselves more than I. For this pulse-opening pill, I have labored tirelessly for 11 long years, Jiang Wang stated, his gaze fixed intently upon Fang Pengju, accompanied by my sweat, blood, and tears. How valuable is this pulse-opening pill of mine? A profound silence enveloped the arena. Ling He pressed his lips tightly together. Zhao Ruqing clenched his teeth in silence. And even a man as robust as Du Yehu was seen shedding tears. Indeed, who could be unaware of Jiang Wang's obsession, his exhaustion, and his suffering? Yet, how could Fang Pengju harbor such cruelty? I do not understand your nonsensical ramblings. A flicker of discomfort crossed Fang Pengju's face, quickly suppressed. My uncle recently led a merchant caravan through the Yun Kingdom and fortuitously acquired a pulse-opening pill from a financially strained cultivator. Thus, I was able to manifest my meridians. What relevance does that hold for you? Do not presume that everyone shares your humble beginnings and resort to unscrupulous means for advancement. My Fang family is immensely wealthy. Can we not afford a single pulse-opening pill? Zhao Ruqing, filled with disdain, spoke without restraint. Indeed, the Fang family possesses vast riches. Unfortunately, your parents passed away early, and you are not the sole heir of the Fang lineage, thus your family resources are exceedingly limited. Otherwise, how is it that after such a lengthy period, you have yet to obtain a pulse-opening pill, and yet conveniently, it appears after my third brother's attack? What a remarkable coincidence. I can only say, how fortuitous. Fang Pengju's eyes glinted with cold light. Speak not of matters without evidence. For the sake of our brotherhood, I shall not hold this against you. Should there be a next time, as a disciple of the inner court, I shall make you aware of the meaning of hierarchy and order. You, Zhao Ruqing seethed with fury. Du Yehu's teeth ground in frustration. Had the dean not been present, he would have relished the opportunity to shatter Fang Pengju's handsome visage with a single punch. Yet, Jiang Wang remained composed. Fang Pengju, I have warned you. Your arrogance and self-righteousness often lead you to overlook the truth. I have taught you. Why can you not learn? Have you not considered that if the duel cannot be validated, why then would Ding Dong be here? He stepped forward, similarly awakening his Dao vein. The worm within the dragon of his spine writhed vigorously, his entire being sharpened like a blade, standing erect with precision. This is because I too have manifested my Dao vein, officially possessing extraordinary potential. We are of equal standing, and you do not dare allow the dean to investigate. Thus, the duel is valid. As Fang Pengju was taken aback, Ding Dong had already waved his wide sleeves. At the entrance of the Dao Academy, beneath the feet of Jiang Wang and Fang Pengju, a sapling suddenly burst forth from the earth, rapidly growing into a massive wooden pillar within mere breaths, lifting the two while isolating the other outer court disciples. The top of the pillar was as smooth as if hewn by a sharp instrument, measuring 10 paces square. From a distance, it resembled a wooden circular platform. Yet, surrounding the platform, branches swayed gently. Fang Pengju harbored no doubt that the seemingly innocuous branches would transform into ravenous beasts the moment he turned to flee. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword, poised for action. With a flick of his wrist, Dong summoned a twisting branch that coiled around the sword Fang Pengju had discarded, hurling it onto the high platform. Fang Pengju reached out to catch it. Before the ever-unclear visage of the Taoist statue, the fifth-grade powerhouse, the internal court Taoist Dong announced in a somber tone, "The duel for the Dao certificate begins." Chapter 5. If you have endured all that I have endured, as Dong's declaration of the duel echoed. The two swords on the wooden platform clashed with a resounding ring. Prior to the duel, Fang Pengju had made countless attempts to evade the confrontation. Yet, once the duel commenced, he exhibited not a trace of hesitation. His strikes were unwavering, precise, and ruthless, leaving no room for the two wounds appeared almost simultaneously. However, one was deliberate while the other was passive, and this distinction had already determined the outcome. Jiang Wang advanced, using his elbow as a weapon, and struck forcefully against Fang Pengju's chest. Just moments before, Fang Pengju had lost control of his sword amidst excruciating pain, and in the next instant, he distinctly heard the sound of his bones fracturing. His entire being was sent crashing back like a crushed shrimp, propelled beyond the high platform, only to be rebounded by the swaying branches, ultimately falling from the elevated stage. In a mere exchange, Fang Pengju was vanquished. How could this be? The disparity was astonishingly vast. A wave of astonishment swept through those below the platform. Everything transpired with such rapidity, entwined with Jiang Wang's blood and tears from the opening pulse elixir, that it manifested Fang Pengjiu's initial signs of prowess, elevating his spirit. The sword, infused with Jiang Wang's hatred and pain, also caused Fang Pengjiu to plummet into despair. He had succumbed to himself, to his own fears. Zhao Ruqing spoke solemnly. Had it not been for his cowardice, he would not have resorted to treachery against the third brother, employing despicable means to seize the opening pulse elixir. He understood that beyond this, he had no other avenue to surpass the third brother once the chasm widened. He would never be able to catch up. Lingyi could not help but sigh. When the third brother first arrived at the academy, his skills languished at the bottom, far inferior to Pengjiu. Years have passed, and his swordsmanship is now universally acknowledged as the finest in the outer sect, while Pengjiu has always been of a proud disposition. Diyehua exclaimed in anger. In the end, it all boils down to incompetence and shamelessness, does it not? Clang. Jiang Wang slowly withdrew the long sword that pierced his abdomen, casually tossing it aside. The bloodied sword clattered to the ground, helpless and frantic, much like Fang Pengjiu, who was spewing blood. With the sword hanging limply at his side, Jiang Wang strode forward. Help! Dean, help! I am a scion of the Fang family, one of the 3 illustrious clans in this city. Fang Pengjiu, in a state of dread, shouted with desperation, utterly devoid of the demeanor befitting a young nobleman. Dong A remained impassive, declaring that since this was a life-and-death duel, there could be no retreat. The fate of one's life could only be determined by one's adversary. Third brother! Third brother! Fang Pengjiu cried out, bracing himself against the ground as he retreated further. Spare me. Have mercy on me. Just this once. The Fang family boasts a legacy spanning a century, yet it has not produced a mid-tier cultivator in 20 years. A single misstep can lead to ruin. How much longer can I afford to wait? I cannot afford to halt my progress. I carry the fervent hopes of my deceased father upon my shoulders, and I must not falter. With tear-filled eyes, he implored Jiang Wang, regarding your opening vein pill, I must ask, will you bequeath it to me? Jiang Wang offered no reply. My uncle has traveled to the Cloud Nation. Yet it is impossible to procure an opening vein pill. Even if it were available, there is no guarantee it would be given to me. The regulation surrounding the opening vein pill has grown increasingly stringent, awarded solely to the most promising outer disciples. In our entire Fenglin Dao Academy, you alone have achieved such merit. I am at a loss, utterly at a loss. Fang Pengjiu wept inconsolably. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes and responded. I truly empathize with your plight. I understand your anxiety, your unease, and your fear. The Fang family, while a prominent lineage, has bestowed upon you a privileged environment. Yet the competition remains fierce. I have long recognized that human desires are insatiable. I am aware of your yearning to prove yourself, to honor the memory of your prematurely departed father. You have expressed this before, and I remember it all too well. Your haste to achieve success has clouded your judgment, yet I can comprehend your predicament. In the flicker of hope that suddenly ignited in Fang Pengjiu's eyes, Jiang Wang continued. However, understanding does not equate to forgiveness. As Jiang Wang spoke these words, he stepped directly before Fang Pengjiu. The long sword traced a clear arc through the air, piercing his chest with precision and unwavering intent. If I extend my tolerance to hatred and jealousy, what shall I offer in return for love and warmth? Thus, I have once died, and you must repay with your life. Jiang Wang spoke slowly. Fang Pengjiu grasped the sword's body with his uninjured left hand, allowing the blade to slice through his palm, keeping the weapon embedded within him, postponing death for just a moment longer. Struggling, he emitted labored breaths. Since you took my essence, I have been unable to sleep each night. I regret. I am sorry. But you are safe, are you not? We are brothers. Why? Why can you not forgive me? Just this once. The crowd below the platform was filled with complex emotions, unable to bear witness any longer, unwilling to listen. Yet, Jiang Wang simply regarded him with calmness. Do you comprehend the feeling of betrayal? Do you know the searing pain and anger that burns within? I endured it once, yet chose to believe again, only for you to inflict it upon me once more. You rendered my trust foolish, my experiences a mere jest, and my suffering utterly meaningless. Memories flowed like water through his mind, calm and soothing, yet incapable of healing the deep chasms within. Is it true that wherever there are people, there exists betrayal? Have you ever lain upon a pile of straw, feeble and powerless, waiting helplessly for death to arrive? I seemed to perceive two shadows swaying before me. I recognized them as the duality of fate. I seemed to hear their breaths, slow and deliberate, resonating in my ears. I had vowed to conquer fate. Yet, I was acutely aware that my demise was imminent, and I found myself utterly powerless. If you have endured what I have, you would understand that some pains are beyond remedy. I have already tasted death once. If I were to forgive you, I would forfeit my right to confront my own self. At this juncture, Jiang Wang slowly and resolutely drew his long sword. The platform descended gradually, the branches retracted, and ultimately the entire arena of arcane combat transformed into a mere sapling, burrowing into the earth. Meanwhile, Fang Pingju lay silently on the ground, his right hand dangling, while his left remained clenched before him, as if still grasping the very sword that had claimed his life. His eyes were wide open, a flicker of pain and resentment lingering within, an amalgamation of emotions. Yet, he was already departed from this world. Lingy sighed softly, stepping forward to remove his outer garment and drape it over Fang Pengju's face. Du Yehu opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of uttering a curse, but ultimately fell silent. Zhao Ruqing stood motionless, enveloped in silence. Jiang Wang remained still, his gaze fixed not on anyone within the arena, but rather on the boundless expanse of the sky, as if locking eyes with another version of himself from a different realm. Rest in peace, he whispered within his heart. His mind became a canvas of clarity. The earthworm within his spine suddenly sprang to life, leaping from the base of his tailbone, gracefully traversing a journey, and releasing a round, full, and resplendent essence of Tao. At that moment, a phrase echoed in Jiang Wang's mind. In the understanding of worldly affairs lies the cultivation of oneself. When thoughts become clear, they become the sustenance of one's journey. Chapter 6. Trust is not a mistake. Fenglin City, situated within Qinghe County, ranks among the smaller cities. Positioned just above Mao City in terms of size, the head of the Tao Institute in such a modest town is typically matched with a mid-level 6th-grade practitioner. However, Dong A, with his 5th-grade cultivation, presides over the Fenglin Tao Institute, which inevitably gives rise to rumors suggesting he has offended someone in Zhuangdu. Yet, for the disciples of the Fenglin Tao Institute, this is undoubtedly a fortunate circumstance. Thus, aside from Fang Defei's testimony, prior to this duel, Fang Pingju had personally orchestrated an attack with the intent to kill and seize the elixir from you. Yet you cannot present any conclusive evidence to substantiate this publicly. Dong A, clad in a black Tao robe, sat gracefully upon a meditation cushion in the quiet chamber. Behind him, the wall was adorned with a portrait depicting a Taoist in an esteemed purple robe, rendered with exquisite brushwork, the image almost lifelike. Yet the Taoist's features remained shrouded in a veil of mist, obscured from clear view. Jiang Wang stood respectfully before the headmaster, and upon hearing the inquiry, he spoke in a measured tone. I am fully aware that it was he. That is sufficient. As for irrefutable proof, he shall provide it to everyone before his demise. Indeed, he has not disappointed me. Dong A understood that Jiang referred to the Kai Mai Dan consumed by Fang Pingju. Was he being overly hasty and reckless? One should proceed with caution, meticulously gathering evidence in anticipation of the Tao Institute's judgment. Yet, in merely 2 days, the selection for the inner court disciples would take place. Since Fang Pengju had already manifested his Tao vein, he would undoubtedly become the headmaster's disciple. Time was of the essence, leaving little room for hesitation. Jiang Wang dared to kill an outer court disciple, but he would not dare to harm a disciple of the headmaster. The outer court was merely preparatory. The disciples of the inner court were the true disciples of the Tao Institute. When speaking, Jiang Wang consistently lowered his head, embodying the humility and propriety expected of a disciple. Yet, what pierced through his thoughts at that moment was the sound of the sword howling from outside the Jinjin temple, a resonance that originated from the west. The man named Li Yi had, with a single stroke, vanquished a prodigy as formidable as Zhuge Guanglie. Was there truly a need for convoluted maneuvers? In comparison to the fierce battle that transpired outside the Jinjin temple, how insignificant he felt. The swordsmanship he took pride in now appeared so feeble. There was no time for hesitance or deliberation in pursuit of an infallible strategy. Engaging in a slow duel with Fang Pengju at the Tao Academy. Moreover, had he not boldly initiated a direct confrontation with a single sword today, what advantage would he possess against Fang Pengju, who had the backing of the Fang family in Maple Forest? If it were said that Fang Pengju's opening vein pills were seized from him, then from whence did his own opening vein pills originate? A sense of tension gripped Jiang Wang's heart, though his demeanor remained impassive. The battle that unfolded outside the Xinjiang temple, though initially intimidating enough to deter any approach, would inevitably incite scrutiny in its aftermath. Furthermore, Gong Yabai and others had set their formation within the territory of the Zhuang kingdom. They could hardly have failed to communicate with the powerful figures of Zhuang beforehand. Regardless of its size, every nation possesses a sense of dignity. As the publicly acknowledged strongest in the entirety of Maple Forest City, Dong-A could not have remained oblivious to that clash. Fortunately, there were no secrets for Jiang Wang to conceal in this realm imbued with extraordinary powers. The traces he left behind could not be hidden. In that moment, he endeavored to recount all that he had heard from the most objective perspective, devoid of any personal bias, including his physical condition, his thoughts and decisions, as well as how he extracted the opening vein pill from the murky flesh and ultimately buried those corpses. The narrative only briefly bypassed the matter of the virtual key. Throughout this recounting, apart from a fleeting glimpse of anger that threatened to erupt from his eyes, Dong-A remained resolutely silent. Jiang Wang was undoubtedly aware of the origin of this fury. On the outskirts of Maple Forest City, outside the True View Temple, lay the territory of the Zhuang kingdom. Yet, powerful cultivators from Qin and Chu brazenly engaged in battle here without a shred of restraint. Not a soul in all of Maple Forest City or Qinghe County dared to intervene in this conflict. For the cultivators of the Zhuang kingdom, this was a profound humiliation. Dong-A's suppression of this anger was merely an attempt to conceal the frail reality of the Zhuang kingdom, aiming to preserve the confidence of his disciples in their cultivation. He ought to be a commendable dean. Jiang Wang silently observed this mid-tier powerhouse, who would dominate his path of cultivation for an extended period, a chance he had not previously encountered until today. While he summarized his observations, he completed the recounting of the experiences he had long prepared in his mind. The origin of your opening vein pill is clear. I have reviewed your past task records during your time in the outer sect. You possess discernment and decisiveness, which is indeed rare. Dong-A cast a faint glance at Jiang Wang before stating, "From now on, you may refer to yourself as my disciple in my presence." Jiang Wang felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that this hurdle had been surmounted. Furthermore, he had garnered the recognition of the Dean of Maple Forest Academy, securing his direct entry into the inner academy. He crossed his thumbs, with his left hand outside and his right hand inside, embracing the yin and yang, raising his fists to his chest and slightly nodding as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." The Confucian school emphasizes the importance of heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teachers, while for the Taoist tradition, the teacher takes precedence over the sovereign and parents, for the teacher imparts the Tao, elucidating the Great Way. Among the disciples of the Fenglin Tao Academy, Dong-A is their revered mentor. With his eyes gently closed, Dong-A uttered no further words, simply bidding them to depart. Emerging from the meditation chamber, he walked alongside Ling He and Zhao Ruqing, who had been waiting outside. A heavy silence enveloped the three as they walked. Jiang Wang had returned, yet Fang Pingju had perished, and the 5 heroes of Fenglin remained but a name. Since Du Yehu was absent, he must be hiding away in some corner, indulging in drink. Among them, he appeared the most carefree, yet when confronted with such dire circumstances, he likely found it hardest to cope. Regardless of how harshly he might scorn, he could not erase the fact that he had once regarded Fang Pengju as a brother. As the eldest, Ling He was the first to shatter the silence. "You all return to the dormitory. I must take Pengju's body back to the Fang residence." The outer disciples of Fenglin Tao Academy shared accommodations of 6, and the 5 heroes had chosen to reside together due to their camaraderie. Others could not penetrate this circle. Thus they had always lived as 5. Jiang Wang remained reticent. Such was Ling He's character. No matter Fang Pengju's many faults, he could not neglect his remains. "Are you still resentful towards the 4th? Ling He inquired. "Do not refer to him as the 4th any longer." Zhao Ruqing's handsome visage displayed a hint of disdain. "I am ashamed to speak of such a treacherous and vile person who would harm his own brother." In comparison to his age, Ling He bore a visage too mature. Perhaps this was why he garnered respect more readily. Among the 5, he has always assumed the role of the elder brother, taking care of his younger siblings. His maturity often leads others to overlook the fact that he is merely 19, just 2 years older than Jiang Wang and 3 years older than Zhao Ruqing. However, the children of the impoverished are often compelled to take on responsibilities early. Observing Ling He's somewhat troubled expression, Jiang Wang shook his head and spoke, "In truth, I do not harbor hatred towards him. I only resent my own foolishness, my tendency to trust too easily. My anger is directed at my misplaced faith. Despite Jiang Wang's calm demeanor, Ling He detected a hint of unresolved resentment. Trust is one of the most beautiful aspects of existence. Trust is not the fault. Jiang Wang, our elder brother, remarked. The true fault lies with the one who betrays your trust. He did not elaborate further. Yet his earnest gaze conveyed the message. The bond of brotherhood we share is neither erroneous nor insincere. The only deceit lies with the one who forsakes it, only Fang Pingju. Thus, he resolved to return Fang Pingju's remains, ensuring that he would not be left without a resting place after death. This act was not born of acceptance or sympathy for Fang Pingju, but rather a gesture of respect and preservation for the brotherly bond they once shared, a bond that should remain unchanged. This is what it means to be an elder brother. This is Ling He. Regardless of the volatility of Du Yahu or the arrogance of Fang Pingju, they willingly call him Big Brother, and it is not merely due to age. You may go, Big Brother. The man is dead. Let grievances dissipate. Jiang Wang shrugged, but I cannot accompany you. I truly cannot. Zhao Ruqing abruptly chimed in. You rascal. Ling He gently patted Zhao Ruqing on the shoulder and cast a lingering glance at Jiang Wang before turning to leave. Chapter 7. Reminiscences of the past. Zhao Ruqing hailed from a prosperous family, having purchased a residence near the academy for his own use. Attended by a dozen servants to cater to his daily needs, seldom residing in the dormitory. On the other hand, Du Yahu, once intoxicated, was not easily dispatched. Thus, upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Wang felt an eerie solitude in a place that was usually filled with lively chatter, now reduced to his solitary presence. After closing the door, he instinctively cast a glance at the furthest bed on the left. There lay an exceptionally tidy arrangement of pristine bedding, indistinguishable in quality from those of the other occupants. At that moment, the bed was unoccupied, and it would remain so indefinitely. This was Fang Pingju's bed. Despite his affluent background, he was never finicky or petty, sharing food and drink with everyone without a hint of discrimination. The bed opposite Fang Pingju stood vacant, cluttered with an array of luggage. The remaining beds were arranged accordingly, 3 on one side. The second bed, closely adjacent to Fang Pingju's, was the most disorderly in the dormitory. The bedding was haphazardly piled, with scattered garments merely serving as embellishments. If one were to inhale deeply, the lingering scent of alcohol could still be detected. A glance beneath the bed would reveal an orderly collection of wine jars, evidently cared for with great attention compared to the surroundings of their owner. The first bed on the left side, positioned by the door, belonged to Ling He, who was always responsible for opening and closing the door for everyone. The bedding bore a few inconspicuous patches, yet was laundered to an immaculate state. The first bed on the right side was Jiang Wang's, his bedding lying in a state of neatness that was on par with Ling He's. Despite the lengthy absence, the bed remained impeccably tidy, evidently maintained by regular cleaning. Perhaps it was Ling He, or possibly Zhao Ruqing. It could even have been Fang Pingju. The second bed on the right side of Jiang Wang belonged to Zhao Ruqing, whose sleeping quarters stood out distinctly within the dormitory. The bedding and linens were all exquisite products from Yangxiangzai, and atop the modest dormitory bed, there was even a canopy embroidered with golden threads. This was in stark contrast to the disheveled state of Du Yetu's bed across the room. To those unfamiliar, Zhao Ruqing might appear difficult to approach. However, the reality was merely that his standards of living were exceedingly high. Even when he occasionally stayed in the dormitory, he insisted on a lavish and comfortable environment. He had once extravagantly spent a fortune to transform the entire dormitory into a top-tier guest room, had it not been for Jiang Wang administering a beating to him. Since entering the outer gate of the Dao Academy at the age of 14, Jiang Wang had spent 3 years in this dormitory. Every detail within the room felt intimately familiar to him. Time had changed both the surroundings and the people within. After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Wang removed his shoes and socks, unfastened his outer garment, and laid down on his bed. He was exhausted, weary, and only now could he finally find peace in slumber. Awakened from a dream, he drifted in thought, yearning for the heights of the heavens. The entire Maple Forest city was rectangular and meticulously planned, with the Lord's mansion at its center, radiating in all directions. The Eastern District was the territory of the Dao Academy, while the affluent families resided in the western part of the city. The Southern District was predominantly inhabited by commoners, whereas merchants and wealthy individuals congregated in the north. It was only after seeing Jiang Wang emerge peacefully from the dean's quiet chamber that Ling He departed the Dao Academy, carrying Fang Pingju's lifeless body. While Fang Pingju had commanded a legion of friends in life, in death he was met with disdain by all. His actions had been despicable and malicious, and thus he was rightfully scorned by those around him. Lingyi did not feel aggrieved on his behalf. Rather, a profound ache lingered in his heart. He wrapped Fang Pengzhu's lifeless form in his well-worn, yet impeccably clean outer garment. For him, traversing from the eastern to the western part of the city was not a considerable distance, and the path to the Fang family residence was one he knew all too well. Yet, Lingyi moved slowly, each step heavy with reluctance. As the eldest, he bore the responsibility of caring for his forsworn brothers, a duty he felt he had failed to fulfill. He recalled the moment by the Green Willow River when the 5 of them forged their brotherhood, each brother's radiant smile etched in his memory. The Green Willow River, a tributary of the Qing River, wound its way around Nyoto Mountain, its waters crystal clear, reflecting youthful faces and vibrant hearts. That year, they rowed with swords drawn and shared joyous toasts, engaging in countless sparring sessions and countless nights spent in candlelit conversation. They had vowed to ascend to the inner court together, to soar through the azure skies on their swords, to transcend the mortal realm. Those memories, those promises. Lingyi had never imagined that such camaraderie and deep affection among 5 individuals could culminate in a day of betrayal, where brothers would turn against one another and face death as adversaries. How could this be possible? He pondered, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Yet, cradling Fang Pengzhu's cold body, he finally arrived at the gates of the Fang residence. "What brings you here?" the doorman inquired, blocking his path. The Fang estate loomed high above, imposing in its grandeur. Lingyi lowered his head slightly in greeting and replied, "Fang Pengzhu has passed away. I have returned his remains for interment in your esteemed residence. Should no one attend to the body, it will be taken by the authorities to a mass grave, a place favored by malevolent beings, where peace is a distant dream even in death." However, Lingyi believed it unnecessary to voice such sentiments. He was not one to seek accolades, nor did he consider this a merit. The doorman's expression shifted, and with a resounding thud, he shut the door tightly. A voice emerged from behind the door. "Take him away. The master has decreed that he is not to enter." "Good sir," he earnestly implored, "I kindly ask you to relay this to your master. Regardless of the circumstances, Pengzhu is still of the Fang lineage. They may merely be speaking out of anger. They cannot truly abandon him." The doorman appeared to hesitate for a moment. "I shall inquire further, but do not attempt to force your way in. Rest assured." "Good sir." Lingyi remained steadfast at the entrance of the Fang residence, cradling the lifeless body of Fang Pengzhu, listening as the hurried footsteps faded away. He lowered his gaze to the now cold visage of Fang Pengzhu and lamented, "Pengzhu, what reckless folly have you committed? Even in death, no one shall remember your virtues. You are reviled by both gods and men." After a prolonged silence, the doorman's voice once again resonated from behind the door. "The master has spoken." He paused, then echoed the tone of the head of the Fang household. "What purpose does it serve to bring back a corpse?" Lingyi was momentarily taken aback before responding hesitantly, "The Fang family is a respectable lineage. Pengzhu deserves a dignified farewell. The master is aware of the circumstances surrounding Fang Pengzhu's demise. Such a heartless and ungrateful individual is not of the Fang bloodline." "But he is indeed of the Fang bloodline," Lingyi asserted. "Leave at once." The doorman hurled a handful of coins through the crack of the door, warning, "If you persist, we shall notify the authorities." The clinking of the coins fell to the ground, a striking spectacle. If one were to use them for a simple burial, they would suffice abundantly. Excessive wealth is merely a gratuity. Such is the attitude of the Fang family. Lingyi remained silent, refraining from uttering another word. He was impoverished, having lived in destitution since childhood. His financial struggles were palpable. The only intact outer garment he possessed was draped over the lifeless body of Fang Pengzhu, while his inner clothing bore numerous patches. Standing before the opulent gates of the Fang residence, he resembled a destitute relative denied entry. Clutching Fang Pengzhu's corpse, he turned away, never casting a glance at the coins scattered around. This exemplified Lingyi's disposition. Chapter 8. The severed head after escaping the moonlit tower, drenched in blood. Jiang Wang had not enjoyed a single restful night's sleep, making this particular slumber exceptionally prolonged. He experienced a multitude of dreams, envisioning himself vanquishing foes upon the sword-testing platform, progressing in his cultivation at an astonishing pace, soaring through the clouds. He dreamt of the vast expanse of the sky, illuminated by 5 radiant beams of light, swift and unparalleled. Awakening, he silently sat up against the headboard, unable to discern whether the sudden sensation was one of palpitations or sorrow. Shaking his head, he sought to gather his scattered thoughts. Outside, night had fallen. Yet he remained alone in the dormitory. Jiang Wang furrowed his brow. While it was commonplace for Du Yahu to indulge in drink for days on end, Ling He was always disciplined and would never stay out late. The dormitory at Fenglin Dao Academy consisted of several connected single-story houses. He donned his robe and stepped outside. The door of the opposite dormitory was firmly shut, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, with an inexplicable chill in the corridor. Jiang Wang casually called out to a passing figure, asking, "Have you seen senior brother Ling He?" "Ling He? I haven't seen him," replied the individual in a remarkably monotonous tone, shaking his head as he spoke. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, his head detached, rolling several times upon the ground. He snapped his neck. Observing the recently animate, headless body, Jiang Wang felt an icy sensation ascend from his tailbone, surging directly to the crown of his head. However, seasoned by numerous battles, he instinctively recoiled, preparing to retreat to his dormitory, at the very least to retrieve his weapon. Yet, the dormitory door abruptly slammed shut, unyielding to his efforts to open it. It was as if someone within the room was bracing against the door, preventing his entry. At that moment, the headless torso pivoted, extending its arms and striding purposefully toward him. The severed head, having rolled several times on the ground, suddenly propelled itself upward, colliding with Jiang Wang even before the body could reach him. Its hair was disheveled, its countenance contorted in a grotesque grimace, its nose sunken, and its eyeballs bulging grotesquely. A midnight fiend, a soul of lethal malice. Imposters! Jiang Wang bellowed vehemently, hoping to rouse the attention of other outer sect disciples within the dormitories, while simultaneously retreating with alacrity. This was Maple Forest Taoist Academy, under the stewardship of Dong A, a cultivator of the 5th rank. Upon detecting any anomaly, he would surely suppress it. No matter what eerie or malevolent entity, it would undoubtedly refrain from causing too great a disturbance. If he could escape directly, that would naturally be the optimal course of action. However, the velocity of the head's projection was too rapid. Jiang Wang simply did not have sufficient time to evade it. Therefore, after retreating a few steps, he suddenly ascended into the air, channeling one of the only 2 Dao essences within his Dao meridian into his right leg, and then, twisting his body, he executed a counterattack in midair. Propelled by the eruption of Dao essence, this kick possessed a force far surpassing that of the past. The imagery of gods, demons, and monsters has never been merely legendary. Although Jiang Wang had not yet fully transcended the mortal realm, he had already witnessed the extraordinary world. He had taken lives, seen blood, and had long since cultivated courage. He told himself internally, that is a sphere, that is not a head, that is merely a sphere. Bang! The boot collided decisively with the skull, sending it hurtling back with even greater velocity than before, impacting the headless body and causing it to stumble. A perfect soccer shot. Simultaneously, a sharp pain shot through Jiang Wang's instep, as the head, in its final act, had torn through his boot, ripping away a strip of flesh. A faint cyan hue emanated from the wound. Recognizing the ominous sign of potential corpse poison, he wasted no time, his objective achieved, and turned to flee. Reaching the end of the corridor in a few strides, he was met with an invisible barrier of resilient qi, effectively blocking his escape. This was an ambush. With his mind racing, Jiang Wang detonated the last of his Dao Yuan in his Dao meridian, concentrating it on his right shoulder. He channeled his might, slamming his shoulder against the barrier. Open! A sensation of weightlessness washed over Jiang Wang as he broke free from the confines of the corridor between the dormitories. He was greeted by the sounds of the night, the rustling wind, the chirping of insects, and the voices of returning outer sect disciples. The tranquil ambience had been shattered. Senior brother Jiang Wang, what are you doing? Senior brother, are you injured? Outer sect disciples, recognizing Jiang Wang, approached with concern. Hearing the familiar greetings of his fellow disciples, Jiang Wang knew he was safe. He turned back to the corridor, finding it deserted. The headless body and the skull had vanished. Meanwhile, from the dormitories on either side, perplexed voices emerged. What happened? Why couldn't we open the door just now? And then, a terrified cry. Death. Someone's dead. Having been the first to barge into the dormitory from whence the cries emanated, Jiang Wang discovered the missing, decapitated corpse. Both it and its head lay quiescently on the ground, visages still contorted in a macabre grimace. Huddled in the corner, quivering uncontrollably, was presumably the victim's roommate, utterly distraught. The adversary's methods, as revealed, encompassed necromantic arts of a heterodox nature, coupled with orthodox water-based thaumaturgy. It was conceivable, furthermore, that the perpetrator was not solitary. Jiang Wang's thoughts raced, and he proclaimed decisively, "A sorcerer has infiltrated the outer sanctum under the cover of night, wielding arcane arts and transcending the mundane. Their prowess likely resides within the 9th grade. Fellow disciples, I implore you to safeguard yourselves, operating in quintets to provide mutual support. Henceforth, the dormitory precinct is to be sealed off, with egress and ingress strictly forbidden. I shall forthwith seek counsel from the senior disciples of the inner sanctum." The apprehensive outer disciples, buoyed by this newfound anchor, complied accordingly. Jiang Wang promptly pivoted and hastened towards the inner sanctum. The entirety of the eastern quarter was under the aegis of the Maple Forest Taoist Academy and its ancillary holdings. However, strictly speaking, only the enclave ensconced by towering walls at the very heart of the eastern district constituted the true Maple Forest Taoist Academy. Outer disciples such as Jiang Wang were dispersed in residences surrounding the academy proper, juxtaposed against the imposing archway and opulent jade lions gracing the outer academy's entrance. The inner sanctum's gate was comparatively diminutive, barely accommodating 4 individuals abreast. Yet, the meticulously crafted plaque, adorned with dragons and phoenixes shimmering ethereally in the nocturnal ambience, hinted at the exquisite craftsmanship within. A modest pavilion stood before the inner sanctum's gate, illuminated solely by a pair of ethereal cloud lanterns, and furnished with a solitary ice grass cushion. Upon this cushion sat a refined Taoist acolyte clad in hempen robes, eyes shut in meditative practice. This was Li Jianxiu, the inner sanctum disciple on duty for the day. Having hastened to this place, Jiang Wang offered a hurried obeisance. "Esteemed senior brother Li, a heretical demon is perpetrating violence in the outer courtyard. One junior brother has already been slain. I implore you to take command of the situation." For the outer disciples, each inner disciple who had embarked on the path of cultivation was akin to a luminary. Having been in the Taoist Academy for so long, Jiang Wang was naturally familiar with them all. As for Li Jianxiu, Jiang Wang, who had audaciously initiated a Taoist duel, drawing the dean himself to officiate, was certainly not an unknown figure. Moreover, as the one on duty, he could not shirk his responsibility. Thus, upon hearing but a single sentence, he rose, hand on his sword. "There is no need." A commanding voice reverberated, causing Li Jianxiu to immediately sheath his sword and bow in deference. Dean Dong A appeared at the entrance of the inner courtyard, his expression stern, verging on grim. "I shall personally handle this matter." Corpse Chi. He cast his gaze upon the wound on Jiang Wang's instep, inflicted by the flying head's bite. Extending his index finger, without any other discernible action, a verdant, pointed thorn materialized. Only then did Jiang Wang notice that the wound on his foot had festered, oozing black blood, filling him with dread. Grade C. Middle-ranked Taoist art, venom consumption thorn. This Taoist art is quite practical and can be utilized up to the intermediate level. Dong A offered a casual explanation as he lightly touched his index finger to the wound. Beyond the supergrade Taoist arts, ordinary Taoist arts are divided into 4 grades and 12 ranks. The boundless ocean of Taoist arts is so vast that one could not hope to explore it fully in a lifetime. Each Taoist cultivator who embarks on the path of transcendence must clearly understand what kind of Taoist art is most suitable for them, and through constant combat and exploration, form their own combat system. The sharp thorn was thrust into Jiang Wang's foot, and within moments, it turned a deep black hue. In just a few breaths, the thorn had transformed entirely, its surface now a glossy ebony, while the wound, no longer exhibiting any traces of bruising, bled a vibrant crimson. Jiang Wang hurriedly tore a piece from his garment to bandage the injury. Li Jianxiu silently observed this scene, lost in thought. At that moment, Dong Asai inquired, "What has transpired?" Jiang Wang succinctly recounted the events, refraining from further comment. He held on to the belief, and could only hope, that the head of the Tao Academy in Fenglin City would provide him with justice regarding the assassination attempt within the academy. A subtle smile crept across Dong Asai's lips, yet his serious demeanor rendered the smile particularly chilling. Those who dared to meddle in the affairs of the Fenglin City Tao Academy showed a blatant disregard for the institution. And for me, Dong Asai, with a flourish of his robe and fingers outstretched, he bent low, pressing towards the earth. Jade cage, centered upon his fingertips. An invisible force of the wood element radiated outward in all directions. The doors of the entire academy slammed shut with a thunderous noise, branches extending and swelling uncontrollably. The ivy clinging to the walls sprang upwards like serpents, intertwining mid-air. All wooden objects within the academy underwent a transformation. Wooden chairs sprouted limbs, window frames clawed outward. Great trees burst forth from the ground, and thorns danced wildly. In an instant, under the cover of night, the entire Fenglin Dao Academy was transformed into a verdant prison. Chapter 9, Attitude. Though this sequence of events may seem prolonged, Jiang Wang's rush to the inner courtyard and Dong Asai's decisive action unfolded in a mere blink of an eye. Just before the vine serpent could completely encircle its prey in midair, a pallid figure perceived an opening and ascended with astonishing velocity, appearing on the verge of escaping certain doom. Innumerable wooden splinters erupted forth, instantly piercing through him. His body convulsed in the air until the violent barrage ceased, whereupon he plummeted lifelessly from the sky. From cranium to calf, he was riddled with a dense network of bloody apertures, beyond any hope of resuscitation. The entire Taoist Academy fell into a profound silence, every disciple, whether of the outer or inner court, deeply shaken by the spectacle. Jiang Wang's eyelids twitched. Had that bizarre heretical demon truly met his end so abruptly? Dong A, however, spared not a glance, stating impassively, "The remaining one still lurks? How ludicrous!" With leisurely strides, he ascended into the air, declaring, "Everything within the emerald cage is under my dominion, all teeming with vitality, save for your scent, which is utterly repugnant." He extended his right hand and gently clenched it. A door sprouted a massive hand, seizing a nearby individual disguised as an outer court disciple. The wooden hand's fingers unfurled, swiftly traversing the body and locking it firmly in place. Concurrently, the wooden arm elongated rapidly, lifting the person before Dong A in the sky. "Speak," Dong A commanded, his back to the starlit expanse, looking down upon the audacious assassin. "Who sent you? How dare you commit such atrocities within the academy?" Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, silently awaiting the response. The assassin, of unremarkable countenance, suddenly grinned, and his entire head exploded. Dong A's fist tightened, a layer of water membrane instantly enveloping the crimson and white remnants, forming a swollen sphere of water. He cast another glance at the earlier corpse, and a seed burst forth from the soil, growing rapidly, its buds blossoming into a gaping maw that enveloped the body entirely. Dong A swiftly tossed a water orb into the mouth as well. The flower's large mouth then closed, retracting back into the earth. Thus, the two corpses were dealt with. Yet the fury on Dong A's face became increasingly evident. How could the cultivation seeds of my Zhuang kingdom be harmed within the Dao Academy? The audacity of those from the left path is intolerable. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The city lord's mansion must provide this academy with an explanation. Regardless of who the instigator may be, they shall be punished. The might of a fifth-tier expert was fully unleashed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire city. Many in Fenglin City changed countenance upon hearing it. Shortly thereafter, a resounding voice echoed through the city. It was Wei Qiji, the city lord of Fenglin, assuring Dong A that this matter would indeed be addressed. Regardless of who or what was involved, once the culprit was identified, they would be mercilessly dealt with. Jiang Wang observed this scene unfold, sensing he had brushed against a turbulent whirlpool beneath the surface. The Dao Academy is the cradle of talent for the nation, pivotal to its destiny. Committing violence within the academy has undoubtedly crossed Dong A's bottom line. The Qin dynasty had long since torn away a layer of dignity from the Zhuang kingdom by exploiting the situation to their advantage. Now, with the left path committing violence within the Dao Academy, although the intent remains unclear, it is difficult to dismiss the notion of testing the government's response. Moreover, prior to today, it was well known that Dong A and Wei Qiji were not in alignment. The former belonged to the faction of the Prime Minister Du Rahai, while the latter was an old subordinate of the Grand General Huangfu Duanming. Given Dong A's formidable prowess, there was no need for such a grand display to unearth the malevolent entities. His act of employing Taoist techniques to envelop the entire courtyard, followed by a distant dialogue with Wei Qiji, appeared more as a demonstration of strength, a declaration of intent, aimed at intimidating those lurking in the shadows. The state of Zhuangguo was anything but tranquil. "Let us disperse," Dong A stated impassively, before descending from the heights. The door returned to its place, and the vine serpent slithered back to the wall. The entire Taoist Academy instantly reverted to its original state. The night seemed perpetually serene. Everything felt like a fleeting dream. Yet, the unhealed wound reminded Jiang Wang of the stark reality. This was the true power of a fifth-tier expert. It was also the vista he aspired to ascend. When Zhao Ruqing arrived at the Taoist Academy, the situation had already calmed. Only a few disciples from the outer court remained gathered, animatedly discussing the principal's imposing presence. In the dormitory, he encountered Jiang Wang, who was meticulously polishing his sword with a handkerchief adorned with golden threads. The handkerchief, of course, belonged to Zhao Ruqing, for no one else in the dormitory would possess such an item. Zhao Ruqing first noticed Jiang Wang's carefully rewrapped foot, mocking him. "Oh, have you been injured again? Is there some embellishment in your title as the foremost swordsman of the outer court?" "Not at all," Jiang Wang replied, continuing to wipe the blade. "Once I squeeze out the excess, I could still teach you a lesson." At this, he lifted his gaze, grinning at Zhao Ruqing. "Brother, isn't it just a year older than me? You've merely trained an additional year in swordsmanship." Zhao Ruqing pouted. "A year older is still older, brother." He spat out a bit of spittle in annoyance. "Can you stop polishing already? Do you know how many of your worn swords I could purchase with this handkerchief?" Jiang Wang laughed arrogantly, saying, "But do you realize how much my sword, which I have wielded, will be worth in exchange for your handkerchief in the future?" Upon uttering these words, both he and Zhao Ruqing fell silent. Such remarks were typically characteristic of Fang Pingju. Using Zhao Ruqing's embroidered golden handkerchief to clean swords was a bad habit he had fostered. In his own words, "Our brother's swords are destined to be passed down through the ages. How can we neglect their maintenance? To use such a fine handkerchief for wiping one's face is quite wasteful." Although Ruqing is handsome, can his visage endure through the ages? Some individuals have already vanished, yet the imprints they left continue to endure for a long time. It was Zhao Ruqing who broke the silence first, redirecting the conversation. "Third brother, what do you think the demon's assault on the Dao Academy is aimed at? Will it affect you? Perhaps not by mere chance? The Fang family should not possess such audacity." Jiang Wang shook his head, uncertain. "By the way, have you seen the eldest brother? Ling he went to the Fang residence at noon to return the corpse, yet he has yet to return, which causes me concern." Zhao Ruqing raised an eyebrow. "I heard he was expelled from the Fang household. Where he went next remains unknown to me." After a moment of silence, Jiang Wang suggested, "Let us go and search for him. If you wish to find him, I shall not accompany you in aiding the do-gooder with his charitable deeds." Zhao Ruqing retorted with a smirk. "Hey, it's not as if I was the one who turned him away. Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Wang merely gazed at him in silence. Reluctantly, Zhao Ruqing conceded, all right. However, at such a late hour, where shall we search?" First, Jiang Wang analyzed. He certainly would not have discarded him in a mass grave. Yet, he is devoid of funds, Zhao Ruqing interjected. And then, he is a person deeply tied to his emotions. Jiang Wang rose and made his way outside. "I know where he has gone. I am also aware of what he is doing." Zhao Ruqing followed closely behind, wrinkling his elegant nose, clearly on the verge of tears. Chapter 10. A grave of yellow earth, fair beauty and white bones exiting from the western gate of Maple Forest City. One continues along the official road for approximately 7 or 8 li, then turns left onto a small path. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, one arrives at the Green Willow River, adorned with weeping willows encircling its banks. At this moment, the evening breeze caressed their faces, and the bright moon was mirrored upon the shimmering waves, creating a scene of glistening beauty. As Jiang Wang emerged from the path, he beheld Ling He's gaunt silhouette, standing by the riverbank like a silent tree. "Ah, let me see. Zhao Ruqing darted in front of him, craning his neck. "You must be hiding and crying, aren't you?" Ling He, somewhat helpless, responded, "What brings you here? You sound a bit hoarse. You must have been weeping." Just then, a rough voice emerged from the grass by the riverbank. "Zhao, do you realize how troublesome you can be at times? Huge tiger, you are here too?" Zhao Ruqing shrank back slightly. Yehu, this rugged man, was known for his propensity to resort to violence over the slightest provocation, without regard for his handsome features. "I was already here drinking," Yehu replied somewhat begrudgingly, the scent of alcohol swirling in the evening breeze. "I didn't expect you to drag that fellow along too. What bad luck. Indeed. Why bother burying him at all?" Zhao Ruqing responded. "Such heartless wretches should be cast directly into the river, allowing them to drift downstream and serve as sustenance for the fish and shrimp." Jiang Wang glanced towards the direction where Du Yehu had emerged, pondering his burial site. "Old third," Ling He remarked, mindful of Jiang Wang's sentiments. "I have not forgotten Peng Zhu's misdeeds, yet I also remember his virtues. My family's circumstances were dire, often leaving me hungry. Peng Zhu would frequently feign a desire for martial guidance, holding me back until mealtime arrived. His demise was justly deserved, however." I cannot bear the thought of his body left to decay in the wilderness. Of course, you have also treated me well. During the campaign against the Qingyo stronghold, you risked yourself to save me. What is the purpose of this conversation? Jiang Wang interrupted. My father once told me that adults differ fundamentally from children. The first lesson for an adult is to find common ground while respecting differences. The notion of I will not play with him, so you must not either belongs to the realm of children. You may hold deep affection for Fang Pingjiu, while I remain resolute in my severance from him. It is simply the nature of things. Ling He nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the verdant banks of the Lu River under the night sky, feeling an uncanny sense of nostalgia. The surroundings had changed little, yet we ourselves have transformed. Nothing remains unaltered. The only constant in this world is the inevitability of change. Zhao Ruqing, with a profound expression, concluded this thought before shamelessly leaning closer to Ling He. Burying someone shouldn't take this long. You two must have wept profusely, haven't you? No sooner had he spoken than he sprang to his feet, deftly dodging the swift kick aimed at him by Du Yehu. TSK. The frustration has turned to anger. Just as he was in the midst of his provocative remarks, he hastily clasped his hands and bowed, exclaiming, My apologies. Brother Hu. Du Yehu, already eager to engage, charged forward, affirming, You are not at fault. I was just about to weep in your embrace. Observing the playful scuffle between the two, Ling He remarked thoughtfully, Yet I believe there are certain truths that remain immutable. I concur with half of your statement. Jiang Wang interjected. The sparring between Du Yehu and Zhao Ruqing unexpectedly escalated into a chaotic melee involving all four of them. Fists and feet flew, each attempting to trip the other. By the end, they were all panting heavily, yet laughter erupted in unison, followed by an embrace of shared tears. Should anyone wander near the Green Willow River that night, tales of water ghosts and other strange phenomena would surely circulate. The four brothers ultimately departed side by side from the Green Willow River, leaving behind a place that encapsulated their youth and camaraderie. Silence enveloped them, save for Zhao Ruqing's parting murmur. When we reach the other side, do not harm your friends again, you scoundrel. The moonlight cascaded over the shimmering surface of the Green Willow River, also pouring down upon the dilapidated roof of the Jinjin Temple. Perhaps due to the moon's glow, the two figures conversing within the temple appeared strikingly pallid. One was a captivating woman, donned in a resplendent red garment, her figure exquisitely shaped, with enchanting curves. Particularly, the slight opening at her neckline revealed a dazzling expanse of fair skin that captivated the gaze. Her complexion was rather pallid, which could suggest a fragile, sickly demeanor. Yet she radiated an astonishing allure. Perhaps it was the vividness of her scarlet lips that contributed to this mesmerizing effect. She sat nonchalantly upon the dust-laden altar, her beauty juxtaposed with her composure. With a delicate touch, she traced her vermilion lips with her little finger, remarking, The beggars in this temple have all perished. A veritable vexation. What shall we use to invoke the divine decree? Her voice, seemingly meandering through the cobwebs of the eaves before reaching its intended destination, possessed a hollow resonance. The lifeblood of a cultivator would suffice, came the reply from the doorway. Unlike the woman in scarlet, the speaker appeared reluctant to even graze the dilapidated temple with his presence, shielding his face with a handkerchief embroidered with plum blossoms. Indeed, easily said. The woman in scarlet retorted. We must act surreptitiously even when dispatching mere mortals. To slay a cultivator? Would that not invite the wrath of the Zhuang Kingdom Academy? Sooner or later, everyone in this city will meet their end, the man declared, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Must we conduct our discourse in such a locale? The woman in scarlet chuckled. The illustrious Zhuo Guanglia, renowned throughout the land, met his demise here. The Zhuang Kingdom's forces have scoured this place inside and out countless times. Nowhere nearby is more untainted. At the mention of Zhuo Guanglia, she closed her eyes momentarily, a rapturous expression gracing her features, a flush rising upon her pallid cheeks. I can almost sense his virile essence still lingering. Let us return to the matter at hand, the man interjected, subtly curtailing her reverie. Wei Qiuji is not one to be trifled with, and now Dong-A has arrived. We must locate the dower with utmost haste. The Qin and Chu barbarians are embroiled in chaos here, disrupting the sacred ritual at the True View Temple. I propose, instead of furtively capturing a handful of mortals, it would be far simpler and more effective to directly sacrifice a practitioner. There are myriad ways to court death. Why confine oneself to such narrow thinking? Would it not suffice to draw a blade across one's throat or summon the heaven's wrath to consume one? Perhaps interrupted in her reverie, The woman clad in red opened her enchanting eyes, her smile fading. Before the Taoist appears, it is prudent to understand the essence of discretion. The man, visibly vexed, covered his nose and remarked, "Miao, it seems as though attacking the Maple Forest Tao Academy is not your intention. The ensuing turmoil could jeopardize our grand ambitions. What do you understand?" She retorted, "This world is vast, filled with unforeseen occurrences. Who could have anticipated that Zhuo Guanglie would perish in such a manner? And his untimely demise has just thwarted our sacrificial plans. The riverbed of the River of Oblivion has long been silent, and we cannot afford further misfortune." Presently, in Maple Forest City, Dong A is of utmost importance. We must ascertain his strength and limits. Certain sacrifices are inevitable. Furthermore, the woman named Miao Yu licked her lips. "Are you aware that the beggars in this dismal temple have not been entirely eradicated? I have sensed a familiar presence within the Maple Forest Tao Academy." The man's impatience grew. Why should I concern myself with the fate of a mere beggar? Miao Yu merely stretched languidly, her exquisite figure on full display, disdainfully thinking, "Fool." The man narrowed his eyes, concealing the fleeting desire that flickered within. "Do not presume that because you are ostensibly the woman of the Taoist, you can act with impunity. Over the millennia, countless saints have graced the teachings. When the Taoist manifests in this realm, whether he desires you or acknowledges you remains to be seen. Beauty and decay, ephemeral and illusory. Do you not perceive this?" He chuckled softly, turning to walk outside the temple. "Whether I can see through it or not is of little consequence. It is as it is." After a considerable time, the serene yet dilapidated old temple was filled with the seductive whispers, gently rippling like moonlight. How could he not love me? How could he forsake me? I have waited for so many years, enduring through the passage of time. Chapter 11. Do you remember when the immortal asked the path? By the babbling brook, the boy gripped his wooden sword tightly, fixating on the white-haired man approaching on a sword. "Your nature is commendable. Would you like to accompany me?" The white-haired man inquired. Despite his youth, how could he fail to appreciate the magnificent vistas of the azure skies? Just as he was about to respond affirmatively, a stubborn voice interjected from beside him. "Take me with you." The voice belonged to his companion, the very one he had just bested in their swordplay. The boy was acutely aware of his friend's obstinacy, having lost count of how many duels they had engaged in today alone. Yet, this companion, having suffered defeat once before, was resolute in reclaiming victory. The boy contemplated. "Then we can embark on our journey together." Many details had faded from his memory, but he still vividly recalled the white-haired man's penetrating gaze. As clear as a babbling brook and as lofty as the expanse of the sky, the white-haired man gazed upon them with a pair of enigmatic eyes, observing the two inseparable children. A cryptic smile played upon his lips. "I shall take only one disciple," he declared. He reiterated, "Both of you are exceptional. Yet I can only choose one. What to do?" The boy pondered in that fleeting moment. But before he could contemplate further, he was abruptly thrust into the stream. Splash! The sound of water bursting forth. His companion, the friend with whom he had frolicked in innocence, showed no hesitation in pushing him into the water. Through the rippling waves, he glimpsed his friend's impassive face and the unwavering gaze of the white-haired man. Then, a streak of frosty sword light surged into the sky. His little comrade and the white-haired man became enveloped in that resplendent and dazzling radiance, appearing as a sudden lightning bolt on a clear day, arriving abruptly and departing just as unexpectedly. Like the tales of countless celestial beings crossing paths with the lamentable and mundane, they left behind a lingering sense of disbelief, a haunting inability to let go, and the unsettling awakenings that plagued him in the depths of night. Jiang Wang opened his eyes, enveloped by the inky darkness of the night. The dormitory was eerily silent, with Ling He and Du Yehu's breaths resonating in a unique rhythm. Jiang Wang understood that they were practicing the fundamental breathing techniques. Though elementary, this knowledge was bestowed only upon the inner disciples, a foundational art painstakingly established by the Zhuangwa Dao Academy over the course of a century. Within the inner courtyard of the Fenglin City Dao Academy, the selection of new disciples unfolded with little suspense. Ling He, Du Yehu, and Zhao Ruqing emerged as the latest members of the inner sect, their names inscribed upon the jade registers revered in the shrine. However, until they manifest their Dao veins, they cannot be considered formal Ma-yi Daoists. The opening of the meridians is a rare and precious opportunity, and even though the academy is supported by the state, it cannot afford to bestow this boon upon every disciple freely. As the most distinguished among the outer disciples, they must typically endure at least a year, accumulating sufficient merits to earn the coveted opening elixir. Only the disciple who achieves the highest contributions among the outer sect each year can exchange their efforts for a single opening elixir. This serves as a particular incentive for the outer disciples. Thus, with Jiang Wang's emergence in this cohort, no one else can replicate his journey. Even so, Jiang Wang's path was one of relentless struggle and bloodshed, painstakingly accruing the contributions necessary for the elixir. Currently, throughout the entire area of Fenglin City, there is not another bandit of the West Mountain to hunt down. One must enter the outer sect of the academy, diligently hone their skills, and defeat countless competitors to gain entry into the inner sect. Upon entering, they must continue their rigorous training while amassing task contributions, ultimately receiving the opening elixir and stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. This represents the conventional path for cultivators in Zhuanggua, an evidently broad and promising avenue. However, in comparison to those fortunate enough to exhibit their Tao veins from birth and begin their cultivation directly within the inner sect, these youths advancing through the outer sect indeed squander an excessive amount of time. The path of cultivation is fraught with delays. A single misstep leads to a cascade of setbacks. This is precisely why Jiang Wang was compelled to undertake perilous missions during his time in the outer sect. And it is also the reason why Fang Pingju could not restrain his insatiable greed. No one is willing to await so many years. Thus, Jiang Wang comprehended Fang Pingju's yearning but could not condone his methods. Among extraordinary warriors like Ling He and Du Yehu, who could possibly harbor a lesser desire for the transcendent than Fang Pingju? Yet, none of them resorted to such despicable acts. Jiang Wang's father once imparted a profound truth: a person is defined by their choices. Jiang Wang firmly believed in this axiom. He found himself ensnared in a formidable decision. It is widely recognized that cultivators are classified into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the most esteemed, while the 9th rank is perceived as the inception of the extraordinary. The hallmark of attaining the 9th rank is the realization of the Tao rotation and the self-manifestation of the Tao Yuan. Cultivators have traversed an extensive and immeasurable history, leading to a meticulous and profound study of this initial step into the extraordinary. The spine is regarded as the great dragon of the human body, with the Tao meridians concealed within it. Once the Tao meridians manifest, cultivators can channel their vital energy to invigorate the meridians, thus generating the Tao Yuan. The Tao Yuan forms the foundation of all Taoist arts and the essence of the extraordinary. Take Jiang Wang's Earthworm Meridian as an example. Each activation of the Earthworm necessitates a significant expenditure of vital energy, traversing the entirety of the spinal dragon before a single Tao Yuan can be produced. For a cultivator of Jiang Wang's caliber, the maximum feasible practice of meridian activation is twice daily, accumulating a mere 2 Tao Yuans. It is not due to a lack of effort, but rather the limitations of his physique. The consumption of vital energy is excessively taxing, detrimental to his essence and spirit, rendering the endeavor futile. Upon accumulating Tao Yuans, the subsequent step involves the spiritual harnessing of the Tao Yuan, meticulously arranging the corresponding array points according to the foundational array diagram. Once the array is established, the Tao rotation is birthed. As a cultivator who has already opened their meridians, the Fenglin City Tao Academy naturally imparts the foundational array diagram, which is universally employed by the state of Zhuang specifically. The returning Yuan array, comprising a total of 81 array points. In other words, under the condition that he meticulously enumerates the foundational formation without a single error, he would still require at least 41 days, nearly a month and a half, to truly attain the status of a 9th rank cultivator. The 2 Tao Yuan he had previously accumulated have already been depleted in battle. Before this, Jiang Wang had little to trouble him, but now, unexpectedly entering the realm of the void illusion, he has inherited Zhua Guanglie's Dong's Hangsu blessed land and unlocked the corresponding sword discussion platform and Tao performance platform, thus presenting him with new woes. After acquiring the Gue Yuan formation diagram yesterday, he devoted all his 1850 points of merit to the simulation of the foundational formation in order to test the efficacy of the Tao performance platform. Ultimately, he obtained an exceedingly intricate diagram of the celestial star formation, which comprises 365 formation points. Setting aside the difficulty of arranging the celestial star formation, even if he could perfectly replicate the foundational formation, it would take him at least half a year to generate the first Tao spin. Subsequently, ascending from 9th to 8th rank requires establishing 3 Tao spins, while the transition from 8th to 7th rank necessitates the establishment of 9 Tao spins. By such calculations, The passage of time feels interminably long. Undoubtedly, the celestial star formation surpasses the Gue Yuan formation in strength. Yet the prolonged time required for its foundation is precisely where Jiang Wang hesitates. He urgently needs to elevate his cultivation to catch up with those whose innate Tao veins are manifest, but time is of the essence. However, after awakening from tonight's dream, he has already made his decision. Jiang Wang closes his eyes, channeling the soul Tao Yuan generated from his meridian breakthrough yesterday, slowly maneuvering it within his spine. In the hazy perception of the world while wielding the Tao Yuan, he finds himself in an expansive, boundless, and vast space. Due to the presence of the great dragon, this place is often referred to as the Spine Sea. However, among practitioners, it is more famously known as the Celestial Palace. Traversing through the Celestial Palace and unlocking the gate of heaven and earth signifies the transformation from an initial stage practitioner to a mid-stage one. Within the boundless expanse of the Celestial Palace, a Tao Yuan appears as minuscule as a speck of dust. Yet, it does not drift aimlessly. Instead, it steadfastly embodies Jiang Wang's indomitable will. It shifts and maneuvers until it finally hovers at its destined place, the position of the sun star within the constellation diagram. At the moment this Tao Yuan suspends, Jiang Wang seemingly glimpses the eyes of the white-haired practitioner from his childhood. He can never forget the moment he was thrust into the water. Those eyes seem to convey to him that the path of cultivation is a struggle. Chapter 12. The use of the unfilled the Tao is vast, yet its application remains unfulfilled. Oh, the abyss. It resembles the source of all things. Refine its exchange. Untangle its complexities, harmonize its radiance, and coexist with its dust. Ah, it seems to linger. I do not know whose child it is, the progenitor of the symbolic emperor. The voice of the elderly Taoist delivering the teachings was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every listener in the lecture hall. Upon finishing his final word, his brows and eyes suddenly drooped, as if on the verge of slumber, embodying the frailty of old age. Jiang Wang dared not be negligent. He, along with his senior brothers, paid their respects before rising to leave their seats. Despite the unassuming appearance of this elder, he is the vice president of the Tao Academy in Maple Forest City, Songqifang. More accurately, prior to Dong Ali's arrival, he served as the president of the academy and has been rooted in Maple Forest City for several decades. However, having surpassed 80 years of age, his cultivation remains stagnant at the 7th tier, unable to unlock the gate of heaven and earth. Thus, he had long since lost the ambition to strive, immersing himself in scriptures and dedicating his heart to the dissemination of knowledge and teachings. Consequently, he garnered considerable affection and respect. When Dong A arrived, he neither contended nor competed, but instead wholeheartedly supported Dong A, enabling him to smoothly take control of the Tao Academy in Maple Forest City. In return, Dong A bestowed upon him profound respect. In all of Maple Forest City, none could surpass Songqifang in terms of moral stature and esteemed reputation. Even upon exiting the gates of the academy, Jiang Wang's heart remained unsettled, enveloped in profound contemplation. What is the Tao? Invisible and intangible, yet omnipresent and boundless. How does one come to recognize, understand, and pursue it? The more one seeks, the more one learns, the more one comprehends, the more one feels the weight of ignorance and insignificance. One can only sigh, ah, the depths! How vast indeed! Ling he walked and recited, wishing to savor the words repeatedly. Although Zhao Ruqing had never placed great emphasis on his studies, he seemed to ponder deeply. Only Du Yehu yawned incessantly, as if he had just awoken from a deep slumber. Among the 10 selected students from the inner academy in terms of foundational breathing techniques, Du Yehu's progress was only slightly behind Jiang Wang, who had already manifested his Tao veins, which spoke volumes of his extraordinary talent. Yet, he struggled to grasp the so-called classics of the Tao. In stark contrast, when it came to courses on techniques and spells, he instantly came alive with vigor. It is indeed true that the inner sect represents the true Tao Academy. In the past, within the outer sect, one merely received basic martial teachings, with occasional visits from senior brothers of the inner sect to provide guidance. However, upon entering the inner sect, one attended a scripture class every 5 days and a technique class every 10 days, both taught by seasoned practitioners of the Tao. In the ordinary course of practice, should any doubts arise, one may freely seek counsel from the elders. The martial techniques, which must be earned through contributions in the outer sect, are entirely accessible to the inner disciples without restriction. However, for the inner disciples of the Tao Academy, this holds little allure. It is not that martial arts lack strength. Rather, the entire cultivation community of the Zhuang Kingdom predominantly adheres to the Taoist methods. Although the Tao Academy in Fenglin City has gathered some martial techniques, they merely serve as a transitional supplement during the period of outer disciples, thus lacking considerable potency and certainly falling short of the formidable power of Taoist arts. Consequently, few would forsake the immediate for the distant. "Brother Jiang, please wait." A voice resonated from behind. Jiang Wang turned to find Fong Helling, a fellow who had also been selected for the inner sect, hailing from one of the three prominent families of Fenglin City, with Fong Pengju being his cousin. It is noteworthy that he was not initially qualified for selection into the city's Tao Academy's inner sect. However, it has become an unspoken rule that one of the three great families must occupy a spot in each selection period. Fong Pengju's selection was thus entirely legitimate. While the circumstances surrounding Fong Helling's selection remain shrouded in mystery, possibly involving undisclosed concessions from the Fong family, this reality underscores that although cultivation is an extraordinary path, human endeavors are invariably intertwined with intricate relationships, devoid of purity. Even the Tao Academy in Fenglin City is not exempt from this truth. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Wang inquired, his tone nonchalant. "Oh, it is nothing of great consequence," replied Fong Helling, clad in a moon-white robe, who offered a courteous gesture that lent him an air of elegance. "I merely wish to extend an apology on behalf of Fong Pengju for his ambitious and unscrupulous actions. He has been expelled from our family lineage. My family does not harbor such unprincipled individuals. He is his own person, you are yours. There was no need for you to apologize on his behalf. His actions bear no relation to you." After speaking, Jiang Wang departed, as he was disinclined to indulge in the theatrics of such a privileged young man. However, Fong Helling evidently felt insulted. Considering his esteemed lineage as one of the three prominent families of Fenglin City, he deemed it appropriate to apologize to someone of Jiang Wang's impoverished background. Jiang Wang should have at least expressed gratitude or shared a moment of mutual respect, yet Fong Helling was met with an icy demeanor. What was Jiang Shixiang so anxious about? Fong Helling hastily quickened his pace, positioning himself before Jiang Wang's party, and cheerfully remarked, "I forgot to mention to Jiang Shixiang that I recently ingested an opening meridian pill, and my meridians are already manifesting." He endeavored to temper his excitement, yet his pride was palpable. "And then?" Jiang Wang inquired. Fong Helling paused briefly before replying. "In this round of inner court selections, only the two of us have exhibited our meridians ahead of time. Thus, we ought to cultivate a closer camaraderie." Youthful as he was, his upbringing had instilled in him a sense of decorum, yet his words betrayed a hint of arrogance. He truly held no grudge against Jiang Wang for Fong Pengju's demise. Had Fong Pengju lived, he would not have the current opportunity. If not for the need to uphold the prestige of the three prominent families and secure a spot in the inner court selections for Fenglin City's Tao Academy, even with his father poised to become the next head of the Fong family, it would have been difficult to persuade the clan to invest significantly in the opening meridian pill. Otherwise, his entry into the inner sect would have to be postponed until the following year, or perhaps he might not gain admission then either. After all, there were only 10 spots available each year, and countless eyes from across Fenglin City were watching. If there were other members of the family who surpassed him in excellence, his father could not overtly display favoritism. The prior reservation of that position by Fong Pengju serves as a testament to this. Jiang Wang let out a soft acknowledgement and circumvented Fong Helling, proceeding ahead on his own. He was well aware that Fong Helling was the legitimate heir to the Fong family's leadership, a scion of the three prominent surnames. He also recognized that, at least for the time being, Fong Helling had no intention of instigating any conflict with him. In fact, to uphold the family's reputation, he would likely even feign brotherly camaraderie, exuding an air of amicability. Yet, why should this be the case? Why should someone as remarkable as Fong Pengju be reduced to desperately seeking a mere opening pulse elixir, only to be met with frustration, leading him to become increasingly radical and impatient? And mere days after his demise, Fong Helling found himself in possession of it. The true nature of Fong Helling was not lost on others, but did his brothers not perceive it as well? If he had any semblance of merit, the Fong family would never have permitted Fong Pengju to shine. Even if Fong Pengju had betrayed his benefactor and met his untimely end, did this inconsequential young master have the right to trample upon his legacy? Jiang Wang's restraint in not erupting on the spot was already commendable. Linhe, Duyehu, and the others had not even spared him a glance throughout the entire ordeal. As the group departed, they left Fong Helling standing there, his smile gradually freezing into a mask of disbelief. He never anticipated being so thoroughly overlooked. After he consumed the opening pulse elixir and manifested his path, entering the inner sanctum, he was still disregarded. He recalled the initial moments of his entrance into the outer gate, where he encountered these prominent figures of the outer sect. Filled with enthusiasm, he approached to greet his cousin's acquaintances, hoping to make their acquaintance. Yet, his cousin failed to even acknowledge him, casually linking arms with these individuals as they sauntered away. The sense of loss from that time lingered in his mind, unforgotten. Thus, as soon as he consolidated his meridians, he approached Jiang Wang and the others. He was uncertain whether he sought to prove something, but at the very least, these individuals must behold him. Yet, nothing transpired. Although everything had changed, it felt as if nothing had altered at all. Jiang Wang, Fong Helling shouted inwardly. He endeavored to maintain a composed expression, yet his countenance betrayed him, appearing exceedingly grim. Chapter 13. Morning welcomes the purple chi, evening draws the danxia. The sun finally sank in the western horizon, and the entire earth succumbed to night with a resigned sigh. Within the Tongtian Palace, the diminutive earthworm had traversed a long journey, finally expelling a plump and resplendent Dao Yuan. The dawn's first light and the dusk's impending twilight represent the most opportune moments for cultivation throughout the day. The sun radiates warmth without harshness, nurturing yet gentle, particularly beneficial for novice practitioners, as it offers excellent protection for the Dao meridians. There have been instances where practitioners have attempted to cultivate at noon, only to be scorched by the sun's true fire, igniting their inner flames and resulting in devastating injuries to their meridians. This phenomenon is what is referred to as welcoming the purple chi in the morning and drawing in the danxia at dusk. Even Jiang Wang, with a physique honed from years of martial training, felt the essence of his blood and chi being strained to a critical point, where further exertion would jeopardize his vital energy. The little earthworm within the Tongtian Palace appeared somewhat listless as well. However, at this critical juncture, the body did not exhibit a sense of weakness. The Dao Yuan nurtured within the Tongtian Palace resembled countless tiny hearts, perpetually pulsating with power. This experience profoundly impressed upon Jiang Wang the teachings received in class, from the essence of blood and chi to the emergence of Dao Yuan. This represents a sublime elevation of power, the very premise upon which one transcends the ordinary. It is said that true martial practitioners do not cultivate the essence of the Dao, but rather focus solely on refining their physical bodies and honing their vital energy. This represents an entirely different path. In the present world, where myriad lords rise and sects flourish, 100 schools contend, and the Dao is boundless, one could proclaim it an era of flourishing cultivation. However, for Jiang Wang, who resides in the state of Zhuang, he possesses no other choice. With utmost care, Jiang Wang maneuvered the essence of the Dao within the celestial palace, striving to complete the already familiar formation of the constellation array. This endeavor was far from effortless. Just as the power of the spirit has its limits, akin to that of vital energy, there comes a stage where both reach their thresholds. For a fledgling practitioner like Jiang Wang, who has only just embarked on the path of the extraordinary, moving the essence of the Dao twice a day is the utmost limit. Exceeding this would lead to mental fatigue, and in severe cases, could even jeopardize one's sanity. Jiang Wang was acutely aware that the foundational formation he had chosen required considerable time and effort, which made him particularly cautious, treading as if on thin ice. A single misstep would necessitate starting anew, and he afforded himself no time for such a luxury. Each day offered merely 2 opportunities to arrange the formation points, and he could not afford to miss a single one, even if the constellation array was far more intricate and challenging than the origin array. Had there been another person practicing alongside Jiang Wang, opting for the origin array, they would undoubtedly progress much faster, given a perfect arrangement of formation points. Jiang Wang was uncertain if his choice was indeed the correct one, yet having made a decision, there was no turning back. The only path forward was to exert every ounce of his strength to achieve the best possible outcome. Fortunately, he performed admirably. After the final pulse training session of the day, dozens of Dao Yuan hovered within the Tongtian Palace, each one plump and ripe, reminiscent of mature rice in an autumn field, exuding the fragrance of a bountiful harvest. These would serve as his sustenance for ascension. However, for Jiang Wang, there remained a pressing matter. At this moment, the dormitory was desolate. Ling He and Du Yehu had both departed on missions, and as initiates of the inner sect, their desire for the opening pulse elixir was palpable. Jiang Wang's mind sank as he entered the void illusion realm, Today was the 15th of July, a day designated for challenges. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was set to confront the challenge posed by the master of the Qingyu platform. He would successfully demote himself. The scene was familiar, the magnificent starry sky. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged, silently observing the shadow of the sundial, awaiting the moment the challenge would commence. He yearned to witness the true strength of formidable beings in this world. Although he had heard accounts of fierce confrontations within the Haijin pavilion, he had never witnessed one with his own eyes. Dong's previous strike had left their opponent utterly defenseless. Sitting amidst the stars, he felt his heart expand with vastness. When humanity first gazed upon the celestial expanse, history charged forth. In contrast to the boundless cosmos, all worldly matters appeared so insignificant and ethereal. Time passed. Though he could not discern how long, when 5 ink characters materialized on the sundial, Challenger withdraws. Jiang Wang felt a wave of relief wash over him, mingled with an inexplicable sense of regret. He preserved the merits produced by the Dongjin Su blessed land for this month. But perhaps it was merely a consequence of the formidable deterrent posed by the former landowner. That scorching figure named Zhuo Guangliye. Those who enter the illusory realm typically conceal their identities from the mundane world. Thus, apart from themselves, no one is privy to their esteemed reputation within this ethereal domain. Consequently, few are aware that the Lord of the Cave of Truth in the illusory realm is none other than the illustrious Zhuo Guangliye of the Great Chu in the earthly realm. Presently, such knowledge is even more elusive. Although there may have been accurate inferences drawn from combat styles in the past, those must now be entirely dismissed. Generally speaking, when an individual from the earthly realm perishes, their identity in the illusory realm dissipates as well. However, Zhuo Guangliye's forceful summoning of the true essence of Zhu Rong has nearly pierced through the fabric of time and space, intertwined with a potent obsession, leading to unforeseen consequences. This amalgamation resulted in the illusory realm's failure to promptly reclaim the void key, which became imprinted by Jiang Wang. As a result, he inherited all that Zhuo Guangliye possessed within the illusory realm. In the 23rd blessed land, the Cave of Truth, this month, he has generated 1,850 points of merit. The platform of doctrine. Jiang Wang silently contemplated. An ethereal bamboo table materialized before him, appearing as naturally as crops sprouting from the earth, the process itself overlooked. Upon the table lay nothing but an open jade tome, currently blank. Jiang Wang had previously experienced this. He need only visualize the technique he wished to deduce and invest the corresponding energy, and ultimately, the technique would manifest upon the jade pages. The foundational array. The celestial star formation was derived through the deduction of the returning essence formation. Now, with the foundational array incomplete, the Tao had yet to rotate, and the Tao essence was one short. Thus, deducing the Tao techniques was evidently impractical. Even Jiang Wang himself had merely simulated it in his mind, never having truly practiced the Tao techniques. In the early stages of cultivation, the essence of Tao is exceedingly precious. However, it cannot be said that one should idly set aside their accomplishments for the future. It is imperative to understand that the path of cultivation demands relentless progress. Stagnation equates to regression. The uncertainty of tomorrow and unforeseen events renders it crucial to strive for self-enhancement at every phase. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wang selected a particularly fierce sword technique from among his most proficient skills for further exploration. The energy consumed for this endeavor amounted to 1850 points. Throughout the entirety of the Zhuang kingdom, the prevailing atmosphere emphasizes the importance of Taoist arts over martial prowess. Yet, Jiang Wang found himself with no alternatives at this stage. His foundation was not yet solidified, and he dared not wield even the most formidable Taoist techniques. Having committed to enhancing his swordsmanship, he resolved to exert every ounce of effort without reservation. The jade book upon the green bamboo table suddenly overflowed with numerous characters. These were the ordinary sword techniques Jiang Wang had learned from the outer sect of the Fenglin City Tao Academy, lacking in distinction apart from their ferocity. However, at that moment, the numerical representation of his energy on the sundial's shadow began to dwindle. While the characters within the jade book began to transform chaotically, Jiang Wang focused intently, witnessing the characters seemingly morph into figures, drawing their swords and dancing. Their movements accelerated, ultimately coalescing into a singular whirlwind. He could not help but squint, feeling as though he were pierced by their sharpness. When he blinked and looked again, the characters on the jade book had settled, revealing a profound sword technique that he had never encountered or even imagined before. In his time in the outer sect, Jiang Wang had been lauded as the foremost swordsman. Yet, as he perused this newfound technique, he suddenly perceived that his previous practice resembled mere rudimentary farming skills, fit only for tilling the fields. The energy reading on the sundial had reached 0, and Jiang Wang let out a contented sigh. Every effort had been worthwhile. Chapter 14. The Sword Among Emperors. Within the grand estate of Zhao Ruqing, sprawling over nearly 10 acres, two figures danced amidst the shimmering light of their swords. Their movements a swift blur. Clang. A tremor coursed through Zhao Ruqing's hand, sending his long sword soaring from his grasp. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang's blade halted perilously close to his throat, a smile gracing his lips that was both enigmatic and playful. How formidable! Zhao Ruqing marveled, pondering the nature of this swordsmanship. While he and Jiang Wang possessed differing levels of skill, the disparity was not insurmountable. In their previous sparring sessions, he had managed to secure victory in 3 to 5 out of 10 duels. Yet today, after 20 encounters, he found himself without a single win. Jiang Wang, with a gentle smile, sheathed his sword, acknowledging the profound intricacies of this martial art, which seamlessly melded combat with philosophy. The technique comprised 9 stances of practice and 5 methods of lethal execution. At present, he had only mastered 4 stances of practice and 1 method of attack. Yet his comprehension of swordsmanship had significantly deepened. He believed his combat prowess had ascended to a commendable level. Confident that if he were to face the otherworldly assailant from that fateful night again, he would be a worthy contender. This swordsmanship is a serendipitous acquisition of mine, lacking a formal title. Ruqing, given your scholarly and martial prowess, what do you propose it should be named? Zhao Ruqing pondered momentarily before declaring. This shall be known as the Sword Among Emperors, aptly named. The purple chi ascends from the east. The phrase "the purple chi ascends from the east" sparked a glimmer of brilliance in Jiang Wang's eyes. A splendid name indeed. In that fleeting moment, he perceived an unprecedented grandeur emanating from Zhao Ruqing. Yet, it was likely an illusion, for in the next instant, Zhao Ruqing retrieved his fallen sword and bounded towards Jiang Wang, wearing the same carefree demeanor, grinning mischievously, and exclaimed, "Teach me, third brother." "Very well." Jiang Wang replied with a radiant smile. Both were masters of swordsmanship among mortals. Fully aware of the rarity and value of the purple chi ascends from the east sword technique, it is entirely distinct from the martial arts commonly disseminated in the mundane world. Rather, it embodies a transcendent sword manual capable of merging martial prowess with the Tao. Those formidable sword cultivators are by no means inferior to the adept practitioners of Taoist arts. Such a sword manual could undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed within the martial realm. Yet, the dynamic between the two individuals, one eager to learn and the other nonchalantly instructing, renders this sword manual seemingly inconsequential. Upon returning to the Tao Academy, Jiang Wang found that twilight had already descended. Zhao Ruqing typically did not linger within the academy unless engaged in coursework, exhibiting a distinctly indulgent nature. Lost in contemplation of the profound intricacies of the purple chi eastward sword technique, he only noticed Li Jianxiu standing with arms crossed at the entrance to the inner courtyard dormitory when he arrived. "What occupies your thoughts so deeply?" Li Jianxiu inquired, a faint smile playing upon his lips. "A few questions regarding swordsmanship," Jiang Wang replied candidly. "What brings you here, senior brother Li?" "No wonder junior brother Zhang's swordsmanship is exceptional," Li Jianxiu remarked with casual admiration before continuing. "Master Dong has asked you to visit him after the morning class tomorrow. I noticed you were absent from the dormitory, so I waited for a while." "I spent the entire afternoon at Ruqing's residence," Jiang Wang admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "I wouldn't dare trouble senior brother Li to wait for me. The inner disciples are attended to by dedicated servants, who manage their food and clothing to allow these Taoist aspirants to concentrate on their cultivation. Since Master Dong entrusted me with this message, it is not suitable for me to delegate it to another. I am hardly a member of the nobility, exalted enough to warrant waiting for someone else." Jiang Wang lowered his gaze slightly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Indeed, he felt apprehensive, knowing that Li Jianxiu was 2 years his senior and among the most distinguished individuals of that cohort. "It is a foregone conclusion that you will be furthering your studies at the prestigious Qinghao Academy, being one of the most exceptional talents within the entire city academy. And such an individual stood waiting for you before the dormitory, exhibiting not a trace of impatience." Li Jianxiu patted Jiang Wang on the shoulder. "I perceive that you, junior brother Jiang, possess limitless prospects. There is no need for such formality between us." Having spoken thus, he turned and departed. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, Immediately after the morning lessons concluded, Jiang Wang proceeded to Dong A's residence. Within the small courtyard, besides Li Jianxiu, were two other individuals. One of them was also a senior brother, named Zhang Linchuan, hailing from the Zhang family, one of the three prominent clans of Maplewood City. He was subtly recognized as one of the most formidable disciples within the city academy, possessing a considerable reputation. His appearance was not exceedingly handsome, yet he was tall and graceful, possessing an inherent elegance. His attire and adornments were refined and impeccable. At that moment, he stood in the courtyard, listening to what the person beside him was saying. The remaining individual in the courtyard was, unexpectedly, Fong Huling. Upon noticing Jiang Wang's arrival, he deliberately raised his voice. "Brother Zhang, yesterday the hunters from my estate delivered a pair of fine bear paws. Tomorrow, I shall engage the head chef of the moon-gazing pavilion to prepare them meticulously, so that we may all partake in their savor." Zhang Linchuan nodded with a smile. Fong Huling then turned to invite, "Senior brother Li, please join us as well." Li Jianxiu, not wishing to slight him, merely smiled. "If time permits, I shall attend." Before Fong Huling could continue his flattery, Li Jianxiu took a few steps towards the courtyard gate. "Junior brother Jiang has arrived?" He had intentionally come to greet him. Jiang Wang hurriedly hastened his pace, greeting, "My apologies, I am late." He approached Li Jianxiu, and then bowed to Zhang Linchuan in salutation. "Greetings, senior brother Zhang." He conspicuously disregarded Fong Huling. "Greetings." Zhang Linchuan smiled faintly, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents between Jiang Fong and the others. However, some individuals must assert their presence. "Humph." Fong Huling abruptly snorted and then spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Master Dong has issued instructions, and even senior brother Zhang and senior brother Li arrived early. I barely had time to attend the morning class before rushing here. I wonder what certain individuals have done to warrant Master Dong and the two seniors waiting for them." Jiang Wang remained unperturbed, merely clasping his fists and greeting to Li Jianxiu and Zhang Linchuan. His younger brother had just concluded his morning class and hurried over, which was by no means a sign of disrespect towards their master's orders. Morning and evening classes, reciting scriptures, and practicing breathing techniques. The chimes of dawn and dusk must not be neglected for even a moment. Li Jianxiu patted Jiang Wang's shoulder once more, signaling camaraderie. "No worries, we simply arrived early. Not you late." The path of cultivation indeed permits no laxity. Although Zhang and I do not need to recite scriptures with the junior disciples at the Scripture Academy, we have performed our morning exercises in our quarters. Fong Huling felt even more vexed, but with Li Jianxiu's intervention, he dared not stir up further trouble. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Master Dong stepped out. "Everyone's here?" He scanned the room, exuding an authority that commanded respect without anger. The four bowed in unison. "Master Dong." Dong waved his hand dismissively. He was a decisive and straightforward individual who disliked procrastination. He promptly stated, "I have summoned you today to assign a task. You are all aware of the previous incident involving the demon's attack on the outer courtyard, which resulted in the death of a disciple. The Criminal Investigation Division has been at it for quite some time without any leads. We need not wait for them to resolve our affairs. Thus, I am entrusting you with the investigation of this matter, to be assessed according to the standards of an 8th-tier task. Unlike the outer sect missions, the inner sect tasks commence with a determination of rank, typically defined by the most formidable power encountered during the task. Moreover, the unit of reward is no longer measured in contribution points but rather in Dao merit. The disparity in difficulty is vast, and consequently, the rewards differ significantly. For instance, to exchange for a Qi opening pill, one must accumulate an astronomical amount of contribution points, while a mere 100 points of Dao merit suffices. Nonetheless, acquiring those 100 points is no trivial feat taking into account the recent assault on the outer academy by demonic entities. The power exhibited by these beings was confined to the 9th rank. Master Dong assessed their strength at the 8th rank, likely as a form of encouragement. Jiang Wangfang and He Ling are the only two disciples currently manifesting their Dao veins, and they must be diligently refined. Lin Chuan and Jian Xiao, having practiced for a longer duration, should lead the two junior brothers in separate investigations. The task rewards are to be divided in a 9-to-1 ratio. The first to uncover leads will receive the majority. Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu both bowed respectfully, adhering to their master's orders. With a flourish of his sleeve, Master Dong returned to his quarters, evidently disinclined to involve himself in the ensuing matters. Zhang Linchuan, clearly prepared, pondered briefly before stating, "I have acquaintances in the Criminal Investigation Department. There are two particularly useful leads regarding this demonic assault. One is that the demons had resided at the Fortune Inn for 3 days prior to the attack, likely leaving behind some clues. The other is that a family in Tangxi Town was annihilated, and the lingering aura at the scene bears similarities to the demons that attacked our outer academy. Junior brotherly, which lead do you prefer? Li Jianxiu replied, this intelligence belongs to senior brother Jiang, so I shall defer to your judgment. Zhang Linchuan was not surprised. Had Li Jianxiu possessed any discernment, he would not have contested with him at this juncture. He merely spoke these words as a formality. At that moment, he nodded. Thus I would proceed to Tangxi Town, while junior brother Li would head to the Fulai Inn. Standing beside Zhang Linchuan, Fong Heling's eyes sparkled. With senior brother Zhang taking the lead, what could mere left-path demons possibly conceal? After speaking, he cast a glance at Jiang Wang, clearly pleased with himself. Observant individuals could easily discern that Tangxi Town presented a more suitable environment for the demons to lurk, with the clues being far more evident. In Fong Heling's view, this inaugural 8th grade mission, fresh from the novice stage, would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards for him. At that moment, Zhang Linchuan turned to Li Jianxiu and said, Junior brother Li, how about I take Jiang Wang along? Li Jianxiu, maintaining his composure, replied affirmatively. In truth, the arrangement of the group had already tacitly indicated their intended paths. Jiang Wang was more familiar with Li Jianxiu, while both Zhang Linchuan and Fong Heling hailed from prominent families. Although Jiang Wang could not comprehend why Zhang Linchuan did not choose the more closely related and familiar Fong Heling, he found himself without the luxury of choice and thus responded respectfully, Then I shall trouble you, senior brother Zhang. Both Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu, seasoned in experience, swiftly organized the task allocation and prepared supplies that might be needed for the mission. Jiang Wang busied himself assisting with the preparations. Only Fong Heling stood there, his expression shifting between shades of pale and flushed. He had a multitude of opinions he wished to express, yet found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 15. An entire spring Tangxi town, situated to the north of Folin City, is one of the 7 towns under the governance of Wei Qiuji, and it is the smallest and most remote among them. Nestled against the sprawling Qichang mountain range, the townsfolk primarily rely on the mountains for their livelihood, predominantly as hunters. Walking through Tangxi town, one observes the dilapidated houses and the sparse foot traffic. Occasionally, passers-by hurriedly traverse the path, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation. When compared not only to Fonglin City, but even to Fengxi Town, the birthplace of Jiang Wang, this place pales significantly. The villages surrounding Tangxi Town are scattered along the Qichang mountain range, where the inhabitants rely on hunting for their livelihood. Typically, they gather in the town only on the 1st and 15th days of the month. As it is not market day, the streets are sparsely populated. Having prepared extensively prior to this journey, Jiang Wang is thus able to provide some explanations to Zhang Linchuan. Although this trip is arranged by the dean for the elder brother to look after the younger, Jiang Wang is acutely aware that one cannot rely on others for guidance in every matter, and therefore does not dare to be negligent. Throughout the journey, Zhang Linchuan maintains a gentle smile, neither distant nor overly familiar, revealing little emotion. Without much ado, he simply nods in acknowledgement and proceeds towards the residence where the massacre occurred. While their visit represents the independent will of the Dao Academy, it is still prudent to inform the local authorities. At the entrance of the troubled household, the constable Tang Dun awaits their arrival. The couple, Tang Daniu and his wife, are natives of Tangxi Town. I used to brawl with Daniu when we were children. It is evident that this dark-skinned, rugged man is deeply troubled, his eyes, resembling cowbells, glistening with redness as he stands there, incessantly muttering, those despicable demon spawn are utterly detestable. Damn them! Damn them! Zhang Linchuan casts a sidelong glance at the constable's attire and inquires, Why are you here alone? Where is your captain? Our captain is occupied with other matters. Tang Dun replies, utterly oblivious to Zhang Linchuan's dissatisfaction, continuing on his own, You all are destined to become high-ranking officials. You must advocate for us. Intriguingly, in the quaint town of Tangxi, could there be anything more significant than this heinous massacre? Zhang Linchuan chuckled derisively, yet chose not to pursue the matter further. He waved his hand to interrupt Tang Dun's discourse and inquired pointedly, What leads have you uncovered in your investigation? What did the officers from the Criminal Investigation Department convey? It was evident that Dong A had dispatched his own men to investigate, clearly indicating a lack of trust in Wei Qiuji. Correspondingly, the officers from the Criminal Investigation Department were elusive, and the local government of Tangxi sent merely an inconsequential constable to attend to the matter, which was quite predictable. Tang Dun scratched his head. We have no significant leads. The esteemed officials from the Criminal Investigation Department have not shared any findings with us. Zhang Linchuan nearly laughed in exasperation. What was the purpose of his prolonged chatter if there were no leads at all? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and suppressed his irritation, stating, "Very well, let us proceed inside and investigate." Tang Dun swiftly tore down the seal on the door, fetched the key, and unlocked the imposing general's lock. Only then did he push open the wooden door. Jiang Wang noticed that the seal was no ordinary one, adorned with talismans meant to ward off evil. Clearly, the practitioners from the Criminal Investigation Department had taken measures to preserve the scene. As the seal was lifted and the portal swung open, a wave of odor, an amalgamation of decay, filth, and foulness, wafted forth. Jiang Wang stifled his discomfort as he surveyed the small courtyard, which was cluttered with items commonly used by hunters: hunting knives, traps, bows, and arrows, alongside some animal hides and cured meats, all in disarray. A hunting dog lay there, reduced to mere bones, positioned at the entrance. From its stance, it seemed to have been the first to detect the intruder, yet it had been swiftly dealt with in an instant. Jiang Wang turned to find Zhang Linchuan covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief embroidered with orchids. His brows furrowed in concern. Noticing Jiang Wang's inquiring gaze, Zhang Linchuan slightly raised his chin and spoke from beneath the handkerchief. "It is of no consequence. You may proceed." At that moment, Tang Dun stood hesitantly at the doorway, murmuring, "I think I shall refrain from entering. This place feels ominous, being merely immortal." Jiang Wang did not insist, nodding in agreement. "Very well." He then took the lead and stepped into the courtyard. An overwhelming and pungent stench of decay enveloped him instantaneously, saturating his olfactory senses. Such an intensity of deathly aura could not simply arise from the slaying of a few individuals or the summoning of a handful of undead. It felt as though it was channeling some malevolent presence. Zhang Linchuan glanced at Jiang Wang's hand resting on his sword, noting the long, fair, and strong fingers, which appeared both clean and robust. "Is it true that junior brother Jiang excels in swordsmanship?" he inquired. Jiang Wang surveyed his surroundings without turning back, responding, "I apologize for any embarrassment caused to senior brother Jiang. I have yet to master the path and can only rely on swordplay for self-defense," Zhang Linchuan remarked. "I heard that during the ambush on the outer sect, junior brother Jiang was among those attacked, yet managed to escape unscathed, indicating exceptional skill. In truth, it was quite perilous. The adversary was far more formidable than I. I was fortunate to alert my fellow disciples and thus evade capture." Beside the courtyard stood a makeshift doghouse, presently devoid of occupants. Jiang Wang's gaze swept across the area, noting the absence of any bloodstains. "The situation here appears dire. Be cautious, junior brother," Zhang Linchuan advised. "I understand," Jiang Wang replied. The small courtyard comprised 3 rooms, with the main hall directly facing the entrance, its door ajar. A skeletal figure lay prostrate upon the threshold, devoid of flesh, reduced to mere bone. Judging by the remnants of clothing, it appeared to be the residence's male occupant. The huntsman tanged and yelled. Gingerly, Jiang Wang stepped over the remains and entered the main hall. The hall's walls were bare, save for a centrally positioned table with 4 benches. Upon the table sat remnants of a meal, covered by a woven bamboo screen. Beneath the bench to the left lay the female occupant, as evidenced by the coarse cloth garments. Yet, the food remained unspoiled, while the bodies were reduced to bone. An inexplicable chill pricked at Jiang Wang's spine, and a sense of dread arose from an unknown source, compelling him to draw his sword. However, having weathered numerous life and death struggles, he restrained his instinct, wary of making a spectacle before Zhang Linchuan. The loss of flesh was assuredly not due to predation, but rather the work of some sinister sorcery. Zhang Linchuan, with a handkerchief held to his face, casually surveyed the surroundings, exhibiting disgust rather than fear. The demise of the 2 individuals was recent, yet the absence of flesh obscured many clues. Having encountered the demonic entities that assailed the outer courtyard, do you detect any familiarity? Jiang Wang shook his head. I perceive only skeletal remains, precluding definitive judgment. However, the pervasive miasma of death. Indeed, I was once afflicted by corpse poison during an attack by animated corpses, only to be cured by Instructor Dong. Zhang Linchuan nodded, maintaining the handkerchief over his mouth, and proceeded towards the room to the right of the hall. Let us investigate separately and promptly communicate any findings. Understood. Zhang Linchuan was a practitioner of the highest order, where the Tao swirled and the essence of the Tao was self-generated within the halls of the celestial palace. Jiang Wang felt no concern for him and proceeded to draw his sword, making his way towards the left chamber. This chamber was diminutive. Upon entering, one could immediately see a wooden horse standing silently on the ground. This horse was exquisitely crafted, its surface smooth, clearly a testament to the considerable effort of its creator. Not far from the wooden horse stood a low table, upon which lay scattered a slingshot, a rattle, and other small trinkets. On the wall adjacent to the low table, Jiang Wang discovered the sole decoration in this courtyard since his arrival, a small canvas depicting 3 diminutive figures. 2 slightly larger figures held the hand of a smaller one, all frolicking amidst a sea of blossoms, while behind them trailed a bobbing little dog. This once constituted a complete family, a springtime that had flourished within these walls. Jiang Wang forced himself to venture further, until he came upon a small bed, where he noticed scattered remnants of floral fabric clothing. His gaze rose, and it was only natural that he beheld the last skeletal remains of this household. Small, slender, fragile, and utterly alone was the skeletal frame of a little girl, once cherished by her parents, now the only remnant of her existence in this world. A wave of fury surged within him, an uncontrollable, seething rage. Chapter 16. Every fleeting moment, just as Jiang Wang's eyes fell upon the tiny bones, his emotions ignited in that instant. Whoosh! A sharp rush of wind suddenly sliced through the air. With a swift flick of his wrist, Jiang Wang pivoted, positioning his sword in sheath behind him in an impossible maneuver, deftly deflecting the piercing object that had hurtled towards him, the clash of metal resonating in the air. Jiang Wang swiftly turned, drawing his sword with fluid grace, catching a glimpse of the approaching entity, a ghastly, pale finger bone. There was no time for contemplation. His body instinctively pivoted once more. The skeletal form of a little girl rose abruptly from the bed, her skull gaping wide as it lunged towards Jiang Wang with a ferocious bite. Without a trace of hesitation, he delivered a decisive kick, sending the bone back to its original place. In a swift motion, his long sword whirled with the elegance of a purple lightning bolt in the darkened room, severing the small corpse at every joint, allowing it to return to the bed as if it had never stirred. Ha ha ha, little Taoist, I have slain this girl, and you appear quite enraged. Yet, her final remnants were obliterated by your own hands. The voice was sharp and grating, ethereal and elusive, seemingly emanating from nowhere. Such a concealment technique was far from simple, indicating that the lurking adversary had meticulously orchestrated their ambush. Jiang Wang, still in the nascent stages of his training, with his senses yet to fully awaken, found himself momentarily unable to penetrate this illusion. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Drawing upon the knowledge acquired at the Taoist Academy, he made 2 key deductions. First, the adversary's prowess could not be exceedingly formidable. The rationale was straightforward. Had they been a true master, they would not have needed to rely on deception, capable instead of dispatching him in an instant. Consequently, his second deduction followed, constrained by the opponent's strength. The level of this illusion was likely modest. The moment the foe initiated an attack, or even moved, the ruse would unravel. Supporting this theory was the fact that the assailant's initial strike had merely involved manipulating the bones, rather than engaging directly. It was you who killed her, and it was you who desecrated her remains. The devious paths cannot sway my heart. Jiang Wangren moves like a sword, in a fleeting moment, traversing the confines of the small room, the gleaming blade illuminating every corner. With the Eastern purple chi sword, the first stance of the killing technique. In that instant when the room was awash in light, all the sword radiance converged, and Jiang Wang extended his hand as if grasping this mass of sword light, striking down with a single, decisive blow. The door, which had unknowingly closed, burst open with a thunderous crash. Zhang Linchuan stood outside, faint lightning flickering in his hand. Moments ago, 2 corpses outside had been manipulated to rise, but I had obliterated them. What is the situation on your end? He inquired. I too have been attacked. I could not dispel his illusions. Yet my sword has still inflicted harm upon him. Jiang Wang flicked his long sword, a drop of vivid red blood falling from the tip. Zhang Linchuan reached out to catch the droplet, which hovered in his palm. With this, tracing the demon's whereabouts will not pose a challenge. A glimmer of approval crossed his face. Junior brother Jiang, you have rendered great service on this journey. Jiang Wang searched his surroundings. Yet no further traces of blood could be found. Brother Zhang, the demon may not have fled yet. Zhang Linchuan closed his palm, securing the blood droplet, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. There are no further traces. Almost as soon as he spoke, the miasma of death that pervaded the courtyard dissipated in an instant. Let us depart. Zhang Linchuan stowed away the blood droplet, for there were no useful clues remaining here. Deliver this drop of blood to the Vice Dean. His expertise in the 6 lines will surely lead us to the demon. The psychological impact of this journey on Jiang Wang was unprecedented. Although the mountain bandits were notorious for their heinous deeds, they paled in comparison to these malevolent beings who would mercilessly slaughter entire families and even desecrate and manipulate corpses post-mortem. He witnessed the brutal and callous side of the cultivation world. Extraordinary power could indeed lead to extraordinary cruelty. Jiang Wang wished to cast a glance at the remains of the little girl, but found himself unable to do so. At that moment, Zhang Linchuan spoke again, stating that the Criminal Investigation Department had already conducted an inquiry with no progress. Yet, upon our arrival, we encountered an attack from these malevolent entities. There is undoubtedly something amiss here. What do you imply, senior brother? Zhang Linchuan scoffed lightly. Having entered the inner sect, Jiang Wang sought only to cultivate, wishing to remain uninvolved in the conflict between Dong A and Wei Qiji. However, Zhang Linchuan had pinpointed this possibility. Unfortunately, he still lacked the authority to refuse. Junior brother Zhang's swordsmanship is exceptional, far superior to the rudimentary techniques collected within the academy, Zhang Linchuan remarked with feigned indifference. Jiang Wang replied, for those of our sect, swordsmanship is but a minor path. It is your thunderous techniques that are truly astonishing. At that moment, the 2 corpses that had previously occupied the hall and courtyard had vanished, leaving only a layer of charred ash in their place. Jiang Wang could almost visualize the scene. The 2 corpses had just been manipulated, yet before they could even move, they had been obliterated by the thunderous arts. Junior brother Jiang is overly modest. In truth, our sect's sword arts are not inferior to others. It is regrettable that our Fenglin City Academy lacks such teachings. Perhaps only the National Academy possesses them within the entire Zhuang Kingdom, Zhang Linchuan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In the realm of Taoism, there exists a pathway that intertwines the essence of Tao with the art of swordsmanship, a method both formidable and unparalleled, rivaling even the most ordinary sword cultivators. Yet, this approach remains peripheral. The Tao Academy in Maple Forest City lacks the masters capable of guiding such cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Wang felt no inclination to engage in conversation, yet he could not disregard Zhang Linchuan. Thus, he casually complimented, with your innate talent, brother. It is only a matter of time before you enter the National Tao Academy. Indeed, it is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Zhang Linchuan sighed, standing in the courtyard, gazing into the distance towards the Qichang mountain range. Yet, early and late are fundamentally different concepts. There is often a sensation akin to a knife prodding at my back, each fleeting moment imbued with urgency. Such a gifted and refined young gentleman, his voice tinged with genuine anxiety and sorrow, resonated profoundly. Jiang Wang remained silent. Did he not also yearn to grow stronger more swiftly, to reach the place he was destined to be? Each fleeting moment was indeed pressing. Beyond that mountain range lies the kingdom of Yong. Zhang Linchuan remarked that if a demon were to evade into the territory of Yong, capturing him would become impossible. Jiang Wang understood the implications behind his words. The kingdom of Zhuang had existed for over 3 centuries. Its founding ancestor, Zhuang Chengqian, was originally a general of the kingdom of Yong, who, seizing the opportunity during the strife of the 3 kings, established his own realm. Subsequently, through alliances and strategies, he established Taoism as the state religion and aligned himself with the powerful kingdom of Jing, which shared the same Tao lineage, thus securing his foothold and ensuring the transmission of his legacy to this day. However, this historical context has fostered a long-standing enmity between the kingdoms of Zhuang and Yong. The trespassers of Zhuang may well find themselves welcomed by the people of Yong. Jiang Wang chose not to voice his thoughts, silently following Zhang Linchuan out of the courtyard. Tang Dun, stationed outside the door, hurried forward with eager anticipation. How did it go? Has the demon been vanquished? He had just heard the commotion from outside the courtyard, aware that a battle had transpired within. With a clue now in hand, Jiang Wang turned to Zhang Linchuan. Could you lend me a sum of money, senior brother? Without inquiring about the reason, Zhang Linchuan casually tossed him a pouch of coins. Jiang Wang weighed it slightly and extracted the smallest piece of silver. Initially intending to take some coin for a blade, he was surprised to find only gold and silver within Zhang Linchuan's pouch. He handed the silver to the local constable. Tang Dun. Inside this pouch lies the remains of a young girl. Please use this silver to purchase a coffin for her. There are 2 urns of ashes in the courtyard. They belong to her parents. Let them rest together. A somber expression shadowed Tang Dun's rugged features. Yet he resolutely pushed Jiang Wang's hand away. I'll take care of their affairs. I cannot accept your money. Take it, Jiang Wang insisted, forcing the silver into his hand. Consider it a solace from my heart. The constable's attire bore visible mends, revealing a less than affluent background. His assignment to attend to Jiang Wang and Zhang Linchuan, who were looked down upon, indicated his own marginalized status within the officialdom. Unable to refuse, he firmly grasped Jiang Wang's hand. On behalf of the girl, thank you. So, her name was Nyoer. The image of the painting hanging on the wall flashed vividly in his mind. She had once innocently wished to hold on to a spring. Yet, her life had not blossomed anew. Nyoer, Nyoer, Jiang Wang silently repeated her name, as if binding a certain responsibility to his heart. Chapter 17. Who has unjust grievances? By the way, before departing, Zhang Linchuan suddenly turned to Tang Dun. Are you called Tang Dun? Indeed, that is my name, replied Tang Dun. Zhang Linchuan smiled, remarking, Dun signifies kindness and sincerity. It is a commendable name. Tang Dun scratched his head and explained, my name was given by our teacher when I was young. Oh, Zhang Linchuan inquired. In our impoverished Tangxi town, we could not afford the customary fees for education, and few hunters cared about literacy. It was only when the teacher traveled here that he stayed to teach us for 3 years. After those 3 years, he embarked on a journey of his own. He held me in high regard back then, claiming I was like a precious jade. Thus, it made sense. The trend of studying abroad was esteemed by contemporaries, with disciples from various families participating. For instance, Confucian disciples believed in reading extensively and traveling extensively, many of whom traversed the states. Some sought to broaden their horizons, while others aimed to promote themselves. Similarly, disciples of the Mo school traveled the world, experiencing everything firsthand. However, had they encountered Tang Dun, they might have imparted more martial skills or even rudimentary mechanical knowledge, rather than literacy. Although the state of Zhuang upheld the Taoist teachings as its national doctrine, it did not entirely exclude disciples from other sections. Tang Dun's background posed no issues. Jiang Wang remarked, since you have received an education, it seems a bit of a waste for you to remain a mere constable here. After you settle the affairs regarding Nyoer, if you have no further obligations, you might consider taking the examination for the outer gate of the City Dao Academy. This reflection stemmed from recognizing Tang Dun's sincerity and harboring a degree of appreciation for his talents. Yet ultimately, it depended on Tang Dun's own choice. Exiting Tangxi town, one could follow the official road southward, which led directly back to Fenglin City. Due to the intricate engravings of the array patterns, the beasts have vanished from the official roads. The horse's hooves do not rush, and atop the steed, Zhang Linchuan's voice is steady and measured. Do you know how many resources the court must invest annually to maintain the official roads throughout the entirety of the Zhuang state? Jiang Wang shook his head, admitting his ignorance of such matters. It amounts to an astronomical figure. Zhang Linchuan continued, moreover, these array patterns can only repel lower-tier monsters. The formidable beasts still require powerful individuals to eradicate them. The court expends tremendous manpower and resources each year to ensure smooth transportation across various regions. They invest recklessly in the Dao Academy, while our only recourse is to grow swiftly to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Consider it a lesson learned. Now, let me ask you, in the Grand City, protected by a vast array, why does the court not allow everyone to congregate there for their livelihoods? Jiang Wang contemplated for a moment before replying. I believe there are 2 reasons. First, the Grand City has its limits and cannot accommodate the survival needs of all. Second, each city has a limited sphere of influence. The court requires these official roads to extend outward, using towns as nodes, as this represents the de facto territorial boundaries. And land is synonymous with resources. You perceive this quite clearly. The arrays in each town and village cannot offer the same level of security as those in the Grand City, yet villages and towns possess their irreplaceable value. Take Tangxi Town, for instance. As long as it exists, Fenglin City can continually reap resources from the Qichang mountain range. Should Tangxi Town one day cease to exist, the Qichang mountain range would no longer be relevant to our Zhuang state. The residents of Tangxi Town dare to hunt in the Qichang mountain range, and they certainly have their own experts. As the demon lingered at the Criminal Justice Department, there was a palpable stillness before our arrival. Yet, it was precisely upon our arrival that they launched their assault. At this juncture, Zhang Linchuan turned his gaze. a wry smile gracing his lips as he looked at Jiang Wang. Junior brother Jiang, do you possess anything that might attract their attention? Jiang Wang found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he harbored secrets, but they were limited to the void key inherited from Zhuguanglia. All transformations had transpired within the illusory realm, and it seemed that nothing had been discovered in reality. However, if we disregard this, it was peculiar that his first encounter with the demon occurred after he had entered the illusory realm. As he pondered how to obfuscate the truth, Zhang Linchuan suddenly raised a finger, bending his middle and ring fingers while extending the other three towards Jiang Wang. An arc of electricity leapt from the tips of the upright fingers, coalescing into a formidable bolt of thunder that surged towards Jiang Wang. He barely had time to react when the lightning whizzed past his ear, colliding with a poisoned arrow stained a deep shade of green, shattering it and sending it plummeting. It was only at this moment that Jiang Wang heard the sharp, sudden acceleration of the arrow's shriek and smelled the charred scent of his singed hair from the lightning's passage. You have lingered long enough. Zhang Linchuan leapt from his horse, his empty right hand raised in an unusual gesture, conjuring a whip of lightning from thin air. Come to your doom. He wielded the lightning whip with the grace of an eagle swooping down, charging towards the assailant concealed within the trees on the left side of the official road. It turned out he had been prepared all along, skillfully multitasking as he discreetly formed seals, having already prepared 2 spells, enabling him to retaliate the moment the attack commenced. Jiang Wang, still far from the prowess of his seasoned seniors, suddenly turned back as a voice echoed from the right side of the forest, commanding, scatter and retreat. Just as he was about to pursue Zhang Linchuan, the recognition of that voice struck him with intensity. He could not forget it. It resonated from the brief yet profound exchange he had in the small girl's room in Tangxi town. In the depths of Tongtian Palace, a Dao Yuan erupted silently, and Jiang Wang surged forward like a frenzied beast, resolute in his direction toward the source of that voice. In the state of Zhuang Kingdom, the first lesson for almost every commoner before stepping outside was to never stray from the official path. Beyond the reach of human settlements lay the wilderness, a realm teeming with feral beasts, demon creatures, and even malevolent monsters. Zhang Linchuan was remarkably strong and thus disregarded the danger. Jiang Wang, driven by a desire for vengeance, similarly cast caution aside. He had never felt such fury before. While Fang Pinju's betrayal was despicable, it was traceable and comprehensible. But that little girl, so innocent, so young, was utterly blameless. His sword trembled within its sheath, as if it sensed the impending eruption of its brilliance. A decade spent honing a blade, yet the frost has yet to be tested. Today, let it be revealed. Who bears grievances? With a resounding clamor, the moment the sword leapt forth, it collided with its sheath 5 times before finally escaping its confines. The sword shot forth like a meteor, and he moved as gracefully as a dragon. A mighty tree groaned as it fell, and a left-path demon, concealed in the branches, hastily retreated. In the rush, his features were obscured, revealing only a face of ghastly pallor beneath a tangle of disheveled hair. Within Tongtian Palace, Dao Yuans continued to explode, one after another. Jiang Wang had never indulged in such extravagance. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being. Prior to consolidating the Taoist rotation, the dissipation of each Tao element represented a regression in his cultivation. He disregarded notions of longevity and the promise of a hopeful future. His sole purpose was to slay this fiend, for only then could the pent-up fury find its release, and tranquility would be restored to his soul. The purple Qi eastward sword, executing the second form of the killing technique, unleashed a cascade of frost-like brilliance. The pale-faced demon, caught off guard in his retreat, failed to form the necessary hand seals. His right arm swelled rapidly, muscles bulging and veins protruding, as he launched a powerful straight punch towards the shimmering frost. The sword and the monstrous right arm collided in a flurry of strikes, each more forceful than the last. In that moment, Jiang Wang abruptly realized his grave misjudgment. This adversary was formidable, far surpassing him. He was not merely relying on strategic positioning. His cultivation was significantly superior. In other words, had the pale-faced demon unleashed his full power during the ambush at Tangxi town, Jiang Wang could scarcely guarantee his survival. Yet, Jiang Wang showed no signs of retreat. He shook the long sword anew, a piercing cry erupting. The purple Qi eastward sword technique, executing the third form. The demonized right arm was severed entirely, flying away in defeat. Damn it! The pale-faced demon howled, taken aback by the fact that he had underestimated the desperate resolve of this youth, who now cornered him. His back foot abruptly halted against a large tree in his path, and he understood that retreat was no longer an option. To retreat was to invite death. Life surged forth from the chaos of battle. Centered around the point of contact where his foot met the tree, the entire trunk withered in an instant. From his howling mouth, a gray mist erupted, exuding an intensely rancid odor, reeking of decay. He wielded the power to manipulate life and death, a dark sorcery belonging to the realm of the underworld. The sword light surged violently. Dao Yuan urged the sword light forward, cleaving through the gray mist. As Jiang Wang leapt forth from its depths, the Eastern Purple Chi sword technique, fourth form of the killing method. In Tangxi town, this fiend had managed to escape, leaving him caught off guard and devoid of any strategies. At this moment, he felt an undeniable obligation to provide an explanation to the little girl named Niu Er. This was a responsibility of a cultivator towards the common folk, and a duty of an adult towards a child. Jiang Wang's figure burst through the gray mist, coming into view before the eyes of the pale-faced demon. In those widening eyes, filled with horror, a brilliant sword light descended from above. It was the last light he beheld before the eternal darkness engulfed him. Chapter 18. Once more to the high mountains, the pale-faced demon's body was cleaved in two. Yet due to the prior severance of its right arm, the two halves appeared asymmetrical. Jiang Wang landed before the corpse, loosening his grip, causing the long sword to shatter into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. Its purpose had been fulfilled. This sword, composed of ordinary material, was unable to withstand such prolonged infusions of Dao Yuan. Once again, Jiang Wang felt acutely the emptiness within the celestial palace. Those lively and adorable little beings were no longer present. Before the ownerless gray mist could spread further, Jiang Wang returned to the official road. He noticed that a portion of the mist had drifted to the roadside but was held back by an invisible force, dissipating slowly. Jiang Wang understood that this was the power of some formation inscribed upon the official road. After waiting for a brief moment, the rumbling thunder grew closer, and Zhang Linchuan leapt beside Jiang Wang with a few bounds. Jiang Shidi has not departed from this place, has he? He inquired. Despite enduring a fierce battle, his attire remained impeccable, and even his coiffure was meticulously preserved. His every gesture exuded an inherent elegance. I encountered the malevolent figure from Tangxi town. You severed his blood. He will undoubtedly seek retribution, lest he be compelled to flee from Zhuang country. I have slain him. Zhang Linchuan's eyebrows arched in surprise. What? Jiang Wang gestured towards the direction where the pale-faced fiend lay vanquished. I wonder if the corpse holds any significance, or if we might uncover some clues. Zhang Linchuan, regaining his composure from the astonishment, shook his head. These souls are fragmented. Probing their spirits in life proves futile, let alone in death. I have just dispatched several, and they were all the same. I see, Jiang Wang replied, displaying no sense of disillusionment. For him, the act of vanquishing that pale-faced demon was sufficient. He bore no grievances against Zhang Linchuan for opting to pursue the enemy rather than remain to safeguard him. He was no delicate being in need of protection, and Zhang Linchuan was certainly not his caretaker. Moreover, had it not been for Zhang Linchuan's pressure, that pale-faced fiend would have never chosen to flee in such a cowardly manner. His accomplices would not have granted Jiang Wang the opportunity for a singular confrontation. Zhang Linchuan cast a glance at the dissipating gray mist with a hint of melancholy. The formations along this official road have been eroded. We must report to the authorities to ensure they dispatch someone for swift restoration. The two horses, however, remained undisturbed. Jiang Wang flicked the reins, and the steed pranced to life. At this moment, he sensed that within the halls of Tongtian Palace, from some inscrutable corner, a Tao essence suddenly cascaded down, one after another. No less than 5 in total. Each was more abundant and more rounded than the last. Although it did not entirely replenish the previous depletions, it was nonetheless a delightful surprise. It was then that he profoundly grasped the lessons imparted by the seasoned Taoists. The so-called Tao essence is the genesis of the great Tao. The birth of Tao essence is not merely a simple elevation of vital energy, but rather a sublime amalgamation of intent and power. It is the truest response of all living things to the primordial essence of heaven and earth. Upon returning to the Tao Academy, the sky was still bright, so the two directly proceeded to report to Dong's courtyard. The door was ajar, yet the courtyard was desolate, occupied only by Fong Helling, who paced restlessly, appearing utterly bored. Upon noticing the two enter with empty hands, his eyes lit up. Fong Helling first greeted Zhang Linchuan with sincerity before feigning comfort. saying, "It seems that Brother Jiang has not made any notable gains this time. Even for someone as talented as Brother Jiang, it must be quite a challenge to lead a novice who knows nothing." He certainly did not consider himself a novice. Hailing from the Fong family, a venerable lineage with numerous cultivators, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of battles among practitioners. Meanwhile, the one surnamed Jiang hailed from a small town. What insight could he possibly possess? Jiang Wang could not be bothered to respond to him. Zhang Linchuan, however, found the moment amusing and teased, "Oh, it appears that Helling has made quite a significant discovery. Was it a smooth endeavor?" Fong Helling feigned modesty for a moment before eagerly boasting. It turned out that while they were investigating leads at the Fu Lai Inn, there were others lurking in the shadows. However, Li Jianxiu had boldly intervened, capturing that individual with ease. Originally, a seemingly futile investigation took a promising turn due to the presence of a living witness. It is difficult to ascertain the extent of Fong Helling's influence in this matter. "Where has junior brother Li gone?" Zhang Linchuan inquired. Fong Helling, momentarily taken aback, replied, "He is in the room. Master Dong is employing a secret technique to probe the soul." While Dong A was delving into the depths of the soul, Li Jianxiu remained by his side, whereas Fong Helling was not even permitted to observe. His contributions in this endeavor are rather telling. Zhang Linchuan and Jiang Wang found it inappropriate to intrude, so they waited in the courtyard alongside Fong Helling. Jiang Wang, in silence, closed his eyes, directing the Dao Yuan from the heavenly palace to its rightful position, while Zhang Linchuan engaged in casual conversation with Fong Helling. Naturally, Fong Helling felt a sense of pride, especially since Dong A had previously mentioned that the merit would be distributed in a ratio of 19-1. While Jiang Wang appeared to gain little, they returned with a living witness, marking the first step in widening the gap of achievement. Before long, Dong A, clad in a black Taoist robe, emerged with Li Jianxiu. Meeting Fong Helling's eager gaze, Li Jianxiu shook his head. Dong A remarked, "The soul of this individual is fragmented. I could only uncover a few inconsequential fragments." Eager to contribute, Fong Helling declared, "With such thorough precautions in place, there must be a tightly knit organization behind these individuals. This matter is far from simple." Dong A refrained from commenting, instead turning his attention to Zhang Linchuan. Consequently, Zhang Linchuan recounted the events that transpired after their arrival in Tangxi Town, without embellishment. As for the details of Jiang Wang's battles with the white-faced demon, Dong A did not inquire, nor was there any need for Jiang Wang to disclose them. He was a legitimate disciple of the Dao Academy, not a criminal, and thus not subject to interrogation. Upon hearing the words, Dong A merely nodded and remarked, "Jiang Wang is commendable." Though this statement may appear indifferent to those well acquainted with Dong A's character, it constitutes a rare form of praise. This mission saw both Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu's team submit new leads, yet neither yielded any follow-ups. Thus, the mission could not be deemed a success. Nevertheless, Dong A allocated each of them 5 merit points as a form of encouragement. For Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu, who were merely guiding their junior disciples through newly encountered tasks, any gain was welcome, and a lack thereof was inconsequential. Their own senior had similarly guided them in the past. Conversely, for Jiang Wang and Fong Helling, 5 merit points were significant, equivalent to nearly completing a basic 9th-tier task. The merit points for 9th-tier tasks range from 10 to 100, while those for 8th-tier tasks span from 100 to 500, fluctuating with the task's difficulty. Dong A, acting decisively, declared the mission temporarily concluded and instructed his disciples to disperse. Once the affair was settled, Fong Helling urged Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu to indulge in a few drinks. Jiang Wang contemplated and resolved to visit the Merit Hall. The Merit Hall, situated directly opposite the Ancestral Hall, signifies its importance. The entire hall was devoid of any furnishings, save for a luminous merit board suspended above the offering table. There were no guards present, as the merit board possessed protective qualities. It was, in essence, a spiritual treasure, more accurately. The board enshrined within the Merit Hall of Fenglin City served as a subsidiary to the National Merit Board housed within the National Dao Academy. Jiang Wang had taken the trouble to come here merely to broaden his horizons. In front of the Merit Board stood a medium-statured Taoist clad in coarse linen, his hands clasped before him, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the board. From behind, his face remained concealed. However, in the inner courtyard, anyone unfamiliar to Jiang Wang possessed a cultivation level superior to his own, for they were all his senior brothers. Jiang Wang chose not to intrude, instead directing his steps towards the Dao Merit Board. He focused his mind, gazing intently at the list, where a gentle light flickered, and a wealth of information flowed through his thoughts. This was merely a sublist, affording him insights solely into the matters concerning the Fenglin City Dao Academy. It is said that the main Dao Merit Board encompasses a vast array of knowledge, yet such depth felt distant to Jiang Wang. The redemption options available on this sublist were plentiful, enough to dazzle his senses. However, the prices for these redeemable items prompted him to consider leaving immediately. The least expensive opening pulse pill cost 100 merit points each. Its true value undoubtedly exceeded this, yet as disciples of the Dao Academy, they enjoyed certain privileges. To obtain a second opening pulse pill, one would require a staggering 1,500 merit points, revealing the true price of such a treasure. Furthermore, even the most affordable standard-issue magic sword began at 500 merit points. Jiang Wang glanced at his meager 5 merit points. Ah, he mused. This journey was merely to broaden his horizons, as the Dao Merit Board was indeed a ranking list. Jiang Wang soon noticed that the seemingly unfathomable Zhang Linchuan ranked only third on the Fenglin City Dao Academy's sublist. The second position was held by Wei Yin, a martial officer not affiliated with the academy, but rather a member of the city guards. Given his name, he might be connected to Wei Qiji, leading the list. With an impressive 1,300 merit points was Zhu Weiwa, the academy's acknowledged senior brother, renowned for his elusive nature. Jiang Wang had only ever heard of him, never having laid eyes on the man himself. To note, the second-ranked Wei Yindao Sun has merely 700 points, a figure strikingly similar to that of Zhang Linchuan. Yet both are far surpassed by Zhu Weima. Jiang Wang continued to scroll down and spotted Li Jianxiu in the 17th position, thus severing his connection with the merit list. A new disciple, perhaps? The senior brother seemed to be waiting for him deliberately. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Wang turned and beheld a face adorned with a warm smile. Greetings, senior brother. I am Jiang Wang, a newcomer to the inner sect. And greetings to you as well. I am Wang Changxiang. Wang Changxiang was not particularly striking in appearance, yet his smile rendered him exceedingly approachable. Until we meet again. Farewell. A stirring sensation arose within Jiang Wang. He had just consulted the merit list, where this individual ranked 7th, well above Li Jianxiu. Of course, the merit list only accounted for achievements, not individual prowess. Nevertheless, in a certain light, it does reflect certain truths. Previously, within the outer sect, their brotherhood was unparalleled and invincible. Entering the inner sect unveiled the vastness of the world. Among those he had encountered thus far, Li Jianxiu, Zhang Linchuan, and Wang Changxiang each possessed a distinct aura, yet none were anything short of extraordinary. And Jiang Wang humbly acknowledged he was far from their equal. In just the Fenglin City Dao Academy, such prodigious talents emerged. What might the entire Qinga County, or even the whole Zhuang nation behold? And those renowned figures whose names echoed across the realm, inspiring admiration from heroes of all nations. What grandeur must they possess? Contemplating these thoughts did not dishearten Jiang Wang. Rather, it ignited an insatiable fervor within him. At the very least, he had embarked on the path to the extraordinary, standing on the same stage as those resplendent beings. What, then, was there to fear? Chapter 19. The plaintive pluck of pearl-on jade if one were to inquire as to which pleasure establishment in Maplewood City reigns supreme. Seasoned connoisseurs would invariably direct you to the threefold fragrance pavilion. It is not merely a place of commonplace beauty, but a veritable emporium of worldly delights, claiming a third of all the allure under heaven, despite being but a branch. From its inception, it swept through Maplewood City's unremarkable demimonde with devastating force. The city's young masters now owe their amorous pleasures to the threefold fragrance pavilion's elevation of the courtesan's expertise, an improvement akin to fifth-rank Grandmaster Dong A's enhancement of the Maplewood City Taoist Academy's educational standards. Such sentiments, of course, are best kept to Zhao Ruqing's private musings. The reigning belle of the threefold fragrance pavilion is a woman named Miaoyu. Many pine for her chambers, yearning to prostrate themselves at her feet and crawl beneath her skirts. Yet, few are granted the privilege of experiencing her charms firsthand. Upon an ornate, swaying bed, a middle-aged man, nude and frenzied, rose and fell in ecstasy, though beneath him lay only a cluster of quilts, separated by a mere beaded curtain. A soft divan faced the bed. Miaoyu reclined languidly, propping her chin with her hand, her exquisite curves on full display. Her gaze was distant, and it was unclear whether she even registered the middle-aged man's solitary revelry. A figure cloaked in black knelt before the divan, reporting in a respectful tone, "So, This Jiang Wang is versed in a remarkably profound sword art, yet he has never displayed it publicly before. Her voice was languid, akin to a newly awakened feline, subtly stirring the heart. The figure clad in black knelt, never once raising his head. Indeed, it was so. His subordinate, lacking in ability, could not ascertain from whence he had acquired such knowledge. Miao Yu appeared contemplative, lifting her finger slightly. You may leave. Upon hearing her command, the black-clad man pressed his forehead to the ground, his ring and little fingers drawn together, while his thumb, index, and middle fingers formed a triangle over his heart, softly reciting, at the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, in the abyss of the yellow springs, the revered deity returns to the world, illuminating the realm of mortals. Gradually, he seemed to dissolve into the floor. Was this a sword technique never before seen in the Taoist Academy of Maple Forest City? From which great warrior of the sword-testing world did it originate? Or perhaps, Miao Yu's gaze became distant, lost in thought. At the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, in the abyss of the yellow springs, the revered deity returns to the world, illuminating the realm of mortals. She mirrored his gesture, softly reciting the same incantation. Meanwhile, the naked man on the swaying bed continued to writhe within his own fantasies, seemingly able to sink into eternal bliss. At that moment, far away in a village of the Young Kingdom, a fierce-looking bald man was voraciously tearing into something, blood staining his mouth and hands. The gaping hole in the chest of the fallen villager beside him made it evident that he was feasting upon a human heart. Just as he indulged in his gruesome meal, a streak of light suddenly descended, hurtling toward him. Alas, this was not a sword of justice descending from the heavens. The bald man swiftly reached out and grasped the streak of light, transforming it into an ancient longsword. Damn it, I will devour your heart eventually, interrupted during his feast. The bald man was evidently filled with indignation. Old fool, what era is it? Still sending messages via flying swords. As he cursed under his breath, he opened the letter affixed to the flying sword with his bloodied hands. The Mo clan's long-distance communication device had been in widespread use for many years, achieving remarkable sales. Yet, some factions remained reluctant to utilize it, as no one could ascertain whether those adept in mechanisms within the Mo clan had concealed any treachery within the device. Even the most meticulously sworn oaths, no matter how fervently proclaimed by members of the Mo clan, had been subjected to countless interpretations and methods of evasion. What value did such vows hold? Zhuang Country, Qinghai County, Sand Mountain City? He articulated each word deliberately, unable to suppress a disdainful spit. What a remote corner. The long sword quivered in the air, seemingly urging him onward. The bald man grew increasingly agitated, yet it was clear that the letter's sender was a force he could not currently defy. With his blood-stained fingers, he scrawled a crude sketch of a horse on the letter, signifying, "Go at once." He casually secured the letter back onto the sword, which then vanished as swiftly as it had arrived. Once the flying sword departed, the bald man suddenly pondered if the recipient would comprehend his message. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed this trivial worry. If one could not understand that, how could they claim to be a leader? Upon reaching the dormitory door, Jiang Wang overheard voices emanating from within. After entering, he found himself still residing with Ling He and Du Yehu, allowing for convenient discussions and exchanges of enlightenment. Zhao Ruqing would occasionally visit for a night, though his stays were brief. Although the room had improved significantly compared to before, it made little difference to Zhao Ruqing. Hearing Jiang Wang's footsteps, Ling He hurried outside, exclaiming, "You finally returned. Your family has been waiting for you for half the day." Within the confines of his home, Jiang Wang felt a sudden flutter in his heart. He hurriedly retreated into a room and, by the window, beheld a set of exquisite Wangwali wood furniture, belonging to a woman of enduring charm, an item that Zhao Ruqing had insisted be brought here. Beside her sat Du Yehue, awkwardly poised and exuding an air of innocence, responding to the woman's inquiries with measured replies, resembling a wild child curbing his exuberance in the presence of his friend's parents. Yet, this young man bore an unusually thick beard and appeared somewhat prematurely aged, almost older than the well-preserved woman herself. Upon noticing Jiang Wang's entrance, the woman promptly rose, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Xiao Wang, it has been so long. You've grown taller and stronger." Jiang Wang nodded in greeting, "Good day," and song. His biological mother had passed away long ago, and this woman was his father's second wife. He could not bring himself to address her otherwise and had always referred to her as aunt. She was not a malicious woman and had never mistreated him. However, after his father remarried, Jiang Wang had entered the Tao Academy's outer sect, where the rigors of cultivation kept him away from home, save for festive occasions. They had never clashed, yet their emotional bond was hardly profound. As Aunt Song greeted him, she pulled forth a timid little girl who had been hiding behind her. "Come on, say hello." The little girl, urged by her mother, shyly opened her mouth and softly uttered, "Brother." Aunt Song's silken attire shimmered with vibrancy, adding a touch of elegance to the scene. The little girl, though similarly attired, possessed delicate features that naturally captivated admiration. Regrettably, just as she called out, she quickly darted behind her mother, peeking out with half her little head, observing her long-unseen elder brother. His affection for his sister was undeniable. Blood is thicker than water, a truth immutable. Yet, absorbed in his cultivation, he always rushed home, coming and going in haste. It had been a long time since the familiar call of brother had graced his ears. Although soft and faint, it resonated like pearls rolling on a jade plate, producing an exquisite and melodious sound. Having long been accustomed to the brutality of life and the shadows of bloodshed, Jiang Wang felt his heart, which he believed had grown cold and hard, suddenly melt. Since returning from Tangxi town, he had rarely displayed a genuine smile, until now. Chapter 20. A lifetime of Jiang. And in casting a glance at the untouched tea on the table, Jiang Wang inquired, "Aunt, have you all had your meal yet? I shall order a table at the tavern shortly." "Let me handle the order," Yehu exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve. "I am well acquainted with the taverns in Maple Forest City." Aunt Song settled herself down, waving her hand dismissively. "No need to rush. I have come with matters to discuss." Observing Jiang and Un as she covertly watched him, Jiang Wang responded to her with a gentle smile, saying, "Please, do share what is on your mind." Aunt Song affectionately ruffled Jiang and Anne's small head. "Would you like to go for a stroll with these two older brothers? To see the place where your brother lives and practices?" Yehu immediately opened his arms to little An, his broad face crinkling into a delighted smile resembling an aged chrysanthemum. "Come, brother, who will take you to buy some delicious treats." Ling He also chimed in, "Rest assured, we share a bond with Jiang Wang that is as strong as life itself. We will take good care of An." And little An was quite sensible. Though timid and frail, she mustered the courage to take a few hesitant steps towards Ling He upon the directive of Aunt Song. In every regard, the composed and gentle smiling Ling He appeared far more trustworthy than the exaggeratedly fearsome and bearded Du Yehu. Ling He, feeling a sense of relief, took Jiang An's hand and led her out, while Du Yehu cast a fierce glare at Jiang Wang, his eyes clearly questioning the intentions of his sister. Once the group was dismissed, Jiang Wang reined in his smile and turned to Aunt Song, inquiring, "Is Fengxi town still tranquil? How fares our shop?" There were no significant issues, yet Aunt Song seemed somewhat hesitant. Jiang Wang patiently urged her, "Please, do not hold back. Ever since your father departed, the business has steadily declined. It seems our mother-daughter life is on the brink of collapse." As she spoke, Aunt Song suddenly produced a handkerchief, dabbing at her tears. The family's remaining shop dealt in medicinal herbs. Although modest in scale, it boasted a reputable legacy built over many years within Fengxi town. When the family fortune waned, nearly all their assets were sold off, with only this apothecary remaining due to its enduring nature. Holding onto this shop, while it may not promise immense wealth, assured them a means of survival. What manner of individual could bring such a once thriving enterprise to a state of decline in merely a few years? Jiang Wang was no fool. During his father's lifetime, he had been deliberately instructed in various business matters, with the hope that should he fail in his studies, he could return to lead a stable life. He sensed that there must be an underlying issue, yet Jiang Wang simply inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with, Aunt?" He contemplated that if it were a matter of gold or silver, he could easily procure some. After all, Jiang An was his only sister, and for her sake, he wished for a better life for them all. "I know Xiao Wang is diligent and will surely have a bright future ahead. But Aunt," Song Aunt wiped her tears, lamenting her plight as a woman without skills, struggling to endure. She gazed at Jiang Wang with tearful eyes, asking, "Is it possible for you to take care of An in the future?" The last vestige of warmth in Jiang Wang's eyes dissipated. He could hardly fathom that this woman was willing to abandon her own flesh and blood. Slowly, he nodded and remarked, "It seems you have arranged for her to marry well?" Song Aunt lowered her gaze slightly. At that moment, before her late husband's eldest son, a sense of shame unexpectedly surfaced from the depths of her heart. Marriage and mourning are natural aspects of life. Jiang Wang refrained from uttering any harsh words. "Doesn't An know that she will be living with me from now on?" She wondered, but the truth was she did not. "I thought I would first seek your opinion." You know how timid she is, easily frightened by strangers. Even if I were to take her with me, it would not be beneficial for her. Although Song Ant was explaining, her voice grew increasingly subdued. I understand. Jiang Wang interrupted her. Should I inform her? Or will you? You should tell her, Song Ant replied. I must take my leave now. The carriage is still waiting for me outside the city. Jiang Wang remained silent for a moment. Very well. Then I shall not accompany you any further. Each month, I shall send you silver. No need for that. I can still provide for it. It is you, my dear aunt, who must take care of yourself. Ah, do take good care of it. After saying this, Song Ani stood up and walked a few steps outside. Suddenly pausing to turn back, tears glistening in her eyes as she addressed Jiang Wang, and it does not favor winter melon. She prefers eggplant and has a particular fondness for sweets, but do not allow her to indulge excessively. She often kicks off her covers while sleeping. She is still young and does not understand. As her elder brother, you must exercise patience. Aunt, Jiang Wang initially had no intention of saying more. But witnessing Song Auntie's demeanor, he could not help but respond. I wonder if you still remember? At that time, my father could have endured for another 2 years. However, he refused treatment, wishing to leave the family estate to you, so that you could care for my younger sister, who was still quite young. Song Auntie was rendered speechless and turned away, covering her face. Jiang Wang sat there in a daze, and after a long while, he poured himself a cup of tea. Over the years, he had sought his path outside, enduring hardships without ever reaching out to his family for a single coin. This was due to his thoughts of his father lying ill, and how difficult life was for Song Ani and Anan. He remembered how his father would rather depart this world early than burden them. How could he then take money from the family, despite being the undisputed heir to the considerable family fortune? In his mind, the echoes of a conversation from years past seemed to resurface. Xiao Wang, you have grown up. You can take care of yourself, can't you? Yes, father. That youthful figure appeared to converge with the present moment, traversing through the years to intersect once more. Moreover, I shall also take good care of An, Jiang Wang whispered softly. Ling He and Du Yehu briefly turned with Jiang and An, and then returned. Oh, where's Auntie? Du Yehu asked absent-mindedly. Instinctively, Ling He reached out to tighten his hold on An, yet that little hand stubbornly slipped away. Jiang Wang looked over. The girl, not yet 5, stood in silence, gently biting her lip, her large, glistening eyes unblinking, positioned between Ling He and Du Yehu. She seemed isolated in some distant corner of an expansive world. She did not cry, nor did she throw a tantrum. Jiang Wang strode forward, crouched down, and enveloped the small figure in his embrace, pulling her back from that corner of loneliness, back to the vibrant realm of the living. Anan, from now on, you will live with your brother. He will often play with you, just as we used to. Do you remember how tiny you were back then? Yes, yes. Brother who will also play with you frequently. Du Yehu hastily added. Little Anan glanced at him, her expression unchanged. Then gently buried her small head upon Jiang Wang's shoulder. All right, Jiang Wang said, standing with Anan in his arms. From now on, she will stay with me. Living in the dormitory is rather inconvenient. I must first find a place to stay. We can have a meal together afterward. It is indeed necessary to secure accommodation first. Ling He withdrew 2 pieces of broken silver from his pocket and, without further ado, pressed them into Jiang Wang's hand, saying, Take this silver. After entering the inner gate, Ling He's life had become less strained, as the academy provided a monthly stipend. Yet, these 2 pieces of silver represented his entire fortune. Ah, indeed. Inspired, Du Yehu immediately began to rummage through his belongings, but ultimately could only gather 4 knife coins, which he sheepishly placed into Jiang Wang's hand. Admitting that he had already consumed his allowance for the month, he then earnestly declared, Next month, I shall refrain from drinking and save money to buy a new dress. Jiang Wang, unceremonious, pocketed the coins and stepped out with Jiang and in his arms. As they walked further away, Du Yehu remained leaning against the door, pondering how adorable little Anan was. Ah, old Ling, why is it that I do not have a sister? He lamented. Old Ling. Du Yehu turned back to find Ling He already seated on his bed. A sister with a full beard, how terrifying that would be, Ling He mused. Just like the third. Both are obsessed with their training, Du Yehu muttered, sauntering to the window. He picked up the cup of tea that Jiang Wang had poured earlier and gulped it down. Pa, why is this tea so bitter? May it be bitter enough to kill you. Ling He retorted. Chapter 21. Stars in the eyes as the sole grand city within 100 miles. Properties in Maple Forest City are certainly not inexpensive. Ling He's financial support was but a drop in the bucket, and Jiang Wang had little savings of his own. Fortunately, there was still a benefactor with ample resources. Jiang Wang, cradling Jiang Inan, made his way directly to Zhao Ruqing. "I need some silver," he stated plainly. Zhao Ruqing, who was engaged in a staring contest with Jiang Inan, casually inquired, "How much do you need?" "How much silver is required to purchase a small courtyard near the Dao Academy?" "It will be for my sister and me," Jiang Wang replied. "Why bother purchasing a courtyard? You can simply reside here with me. I have plenty of vacant rooms." Zhao Ruqing winked playfully at Jiang Inan, alternating between his left and right eye, occasionally flashing a grin he deemed charming. Indeed, his countenance was quite handsome. Jiang Wang cast a glance at Jiang Inan before responding. "We must have a place of our own. It matters not where I reside, but for little Inan, it is different. The young girl has just arrived, and no matter how resilient she appears, her heart is inevitably fragile and sensitive." "Oh," Zhao Ruqing mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "It seems I have a few properties near the Taoist Academy. Allow me to inquire." He turned and called out, "Uncle Deng." In a short while, a middle-aged man of unassuming demeanor entered, bowing respectfully. "Young master, do we have any suitable residences near the Taoist Academy? Please clear one out and hand over the deed to my third brother." Referred to as Uncle Deng, the steward replied, "There is no need for a special arrangement. We currently have 3 available." He inquired, "Which one would you prefer?" Zhao Ruqing glanced back at Jiang Wang. "Third brother, what do you think?" Jiang Wang smiled gently at the steward. "Thank you, Uncle Deng. The residence need not be extensive. It will suffice for just Inan and me. The most crucial aspect is its proximity to the academy, so I can easily return home to be with her." The steward smiled in return. "There is a small courtyard at Fima Alley behind the academy. I'm uncertain if it aligns with your preferences. Let us go have a look." Zhao Ruqing exclaimed. "Just hand me the keys." Although Jiang Inan was not particularly loquacious and often indifferent to others, her exquisitely delicate features naturally endeared her to those around her. Throughout their journey, Zhao Ruqing incessantly teased her. "Inan, whom do you think is more handsome, Brother Ruqing or Brother Wang?" He mused, realizing the futility of his question. "Oh, what a nonsensical comparison." He continued, "Look over there. Have you seen the candied hawthorn? Come to me. Let us purchase an entire bundle. Wouldn't that be delightful? Inan, do you realize how heavy you are? Look at you, quite plump. Your brother's arm is nearly breaking under the strain. Why not let your brother Ruqing take a turn carrying you?" Little Inan remained silent, only turning her head to glance at Jiang Wang upon hearing his words. "Are you tired?" she inquired softly. Jiang Wang chuckled warmly. "Not at all. I could hold you until next year without faltering." The small courtyard in Fima Alley was quite charming, featuring a main house, a southern room, and 2 side rooms. Though unoccupied, it was equipped with all necessary amenities, requiring only the purchase of some daily essentials for immediate habitation. The room's decor exuded understated elegance and comfort. Jiang Wang led little Inan through each room, ensuring she exhibited no signs of reluctance. "This will do," he declared with a radiant smile directed at the incessantly chattering Zhao Ruqing. "Hand me the key. You may return now." "All right," Zhao Ruqing responded, exhibiting remarkable understanding as he turned to leave. Just as he crossed the threshold, he suddenly turned back, waving at Inan. "Brother Ruqing is off now. Don't miss me too much." Little Inan scampered over and, with determination, shut the courtyard door behind her, all while basking in Zhao Ruqing's beaming smile. As night fell, the bustling city of Maplewood settled into tranquility after a day of commotion. Within the celestial palace, the little soil worm completed its final leap, expelling a round Dao Yuan into the starry array. Jiang Wang opened his eyes, concluding his daily meridian cultivation. The accumulation of each Dao Yuan, day and night, drop by drop, signifies that no effort shall go in vain. They will eventually coalesce into a foundational formation, paving the way to the extraordinary. It is through countless monotonous days of practice that the brilliance of traversing the azure expanse shall emerge. The room was enveloped in silence. With Jiang Inan lying on her small bed, her tiny hands neatly placed outside the covers, utterly still. Due to Inan's tender age, Jiang Wang had specially commissioned a small bed for her, ensuring they shared the same room. The 2 beds, one large and one small, occupied opposite sides of the chamber. Listening intently to Inan's gentle breaths, Jiang Wang softly inquired, "Inan, are you still awake?" Immediately, a somewhat flustered voice responded from the little girl, I'm asleep." Inan's nervousness pierced Jiang Wang's heart. Such a young child had already learned to read the expressions of others. Just because he had advised her to sleep early before his cultivation, her inability to do so now filled her with unease. a girl not yet 5. Suddenly, in an unfamiliar place and separated from her mother, had shown remarkable resilience by not bursting into tears. What turmoil must she be feeling within? Yet, such matters were best left unspoken. Well, brother can't sleep. Jiang Wang's voice grew ever softer. Would you like to see the stars? After a moment, a delicate, almost imperceptible sound of agreement emerged from the room. Then let us rise. Jiang Wang rose to light the oil lamp and then approached the small bed to assist in putting on her outer garment. Those hands, so deft at wielding a sword, appeared remarkably clumsy as they cared for a child. That is not how you put it on, brother. You've done it the wrong way, she remarked. Jiang Wang sheepishly withdrew his hands, saying, Then you do it yourself. After a flurry of activity, the two finally stepped out of the door. At that moment, the bright moon hung in the sky, and stars twinkled like scattered jewels. The spacious courtyard was filled with the pure light of the moon, transforming what should have been a somewhat lonely night into a cozy haven. Are we going to watch the stars in the courtyard? Anan asked, tilting her little head up. Of course not. Jiang Wang suddenly scooped her up, lifting off the ground as he leapt onto the roof. Anan let out a shriek, her face reddening as they landed on the rooftop. Jiang Wang looked down at her, a hint of guilt in his voice. Did I scare you, Anan? Anan blinked her big, round eyes. A flicker of excitement evident. Brother, can you fly? Although she seemed eager to try, Jiang Wang had no intention of hopping around on the roof like a clumsy monkey. Drawing laughter. Not yet, but once I master my skills, I surely will. When that day comes, wherever you wish to go, we shall fly there together, all right? All right. Jiang Wang removed his outer garment and spread it on the roof before lying beside it, resting one hand behind his head. Come, lie down and watch the stars like brother. Little Anan obediently settled onto Jiang Wang's outer garment, her small hands meticulously cradling her head. With her large, glimmering eyes wide open, she gazed intently at the starry sky, where countless stars twinkled against the vast night canvas. In the boundless darkness, countless lights are born. The vast galaxy accommodating innumerable dreams and memories. That is the purple tenuity star, and that one is the jade balance. The southern dipper is over there, see? Right there. They twinkle as if winking. Only our lovely Anan winks like the stars, just like your wild brother. That big bearded figure you see during the day, when he winks, he resembles a cowbell. Jiang Anan giggled. Do you know, Anan? These stars are located at distances measured in billions of miles. How far is a billion miles? Is it farther than from Fengshi Town to here? Much farther. Countless times over. If there were a road leading to the stars, an ordinary person traversing it from birth to death might only be considered to have just set off. Anan is somewhat astonished. So far away? Yes, so distant. They traverse such immense distances in the endless darkness, delivering light to your eyes, offering you their beauty that may have extinguished thousands of years ago. They are truly wonderful. A father is like such a star. He may have departed long ago, yet he remains far away, tirelessly shining and accompanying us with his radiance. Therefore, no matter the time, do not be afraid, all right? Your brother will always be with you. And so will the stars. Brother. Jiang Anan's voice was barely a whisper. My mother doesn't want me anymore, does she? Jiang Wang fell silent for a moment. He must speak the truth, revealing to Xiao Anan that she is a burden, affecting her mother-esque life. Should he denounce Ansong's selfishness, inciting Xiao Anan to harbor resentment towards her biological mother? How should he respond? He cannot afford to dwell on it for too long, for silence can be a form of harm. Ultimately, he merely turned to the side, gently and earnestly taking Anan's small hand. Such a delightful child. How could anyone ever abandon you? It is because your brother yearns to live together with you that he insisted on Aunt Song sending you here. When she departed, she wept sorrowfully. She too could not bear to part with you. Is that true? The starlight and moonlight danced upon Jiang Anan's delicate face, soothing the remnants of her tears, making her appear as enchanting as a sprite of the stars and moon. Though traces of confusion lingered on her visage, her large eyes suddenly sparkled with newfound brightness. Chapter 22. Urgent summons. Thus began Xiao Anan's life in Maple Forest City. Aunt Song had since sent a letter, stating that she had married into Wangjiang City. Known for its commercial prosperity, Wangjiang City is the second most prominent city in the entire Qinghe Prefecture, after the capital, Qinghe City. Particularly, her husband's family bears the surname Lin, a distinguished clan in the region. This suggests she has found a favorable new home. It is no wonder she could not bring her daughter along. As for the remaining assets of the Jiang family in Fengshi Town, Jiang Wang did not inquire further. Regardless, Aunt Song had been his father's spouse, and she had cared for him diligently during his illness. It is only fitting that she receives some dowry. However, it seems that their communication has concluded, with no further necessity for contact. At the tender age of 4 or 5, a time of enlightenment, Jiang Wang arranged for his sister to attend a private academy. It is the finest private academy outside the 3 prominent family schools, not open to just anyone. Jiang Wang has long commanded respect outside the gates of the Dao Academy, and now, with his recent ascension to the inner sanctum in the manifestation of his Dao veins, he is undoubtedly destined to become one of the pillars of the Zhuang nation. Few would dare to offend him lightly. Each day, after attending lectures at the academy and dedicating time to his cultivation, he meticulously schedules his visits to the private academy to pick up an from school. He strives to accept tasks that require no more than a day's time, usually completing them within the same day to ensure he does not neglect Anan's care. Should an unavoidable assignment arise, he arranges for Ling He, Zhao Ruqing, and others to take turns looking after her. Thus, the days flow richly, and the foundational array within the Tongtian Palace becomes increasingly intricate, beginning to reveal its early form. However, as the process advances, the layout of the foundational array grows more challenging, particularly the relocation of Dao Yuan prior to the foundation. A single misstep could lead to the dispersal of the Dao Yuan, rendering all efforts in vain. Due to his choice of the Zhoutian star array, his foundational progress is inherently slower than others. Therefore, he cannot afford failure with each adjustment of the array points. His combat power remains stunted as he cannot cultivate Dao techniques until the foundation is laid. Consequently, Jiang Wang diligently focuses on mastering the Ziqi Dong Lai sword technique, which comprises 9 forms of cultivation and 5 forms of combat. As the names imply, the cultivation forms refine the body and enhance the comprehension of swordsmanship, while the combat forms are meant for offensive maneuvers against foes. Fortunately, after mastering the 9 forms of cultivation, the benefits to his physical vitality are extraordinary. Jiang Wang can distinctly sense an increased feedback from his corporeal form to the true spirit of his Dao veins, thereby accelerating the condensation of Dao Yuan. After some time, he unexpectedly gained an additional opportunity for pulse cultivation, allowing him to condense 3 Dao Yuan each day, which undoubtedly significantly shortened the time required for successful foundational establishment. His life was fulfilling and satisfying, and within this existence, Jiang Wang welcomed his first major assignment since entering the Dao Academy of Folan City. An urgent mobilization task, with orders for all to remain on site. In the academy, the morning class had just concluded when a general clad in a dark robe burst through the doors. Who is this person? What is his purpose? A group of disciples whispered among themselves, but soon someone pointed out the truth. Lower your voices, that is Wei Yan. The entire academy fell silent in an instant. Second on the Dao merit list, a powerful military leader of the city guard. Either identity was enough to command respect, especially noted for his stern and ruthless demeanor. Wei Yan seemed indifferent to the crowd's reaction, or perhaps he merely needed to assert his own stance. Since last week, there had been no news from Xiaolin town for a full 5 days. Jiang Wang exchanged a glance with Ling He. As a major town under the jurisdiction of Fenglin City, Xiaolin town would not typically go without reporting for such an extended period. A complete communication breakdown for a town with thousands of residents was a matter of considerable gravity. Wei Yan continued. I hold the city lord seal and hereby mobilize at least 30 inner disciples from the city Dao Academy to depart for Xiaolin town to investigate this matter. Isn't this the responsibility of the Criminal Investigation Department? A dissatisfied disciple inquired. Given the magnitude of this task, the mobilization of 30 inner disciples from the city Dao Academy inherently carried significant risks. Consequently, many individuals are unwilling to engage. The heart-eating demon bear has manifested in Sanchon City, and currently, the majority of the forces from the Criminal Investigation Department in the entire Qinghe Prefecture have been dispatched to Sanchon City. Wei Yan refrained from responding, as his aide Zhao Lang elucidated beside him. The administrative system of the Zhuang Kingdom follows that of the Yong Kingdom, where ordinary cases are handled by the local offices, while extraordinary matters are transferred to the Criminal Investigation Department. This department is responsible for extraordinary events nationwide and, in theory, is subordinate to local authorities. However, due to its direct affiliation with the capital, local governments often find themselves unable to exert direct control. Just as in this instance, the mobilization of personnel to pursue the bear was a directive from the higher echelons of the Criminal Investigation Department. Even Fenglin City's Lord Wei Qiji is powerless to intervene and recall them. What about the city guard? One disciple inquired earlier. The city guard is indeed the direct military force under the Lord's command, tasked with suppressing all malevolent forces and rebellions. An incident of such magnitude as the entire disappearance of Xiaolan town is sufficient to provoke a crackdown by the city guard. However, the city guard has other pressing duties. Wei Yin impatiently interjected, stating that the current mission offers a 30% increase in merit rewards. Participation is ostensibly voluntary. Yet should the number of inner disciples who enlist fall short of 30, I shall, by the Lord's decree, enforce compulsory conscription. It is imperative to remind everyone that prior to this mission, 2 ninth-tier practitioners from the City Lord's office dispatched to investigate had gone missing within Xiaolan town. I hope all of you will assess your risks judiciously and act within your capacities. The Dao Academy system is the most vital pathway for extraordinary advancement in the Zhuang Kingdom, wherein local Dao academies nurture aspiring practitioners from the region. After several years of cultivation, they may ascend through examinations into the local county academies, and subsequently, through further selection, into the National Academy, progressing layer by layer. In the end, all the talents of the entire Zhuang Kingdom converged upon the capital. In their pursuit of glory, they vied with the heroes of various nations and retreat. They were assigned to different regions, governing their respective domains. Although the Fenglin City Dao Academy only admitted 10 inner disciples each session, the arduous process of advancing to the County Academy led many practitioners to languish in the City Academy for several years, even decades. Over the years, the Fenglin City Dao Academy had accumulated around 300 inner disciples, excluding those who were away on distant journeys or in closed-door training. From Wei Yan's perspective, he would have preferred a shortage of applicants. Ideally, he wished to directly summon the 30 strongest individuals from the Fenglin City Dao Academy through a forceful decree, thereby increasing the odds of success. However, the Academy and the City Lord's office were not under a unified command, and any conflict would be difficult to resolve amicably. "Are you going, big brother?" Jiang Wang whispered to Ling He, feeling a twinge of concern, for the task ahead would inevitably involve formidable powers. And both Ling He and Du Yehu had yet to open their meridians, which posed a significant risk. "Of course we must go," Ling He replied without hesitation. Having already fallen behind on the path of cultivation, he could not afford to miss the opportunity of a 30% increase in Dao merit rewards. As for danger, if one feared peril, they should have stayed in the village to farm. "I'm signing up," Du Yehu exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "All 4 of us are signing up." Zhao Ruqing, dissatisfied, nudged him. "What are you doing?" "I was hoping to catch up on some sleep." Among them, he was the least motivated, merely existing to eat and await death. His life revolved around leisure, with relaxation being his only pursuit. Wei Yin cast a casual glance at them, noting that they had yet to establish their foundations, and he dismissed the matter with a simple instruction to his aide: "Make a note of it." The adjutant proclaimed in a clear voice, "Registration is limited to the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. 26 slots remain. We cultivators are supported by the nation and should contribute to our country. I volunteer for this mission." Li Jianqiu's voice arrived with his person as he gracefully entered from outside the courtyard gate. Disciples of his caliber enjoyed considerable autonomy. Not only were they exempt from daily attendance at the academy, but they could also decline mandatory conscription unless the nation was in peril. Focusing solely on ascending to greater heights in their cultivation, his appearance elicited a chorus of gasps. "How could I allow Jianqiu to outshine me?" "Count me in," Wang Changxiang declared another. Unlike Li Jianqiu, who carried himself with a sword, Wang Changxiang possessed a much more serene demeanor. He wore the same linen Taoist robe that Jiang Wang had seen him in at the Taoist Merit Hall, his steps slow and measured. With the addition of Brother Wang and Brother Li, this journey is all the more assured. Wei Yan's stern face cracked into a rare smile. Even he found it difficult to be presumptuous in the presence of Wang Changxiang, who ranked 7th on the Taoist merit list. The enthusiasm for registration surged with the inclusion of Wang Changxiang and Li Jianqiu, and the quota was quickly filled. The 30 inner disciples, aside from Jiang Wang and his 3 brothers, were almost all at the 9th rank of cultivation or higher, each of them extraordinary. Such a force of transcendent power could practically sweep through Maplewood City. Wei Yan casually accepted the list, glanced at it, and nodded. "You people still possess some valor. You haven't had your humanity eroded by studying scriptures." Perhaps this was his way of offering praise, but the condescending tone was still rather displeasing. The Ministry of War and the Taoist Academy were 2 distinct systems of advancement, with both cooperation and competition between them. It was not uncommon for them to view each other unfavorably. At that moment, a disciple expressed discontent, saying, if Brother Zhu were present, I wonder if certain individuals would still dare to point fingers. This individual referred, of course, to Zhu Weiwa, the foremost figure on the Dao Sun ranking of Fenglin City. Wei Yin, however, remained unperturbed, merely flicking his long robe and proceeding outside the Dao Academy, setting off. Chapter 23. The daytime march of the 100 Ghosts. Xiaolin Town lies to the northeast of Fenglin City, separated from it by the town of Qingshan. In terms of direct distance, it is the furthest town within the jurisdiction of Fenglin City. Under Wei Yin's leadership, the group pressed onward without pause, bypassing Qingshan Town and reaching the outskirts of Xiaolin Town in just half a day's time. There are no actual green mountains outside Qingshan Town. The name has been passed down for countless years, perhaps originating from a time when such mountains existed, long since eroded by the passage of time. However, there does exist a modest grove of moon cypress trees at the edge of Xiaolin Town, albeit quite small, easily visible in its entirety at a glance. The moon cypress is known for its calming properties, and furniture crafted from moon cypress wood is highly sought after. It is said that this grove was once extensive, but due to the high value of the moon cypress trees, many townsfolk resorted to illegal logging, causing the grove to diminish over time. Were it not for the explicit orders from Fenglin City prohibiting such acts, this small grove might have vanished several years ago. The constables dispatched from Qingshan Town were stationed within the grove, lounging about in a rather relaxed manner. Upon hearing the sound of galloping hooves, they gathered together to welcome their visitors. These constables possessed only mundane martial prowess and, in the current circumstances, dared not enter the town to investigate, serving merely an observational and warning purpose. Wei Yin halted his horse at the grove's edge, glanced casually at these individuals, and inquired, what is the situation in Xiaolin Town? The captain leading the team from Qingshan Town was a broad-faced man in his 40s. Upon hearing the inquiry, he responded, the fog began to rise outside Xiaolin Town 5 days ago. At that time, we paid little heed, merely attributing it to a change in weather. We could still discern the outline of Xiaolin Town and faint silhouettes of people. Some from Qingshan Town even visited relatives there. However, since yesterday, we received orders to establish a watch here, and we have seen no one emerge. The fog has only thickened, rendering everything indistinguishable now. Jiang Wang stood among the disciples of the Taoist Academy, gazing intently at Xiaolin Town. The Fenglin domain was his birthplace, although he had grown up in Fengshi Town. He was not unfamiliar with Xiaolin Town. He had single-handedly vanquished the bandits of Xishan, who had taken refuge in the mountains 10 miles north of Xiaolin Town. In the past, one could see Xiaolin Town clearly from the moon cypress forest, though not affluent. It was a place of tranquility and harmony. Now, all that lay before him was a shroud of mist. At that moment, Wei Yan's voice resonated. You have been tasked to observe Xiaolin Town, yet you exhibit such laxity and disregard for discipline. What is more, some have taken the opportunity to illicitly fell the moon cypress trees. Are you here on official business or to pursue personal gain? The countenance of the Qingshan Town constables turned pale, and their captain repeatedly bowed in an attempt to explain. Yet, Wei Yan's decree had already been pronounced. The felled moon cypress trees would be sent to the city guard's encampment. Furthermore, all personnel would have their salaries deducted for a year, and the captain, bearing leadership responsibilities, would be dismissed. The broad-faced man's visage turned ashen. Yet he dared not protest, retreating in silence. Upon hearing Wei Yan's pronouncement, Jiang Wang finally noticed the several felled moon cypress trees. While Wei Yan had already taken stock of the situation upon his arrival, Jiang Wang, while lamenting Wei Yan's astuteness, also perceived the man as exceedingly stern. With the fall of Xiaolin Town, this expanse of the moon cypress forest lay temporarily unclaimed. The constables, risking their lives, had merely set up barriers outside Xiaolin Town to observe, casually chopping down a few trees to supplement their meager provisions. While such actions could be deemed neglectful, they were, in essence, understandable. Qingshan Town was not affluent. A year's worth of fines would plunge these constables into dire straits, particularly for this middle-aged man in his 40s. Serving as a captain might have represented the pinnacle of his lifelong endeavors. Yet, with a single utterance from Wei Yan, he was sent back to square one. This expedition resembled a military campaign. Under Wei Yan's command, he led as a general. His orders were akin to military decrees, impervious to defiance. Once Wei Yan had settled the matters at hand, he pulled the reins and galloped towards Xiaolin Town, taking the lead. The steeds were war horses from the military camp, and the riders were practitioners from the Dao Academy. Though there were only a little over 30 in number, they moved with precision and swiftness. exuding the formidable aura of an army of thousands. The sound of hooves thundered like rolling thunder upon the earth, but came to an abrupt halt. The seasoned warhorses, faced with the shrouded mist enveloping Xiaolin town, reared and neighed in fear, refusing to advance despite their riders' urgings. The 30-odd warhorses were struck with terror, collectively letting out a long whinny, as if something profoundly fearsome lurked within Xiaolin town. This scene was indeed alarming, although the riders' prowess prevented any comical mishaps. The morale had plummeted, no longer reflecting the spirited confidence they had displayed upon leaving the city. Even Wang Changxiang, who typically exuded tranquility, wore a grave expression. Only Wei Yin remained unfazed. His armor bore numerous scars, and at his waist hung a long, straight blade. Beneath him, his steed stood tall and majestic. It is widely acknowledged that Wei Yin possesses an affinity for three things. Yet, in an unexpected turn, he unsheathes his sword. It is as if a sudden flash of lightning cleaves through the air, the glimmer of the blade vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. Beneath him, his magnificent steed falls silent, its colossal head severed and plummeting to the ground, a torrent of crimson gushing from its neck, spraying forth a considerable distance. The lifeless form of the horse crashes to the earth. Wei Yin, gripping his blade, gazes intently at the obscured town, his voice chillingly resolute. What use is a coward in the face of battle? Surprisingly, it is Du Yehu who responds first, his nature bold and straightforward. Without hesitation, he delivers a powerful punch, shattering the horse's head. Wei, what is our next course of action? With a slight raise of his right hand, Wei Yin commands. Heed my orders, dismount and prepare for combat. Form a phalanx, with me as the spearhead, and charge directly into Xiaolin town. The act of slaying the horse has made it abundantly clear to all that retreat is no longer an option. Without further hesitation, they all dismount. Wei Yin continues. Raise your weapons. A resounding chorus of blades being drawn fills the air. At this moment, Wei Yin's unassuming adjutant steps forward, his right palm raised skyward, while his left hand forms a gesture, intoning incantations. At last, he proclaims, sharpen. Jiang Wang feels a surge of sharpness emanating from the long sword in his grasp, which, though merely of good quality, now seems capable of cleaving through anything. Ignite. Flames burst forth from every weapon, transforming them into blazing torches, illuminating the fog-laden town before them. Solidify. Ling He senses his body becoming resilient, filled with a burgeoning desire to engage in fierce combat. However, a mere glance at the wrathful Du Yehu beside him dispels this fleeting illusion. Zhao Ruqing contemplated that the collective enhancement spell must at least belong to the third-tier superior category of sorcery. Yet, his seemingly unremarkable deputy, Wei Yin, remarkably unleashed 3 spells without so much as a flicker of his expression. Indeed, the Ministry of War harbors hidden talents. Regardless of the thoughts swirling through the minds of the onlookers, a singular will must prevail during the march. Empowered by the sorcery, Wei Yin brandished his sword and boldly stepped into the quaint town of Xiaolin. The group advanced while remaining vigilant, the town enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of their footsteps. As they progressed, the fog thickened, almost tangible in its density. Beyond a mere 3 paces, shadows became indistinguishable, save for the flickering light of their weapons, defiantly piercing the seemingly endless mist. Reluctantly, they tightened their formation, reducing their spacing from 5 paces to 3. For any closer proximity would jeopardize their combat readiness. Jiang Wang and his brothers occupied a more central position in the rear of the line, their lesser cultivation granting them an unspoken protection, a commendable tradition of the Dao Academy. Du Yehu clenched his fists, the sound echoing not from anxiety but from exhilaration. Eager for action, Jiang Wang harbored no doubt. Even faced with the notorious 9 great demons, he would strike without hesitation. Of course, whether he could prevail was another matter entirely. At that moment, a sudden cry pierced the perimeter of their formation. What is that? Another voice retorted dismissively. Just a ghost, what is there to fear? Yet, alarm quickly ensued. So many. At the sound, Wei Yin swiftly turned, executing a sweeping slash. A massive arc of blade light cleaved through the oppressive fog in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the group beheld the entire street, filled with stumbling, clawing apparitions, densely congregated. In the bright azure sky, amidst the daylight, a multitude of malevolent spirits roams freely. Chapter 24. The Breath of the Dragon Whirlwind. A colossal blade of light cleaves through the air, parting the dense fog. Yet, in this fleeting moment, the sights that unfold are enough to instill terror. What is the true nature of this thick mist? Under the sunlit sky, why do restless souls wander? From whence do all these specters arise? Even if the entire populace of Xiaolan town were to transform into vengeful spirits, it could scarcely account for such an overwhelming number, nearly saturating the field of vision. At this juncture, it becomes evident to all that with such a throng of wandering souls, it is feared that Xiaolan town has succumbed entirely to the grip of death. Among the 7 great towns under the jurisdiction of Fenglin City, one has already been lost. In such dire circumstances, it is Wei Yan's composed voice that first pierces through the chaos, asserting control. Those skilled in fire-based Taoist arts establish a perimeter 50 paces from the team as a warning line and ignite a line of fire. The rest eliminate the wandering souls within the boundary in the shortest possible time. The 5 elements Taoist arts constitute the most fundamental of practices, and there are many cultivators proficient in the art of fire. Following Wei Yan's command, flames erupted 50 paces from the team. Under the guidance of Wei Yan's aid, these flames swiftly coalesced into a unified circle, creating a fiery barrier. Beyond this ring of fire, the spirits momentarily retreated. However, those trapped within the infernal circle became increasingly violent. At this moment, Li Jianxiu suddenly sheathed his sword, which had been engulfed in flames. And with hands positioned before his chin, he decisively slashed to the side. 2 swords, ablaze with fervent fire, materialized in his grasp. The twin blades, akin to soaring dragons, propelled him into the midst of the spectral throng. One sword vanquished spirits, while the other shattered souls. Concurrently, a beam of sword light swiftly arced around, obliterating countless phantoms in its wake. As the sword light dissipated, the agile figure of Jiang Wang became evident. The purple Qi Eastern sword technique, the first form of his lethal art. Everyone was taken aback, astonished that this cultivator, who had yet to consolidate his Dao rotation, could extinguish souls solely through swordsmanship, even surpassing their efficiency by a significant margin. Just as Jiang Wang made his move, Zhao Ruqing also sprang into action, his sword flashing like lightning as it cleaved through the phantoms. Although he rarely showcased his diligence in practice, his application of the purple Qi Eastern sword was remarkably commendable, not falling short of Jiang Wang's prowess. Among the crowd, only Du Yahu and Ling He exchanged glances. Their expertise in mundane martial force proved ineffectual against these otherworldly adversaries. While unleashing their blood energy might dispatch a few specters, how much blood energy could they muster against such a multitude of wandering souls? In truth, Jiang Wang had not withheld the secrets of the purple Qi Eastern sword technique from them. Rather, Du Yahu placed unwavering faith in his own fists, dismissing external aids, and showed little interest in swordplay. As for Ling He, it seemed his slow progress stemmed from innate limitations, as he had yet to master the lethal arts for practical combat. Initially, as the only elder brother whose dedication matched that of Jiang Wang, he had managed to keep pace without falling behind, his strength built upon sheer perseverance. Although the situation appeared favorable at first glance, those with keen insight understood the gravity of their predicament. The ordinary wandering souls they faced now were but the tip of the iceberg, for reasons unknown. Such a multitude of spirits had congregated in Xiaolan town, undoubtedly accompanied by malevolent and formidable spirits, perhaps even ghostly generals. This was beyond what this small team could handle. The most prudent course of action was to extricate themselves from the battle swiftly. Yet, as they traversed through the dense fog, their sense of direction had long since been lost. With layers of phantoms encircling them beyond the fire line, breaking through seemed an insurmountable challenge. Wei Yan stepped out of the fiery circle, allowing the phantoms to surge forth and claw at him. His battle armor, appearing worn and battered, trembled gently, causing the spectral entities that almost clung to him to dissipate. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon his countenance. Instead, he retreated back into the fire's embrace and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Is there anyone skilled in the art of windwalking? Attempt to disperse this fog." Although he addressed the crowd, his gaze was fixed squarely upon Wang Changxiang. In comparison to the 5 elemental arts of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, windwalking was relatively obscure, yet Wang Changxiang was a master of this discipline. Without hesitation, Wang Changxiang positioned his fingers before him, employing wind blades to clear the surrounding phantoms. Following this, his hands danced like butterflies flitting among flowers, weaving intricate seals. Finally, he brought his hands together before his lips, aligning his index and middle fingers while allowing his thumb, ring finger, and little finger to converge. In the triangular space formed by the middle and ring fingers, he exhaled. That gentle breath pierced through the formation of fingers, suddenly intensifying, swirling, and expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it charged directly into the thick fog. Like a furious divine dragon, it roared amidst the dense mist. The wind-walking technique unleashed a breath of a tornado. This wind was no ordinary breeze. It was the eastern Ming-Shu wind, one of the 8 winds. The Ming-Shu wind embodies the release of myriad entities. Its application here was most opportune. Such a powerful technique was not easily mastered, even among 6th-tier cultivators. Yet, Wang Changxiang commanded it with formidable prowess before even opening the heavenly gate. Exhausted, his complexion paled. Revealing the considerable toll this art exacted upon him, he stood precariously and then entrusted the next steps to his companions, where the roaring tornado swept through. The thick fog was swiftly dispelled. As the crowd entered Stalin Town, it was the first time they could truly perceive its essence. Stalls of candied hawthorn lined the walls. Rice shops connected to soy sauce vendors, and the banners of the taverns fluttered in the breeze. Everything seemed unchanged, were it not for the presence of those wandering spirits. Within the circle of fire, the spirits had been completely purged, yet outside, they still gathered and lingered. They instinctively feared the flames, yet were equally reluctant to abandon the vibrant living souls. Alas! This exclamation sounded an urgent alarm. Everyone could see the roaring tornado just passing by. As the thick fog in the distance once again began to coalesce, such fog was impervious to the gusts of the tornado. "Let us take this opportunity to withdraw," suggested Li Jianxiu, firmly wielding twin flaming swords. In the intervals created by the swirling winds, the group could ascertain their path, given their strength, and in the absence of any ghostly commanders, they could confidently retreat while engaging the enemy. Wei Yan, gripping his sword and gazing into the encroaching mist, seemed lost in thought. His anxious subordinate implored, "My lord, the situation in Stalin Town is beyond our control. We must summon the army. Moreover, with all the townsfolk dead, our presence here serves no purpose." Wei Yan interjected, "The spirits we have encountered are all mere wandering souls, none possessing coherent thoughts. It is illogical considering the sheer number of spirits present." Wang Changxiang furrowed his brow, asserting, "There are no practitioners of ghost harnessing techniques in the entire Fenglin city region. This matter should indeed be entrusted to the city guards." As the army arrived, a fierce aura surged forth, causing the wandering souls to disperse without any resistance. The aquatic beings of the Qingjiang River exhibited unusual behavior, prompting the city guards to intervene. By the time they returned, it might be too late. Wei Yin was compelled to divulge a piece of significant intelligence. The Qingjiang River is a major waterway traversing the entirety of Qinghe County, with the Green Willow River, located beyond Fenglin City, being one of its tributaries. Yet, despite having established a pact with the Zhuang family, the Qingjiang aquatic beings suddenly exhibited strange behavior. Jiang Wang pondered this anomaly. Such unrest indicated that the Qingjiang water clan was exercising restraint. However, given the gravity of the situation involving the entire water system of Qinghe County, the authorities could not afford to be negligent. Hence, the mobilization of city guards was entirely warranted. The emergence of the heart-devouring demon, the unusual activities of the Qingjiang aquatic beings, and the daytime hauntings of the 100 ghosts in Xiaolin Town, all these events, seemingly unrelated, were subtly intertwined by an invisible hand. Something was amiss. Wei Yin shook his head. Having made up his mind, "Everyone, follow me forward. I shall not cease. No one may falter. Those who lag behind must accept their fate." Without waiting for others to dissuade him, he stepped beyond the circle of flames, leading the charge deeper into Xiaolin Town. As his adjutant, Zhao Lang naturally followed without hesitation. Then came Li Jianxiu and Wang Changxiang. They were seasoned veterans who, despite their reservations about Wei Yan's decision, understood that at such a moment, their strength must not be fragmented. Consequently, the entire team swiftly mobilized, with Wei Yan as the spearhead, fiercely advancing into the depths of Xiaolin Town. Chapter 25. The smoke of blood and fury. In this moment, Wei Yan truly showcased the prowess befitting the second rank of Fenglin City's meritocracy, charging headlong into the throngs of wandering souls. Yet all the wandering souls were effortlessly shattered, dispersing before him. A chilling luminescence enveloped his form, a manifestation of the extreme concentration of golden vitality. His steps bore no trace of hesitation, as if nothing could impede his advance. With each swing of his long blade, sharp cries pierced the air, seemingly capable of slicing through the very atmosphere. The crowd trailed behind him, tasked only with preventing the specters on either side from converging, significantly reducing the peril. Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing positioned themselves to the left and right, intentionally or not, shielding Ling He and Du Yehu in the center. While Ling He remained relatively composed, Du Yehu's face flushed crimson, yet he understood that this was not the time for rashness and pressed forward in silence. Time became indistinct as they journeyed through the gradually thickening mist, rendering their bearings uncertain. The encountered wandering souls were not formidable, falling within the realm manageable by 9th-tier extraordinary cultivators. However, the 8th and 9th-tier cultivators within Togtian Palace were lacking in Dao Yuan, unable to endure protracted combat. They risked exhausting their abilities, which would damage their Dao rotation and harm their foundation. It was at this juncture that Wei Yin came to a halt. Based on their approximate location, they were nearing the very heart of Shaolin Town. Jiang Wang recalled that it was a marketplace, bustling with villagers on market days. Wei Yin's pause was not due to a lack of desire to advance, but rather because a wall of mist obstructed their path, halting his blade's progress. Unlike the pervasive fog along their route, this mist wall possessed a tangible presence and was remarkably resilient. Even with Wei Yan's blade's sharpness, which could cleave through bronze and iron, this mist wall stood steadfast. No matter how many strikes were unleashed, they vanished as if cast into an abyss. Wei Yin felt an urgent unease, as he acutely sensed that something amiss was transpiring just beyond the fog wall. This was no mere act of malice. It could potentially alter the course of his entire life. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a predicament, caught between advancing and retreating. Does anyone possess a solution? He inquired. But I shall attempt it nonetheless. Wei Yin declared solemnly. The situation is dire and allows for no delay. I shall bear all responsibility. At that moment, a disciple stepped forth resolutely towards the fog wall. Without uttering a word, he began to unbuckle his belt. Hey, what are you doing? Someone nearby grasped his arm. Do not hinder me. The individual insisted fervently. This place is rife with spirits and suffused with malevolent energy. Urine from a young boy can dispel evil and pacify the restless spirits. As I have yet to lose my vital essence, it is only fitting that I take this upon myself. This individual was named Huang Azhang, a disciple chosen in the previous selection. He shared a camaraderie with Du Yahu, possessing a pleasant disposition, albeit lacking in intellect. Wei Yin furrowed his brow, and as Huang Azhang completed his act, the fog wall remained unmoved. Only the pungent aroma lingering in the air served as a reminder of the event that had transpired. That cannot be right. Could it be insufficient quantity? Huang Azhang pondered aloud after a moment of reflection. He then turned to rally the others. Does anyone else possess the essence of youth? Join me. Naturally. Zhao Ruqing need not participate. His aura was too heavy. Du Yahu, come forth. Do not hold back. Your esteemed nature guarantees that your youthful vigor remains intact. With a single remark, he mocked two individuals. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, Du Yahu would have already delivered a decisive blow to his foolish head. Zhao Ruqing gritted his teeth. Azhang, consider this again. Perhaps what we require is not merely the urine of a youth, but rather the blood. Upon hearing this, Huang Azhang stroked his chin and nodded, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the suggestion. Since the unleashing of the breath of the dragon tornado, Wang Changxiang had been feeling somewhat weakened. He remarked, just now, as the tornado dispersed the mist, I observed that the wandering spirits in Shaolin Town had formed a rudimentary 9-palace array. At that moment, I could not ascertain it, but now, with the central palace obstructed, I am certain of this fact. How do we dismantle it? Wei Yin inquired straightforwardly. The array's creator did not invest much effort, and coordinating such a multitude of spirits is quite challenging. Therefore, the method of dismantling is rather simple, Wang Changxiang replied with a bitter smile. By disrupting the remaining 8 palaces' focal points, the central palace will collapse without further assault. Wei Yin immediately commanded, Wang Changxiang shall remain here to observe the situation, with 4 others to follow his lead and provide support as needed. I will proceed to the Qin Palace, while the rest will divide into 7 groups to dismantle each respective palace. In the end, we shall reconvene before the central palace. The celestial patterns are vast. The Yang emerges while the Yin enters. Yang begins in Zi, and Yin in Wu, thus the Taiji unfolds in the 9 palaces, commencing with the Qin Palace. Located in the true north, belonging to the element of water, it is not the easiest palace for Wei Yin to resolve. However, given his formidable strength, he need not dwell on such concerns. I must remind everyone, Wang Changxiang continued, that the spirits we have cleared thus far are merely ordinary. Yet, at the focal point, There will surely be vengeful or malevolent spirits. I urge you all to act within your capacities. Jiang Wang, ever loyal to Wei Yin, was the first to respond. In that case, I shall head to the Kuan Palace. Li Jinxiu, with a decisive demeanor, had already unsheathed his sword and set off westward, stating, I will take charge of the Jin Palace. The rest of you may allocate yourselves accordingly. The strong rose to shoulder their responsibilities. This is the backbone of cultivators. After exchanging glances with Lingyi and the others, Jiang Wang declared, My 3 brothers and I will take charge of the Sun Palace. His assertion was not presumptuous, as their respective combat capabilities had become evident throughout their journey. Although he had not yet solidified his foundation, his strength, bolstered by the purple qi eastward swordplay, subtly surpassed that of ordinary 9th-grade cultivators. The Sun Palace, associated with the element of wood, was best countered with metal, making their assignment timely. The remaining Jin Palace, also of the wood element, had been entrusted to Li Jinxiu. Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing would find it more challenging to utilize their strengths in other palaces. Furthermore, the situation in Xiaolin town was bound to have significant repercussions. Their contributions would be duly noted, and for Lingyi, Du Yehui, and Zhao Ruqing, who were diligently accumulating merit points to exchange for meridian opening pills, resolving a palace would undoubtedly propel them forward substantially. The allocation of tasks strictly adhered to the sequence of the 9 palaces, where 2 and 4 are the shoulders, 6 and 8 are the feet. 3 is on the left, and 7 is on the right, with 9 adorning the head and 1 beneath the feet. From 1 to 9, they are Kan, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Sinter, Qian, Dui, Zhen, and Li. Having witnessed Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing's extraordinary swordsmanship throughout their battles, the others raised no objections. The remaining 20 Dao Academy disciples, divided into groups of 5, selected the remaining 4 palaces. It must be acknowledged that Wang Changxiang's earlier breath tornado had been instrumental in enabling them to regain their bearings amidst the dense fog, a crucial step in dismantling the entire ghost array. The Sun Palace was situated in the southeast. As Jiang Wang advanced through the heavy mist, sword in hand, his certainty grew upon discerning the faint outline of the tavern ahead. The only tavern in Xiaolin town was indeed located in the southeast, confirming that they were on the right path. Be cautious, he cautioned. Suddenly, Ling He remarked, I sense that there exists something immensely perilous ahead. Ling He's intuition had always been remarkably accurate, causing the group to refrain from taking it lightly. Jiang Wang nodded in agreement. That must be the vengeful spirit mentioned by senior brother Wang. It also signifies the focal point of the Sun Palace. Rucheng, how many forms of the Eastern Purple Qi Sword technique have you mastered? I have perfected them all, Zhao Rucheng replied. Regarding this individual's innate talent, Jiang Wang had little to critique. He promptly directed, I will initiate the attack, you follow suit. Unleashing the strongest assault at the earliest opportunity to obliterate the target in the shortest time possible. The eldest and second eldest will keep a vigilant watch over our surroundings, ensuring no other wandering souls approach. If necessary, we shall unleash our blood qi without hesitation. Before establishing a foundation, if one could not harness extraordinary techniques such as the Eastern Purple Qi Sword, the sole means of inflicting harm upon spirits would be through the eruption of blood qi. However, since blood qi is fundamental to human existence, its release imposes a considerable burden on the body. Thus, throughout their journey, Ling He and Du Yi who had exercised considerable restraint. Yet, in response to Jiang Wang's command, they did not hesitate in the slightest. This was a tacit understanding forged through countless battles fought side by side. Although the fog obscured their vision, preventing them from seeing far ahead, the brothers swiftly delineated the target area and spread out. Just then, a sudden, piercing shriek echoed, as if right beside them. Before Jiang Wang, a beam of sword light erupted with fervor. Clash! The first form of the Eastern Purple Qi Sword technique. A blood-red claw was just intercepted by the long sword, revealing the vengeful spirit of the Sun Palace before the group. The wandering souls encountered along the way bore a striking resemblance to humans in life, their forms merely ethereal in their hues palette. Yet, this vengeful spirit was entirely different, appearing as a distinct entity altogether. It bore a ghastly visage, towering nearly 12 feet in height, robust and imposing. Its muscles rippled with power, while a pair of claws glistened in a sinister crimson, one claw dripping with fresh blood. Jiang Wang was well aware that within the dense fog, the specter's senses would undoubtedly surpass their own. Thus, he had long been prepared, his sword poised and ready to strike. enabling him to withstand the specter's initial assault. However, he still underestimated the formidable strength of this vengeful spirit. In the brief moment created by the swirling winds, they beheld not just a handful of wandering souls, but thousands. Yet, only 8 malevolent spirits remained stationed within the 9 palaces. Whether through human cultivation or natural carnage, the vengeful spirits birthed from this chaos were undeniably extraordinary. Though Jiang Wang managed to fend off the first attack, another claw grazed him, tearing flesh from his left arm, with the dripping blood emanating from his wound. Fortunately, the injury was not extensive. Just as Jiang Wang retaliated, Zhao Ruqing's sword sprang into action. The first technique of the purple qi rising east sword emphasizes swiftness. It must strike like thunder and defend like lightning. The emperor unleashes his wrath in an instant, shaking the very heavens. Before the specter could savor the flesh it had torn away, Zhao Ruqing's sword had already pierced its abdomen. Zhao Ruqing, sword and all, was lodged within the specter, appearing like a monkey clinging to a giant. The specter let out a piercing howl, suddenly lowering its head. This was dire. Zhao Ruqing felt a jolt of alarm. He kicked off the approaching claw, executing a backflip in midair to disengage from the sword. As the specter prepared to pursue, Jiang Wang's figure streaked past like a thunderbolt before its eyes. The second technique of the purple qi rising east sword demands precision. Jiang Wang was already distant, yet the blade of light had precisely crossed the specter's eye. In that instant, the dark cyan liquid exploded like a bursting sack, and the vengeful ghost emitted a most mournful scream. This creature, whose mind was originally clouded, stared intently at Jiang Wang with its remaining right eye filled with intense hatred. It simply ignored its eye, allowing the dark cyan liquid to flow, with Zhao Ruqing's swaying sword still impaled in its body, and charged towards Jiang Wang. Lingyi, who was outside the battle circle driving away wandering souls, managed to shoot his sword towards Zhao Ruqing amidst the chaos. Thereupon, Zhao Ruqing leaped up, caught Lingyi's sword in midair, and like a meteor chasing the moon, once again shot towards the vengeful ghost's back. This sword pierced through its nape, the tip protruding from the ghost's chin, pressing against its chest. The vengeful ghost roared and swiped back with its claws, but due to the angle, this swipe was inevitably slower than before. Therefore, Zhao Ruqing braced his feet against its back, attempting to use the force to pull out his sword and retreat. However, unexpectedly, the sword blade was firmly clamped by the vengeful ghost's muscles, and he failed to pull it out immediately, causing him to hesitate for a moment. In that instant, the vengeful ghost's massive claws struck him heavily, sending Zhao Ruqing flying 4 or 5 meters, falling into the dense fog, his fate unknown. It should be known that countless wandering souls were still roaming in the dense fog. At this moment, Jiang Wang was on the opposite side, and Lingyi was still entangled with the wandering souls after sending the sword. Only Du Yeho, who was also guarding the battle circle, was closest, and he had long been unable to restrain himself. He had come on this trip to eliminate evil and cleanse the world, certainly not to be sheltered and muddle through, or even become a burden. A roar was heard, sounding like thunder. Du Yeho's entire body erupted with full force of his qi and blood. The qi and blood on his body rose like a substantial wolf smoke, reaching towards the sky. Qi and blood like wolf smoke. Only those martial artists whose vitality reaches a certain pinnacle can evoke the blood smoke of vitality. Even Jiang Wang is unable to achieve this feat, however. Du Yeho's explosive burst of strength undeniably proves his prowess. Enveloped in a palpable aura of vitality, he resembled a warrior clad in a crimson battle garb, propelling himself towards Zhao Ruqing with a speed several times that of his usual pace, covering the distance in mere strides. Chapter 26. Sacrifice. The dense fog could not obscure the brilliance of the scarlet light. At that moment, Zhao Ruqing was just rising from the ground, nearly overwhelmed by the swarming souls. But Du Yeho had arrived. He scarcely needed to make a move. The overwhelming force of his vitality sent the approaching souls scattering in disarray. In an act of utter decisiveness, he seized Zhao Ruqing by the collar, lifting him towards Lingyi. Having suffered a fierce claw from a vengeful spirit, several older brothers were consumed with worry. Yet Zhao Ruqing himself appeared unscathed, indignantly exclaiming, Hey, I can walk on my own." Ignoring his protests, Du Yeho continued his dash, only to hurl the incessantly chattering Zhao Ruqing towards Lingyi midway. He then pivoted, his fist, imbued with a rich vitality, struck fiercely at the vengeful spirit, setting aside the fact that Lingyi soared to catch Zhao Ruqing. Let us consider Du Yeho's punch. Compared to the sword of purple qi rising in the east, his martial arts were not particularly sophisticated, often overlooked even in the outer court of the Tao Academy. Yet, when wielded by him, it became extraordinarily ferocious. This punch did not seek an opening. Rather, it charged directly against the massive claw of the vengeful spirit, a clash of strength against strength, an assault against an assault. It was a display of sheer might. The tangible force of vitality enveloped his iron fist, colliding thunderously with the dark green claw, creating a moment of stalemate. At that precise moment, Jiang Wang swiftly traversed the space, his sword gleaming as he lacerated the wraith's remaining eye. "Withdraw," Jiang Wang commanded, securing his advantage and retreating, with Du Yehu following suit. The blinded wraith, now consumed by an even greater frenzy, lashed out with its massive claws, stirring up violent gusts of wind. As its onslaught waned, Jiang Wang once more ascended, his longsword tracing an elegant arc in the air, descending upon the wraith's right claw with the lightness of a falling leaf, almost imperceptibly. Yet, upon contact with the dark green claw, it unleashed an unparalleled, piercing shriek. The third movement of the purple qi comes east swordplay, its essence lying in sharpness. With a single stroke, the wraith's right claw was severed. Jiang Wang, exhibiting no attachment to the battle, began his retreat even as he struck. Bereft of sight, the wraith could only desperately vent its rage upon the empty air before it. At this juncture, Du Yehu, ablaze with surging qi and blood, had circled behind the wraith and leaped high into the air. Enfolding his right hand with his left, he swung his hands like a hammer, delivering a devastating blow to the wraith's grotesque head. A thunderous boom reverberated. The smoke of qi and blood was inherently suppressive against spectral entities, let alone the ferocity of Du Yehu's strike. The fist, enveloped in layers of qi and blood, instantaneously detonated the wraith's entire head. Du Yehu, unable to evade, was splattered with dark green, foul blood, which was swiftly incinerated by his qi and blood. Only when the wraith's headless remains collapsed did the crimson light around Du Yehu subside, his complexion instantly turning ashen. Jiang Wang bounded to Du Yehu's side, supporting him with a steadying hand. "Brother, who this? Qi and blood, the very foundation of a person's being." Jiang Wang, now condensing his Dao Yuan, must also commence with the supply of qi and blood. Du Yehu's earlier power was, in every instant, a combustion of his very self. He is not a martial artist dedicated solely to the mastery of combat. He simply cannot contain such overwhelming vitality. This battle will require at least 5 years for him to recuperate. The initial 5 years of cultivation are an eternity. Moreover, there is the looming issue of vitality waning with age. A single misstep could spell a lifetime of disconnection from the extraordinary. Nevertheless, Du Yehu remained resolute and unhesitant. In the face of life and death, one cannot afford to ponder excessively. Such instinctive choices often reveal one's true essence. It is a trivial matter. Du Yehu subtly adjusted his breath, regaining a modicum of strength, before forcefully pushing Jiang Wang aside. "I am not yet at the point of being unable to move," he declared. "We must go. The situation in the central palace is surely more perilous." Ling He, though filled with concern, understood that it was not the time for idle chatter. He shifted Zhao Ruqing to his back and advanced to retrieve his sword from the remnants of the vengeful spirit, silently positioning it beside Du Yehu. He had previously burned a small amount of vitality, yet it had not compromised his foundation, leaving him with the strength to fight for his life. As the sole intact powerhouse among the four, Jiang Wang needed to remain agile, ready to strike at any moment. Thus, he merely carried his sword, offering no assistance. Only Zhao Ruqing continued to grumble incessantly. "Our leader is quite considerate. Tiger is so clumsy, truly. Carrying me like a chick. How absurd. If Miss Miaoyu were to find out, my heroic image would be utterly tarnished." Miaoyu is the prime attraction of the Three Fragrance Pavilion, the most celebrated beauty in the entire Fenglin City's pleasure district. Zhao Ruqing had become enamored, having squandered over 1,000 taels of silver in the fragrant establishment of San Fengxiang, yet he had yet to achieve his desires. Du Yehu remained silent, not out of a lack of desire to deliver a fierce reprimand or at least berate him, but rather from sheer exhaustion. "Enough of this," Jiang Wang said impatiently here. "We are surrounded solely by mindless wandering spirits and confused vengeful ghosts. Whom do you intend to impress?" "Who can say?" Zhao Ruqing countered, invigorated by the challenge. He leaned on Ling He's back, gesturing animatedly. "What if a beautiful ghost is lurking and watching me? A splendid romantic encounter could be lost. And can this loss truly be borne by the tiger? Du Yahoo, nearly at death's door, felt an urge to spring up and unleash his remaining strength upon this insufferably talkative fellow. However, before he could erupt, Ling He deftly jabbed upward with the hilt of his sword. Zhao Ruqing gasped sharply, his bravado instantly deflated. Beyond the heavy mist wall, in the heart of Xiaolin town, specifically within the central palace of the Nine Palaces array, a vast vortex was slowly spinning. The original essence of this place had been obscured, all dissolving into the silence of the swirling void. Apart from this vortex, nothing else existed. At its core was an absolute blackness, as if it could draw one's very gaze into its depths, an escape rendered impossible. Standing beside the vortex were four long-breathed cultivators, each brimming with abundant Tao energy. Clad in dark robes, they maintained unwavering focus. Not far in front of the vortex lay a house that had been utterly demolished, leaving behind naught but a crumbling brick wall. A woman in red languidly leaned against this wall, her expression one of indolence. She was wrapped tightly, yet exuded an endless allure. In her hand, she held an oval mirror, which reflected not her own enchanting visage, but the silhouettes of those battling vengeful spirits within a nine-palace array. The disciples of this session at the Fenglin City Taoist Academy were rather unimpressive. Their swordsmanship was decent, yet nothing extraordinary. The woman in red murmured, stowing the mirror away. Well, the time has come. Had I known it would go so smoothly, I would have indulged in a longer afternoon nap. While yawning, she gracefully approached the vortex, feeling quite drowsy. Upon arriving before the enigmatic whirlpool, her expression grew slightly earnest as she turned sideways and performed a proper bow, respectfully inviting the elder. The four black-robed cultivators also bowed in unison. From the thick mist emerged an elderly man with white hair. His face was as wrinkled as ancient tree bark, his eyes clouded, and he hunched over, shuffling his steps. Yet with each stride he took, his back straightened incrementally, and his presence swelled with increasing intensity. Ignoring the woman in red and her companions, he fixated on the vortex, as if gazing at his eternal beloved, his gaze imbued with profound reverence. As he reached the vortex, his aura had become as deep as the abyss, suffocating those around him. The woman in red bowed her head even lower. The white-haired elder brought his ring and pinky fingers together, forming a triangle with his thumb, index, and middle fingers over his heart, softly intoning, at the bottom of the Wang Chuan, in the depths of the Yellow Springs. The revered deity returns to the world, illuminating the mortal realm. He then produced a bone dagger, decisively plunging it into the crown of his head, and with that, he fell straight into the vortex. Chapter 27. The Water Mansion of Qinghe. When one speaks of the most affluent places within Qinghe County, many would instinctively think of the Water Mansion of Qingjiang, rather than the Cui family, the Lin family, or the governor's residence. This is primarily because the treasures and wealth of the entire 700 miles of Qingjiang's waters are consolidated within the Water Mansion, renowned for its opulence and grandeur. Nestled at the bottom of Qingjiang, the Water Mansion commands the expanse of waterways, its architectural ensemble undulating magnificently. A veritable feast for the eyes filled with rare wonders and resplendent jewels. In one of the side halls, a handsome man draped in luxurious robes sat regally, savoring his tea. Opposite him, a messenger clad in a bone mask spoke with fervent indignation. "Young lord, our prior agreement was not to be interpreted in this manner. We have made considerable sacrifices. Why does the Qingjiang water clan merely drift upon the river's surface?" The robed gentleman clicked his tongue in contemplation, remarking, "Indeed, this emerald tea is exquisite, invigorating the spirit. Messenger, will you not partake?" Perhaps fatigued from his impassioned speech, the messenger raised the fragrant tea beside him and drained it in one go, then continued. "The Water Mansion of Qingjiang has always valued trust, a fact well known to all. In the past, the mansion's lord pledged his clan's allegiance to Zhuang Chengqian, leading them into battle, staining the Lan River crimson, a tale still sung with reverence. How can the young lord now go back on his word? Are you not concerned about tarnishing your esteemed reputation? The Lan River is a great river in the realm of Yong, and the messenger referred to the historic battle during the founding of the Zhuang nation. The forces of Yong sought to annihilate Zhuang in one fell swoop, yet it was the lord of the Water Mansion of Qinghe who rallied his clan to confront them, decisively defeating the naval forces of Yong upon the Lan River, where blood once dyed the waters red and boats lay still. This victory alleviated the worries of Zhuang's founding ancestor, Zhuang Chengqian, allowing him to seize the opportunity to establish his nation successfully. Thus, the alliance between the water mansion of Xinjiang and the Zhuang nation has endured, extending to the present day. The man in the embroidered robe gently placed the teacup on the table. Although a smile graced his face, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The messenger's words served as a reminder. My father had long established a pact with Emperor Wang. If I were to agree to assist you, would that not betray my father's trust? Such an act would be a profound act of filial disrespect. Come forth. The man in the embroidered robe snapped his fingers upon the table, summoning a guard who promptly received orders to command Yu Yang's troops to withdraw 3 miles, ensuring that the lives on the shore remained undisturbed. Young lord, the messenger, concealed behind a mask of bones, rose in indignation. Cease your charade. The man in the embroidered robe raised a finger before him, his expression placid. Currently, the entire army of Qinghe County is on high alert, unwilling to stray from their positions. You may proceed with your intentions at leisure. Your objectives have been met. Do not let greed overshadow your judgment. We had previously agreed that you would merely land to create a disturbance. The messenger began, but was interrupted. Do you truly believe it feasible for us to disembark? The man in the embroidered robe countered. The aquatic race, once removed from water, is akin to your humankind severed from the earth. Both lose their foundation. Unless you can persuade me to decisively engage in battle against the Zhuang court. Do you possess the means to compel such a resolution? The messenger's visage remained obscured by the bone mask, rendering his expression inscrutable. Yet his voice emerged like a strained whisper from clenched teeth. What I offer you is a complete dragon pearl. Indeed, it was a precious gift. The young lord of the Xinjiang water mansion smiled, a smile of satisfaction, though it was only sufficient for him to proceed this far. Recognizing the situation was irretrievable, the messenger draped his sleeve and departed. In the secluded chamber, only the man in the resplendent robe remained, who then let out a cold laugh. Those who hide their heads and reveal their tails, how dare they speak to me of credibility? At that moment, a voice of authority resonated in his ear, yet its owner remained unseen. Qingwei, do share your thoughts. Song Qingwei, the young master of the Clear River Water Manor, restrained the pride in his gaze and assumed a more dignified posture. The Zhuang family has enjoyed a partnership with our Clear River Water Manor for several centuries. Yet they have grown increasingly arrogant. Now, Zhuang Gaoxian seems utterly deluded, truly believing we are his vassals. Previously, he even sent word seeking to marry his son to Qingji, under the pretext of honoring her as the crown princess and forging eternal ties. Such a proposition I cannot possibly accept. My aunt's marriage to Zhuang Chengqian was fraught with suffering, and she ultimately fell victim to treachery, perishing in the cold depths of the palace. I cannot allow my sister to tread the same path. I must find an opportunity to remind that Zhuang brat who truly holds dominion over these 700 li of waters. However, I must tread carefully. After all, the human race is formidable, and even if we topple the Zhuang estate, other sovereigns may not fare better. The 30,000 naval forces patrolling the Clear River are indeed perfectly positioned. Yet, the arrival of those from the Bone Path, bearing the Dragon Pearl, is a most unexpected delight. The authoritative voice sighed. Your aunt and Zhuang Qingqian were, in truth, mutually affectionate. It was not merely a union sought by the father. Enough of this matter. How do you plan to arrange Qingxi? Song Qingwei pondered. Currently, our relations with the governor of Qinghe are strained, and Zhuang Gaoxian is rather shameless. It would be unwise to remain in Qinghe City. However, with Qingji on the verge of her enlightenment, my son suggests sending her to Maple Forest City to study for a while. The voice inquired once more, why Fenglin City? One could not deceive a father. Song Qingwei replied, the Whitebone sect is willing to send the Dragon Pearl this time, which indicates they must have grand designs in Fenglin City, enough to stir the entire Zhuang realm. However, this also means that Fenglin City will be most tranquil in the future, making it an ideal place for study. Furthermore, it is a small consideration of mine. If Qingji goes to Fenglin City, we can openly send someone to protect her. The city is small, lacking formidable individuals, and poses no disturbance to us. I will also take the opportunity to search for traces of the Whitebone sect and probe their secrets. The resurgence of the Whitebone sect gives me the impression that there is a significant mystery at play. Besides, given the long history of the Whitebone sect, they must possess many valuable items. The wicked and heretical must be exterminated, and a single Dragon Pearl will not suffice for my needs. Regarding Song Qingyue's meticulous calculations, the authoritative voice refrained from comment, merely stating, The affairs of the water mansion are entirely entrusted to you. Handle them as you see fit. Indeed. Song Qingwen nodded and added, the dragon pearl has already been delivered to outside your secluded chamber. Please remember to refine it. I have examined the dragon pearl and erased certain methods within it. Rest assured, its application will spare you a millennium of effort. As for myself, I have long been ailing, with no hope of becoming a dragon. Your aunt has been gone for 217 years and 3 months. And Zhuang Chengqian has been deceased for nearly 200 years. Our old acquaintances are few and far between. I am merely surviving, existing solely to guide you for a little longer. Though the dragon pearl is splendid, it holds no value for me. The voice gradually softened, eventually transforming into a sigh that faded away within the inner hall. As Song Qingyue gently leaned against the high chair, a sudden wave of ennui washed over him. The messenger, adorned with a bone mask, emerged from the water palace and boarded a small vessel. This craft, seemingly fashioned from bone, possessed no bottom, yet glided through the water with remarkable swiftness. Should it encounter unsuspecting fish or crabs, it would simply crush them without leaving a trace of blood. The bottomless bone boat swiftly broke through the water's surface. Upon reaching the shore, the messenger turned back and vanished into the depths, its destination unknown. Silently, the messenger hastened his pace, his footsteps barely disturbing the dust. He appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of the garrison routes of Qinghe County's forces, skillfully navigating through the intervals of their deployment until he ascended a mountain. Viewed from a distance, this mountain resembled the head of an ox, and up close, it revealed a certain elegance. Upon reaching a stone wall, the messenger did not pause, but instead crashed through it. Inside lay an extraordinary realm, adorned with gruesome and bloody murals that lined both sides, while a lengthy corridor was paved with blue bricks. Upon entering, he was met by an individual who inquired, "How did it go?" The bone-masked figure replied with a tone of frustration, "That scoundrel Song Qingwen merely grazed the bait while swallowing the hook." The other responded, "That old fool Song Hengjiang is still alive. He will not permit Song Qingwen to act recklessly." We never truly expected them to confront Zhuangding head-on. Despite such words, a sense of annoyance lingered. After all, it was the dragon pearl, a relic long lost to the world since the Middle Ages, each one rarer than the last. With a sigh, the bone-masked messenger concluded, "Once the matter in Xiaolin town is settled, our objectives will have been achieved. Such trivialities need not concern us. Furthermore, regarding our Dragon Ball, it is likely that the little creature would struggle to adapt after consuming it. He believes he can mock me, the Bone Path, yet remains oblivious to the impending doom at this point," the bone-masked man declared fiercely. "Once the Taoist emerges, the first order of business shall be the slaughter of the Qinjiang water mansion. Let the entire 700 li of Qinjiang turn to bone." Chapter 28. From the depths of the 9 nether realms, Xiaolin town. Zhao Ruqing and Du Yehu have lost their combat capabilities, and Lingyi is currently carrying Zhao Ruqing. Thus, only Jiang Wang is able to take action on the path back to the central palace. Fortunately, he has gained considerable experience dealing with the wandering souls, and the purple Qi eastward sword has become increasingly adept amidst this unceasing battle. There is no need to worry about physical stamina, since returning from Tangxi town, he has accumulated over 70 Dao Yuan through his cultivation. Although he must sacrifice 1 Dao Yuan before the formation of the Dao spin, in critical moments, each Dao Yuan provides him with ample feedback, allowing him to withstand the intense pressure of battle. In truth, these Dao Yuan are his trump card for the 4 of them to breach the Sun Palace. Yet he did not anticipate Zhao Ruqing's sudden peril, nor Du Yehu's resolute nature. I remarked, "Come now, must you all wear such mournful expressions?" After a while, Zhao Ruqing could no longer contain himself. "Isn't it merely excessive loss of vitality? There are ways to remedy it." "What remedy?" Before Du Yehu could respond, Lingyi was already excited, vigorously shaking Zhao Ruqing's hand. "Do tell quickly." While Jiang Wang cleared the wandering souls, he couldn't help but cast an irritated glance at him, feeling an urge to strike him twice with his sword. This fellow, why did he not mention a solution sooner, keeping it to himself all this time? "Oh, you have quite disoriented my handsome head." Zhao Ruqing, after much effort, finally managed to pacify his temporary steed and continued. "I happen to know that recently someone purchased a Gu Yuan Dan at a high price from the Cloud Nation, and is now looking to resell it. This elixir is remarkably effective in nourishing one's vital energy and stabilizing one's foundation. Some noble youths specifically consume a Gu Yuan Dan before opening their meridians, as it enhances the spiritual flow within their pathways afterwards. Not to mention the mere triviality of Du Laohu's situation, which is merely a case of depleted vitality. However, I wonder, he even raised the corner of his mouth, whether certain individuals would be willing to buy. Du Yahu paused for a moment before gruffly replying. I have no money. You could borrow from me, Zhao Ruqing cheerfully suggested. The industry rule is 9 out with 13 back. Usury is acceptable. Brother Tiger enjoys usury. Du Yahu appeared to chuckle innocently. Enough, enough, Jiang Wang interjected, his forehead lined with exasperation. In the entire Fenglin city, who doesn't know that Du Yahu is notorious for borrowing and not repaying? As Du Laohu himself puts it, those who engage in usury are not good people. Any little bit they can swindle is a bonus for them. If not for his background at the Dao Academy, he would have long been tossed into the moat. Xiaowu, who is that person? How much silver would they demand for the sale? Jiang Wang had already secretly resolved that, regardless of the asking price. He must find a way to gather the funds. The individual who acquired the Gu Yuan Dan happens to share the surname Zhao. Is that not a coincidence? Zhao Ruqing feigned a sigh. Even more coincidental is that he is actually one of my household staff. It is truly too coincidental. Jiang Wang took a deep breath, reminding himself that the fifth brother was gravely injured and could easily fall victim to a fatal blow. It was only then that he managed to suppress his urge to strike. This young man had meandered for quite some time, only to convey that his family possessed a solid Yuan Dan, capable of replenishing Du Yahu's losses. This singular revelation piqued the interest of several brothers, leaving them in eager anticipation. Even the broad-shouldered Ling, he felt a pang of discomfort. However, with this assurance, everyone felt considerably more at ease. As they spoke, they had returned to the central palace. Li Jianxiu and Zhao Lang had been waiting there, engaged in discussion with Wang Changxiang. The presence of several other senior brothers was noted, and their conditions appeared far from favorable. Wei Yin had gone to the Dui Palace to provide support, the only stronghold yet to be breached. Jiang Shidi performed admirably. Li Jianxiu casually acknowledged him. Wang Changxiang also nodded in his direction. I feel ashamed. It is solely due to the explosive efforts of my brother Yehu and Ru Cheng, Jiang Wang remarked with a wry smile. In the presence of several key players, he decisively ceded credit. At this stage, the paramount objective was to ensure their successful meridian opening. The reason for not mentioning Ling He was that the states of Du Yehu and Zhao Ruqing were more compelling. Ling He bore no resentment. The seasoned warriors, including Li Jianxiu, could easily discern Du Yehu's condition and were secretly astounded by his formidable vitality. Once Wei Yin returns, we shall proceed directly into the central palace. Wang Changxiang stated, this time, everyone bravely vanquished evil, and your performances are commendable. Fenglin City will not forget your contributions, and the Dao Academy will not overlook your merits. Indeed, as they spoke, Wei Yin emerged from the dense fog, followed by 3 disciples of the Dao Academy, while 2 others remained absent, presumably having met with misfortune. The fierce battle did not cease at the Sun Palace. Aside from Wei Yin and Li Jianxiu, who nearly unscathed dealt with the vengeful spirits at the town. The remaining divisions suffered casualties, with 11 lives lost and a near 50% mortality rate among the combatants. Those who survived bore wounds, each one marked by the harshness of the conflict. Even Zhao Lang nearly fell victim to grievous injury, his abdomen marred by a ghastly wound. Had it not been for Wang Changxiang's timely command from the central palace, the mission of this division might not have achieved success. Wei Yin solemnly declared, if we are fortunate enough to return from this battle, I shall be the first to commend each of you. The peril of this confrontation was beyond my expectations. Yet, with the forces of Fenglin City so depleted, only you brave souls can stand and fight. At this juncture, he even bent at the waist in a bow, expressing gratitude on behalf of the souls unjustly lost in Xiaolin Town and the citizens of Fenglin City for your blood-soaked efforts. Your words are too heavy, Brother Wei, Li Jianxiu responded. The others turned away, unwilling to accept such an honor. What are you saying, General Wei? You are one of us from Fenglin City. Do you think we are any less rooted here? Du Yehu interjected with dissatisfaction. Let us refrain from such empty formalities. We have no time to waste. Despite their weakened state, his fervor remained unquenched. Wei Yin cast a deep glance at him, brandished his sword, and turned, acknowledging his junior's words. Let us charge forth. We shall uncover the demon that plagues our kin. With the 8 palaces breached, the mist wall at the central palace lost its foundation, silently collapsing and no longer obstructing the path. However, the dense fog remained, shrouding their vision. Wei Yin led the charge, with Li Jianxiu and Wang Changxiang flanking him. while Zhao Lang, despite his injuries, retained his combat effectiveness and held the rear of the formation. A group of individuals ventured forth with unwavering vigilance into the heart of the central palace. The perils of Xiaolin town require no further elaboration. Having endured the treacherous encounters with vengeful spirits in the other 8 palaces, each member of the party harbored a vivid imagination of the malevolence that awaited them in the central location. Those malevolent beings who had wreaked havoc in Xiaolin town, if driven by ulterior motives, would undoubtedly congregate at this epicenter. This group could be deemed the embodiment of hope for the younger generation of Maple Forest City. Should they all perish here, it would spell the end of a prosperous lineage for the Tao Academy of Maple Forest City. Yet, not a single soul uttered a word of retreat. The path ahead was undeniably fraught with danger, but this was their ancestral homeland. They were born here, raised here, educated here, and they were willing to perish here. Aside from Zhao Ruqing and Du Yehu, 3 other disciples of the academy had also lost their combat capabilities. Given the treacherous nature of Xiaolin town, it was inconceivable to leave them behind. Thus, Ling He continued to carry Zhao Ruqing as they advanced, while Huang Azan, an old drinking companion of Du Yehu, stood guard beside him. Unlike the nearly exhausted Du Yehu, Huang Azan appeared invigorated. He had emerged relatively unscathed from the previous battles, indicating that he possessed a measure of strength and was not merely a source of frivolity. As the group pressed onward, Huang Azan suddenly halted. He inhaled deeply, declaring, "I smell something delightful." The procession came to a standstill, and he added, "It is the fragrance of a woman. No, it is her alluring scent." The group turned their gazes towards him. He further elaborated, "It is the scent of a beautiful woman." Du Yehu retorted with irritation, "Are you using a dog's nose?" "Ah, a stunning female ghost," Zhao Ruqing exclaimed with excitement. "I knew there would be one. Du Yehu, you owe me a romantic encounter." No one paid any heed to these 2 lively souls, for they had arrived at the very heart of Xiaolin town, where they beheld a colossal, swirling vortex. Aside from this, the entire central area was devoid of any other presence. The woman in red, the white-haired elder, and the robed practitioner seemed to have never existed. It was not merely that they were absent. There were no people, no livestock, not even a brick or a tile, save for the endless, thick mist enveloping the peculiar, solitary vortex. Where had the official buildings vanished? What on earth was this vortex? No one could provide an answer to these questions. Only Wang Changxiang stared wide-eyed, filled with inexplicable terror. "Do you recognize it, Brother Wang?" Wei Yin asked, gripping his knife and speaking in a low voice. Yet, an answer soon revealed itself. From the profound darkness at the vortex's center, a shadowy entity gradually emerged. Describing it as dark amidst the darkness seems an awkward portrayal, yet that was precisely the case. The shadowy object, seemingly the very essence of darkness, allowed all to discern its form clearly. As it slowly ascended from the vortex, its entirety unfolded before every observer. It was a stone archway, modest in design, comprising 3 openings, 4 columns, and 7 levels. If one were to disregard its obsidian hue and the peculiar circumstances of its emergence, it bore no distinction from the archways commonly encountered. However, the inscription on the plaque at its center spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. 3 characters adorned it, an unfamiliar script to all present. Yet each individual grasped its meaning at first glance. Ghost, Gate, Barrier. Chapter 29. The Veil of the Netherworld and the Azure Sky in the Profound Depths of the Nine Nether. A phenomenon that signifies the threshold between life and death, the Gate of Ghosts, has inexplicably manifested in the realm of the living. This revelation provides an explanation for the persistent, dense fog that has lingered. It is not a product of human endeavor, but rather a natural confluence of celestial principles. The Netherworld and the Azure Sky remain unseen from one another. The appearance of the Gate of Ghosts in the mortal realm necessitates a shroud. The multitude of wandering souls congregated here far surpasses the number of the living that once inhabited Xiaolin town, thus elucidating their sudden presence. These wandering spirits instinctively gravitate towards the Gate of Ghosts, an impulse devoid of conscious thought. It is likely that the entire realm of Fenglin has gathered its wandering souls in this very spot. Moreover, it is foreseeable that as long as this Gate of Ghosts persists, the accumulation of wandering souls will only intensify, growing in both number and strength. Yet, how could the Gate of Ghosts have materialized in this location? Without hesitation, upon comprehending the implications of the term Gate of Ghosts, Wei Yin swiftly extracted a vividly crimson, archaic incense stick from his bosom and presented it to Zhao Lang. Quick. He, of course, carried flint with him and was no stranger to the art of fire manipulation. However, he knew that Zhao Lang could act more swiftly. Having partnered with Wei Yan for many years, their synergy was unspoken. As the crimson incense stick was offered, Zhao Lang deftly rubbed his fingers together, igniting a flame that consumed the incense in mere moments. Only then did he grimace slightly and remark, "This is the only red incense you possess. In the army of Zhuanghua, incense comes in 3 varieties, black, red, and yellow, each reserved for individuals of certain rank, rendering them invaluable strategic resources. In the face of the ominous black signal, the entire nation prepares for a fierce battle. Yet few within the Zhuang kingdom possess the right to ignite such a signal. The conflagration of the yellow signal signifies that those who bear it are ensnared in dire straits. Meanwhile, the red signal, which flickers ominously between these two extremes, heralds the peril of cities falling and territories lost. Once the red signal ignites, the very foundations of Maple Forest City tremble, inevitably rousing Wei Qiuji from his repose. At present, the city's watchmen and the criminal investigation department are preoccupied, while Wei Qiuji, stationed at the Lord's Manor, remains the fulcrum of the city's fate. Does a humble town like Xiaolin, devoid of any wandering souls or external threats, warrant his personal intervention? Or should Wei Yan mistakenly assess the situation, leading to turmoil within Maple Forest City due to Wei Qiuji's actions? Can he bear the weight of such responsibility? Yet, these contemplations pale in significance before the 3 characters that loom large in their minds. 4. They signify the Gate of Ghosts, a manifestation woven into countless legends. A faint echo of a mythic era. Indeed, when the ethereal red signal suddenly ignited before him, the esteemed city lord, Wei Qiuji, rose without hesitation. He ascended into the sky, enveloped by a tempest, hurtling towards Xiaolin town. Almost simultaneously, Dong Ye, who had been in quiet meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. At any given moment, a figure of such caliber must be stationed within Maple Forest City. Now that Wei Qiuji has departed, he too cannot remain behind. Although he did not move, his authoritative voice resonated beyond the confines of his chamber, issuing commands to all disciples reachable by any means. Regardless of the tasks they were engaged in or the meditative practices they were pursuing, they were to cease immediately and return to Maple Forest City. Indeed, the Academy nurtures the hopes of the Zhuang kingdom, a pursuit that has necessitated a protracted period of growth. In times of peril for the homeland, every individual must rise to the call of battle. Meanwhile, the current vice president of the Dao Academy, Song Qifeng, sits cross-legged before an alchemical furnace, gently fanning the flames with a handheld fan, meticulously tending to the heat. A low, almost imperceptible sigh escapes his lips, a sign of age. In Xiaolin town, Wei Yan, after igniting the crimson signal, did not hesitate, but instead executed a swift horizontal slash with his blade. The sharp glimmer of the sword nearly sliced through the very air, only to dissipate upon reaching the archway. Indeed, it vanished silently, without a trace. The subsequent assaults mirrored this, whether they were torrents of fire or gales of wind. Every Taoist technique hurled forth sank, as if into the depths of the ocean. Ling He even cast aside his own treasured sword, yet it too disappeared without a remnant. It was as though it never existed. Not only did it not exist, but all entities that made contact with it also ceased to be. Huang Azan lingered hesitantly before the gates of the underworld for a considerable time. He harbored an unwavering confidence in his youthful essence, yet upon witnessing Ling He's sword vanish, he reluctantly chose to abandon his efforts. This whirlpool must be a conduit to the realm of the dead. With the multitude of souls lost here, our attacks are all absorbed into the underworld, never to reach the present world. Wang Changxiang furrowed his brow, analyzing. What stands before us is likely a reflection of the gates of the underworld. And even this reflection has yet to fully coalesce. Yet to coalesce? The characters inscribed on the plaque were familiar to Jiang Wang from his experiences in the void illusion realm. He recognized them as Taoist script, elucidating the principles of heaven and earth. He had been contemplating the significance of the gates of the underworld manifesting in Xiaolin town. And it was only upon hearing Wang Changxiang's analysis that a shiver of realization coursed through him. When, then, will the true reflection of the ghostly threshold coalesce? And in what manner? Ultimately, what will it bring to this place? The people soon found their answer. It was the countless wandering souls that pervaded the town of Xiaolin, relentless and inexorable in their approach. At that moment, they surged forth, converging at the center. A group of individuals, disregarding all else, resorted to familiar tactics, retreating a short distance to inscribe a circle with their fire-based talismans, thereby encircling themselves for protection. Had anyone been able to pierce the fog and gaze down from above, they would have witnessed a multitude of souls rushing forth, drawn by an unseen force, a mighty river of spirits streaming together like myriad rivers flowing into the sea. The disciples from the Taoist Academy in Fenglin City, along with Wei Yin and Jiang Wang, found themselves akin to bitter rocks, worn down by the relentless current, unable to move, resist, or foresee their fate. The entire domain of wandering souls from Fenglin City had been summoned here. Perhaps this was where they would meet their end. Wang Changxiang thought with a bitter smile. These spirits were not particularly formidable. Previously, they could maneuver freely within the formation. However, this was under the condition that the souls remained in their aimless state, only instinctively attacking when approached by the living. Now, as these souls congregated in one direction, they found themselves obstructing the path. There were too many, seemingly endless, at least within the limited scope of vision that Wang Changxiang had barely managed to disperse. They could not see the end of the souls. What they did not realize was that if the gathering here had initially consisted solely of the souls of the deceased from Xiaolin Town over the years, now it had transformed into a confluence of all the restless spirits from the entire Fenglin City, converging at a speed far beyond their natural capacity. The densely packed lines of souls streaked through the air like a piercing thread. Throughout the entire Maple Forest City, a scene unfolded like a web, captivating countless formidable beings. No, Wei Yan's voice was somewhat cold, mirroring his heart. The city lord would arrive soon. No one knew the extent of his reluctance to ignite that crimson signal, to reveal his vulnerability in seeking aid. Yet he could not. In the face of the legendary existence of the Ghost Gate, he could not gamble the safety of the entire Maple Forest City for the sake of his pride. Jiang Wang likewise gazed at the wandering souls that surged past the reefs, howling towards the Ghost Gate, only to be consumed and dissolved in an instant. His emotions were intricate, beyond description. These souls appeared devoid of consciousness, hence they neither struggled nor cried out, seemingly free from regret or suffering. Yet they had once been living beings, each a soul that deserved eternal rest. Among them, perhaps someone had brushed past him, or perhaps there were individuals he once knew, neighbors, grandparents, or even his father. He widened his eyes, searching among the throng of wandering souls for his ailing father, the man who, though not tall, had always upheld his sky. The souls flickered by like a flash of lightning, scattered in every direction. His gaze remained fixed on the approach from Fengxi Town, his eyes reddening from strain, yet he could scarcely take it all in. Having lived alone for so long, he was reluctant to show any signs of weakness. After taking Enan into his care, he felt an even greater need to embody strength as an elder brother, though he seldom spoke of it. He truly longed for him. Jiang Wang yearned for just one last glimpse, yet he was equally terrified of what he might see. He feared the helplessness that loomed before the Ghost Gate. Suddenly, it seemed as though a critical juncture had been reached. The vast river of wandering souls was instantaneously emptied by an unseen force. The ethereal silhouette above the swirling vortex, the Ghost Gate, appeared strikingly clear and defined. In the very next moment, Wei Qiuji, the lord of Maple Forest City, descended from the heavens, enveloped in a tempest. Yet, concurrently, the apparition of the Ghost Gate flickered and vanished. In a fleeting sense, Jiang Wang felt a gentle breeze caress his cheek, but upon regaining his composure, everything before him had transformed. The enormous vortex had disappeared, and the fog shrouding Xiaolin Town dissipated instantly. All had faded away. The realms of the underworld and the sky were no longer discernible. Chapter 30. Worthless, useless, good-for-nothing scoundrel. Wei Qiuji's countenance was so dark it seemed as if it could drip with water, right beneath his very nose. An unknown adversary had made offerings of the lives of Xiaolin Town's inhabitants, further consuming the lingering souls that should have found eternal rest in the domain of Maple Forest City, all to coalesce the apparition of the Ghost Gate. Ultimately, the assailant had nonchalantly made their escape right before his eyes. Here was Wei Qiuji, a formidable master of the 5th rank, who had exerted all his efforts to arrive, yet had accomplished nothing. As the city lord, he felt remiss. As a powerful being, he had been publicly humiliated. When had he ever endured such disgrace? Thus, worthless, Wei Qiuji retaliated with a swift slap, sending Wei Yin sprawling several meters away. Among the gathered crowd of dozens, Not a single soul dared utter a word, despite the simmering indignation they each harbored. Even Wei Yin himself merely rose silently, not a sound escaping his lips. He undoubtedly possessed ample justification for his defense and sufficient grounds for his fury. Prior to the fog, he had charged forward without hesitation. In the face of the Nine Palace formation, he had been the first to breach it. Upon glimpsing the Ghost Gate, he had boldly ignited the only red token he possessed, risking everything. From any conceivable perspective, he performed optimally under the prevailing circumstances, rendering him beyond reproach. Nevertheless, triumph remains distinct from defeat, and the military acknowledges no ambiguity. Wei Qiji granted him autonomy to enlist personnel from the Taoist Academy to investigate Littlewoods Town. Yet he failed to avert the incident, thereby derelicting his duty. Wei Qiji possessed the prerogative to execute him summarily. However, what purpose would such an act serve? Wei Qiji arrived with imposing vehemence, only to depart in a similar tempest of indignation. The younger cohort dispersed, some burdened with the injured, others supporting one another, and still others bearing the deceased. These nascent disciples of the Taoist Academy had just endured a bitterly contested battle, one fraught with grievous casualties and ultimately proven futile. Throughout the ordeal, they remained ignorant of their adversary's identity, while their opponent accomplished their objective and absconded with impunity. They were branded as ineffectual. It was truly infuriating, a sentiment of profound discontent. Du Yehu lay supine upon his dormitory bed, resembling a toppled iron bastion. He sustained no critical injuries, and the depletion of his foundational essence had been rectified by the restorative elixir proffered by Zhao Ruqing, necessitating only a period of convalescence. While the restorative elixir was undoubtedly a precious commodity, its acceptance was without reservation. It coincided with Du Yehu's exigency, and it was within Zhao Ruqing's capacity to provide. Thus the matter was resolved. Theirs was a bond of mutual trust, extending even to the entrustment of their lives, rendering other considerations inconsequential. However, the Battle of Littlewoods Town, in verity, inflicted a blow upon each participating disciple of the Taoist Academy. For any individual aspiring to transcendence and yearning for potency, impotence was perhaps the most dire affliction. Save, perhaps, for Zhao Ruqing. He has retired to the Three Fragrant Pavilion to recuperate, reportedly intending to return as a valiant warrior, eager to win the heart of a beautiful maiden. Du Yehu is not one to remain idle. However, he finds himself compelled to rest at this moment. Even his desire for wine goes unfulfilled, as no one is willing to indulge him. Thus, he finds himself uncharacteristically melancholic. He remains silent, his eyes closed in meditation. As for Jiang Wang, he is presently dining with Jiang Inen at Kai Ji Lamb Shop, a century-old establishment. They savor 2 bowls of richly aromatic lamb soup and 10 jin of elegantly sliced boiled lamb. Jiang Inen clutches a bun in her left hand while wielding chopsticks in her right, grasping the lamb with a grip that reflects her unrefined technique, likely due to a lack of correction in her past. Having lived with Jiang Wang for some time, she has shed her initial shyness. She alternates between bites, occasionally leaning forward to savor a delightful sip of the broth, her cheeks adorned with 2 shallow dimples, radiating satisfaction. Kai Ji Lamb Shop is not exactly affordable. Had it been up to Jiang Wang, he might have hesitated to dine here. During their assignment in Xiaolin Town, although Wei Yin had to endure a setback, he still managed to secure 20 merit points for each of them, along with a modest monetary allowance. For cultivators, these rewards hold little significance. However, for Jiang Inen, the opportunity to relish delicious food is of utmost importance. Do you like it? Jiang Wang inquires with a smile. Yes. Jiang Inen vigorously nods in agreement. From now on, we shall come here every month. Jiang Wang silently calculates his savings. No? We can afford to dine here every 10 days. How about that? Jiang Inen continues to nod enthusiastically. She engaged in a casual conversation with her brother, often responding with mere nods or shakes of her head, while her little hands were busily at work. As she nodded, she grasped a piece of lamb, meticulously rolling it in the dipping sauce before finally taking a generous bite. Inen, how have your studies been lately? This is a question that, when conversing with children, all adults inevitably gravitate towards. Jiang Wang, self-aware of his maturity despite being merely 17, articulated this inquiry with ease. Jiang Inen paused her meat eating, her cheeks stuffed, and after a moment's effort, managed to utter, It's okay. Jiang Wang nodded in satisfaction. He gazed at his sister, feeling a gentle, flowing sense of blissful tranquility within. The hardships of battle, The sorrow of witnessing comrades fall and the helplessness of being unable to prevent such tragedies seemed to fade away. Certainly, some matters were deeply saddening. Yet the present moment, the life before him, was so blissful that it made one yearn to preserve it forever. As he traversed the Wang clan's territory, he occasionally greeted the clan members he encountered. Wang Changxiang exuded calmness and composure, as he always did. Even the most discerning clan members could not utter a single word against him. The three prominent clans of Folin City, Xiang, Fang, and Wang, were nearly equal in strength across various aspects, making it difficult to distinguish a clear superiority. However, with Zhang Linchuan currently holding the esteemed third position on the merit list, the Zhang clan subtly eclipsed the others. Wang Changxiang, ranked 7th, did not lag far behind. Only the Fang family remains. The previous genius perished in a trial, and this year's most distinguished Fang Pengju was slain. Now there is only Fang Heling left, who barely enters the inner circle with the help of a precious opening pulse elixir acquired through considerable wealth. Yet, in the eyes of discerning individuals, the Fang family has already been eclipsed by the other two clans. Setting aside such matters, Wang Changxiang has always preferred to remain aloof from worldly affairs. Although his intellect allows him to see through the rampant greed that lies beneath the fervor, he continues to maintain an air of indifference. The path he treads grows increasingly obscure. He finally halts before a somewhat dilapidated courtyard, a secluded corner of the Wang family's estate, where few reside nearby. And the owner of the yard seems like a solitary bird, detached from society. Wang Changxiang extends his hand to push open the door, which creaks sharply, disturbing the tranquility of the courtyard. In stark contrast to the weathered exterior walls, the courtyard is surprisingly neat and exquisite. To the left stands a trellis of grapevines, elevated high, upon which rests a well-worn, smooth chaise lounge. No one occupies the lounge, but a plump orange cat reclines upon it, unperturbed by the visitor. It merely half opens its sleepy eyes and lazily glances over. "Little Orange," Wang Changxiang greets. The hefty feline turns its head, squints its eyes shut once more, and seems to dismiss him entirely. Unfazed, Wang Changxiang proceeds forward, noticing a large water jar to his right, adorned with floating lotus leaves. Occasionally, bubbles surface, suggesting the presence of fish within. At that moment, he halts, for the aroma of food wafts towards him. Almost simultaneously, the little orange cat rises and glances back, its movements fluid and seamless. Before the main hall's entrance, beneath the eaves, a low table is set. At that moment, a young man steps out from behind the door, and the source of the delightful fragrance emanates from the food tray he carries. His visage cannot be deemed handsome, nor can it be described as ugly. It merely evokes an inexplicable sense of distance. Perhaps it is due to those exceedingly unremarkable eyes. The aloof young man squatted down, arranging the dishes from the food tray onto the low table. There were 2 bowls of snow-white, plump rice, 2 plates of verdant greens glistening with dew, and 2 plates of tenderly stewed pig's trotters. He then seated himself at the threshold, extracted a pair of chopsticks, tapped the table lightly with the ends, and stated, "It's time to eat." Wang Changxiang did not move, for he understood that the invitation was not directed at him, despite his fervent desire to approach and share this meal. Suddenly, with a swift motion, an orange cat darted to the low table with remarkable speed for its size. It first lowered its head to sniff at the plate of pig's trotters, seemingly satisfied before resting its front paws on the table and beginning to feast. Wang Changxiang parted his lips and murmured, "Brother." Perhaps only a handful remembered that Wang Changxiang, the pride of the Wang family, had an elder brother. In truth, he was the legitimate firstborn of the Wang lineage, the most rational heir to the clan's leadership according to familial doctrine. Yet, he was also a squanderer of a precious opening elixir, unable to manifest the Dao vein, rendering him a failure. This brought considerable shame upon the Wang family, diminishing their standing in comparison to the other 2 clans. The disgrace of the Wang family, Wang Changji. Chapter 31. Content with the ordinary. The 2 brothers, bound by blood, stood in stark contrast. One, a paragon of excellence at the Dao Academy, the other, a recluse in the family as shadows. The chasm between heaven and earth could drive one to madness, yet no trace of resentment marred Wang Changji's countenance. Throughout, he remained serene, focusing on his meal, as if dining were the most significant affair in the world. He ate at a measured pace, savoring each bite with meticulous care. His portion of pig's trotters and vegetables was consumed entirely, and he swallowed the last morsel of rice before turning his gaze to his younger brother. Speaking in a gentle tone, Changxiang, what troubles you? It's nothing of great importance, merely a recent task I undertook. And I thought to come and share a conversation with you, elder brother. Be a good lad, finish your vegetables. A diet consisting solely of meat is not advisable. Wang Changji affectionately stroked the orange cat that was gnawing on a pig's trotter, coaxing it softly, before redirecting his attention to Wang Changxiang. Speak, you appear burdened with thoughts. We went to investigate the disappearance in Xiaolin town, only to discover upon arrival that it was shrouded in dense fog, impenetrable even to a swirling breeze. The entire town was filled with wandering souls, arranged in a formation based on the 9 palaces, creating a 9-palace spirit array. Little Orange. At this juncture, Wang Changxiang suddenly exclaimed in anger. It turned out that the plump orange cat was irked by Wang Changji's persistent teasing with the vegetables and retaliated by scratching his hand, leaving 3 crimson marks on the back. You're quite fierce, Wang Changji sighed in resignation, relinquishing his efforts to coax the cat into eating some greens. He gently covered the wound on his hand with his left hand before addressing Wang Changxiang. When you speak to me of these mystical arts and formations, I find myself at a loss. Wang Changxiang lowered his head, his voice diminishing, yet an inexplicable urge to confide in his elder brother persisted. Wang Changji rubbed his forehead with his fingers and encouraged, Go on, continue. Do you know, elder brother? Someone has utilized the lives of the entire Xiaolin town to gather the wandering souls of Fenglin City over the years, condensing a phantom of the Ghost Gate before the arrival of Lord Wei. In this moment, Wang Changxiang resembled a child seeking praise. The shadow of the Ghost Gate? Is it truly formidable? Such a significant price paid, it must undoubtedly be extraordinary. With the shadow of the Ghost Gate in hand, one can communicate with the netherworld at any time and place. The prowess of the dark arts can be enhanced by at least half. Techniques such as exorcism can easily transcend their ranks. At this point, Wang Changxiang lowered his brows. One cannot help but wonder what calamities the enigmatic figure behind this will unleash. This matter will be handled by the Criminal Investigation Department. If Wei Qiji is unavailable, the rest the county governor. And if the City Dao Academy falters, the County Dao Academy remains, backed by the National Dao Academy. You need not worry, Wang Changji reassured him. At that moment, Xiao Ju had already devoured the pig trotter, casting not a glance at the plate of greens. Licking its paws before strutting away, Wang Changji then rose to clear the dishes. I shall not keep you any longer, he remarked before entering the room. Wang Changxiang quietly observed his brother's silhouette retreating indoors before turning to leave himself. Yet, as he passed by the lounging chair where Xiaoju lay, he suddenly flicked his pinky. A barely perceptible blade of wind swiftly cut through the air. Xiaoju jumped up in alarm, scanning its surroundings with uncertainty, half of its long whiskers falling to the ground in the breeze. Should you dare to scratch my brother again, Wang Changxiang left with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but reminisce about how, during their childhood, his brother had yearned for the Dao arts and cherished that extraordinary realm. Yet now, whatever was spoken before him no longer evoked that fervor. It seemed he had resigned himself to such a life. Ultimately, Wang Changxiang found it impossible to lighten his steps. Today, the instructor spoke of the flame blade technique, a progression of the lower-tier fire spells and one of the foundational skills of fire-based sorcery. This technique involves condensing flames into the form of a blade, using the searing energy of fire to inflict harm upon adversaries, proving particularly effective against malevolent spirits. At this stage, such sorcery surpasses the capabilities of ordinary iron weaponry. Jiang Wang had thoroughly memorized the seals and precautions associated with this technique, when suddenly he recalled Wei Yan's long sword, which boasted an unparalleled sharpness, far beyond that of a typical weapon. Given Wei Yan's prowess, ordinary iron would merely encumber him. He also thought of Li Jianxiu's sword, which hung at his side year-round. Surely a remarkable blade. The thought stirred a pang of envy within him. His own sword had been rendered nearly useless after battling a vengeful spirit, and he had returned to purchase a replacement, only to acquire a common steel sword. Truly formidable weapons were beyond his financial reach, and he lacked the means to procure them. He pondered the formidable powers wielded by those martial artists who transcended into the realm of sorcery, lost in thought to the extent that he failed to notice the atmosphere in the classroom. It was not until Ling he gently nudged him that he came to his senses. The lecturer, an austere man nearing 60, bore the surname Xiao and was known among the students as Xiao Iron Face. At this moment, he had concluded his lesson on techniques and began randomly selecting students for demonstration. When Fong Helling was chosen, He surprisingly managed to execute the technique, albeit clumsily, with the flames of the blade flickering unsteadily, yet he had completed it nonetheless. Even Xiao Tianmian felt a sense of satisfaction, yet he suddenly remarked, "Brother Jiang Wang is still ahead of me with his pulse opening. Why not give this technique a try? If any difficulties arise, we can consult our esteemed master." Thus, Xiao Tianmian's gaze fell upon the distracted Jiang Wang. "This is unfortunate," Jiang Wang thought. Rising from the meditation cushion, he honestly confessed, "I have yet to establish my foundation." Meanwhile, Feng Heling, who entered the inner sect at the same time, had already begun to wield techniques, while he remained unestablished. The other students regarded him with peculiar looks. "If you have yet to establish your foundation, do you not need to attend class?" Xiao Tianmian exclaimed, his eyes wide. He loathed students who were cunning and sly. Those who, though they had embarked upon the extraordinary path, failed to cherish it, treating it merely as a means to flaunt before the mundane. "I acknowledge my mistake," Jiang Wang admitted, lowering his head. Xiao Tianmian coldly commanded, "Return and copy the Zi Su Jing 100 times. You need not attend my classes until you have completed it." "Yes," Jiang Wang replied submissively, inwardly lamenting. The full title of the Zi Su Jing is the sublime text of the supreme purple void, a foundational scripture of the Yujing mountain lineage, which every practitioner of this tradition is expected to know thoroughly. The necessity of copying it was utterly redundant. This was purely a punishment. Most critically, the entire text spans nearly 30,000 words. How long would it take him to transcribe it? Yet he understood that he had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, given Xiao Tianmian's temperament, he might very well roll up his sleeves and strike him. As the subsequent lessons progressed, Jiang Wang endeavored to maintain his focus, daring not to slacken in his efforts. He endured until Xiao Tianmian departed with his hands clasped behind his back, at which point Feng Heling swaggered over with a self-satisfied demeanor. "Ah, junior brother Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that you had yet to lay your foundation. In the realm of cultivation, time is but an illusion, and it is customary to judge one's progress by their mastery." Feng Heling naturally referred to his senior as a junior brother, his tone tinged with regret. "After opening my meridians, it took me 53 days to successfully establish my foundation. I feel it was far too slow, and I am somewhat ashamed. Considering your former prowess, junior brother Jiang, you should have laid your foundation long ago. Alas, what a predicament this is. The universal foundational array diagram of the Zhuanghua Dao Academy, the Guiyuan array, comprises a total of 81 array points. Given the yield of 2 Dao Yuan from twice daily meridian cleansing, 53 days cannot truly be deemed slow. This duration included numerous errors in array point adjustments, which caused delays in progress. Presently, the fastest record for establishing a foundation within the City Academy belongs to Zhu Weimao, who achieved this feat in a mere 9 days, surpassing all previous records. Such an astonishing speed suggests that his Dao vein spirit must far surpass the level of Jiang Wang's humble earthworm spirit. However, the specific grade of his spirit remains a matter of personal privacy, shrouded in mystery. In contrast, among the disciples of the Fenglin City Dao Academy, a foundation established within 60 to 90 days is considered normal. It is no wonder that Feng Heling felt a sense of pride. He did not conceal the challenge in his gaze, eager to witness this proud individual become flustered in anger. He even envisioned in his mind how the upcoming duel would be resolved with splendid Dao techniques, effortlessly besting this unsophisticated fellow who relied solely on swordsmanship. Yet, Jiang Wang merely smiled and turned away, utterly unfazed and devoid of any anger. Chapter 32. Encounter in the Starry River. As with each preceding day, Jiang Wang successfully completed his meridian training and proceeded to position the nascent Dao essence within the Tongtian Palace, bringing himself one step closer to foundational attainment. Upon concluding his meridian exercises, Jiang Wang did not take respite but instead sat at his desk, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, and began transcribing the Zishu Gaomiao Taishang Jing. Since only the siblings resided in the main house, they had converted the southern room into a study. His senior brothers had long cautioned him about Xiao Tianmian's lack of sociability. Thus Jiang Wang approached his transcription with utmost seriousness and diligence. The significance of the courses imparting Taoist techniques is self-evident. Missing even a single lesson constitutes a considerable loss. Therefore, Jiang Wang endeavored to write swiftly and proficiently until, "Brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Enin had silently entered the study, her large, round eyes brimming with curiosity. "I'm practicing calligraphy," Jiang Wang replied. "Why the sudden urge to practice calligraphy?" Jiang Wang replied earnestly. As the saying goes, a character reflects the person. By observing one's writing, one can discern sincerity from deceit. This has been taught by all our masters, hasn't he it? Practicing calligraphy is of great importance, and you must remember to practice diligently as well. How long will you be practicing? She inquired. For quite a while, Jiang Wang replied. You should go to sleep now. Oh, is something the matter? No, nothing, with a sigh akin to that of an adult. Jiang turned to leave the study. That old man is punishing me with so much writing. Now the study is occupied. Where am I supposed to practice? It was not that the study could not accommodate both her and Jiang Wang. Rather, she simply wished to keep her brother unaware of her punishment. Jiang pondered for a moment, then moved a small stool into the bedroom, took out paper and pen, and settled down in front of the stool to begin transcribing. The universe is vast and profound, the cosmos boundless. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars and constellations array themselves. She glanced at the study, where the light still glimmered, and continued to write. As the moon hung high in the sky, Jiang Wang rubbed his wrist, dried the ink, extinguished the oil lamp, and returned to the bedroom. Despite his physical prowess and swiftness, he had yet to transcribe even 100 times, but at that moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. For tonight marked the 15th day of September, the day of the challenge in the realm of the Taishu illusion. Upon returning to the bedroom, Anin was already asleep. Jiang Wang tucked her in, then lay back on his own bed. The silver moon mark on his palm began to glow warmly. With his eyes closed, his consciousness entered the Taishu illusion. The characters on the sundial had changed. The master of the green jade platform has confirmed the challenge. It will commence in a moment. Finally, the master of the green jade platform had decided to take on the challenge. Upon reading this line, Jiang Wang felt a sense of urgent anticipation tempered by a relief that the long-expected moment had arrived. On the 15th day of the previous month, the master of the green jade platform had similarly opted to forfeit, indicating that the shadows left by Zhuguanglia had weighed heavily upon him. However, this also suggested that after multiple forfeitures, this round of challenges was of utmost significance to the opponent. Jiang Wang refrained from any unnecessary actions, clearing his mind and patiently awaiting the appointed time. When the sundial finally shifted, a circular jade-colored stone platform rose beneath him, lifting Jiang Wang out of the cave of truth into the resplendent galaxy. This stone platform, simple in its design and devoid of any ornamentation, exudes an ancient aura. The surface bears countless scars, marks from blades, swords, burns, and scorch marks, each telling a tale of its own, resonating with a palpable atmosphere of solemnity and menace. Jiang Wang understands that this is indeed his sword discussion platform. Since acquiring the void key and entering the illusory void, he has yet to utilize the platform. One reason is that he is acutely aware that, with his current strength, he would likely face nothing but torment in the illusory void, rendering any training futile. Another reason is that each activation of the sword discussion platform requires a consumption of 10 energy points. Aside from the natural yield of his blessed land, Jiang Wang cannot gain any benefits from the platform, making him reluctant to expend energy, especially after experiencing the formidable power of the Eastern Azure sword technique. He has come to appreciate the value of energy even more. Before long, Jiang Wang glimpses another sword discussion platform of the same design soaring towards him from the depths of the starry river, atop which stands a figure clad in flowing black garments. The two platforms accelerate and collide in an instant, merging into a single larger platform. Jiang Wang and his opponent find themselves positioned on either side of this newly formed arena. The expanded platform is no different in essence, save for its size, measuring nearly 100 meters in diameter. Jiang Wang knows that this is the true battlefield. Due to the unique rules of the illusory void, he cannot discern the appearance of his opponent, yet he hears their voice. Since our last encounter, where I suffered a crushing defeat, I have prepared diligently for this battle for half a year. The master of the Azure Jade platform declares that I have finally perfected the remnants of the ancient gentleman's 9 swords. I invite you to test your mettle. The mention of the ancient gentleman's 9 swords sounds formidable. A disciple of the Confucian school, perhaps? Jiang Wang pondered thus, already channeling his true essence in preparation for the impending confrontation. Within the realm of the void, the true essence expended was not of a tangible nature, which emboldened him to commit his full strength to battle. The Eastern Purple Chi sword technique, being an extraordinary sword art, could only unleash its true might when infused with ample true essence. Henceforth, He was poised to unveil the most formidable state he had never before revealed to others. The heavens march forward. A gentleman must strive ceaselessly. He then heard the master of the jade platform softly reciting. Before him materialized a sword, one that appeared utterly ordinary and devoid of any peculiarities. It surged forth, piercing mountains that lay in its path, cleaving rivers as though they were mere obstacles. It aimed unflinchingly at the vast and boundless sky, aiming to breach the heavens. Unyielding and relentless, it shattered stones, felled forests, vanquished demons, and eradicated malevolence. This sword charged towards all that obstructed its path, irrespective of what it might be. Jiang Wang still gripped his sword. The Tao essence accumulated within the celestial palace, seething and surging. The lethal techniques of the Eastern purple chi sword were almost instinctual to him. Yet that very sword had already pierced his heart. He had perished in battle. The master of the jade platform gazed at the suddenly desolate sword discussion platform. Momentarily taken aback, he held considerable confidence in the 9 swords of the gentleman, lost to the annals of history. Yet he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his adversary. However, this confrontation had been a complete, overwhelming victory, a sweeping triumph. He had emerged victorious. The master of the jade platform, no longer, for he was now the master of the Cave of Truth. The new master of the 23rd Blessed Land stood dazed upon the sword discussion platform, his heart surging with emotion. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, who had descended to the jade platform, had now accepted the reality of his defeat. According to the productivity rules of the 36 Blessed Lands, the increment of merit was 100 points per level. This month, he would only reap 750 points of merit, a decrease of a full 100. The Blessed Land within the illusory realm was merely a title, bearing no relation to the true paradises of the mortal world. Thus, from the Cave of Truth to the Emerald Platform, the environment remained unchanged. Still a dreamlike space suffused with celestial aura. Even the sundial remained the same. The only alteration was the accumulation of merit. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment and silently summoned the Taoist platform. His 850 points of merit from August remained untouched, and with the additional 750 points earned in September, he now had a total of 600 points. Jiang Wang decided to invest all of this merit into the purple chi eastward sword technique and commenced its derivation. The impact of the ancient gentleman's 9 swords on him was profound, presenting a swordsmanship he could not possibly resist. There was not even the slightest chance to counter it. Hence, he sought a more formidable sword scripture, even at the cost of depleting all he possessed. The jade book on the green bamboo table shifted slightly before abruptly halting. Then, a line of ink characters appeared on the jade book. The current sword technique has reached the limit of the first layer of the Taoist platform. Further derivation is not possible. Remaining merit, 590 points. Jiang Wang's eyelids twitched. This wretched Taoist platform had deducted 10 points of merit without completing the derivation. It turned out that the Taoist platform's derivation of techniques and arts could not be infinitely elevated, but had its inherent foundation and limits. Moreover, the limits it could explore varied with different levels of the Taoist platform. The purple chi eastward sword technique was already derived from the foundation of secular martial arts, having reached its peak. Unless the Taoist platform was upgraded, further progress was unattainable. With no stronger techniques at his disposal and no desire to seek suffering on the sword platform, Jiang Wang took a moment to compose himself and exited the illusory realm. Nevertheless, this month has inexplicably cost me a loss of 110 points in my cultivation. With this thought, Jiang Wang let out a deep sigh. "Brother, what are you doing?" came Jiang Ainan's concerned voice from the room. It was unclear whether she had awakened in the middle of the night or had simply not been asleep at all. Irritated, Jiang Wang replied, "I'm staying up late. I'll call you when I'm done." In the darkness, Jiang Ainan's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity. "Is it delicious?" Chapter 33. A clash of ambition. The pursuit of cultivation is not solely achieved through solitary and relentless practice. Rather, the experiences gained from engaging with the world and participating in various battles are equally vital. This is one of the reasons why Emperor Zhuang established the merit list, encouraging cultivators to complete various tasks, not because the court lacks the means to address such matters, but because these experiences can significantly enhance cultivation efficiency. This principle is not unique to the kingdom of Zhuang. It is a common practice among nations and sects throughout the realm. Take, for instance, the battle at Xiaolan Town. After vanquishing the vengeful spirits, Jiang Wang's Tongtian Palace produced over 10 new Dao Yuan. This was not merely the result of rigorous practice, but rather a natural emergence following the intensity of battle, blossoming in the aftermath. Dao Yuan represents the perfect fusion of intention and strength, a genuine reflection of the essence of all things responding to the fundamental forces of heaven and earth. And it serves as the foundation of all power, the essence of the extraordinary. Thus, Zhao Ruqing's invitation to celebrate with wine was a reminder that, as cultivators, one must enrich their life experiences. With a steadfast character, Ling He refused to succumb to dishonorable influences. So he took it upon himself to fetch Jiang Wang from school that day and accompany her on an outing. Du Yehu longed for something unattainable, while Jiang Wang feigned reluctance. He had initially pretended to decline under the pretense of caring for Xiaonan, but after Zhao Ruqing promptly arranged for Lingyi, all was well. There was also Huang Azan, who was drinking with Du Yehu at the time. Upon hearing of such delightful news, he nearly clung to Du Yehu's leg as he was dragged over. Fortunately, Zhao, the wealthy young master, was indifferent to the presence of a few more idle individuals. In the finest brothel of Fenglin City, the fragrant pavilion, renowned for its opulent private rooms and exquisite courtesans, the atmosphere was lively. Since moving out to live with an inn, the time spent together outside of classes at the Dao Academy had dwindled. After several rounds of drinks, Jiang Wang kindly asked the ladies to take their leave. "Oh, please don't go. Sister, dear sister, I shall accompany you home," cried Huang Azan, his face flushed and tears streaming down. He had just insisted on drinking with each lady at least 7 or 8 times, and now he was quite tipsy, feeling as though he must bid a heartfelt farewell, longing to surrender his innocence in that very place. Yet the ladies laughed and cheerfully declined, exiting in single file. As cultivators, they were unlikely to indulge recklessly. For practitioners, maintaining one's essence before opening the door to the heavens was essential. Thus, Jiang Wang remained clear-headed. Du Yehu, on the other hand, merely wished to drink. Where or with whom mattered little to him. The only one truly reluctant to part was Huang Azan, who looked to Zhao Ruqing for assistance, believing them to be kindred spirits. However, Zhao merely shook his head, his disappointment evident as the lady he had specially invited was absent, finding the common courtesans rather tiresome. "How utterly common and insipid," Huang Azan exclaimed, nearly leaping to his feet. "What a size that cup is! No, what a roundness that garment possesses! No, that hairpin is so dazzlingly white." In the end, he surrendered, bursting into tears. "Oh, where is the vulgarity in this?" Jiang Wang. Zhao Ruqing. Du Yehu slapped him on the head. "You've drunk too much. Just sleep it off. In your dreams, anything is possible." Ignoring him, Huang Azan slumped onto the table, snoring thunderously. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wang spoke. "During this time, I have completed various tasks and accumulated 15 merit points. Adding to the previous 25, that makes 40 points. I have no immediate use for these merit points, so I will transfer them to you. Whoever among you has enough merit points can exchange for a pulse-opening pill." When he mentioned you, he naturally referred to Zhao Ruqing and Du Yehu, and of course, the absent Ling He. They were all brothers, and if there were to be an order established, it would be a matter of familiarity rather than hierarchy. Thus, it would be best to grant the exchange to whoever had the most merit points. The external manifestation of the Tao Meridian was a significant matter, the first step towards transcendence, and naturally, the sooner, the better. "I do not require it," Zhao Ruqing lazily replied, reclining against his chair. He seemed genuinely indifferent to cultivation, relying solely on his innate talent. "Neither do I," Du Yehu said, taking a swig from his cup before suddenly declaring, "I intend to leave." "Leave? Where to?" Jiang Wang inquired. "Previously, Wei Yin asked me if I wished to join the military. I pondered it for several days and have made my decision. I shall depart tomorrow." This revelation came as a surprise, causing Zhao Ruqing to sit upright. "Brother Hu, you must think this through. I have given it considerable thought." Du Yehu smiled broadly. "And Wei Yin remarked that I was more suited to the path of the martial arts, a sentiment I wholeheartedly share. While this assertion holds some truth, both Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing are acutely aware that Du Yehu possesses a physique that is truly extraordinary, imbued with robust vitality, marking him as a genuine prodigy of martial arts. However, the entirety of Zhuanghua predominantly emphasizes the cultivation of the Tao, and it is indeed a rarity to find formidable martial artists within its ranks. Even the current nominal supreme military commander of Zhuanghua, General Huangfu Duanming, is fundamentally a practitioner of Tao. The lack of a nurturing environment for diverse sects, including martial arts, is palpable in Zhuanghua. Even Wei Yin himself is a practitioner of Tao. Should Du Yehu choose this path, it implies that he would be deprived of a systematic cultivation framework for an extended period, left only with scattered martial arts practices. It is not to say that martial arts lack potency. Rather, the reason Zhuanghua has maintained peace for so long under the watchful eyes of Yonghua is significantly attributed to the support of the Taoist sect. The Zhuang court lacks the robustness to be as inclusive as the courts of Qin and Chu. With Tao as the primary focus, it can only adhere to that path. Yet, Jiang Wang finds himself unable to voice any objections. He understands Du Yehu's character all too well. This man harbors a fierce, untamed spirit, unwilling to concede defeat and resistant to being distanced from Jiang Wang. However, the Taoist texts leave him perplexed and frustrated, as they are fundamentally incompatible with his nature. His physique and vitality undoubtedly showcase extraordinary talent. Were he in Mogu or other regions where martial cultivation flourishes, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a celebrated genius. Who are you recruiting for? Jiang Wang inquired. There are several vacancies appearing in Jiaojing Xuanjia, and a few slots have been allocated to us in Folan City. Wei Yin deemed me suitable and thus recommended me. Perhaps Du Yehu's valor and candor resonate well with the soldier's spirit. Following the mission in Xiaolin town, a friendship blossomed between Wei Yin and him. As for the Jiaojing Xuanjia, it is nearly synonymous with the glory of the Zhuang kingdom. Representing the most formidable military force of the realm, its reputation surpassing even that of the Baiyu army, which guards the capital, Xianan. In fact, due to the presence of the Jiaojing Xuanjia, Jiaojing City is frequently referred to as the fourth county of the Zhuang kingdom, despite its nominal allegiance to the Daishan County. It possesses a remarkable degree of autonomy. The Lord of Jiaojing City concurrently serves as the leader of the Jiaojing Xuanjia, a tradition that has endured since the founding of the nation, underscoring its uniqueness. Even if one joins the Jiaojing Xuanjia, the need for Dao soon remains. As Du Yehu is about to enlist, Jiang Wang has resolved to transfer his Dao Sun to him first. There is no need, Du Yehu replied, shaking his head. He was not one to be overly sentimental. Rather, he candidly stated, since I have chosen the path of a soldier, I have no intention of relying on opening pulse elixirs. I shall pursue the most traditional and ancient path of military practice. The so-called tradition of the military entails that practitioners do not depend on elixirs, but instead opt to open their Dao veins through the fortification of their vital energy and blood. This path is deemed ancient, for those who succeed along it are exceedingly rare. The best outcome for failures is often a descent into uselessness, with many meeting their demise on the spot. It is essential to understand that engaging in pulse-opening practices twice daily to elevate one's vital energy and consolidate Dao Yuan is already the limit for most practitioners. To amass formidable vital energy and directly breach the celestial palace, thereby manifesting the Dao veins, is fraught with peril beyond imagination. Yet it is precisely due to its perilous nature that this path is revered and upheld by the fanatical practitioners of martial arts. Once one achieves success, the rewards are indeed substantial. Those martial cultivators who successfully navigate this method often surpass ordinary individuals in their accomplishments. Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing fell into silence, sensing the unwavering resolve of this formidable tiger. Therefore, let Dao Sun first pass it on to the leader. I shall also present mine to him. Du Yehu nonchalantly severed his retreat, directly seizing the wine jug and downing half of it. Chapter 34. The Four Spirits Refining the Body. Du Yehu, the son of a butcher, grew robust from a young age due to the ample nourishment he received. He frequently chased after 7 or 8 children of his own age, earning the reputation of the local tyrant in Du family town. Consequently, he endured frequent beatings from old Du, which only served to make him stronger. His name was acquired by old Du in exchange for 2 pounds of pig offal from an elderly monk. In a nation where the Taoist teachings were the state religion, the Buddhist monks fared poorly, with the old monk guarding the only dilapidated temple within 100 miles, surviving on meager meals. Upon seeing the pig offal, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer reminiscent of a cat spotting fish, as if the Buddha himself had manifested. Du Yehu clung desperately to the 2 pounds of offal, driven by his own cravings. Though he was the son of a butcher and had frequently tasted meat, the scraps were hardly sufficient for his appetite. He wailed, insisting that he desired no grand title, only to feast on pig offal, declaring that he could be called Juzi or even simply referred to as pig offal. Old Du, feeling embarrassed, swiftly delivered a beating, which continued until he himself grew weary, yet Du Yehu still held tightly to the 2 pounds of offal. The old monk then offered to share with young Du, suggesting they could split it, and remarked on the boy's strong-willed and unruly nature, deeming the name Wild Tiger quite fitting. Du Yehu, now bearing a formal name, still squandered his days in idleness. Ever since he met the old monk, he had trailed behind him ceaselessly. The old monk dabbled in various trades, fortune-telling, rain invocation, exorcism, and myriad deceptions. Yet, all Du Yehu learned from him was the art of drinking, concerned that his son might inadvertently embrace monastic life. Old Du occasionally brandished a butcher's knife and ventured to the dilapidated temple to check on him. Fortunately, it was not long before the old monk departed, slipping away quietly without so much as a farewell. Subsequently, the crumbling temple was razed and replaced by a land deity shrine. Soon after, calamity befell old Du. The incident stemmed from a trivial matter. A local constable felt that the meat he purchased was insufficient in weight and berated old Du for shortchanging him. It should have been a simple matter of compensating with a couple of taels of meat, but old Du, being obstinate, plunged his butcher's knife into the chopping block, declaring that there would be no room for dishonesty. The constable, feeling humiliated, acted impulsively and stabbed him, resulting in old Du's immediate demise. Madame Du rushed to the magistrate's office to lodge a complaint. The case was straightforward, with witnesses and evidence aplenty. However, the constable's brother-in-law was a petty official in the local magistracy. With a slight twist of events, the narrative transformed into that of butcher old D thereupon. He seized the cleaver old Du used for butchering swine and, in broad daylight, stormed into the yamen. Before all those present, he hacked the constable and his brother-in-law to death right there in the hall. He was but 13 years of age at the time. The case later stirred the city lord's manor, and after investigation, the old city lord pardoned Du Yehu, finding him not guilty. He even made an exception by recruiting him into the Tao Academy. Such is the tale of Du Yehu, who from his youth possessed an obstinate disposition, unyielding to any dissuasion once his mind was made up. In truth, his parents were of the same unbending metal. The cultivation method, it should have been given to you already? Jiang Wang inquired after a moment's contemplation. Du Yehu retrieved a small booklet from his bosom and tossed it carelessly onto the table before Jiang Wang. Here, a white tiger body refining manual, albeit an incomplete copy. They say it's the military's standard version. Such a cultivation method was, of course, not to be divulged to outsiders. Yet Du Yehu harbored no suspicion that Jiang Wang would bring him harm. Jiang Wang picked up the military cultivation method, casually leafed through it, and without further ado, rose to his feet, stating, "I have some matters to attend to. Wait for me here." Leaving Zhao Ruqing to converse with Du Yehu, Jiang Wang departed, sought out a vacant chamber, and locked the door from within. He then activated the void key, entering the illusory realm of the grand void. Summoning the platform of deduction, he placed the incomplete scripture upon it and initiated its derivation. The sundial's merit diminished steadily, ceasing only when it reached 190. The derivation of this cultivation method consumed a full 3,400 points of merit, nearly twice that of the violet chi eastward sword art. It also approached the current limit of the platform of deduction. Undoubtedly, this is also due to the fact that, although this cultivation method is but a remnant, it is nonetheless a martial art of the highest caliber, a truly extraordinary technique that far surpasses the foundational principles of the purple chi eastward sword technique, naturally boasting a significantly higher ceiling. Once the deduction was complete, Jiang Wang took hold of the newly refined method and observed that it not only filled in the gaps of the white tiger body refinement technique, but also underwent expansion and evolution. It is now categorized into 4 sections: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, culminating in a harmonious amalgamation of the 4 spirits, with power that is incomparable to its predecessors. Exiting the illusory void, Jiang Wang grasped the method and departed. As he pushed open the door, he beheld a captivating lady clad in red standing at the threshold. Her brows and eyes were like ink, shimmering with autumnal allure. A mere fleeting glance from her exuded an intoxicating charm. Her eyes glistened with emotion, and her crimson lips parted slightly, as if she were about to utter something. "Excuse me," Jiang Wang murmured, sidestepping her gracefully. It was not that Jiang Wang lacked appreciation for beauty, but rather that he had just emerged from the illusory void. Feeling a sudden panic as if his secrets had almost been uncovered, no matter how exquisite the lady, he found himself unable to indulge in her charm. Indeed, excessive drinking can lead to unforeseen troubles, Jiang Wang resolved inwardly. He had unwittingly entered the illusory void in a place as chaotic as the 3 Fragrance Pavilion, which was utterly reckless. Hastily, he retraced his steps to Zhao Ruqing's private room. waiting quietly for a moment to ensure no one had followed him before he exhaled in relief and resumed his seat. He returned the white tiger body refinement technique to Du Yehu. The newly deduced four spirits body refinement technique existed solely within the illusory void and required transcription. When do you depart? Jiang Wang inquired. Tomorrow morning, Du Yehu replied. We shall see you off. Suddenly, an out-of-place knocking echoed at the door. As Zhao Ruqing casually remarked, the one who entered was the madam of the 3-point fragrance pavilion, a woman adorned in heavy makeup and extravagant attire. Oh my, Master Zhao. You are becoming increasingly handsome, she teased, extending her hand as if to caress his face, exuding a sense of familiarity. Zhao Ruqing recoiled slightly, deliberately casting his gaze away from the exposed, creamy skin that partially revealed itself from her attire. Do not come too close. I am quite dizzy from such allure. The madam let out a faint giggle, responding, How vexing. You did not seem to have this affliction before. The 3-point fragrance pavilion was never so formal with you. Her brow furrowed slightly, but is there anything lacking in our service? Were those lowly maidens inattentive to our esteemed guest? Zhao Ruqing, intrigued, regarded her with interest. What do you think? I have spent a considerable amount of silver today, yet you refuse to let Miaoyu come out to meet me? The 3-point fragrance pavilion is renowned throughout the land. Is this merely a tactic to dangle favors before your patrons? The 3-point fragrance pavilion is indeed a celebrated establishment, with branches in various nations. The proprietress remains elusive, yet her reputation for beauty and allure is known to the bravest of men, earning her the title of unparalleled beauty. Any man fortunate enough to have laid eyes upon her willingly submits to her charm. Among her admirers are powerful generals, noble scions, and even, it is whispered, sovereigns and esteemed leaders from distant realms, all infatuated with her. The foundation of the 3-point fragrance pavilion is undeniably formidable. This particular branch in Maple Forest City, though lacking in prominent figures, commands respect simply by virtue of its illustrious name, rendering it the most sophisticated establishment of its kind in the city. It is precisely due to this esteemed background that the madam speaks with such confidence. However, due to this very context, she could not bear the thought of tarnishing the reputation of the Sanfin Shanqi building. Consequently, her expression darkened in an instant. Could it be? At that moment, a soft, enchanting voice seamlessly continued the conversation as a woman clad in a resplendent red dress gracefully entered the room. Red is a color notoriously difficult to wear elegantly, often veering into the realm of the gaudy. Yet, she wore it impeccably, embodying the essence of allure itself, not to be overshadowed. As she stepped into the room, her autumn-like eyes surveyed the company before finally settling with a bashful smile upon Zhao Ruqing, suggesting that perhaps it was not her mother who restrained her from meeting him, but rather her own reluctance. She was, of course, Miaoyu. Chapter 35. You are simply too bored in comparison to the illustrious Sanfin Shanqi establishments in the grand cities of the realm. The branch located in Fenglin City might seem rather inconsequential. However, anyone who has encountered Miaoyu would never utter such a sentiment. One of the current heads of the Feng family, Feng Ziyu, who is also the father of Feng Heling and the uncle of Feng Pingjiu, has traversed the land, gaining vast experience and knowledge. He has independently established trade routes through the Yun Kingdom, possessing both capability and renown, and is subtly poised to become the next clan leader of the Feng family. Such a prominent figure is utterly captivated by the enchanting Miaoyu. Upon returning from his trading expeditions, his first pursuit is invariably to indulge at the Sanfin Shanqi building. Instances of this nature are numerous. Feng Zihu is neither the first nor the last distinguished individual to fall under Miaoyu's spell. Additionally, the infatuated Zhao Ruqing finds himself ensnared in this web. Ever since he heard of Miaoyu's breathtaking reputation, he has squandered vast sums, practically treating the Sanfin Shanqi building as his second home, harboring an unwavering determination to possess her. Such a possibility is simply unfathomable. Zhao Ruqing calmly remarked that no woman has yet been born who can resist meeting him. He silently added in his heart that Jiang Wang certainly does not count as a woman. She remains but a mere child. Miaoyu slightly nodded, seemingly in agreement. Indeed, Zhao Gongzi possesses an unparalleled handsomeness and displays an unmatched generosity. With commendable strength, a distinguished family background, and a promising future. Coupled with a heart that is exquisite and transparent and a tongue that drips with honeyed words, what woman could possibly resist him? Yet, she interjected with a hint of sorrow etched between her brows, evoking an urgent desire to soothe her, but you do not care for me enough. It appeared that Zhao Ruqing's affections were not profound enough, leaving her in melancholy. Suddenly, a rather crude and jarring laughter shattered the atmosphere, revealing that Huang Azan had awakened. Though his intoxication had not entirely dissipated, he was propped up by his chin, gazing at Miss Miaoyu with a foolish grin. And it was evident what thoughts occupied his mind. Jiang Wang covered his face in silence. He recognized Miaoyu as the lady in red he had previously collided with. Yet he felt he had no authority to speak in such a setting. Yehu instinctively reached to drag Huang Azan away to spare them further embarrassment, pondering whether it was worth committing a crime before enlisting. How could one not be sufficiently fond? Only Zhao Ruqing remained composed, seemingly oblivious to Huang Azan, exuding the poise of a seasoned flirt. I have never pursued a woman for so long, since encountering Miss Miaoyu. I have spent more time in the Three Fragrance Pavilion than in the Academy of City Road. My affections are on the verge of overflowing, threatening to inundate this place. He rose from his seat and gracefully approached Miaoyu. Here, he pressed his hand against his heart. One cannot help but remark on the poignancy of this moment. With such an exquisite figure before him, even the seasoned courtesan, who had weathered countless storms in her lifetime, found herself momentarily entranced, unable to suppress her own fluttering heart. Yet, Miaoyu halted him with a single phrase. You do not genuinely like me. You are merely bored. The charming smile that had adorned Zhao Ruqing's face faded, and he ceased his advance. I no longer have any affection for you, he declared. I detest women who are excessively clever. Jiang Wang had always understood that Zhao Ruqing was a man averse to trouble and rather indifferent. He seemed to possess little that he truly cared for. His life philosophy revolved around merely drifting along. He squandered wealth as though it were nothing, allowing time to slip away, wasting both money and talent in equal measure. Yet, such choices were his alone, and none had the right to intervene. Thus, he comprehended the flippant nature of Zhao Ruqing's declarations of affection and disdain. That said, engaging in discussions of love and dislike within a brothel is inherently a humorous affair. I must be going home. I still have to prepare a meal for an inn. Jiang Wang announced as he stood. Third brother, Zhao Ruqing said earnestly, could we perhaps take some dishes to go? Let us not bother cooking ourselves. Yehu, standing nearby, nodded gravely, his expression reflecting lingering trepidation, and in is still just a child. Jiang Wang's expression soured. Are we leaving or not? Let us go, Yehu exclaimed, hoisting Huang Azan despite his struggles and laughter. As the group dispersed in a cheerful uproar, Miaoyu gazed at their departing figures with a serene smile, uttering not a single word. Yet, with a subtle motion of her fingers, a long-prepared white granule discreetly descended onto Jiang Wang's back, penetrating his skin unnoticed by the others. Yehu had escorted his inebriated friend home, and naturally, young Master Zhao returned to his residence to rest. Jiang Wang, however, ventured alone to the academy's dormitory to fetch an inn. Upon his arrival, he noticed that In's mood was evidently not high. Her little lips were puffed up, as if she harbored some undisclosed displeasure. What troubles you, my dear In? Jiang Wang inquired with a gentle smile, radiating warmth and kindness. Nothing, In pouted in response. That's good to hear, Jiang Wang replied, beckoning her. Let us return home. In was taken aback. Did he truly not intend to inquire further or show more concern? Meanwhile, Lingyi made no effort to retain her, merely waving goodbye. Jiang Wang understood that this elder brother had likely been preoccupied with thoughts of cultivation, constrained only by the need to look after Jiang In. Although his talent was not exceptional, his diligence was indeed commendable. Goodbye, brother Lingyi, In said, though her discontent lingered, she still maintained basic politeness. By the way, Jiang Wang casually remarked before leaving, we have transferred our Dao merits to you. Gathering them should bring you closer to obtaining the pulse-opening pill. Put in some effort and exchange it soon. After a moment of silence, Lingyi replied, it should be given to Rucheng first. He is the youngest and possesses the greatest talent. It should not go to waste. He expressed no interest in it himself. Jiang Wang took the liberty to explain further. After which Tiger Brother intended to head to Jiujiang Xuanjia, pursuing the ancient martial path of qi and blood. Lingyi refrained from further insistence and simply replied, all right. He understood that Zhao Ruqing's disinterest was genuine, and that Du Yihu's decision was irrevocable. There was little he could do, at this stage. His primary concern was to ensure that he did not squander the bonds of friendship and goodwill. Time to head home. Jiang Wang lifted Jiang In and settled her upon his right shoulder, striding confidently towards their residence. Suddenly elated, Jiang In exclaimed with delight, her little legs flailing animatedly in front of Jiang Wang. As they departed from the Dao Academy, she enthusiastically took on the role of spokesperson for Jiang Wang. Whenever someone greeted, "Hello, Brother Jiang," she would cheerfully respond, "Hello to you too." Jiang Wang nodded in agreement, accompanying her in this exchange. "Isn't Brother Lingi rather bored?" Jiang Wang casually inquired during their journey home. He was already waiting at the gate before school ended. After class, he had his own matters to attend to, yet he insisted on following me. Jiang Enen recounted, nibbling on her fingers. Lingi, with his gentle and dependable nature, was the perfect choice to look after Jiang Enen. Their companionship was merely a fundamental aspect of their routine. "What could possibly keep you so busy?" Jiang Wang remarked while gently pulling her fingers away. "Stop biting your nails." "Oh." Jiang Enen, momentarily incensed, almost leapt down, but reconsidered upon realizing the distance still to home. "I am quite busy, and I don't wish to discuss it with you," she retorted. Jiang Wang, unfazed, continued to engage in light banter. "Brother Lingi is a good person, and it should be polite to him. No sulking or frowning. And please, refrain from biting your nails." Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Understood. Chapter 36. Autumn's End. After performing his morning exercises and breathing in the essence of the Tao, Jiang Wang sent Jiang Enen off to school before heading outside the city to bid farewell to Du Yehu. In these times, embarking on a long journey is far from a trivial matter. It is laden with the poignant heartache of separation and loss. Humanity has clustered in villages, towns, and cities largely due to the relentless threat posed by wild beasts, as well as the ferocious creatures hidden within the mountains and forests. Towns provide safety, and beyond that, there are the official roads. This is not to say that the formations inscribed along these roads are infallible. The estates simply cannot afford such monumental investments. In truth, the effectiveness of those formations mostly lies in their ability to intimidate. A more practical approach is for the estates to mobilize powerful cultivators to regularly patrol these paths, officially referred to as plowing the fields, to ensure that the instinctively sharp yet mindless beasts remember the danger and refrain from approaching too closely. Given Du Yehu's strength, as long as he sticks to the official roads, he is not in significant peril. When Jiang Wang arrived on the outskirts of the city, Zhao Ruqing and Ling He were already present, with no one else in sight. Among the brothers, Du Yehu is known for his bold character and has the most friends. Yet he shuns the coyness associated with romantic sentiments. Thus, he did not inform others about his enlistment, instead entrusting Ling He to convey the news afterward. A banquet was laid out in the open, undoubtedly arranged by Zhao Ruqing. Jiang Wang took out the meticulously copied Four Spirits body refinement technique from his bosom and handed it to Du Yehu. Du Yehu flipped through just 2 pages, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Old 3, this is a marvelous treasure. Let me see, let me see." Zhao Ruqing chimed in with keen curiosity. However, after merely reading a few lines, he turned away, thinking about the arduousness of body refining. Such an exceptional technique. Du Yehu felt a sense of frustration, believing that if one were to gaze upon it a moment longer, they would be reluctant to part with it. Although he immediately recognized that this technique was a complete and sublime version of the white tiger body refining method, he refrained from inquiring about its origin from Jiang Wang, trusting that Jiang would reveal it when he deemed appropriate. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and even Jiang Enen has her own private concerns that she prefers to keep to herself, rendering it unnecessary to probe further. He had no desire to monopolize this technique. He was enamored with it at first sight and hoped that his fellow brothers would not overlook it. Zhao Ruqing waved his hand dismissively, stating it was too lengthy to read. Du Yehu then turned to Ling He, who shook his head, expressing that his focus was primarily on stabilizing the meridian in the Tongtian Palace, and he could not afford to be distracted by other techniques at this time. He was a diligent individual, taking each step with care. The collective merits of the brothers amounted to just over 20 points short of their goal. He had been occupied with tasks lately, but the higher-level missions proved challenging for his current capabilities, often relegating him to minor roles in the shadow of his seniors, resulting in meager merit gains, typically only 1 or 2 points at a time, and occasionally even none at all. Nonetheless, he was steadily drawing closer to the extraordinary realm. Jiang Wang, with a smile, declared that he too would practice this technique for body refining and looked forward to their next encounter. Eager to see who would have cultivated deeper. "Though I may not possess your talent in swordsmanship, in this martial cultivation, just wait and see," Du Yehu replied confidently. "Then, to Xnen we shall go." "To Xnen we shall go," echoed Jiang Wang and the others, as they made their way to Xinan City, marking the day of their advancement to the National Tao Academy. As Du Yehu ventured towards Sinan City, He had to attain the status of a powerful general within the Nine Rivers Xuanjia before he could participate in the martial exercises at Zhuangdu. The grand aspirations for the future echoed in the idle chatter of the youth. The brothers casually consumed a few morsels and exchanged a few words. Except for Linghe, who abstained from alcohol, the remaining three indulged in 3 large bowls of wine, ostensibly as a farewell, yet none shed tears upon their garments. Then, Duyahu raised a bowl of wine towards the southwest, remaining silent as he poured it out. Everyone understood to whom he was bidding farewell. Duyahu's journey to Jiujiang commenced from the southern gate, traversing the official road. Meanwhile, the pathway leading to the banks of the Green Willow River lay in the southwestern direction. The recruitment for the Nine Rivers Xuanjia had been made exceedingly accessible, as both the Ministry of War and the Dao Academy opened their doors wide, for this army was indeed a reflection of the Zhuang nation's dignity. Thus, his departure from the city's Dao Academy required minimal formalities. The words that needed to be spoken had long been articulated. Sending a friend off 1,000 miles ultimately necessitates a farewell. I am leaving, Duyahu proclaimed simply, shouldering his burden and setting forth unarmed. At that moment, the weather was calm, with no wind or rain, and the clouds began to part. The autumn was drawing to a close. Lin Jingluan, as a collateral descendant of the Lin family from Wangjiang City, had recently garnered considerable attention. Initially, he married a widow, drawing mockery, yet he remained unfazed. Their marital life blossomed with love and harmony. Not long after, he made significant inroads into the medicinal herb market of Fenglin City, which undoubtedly earned him substantial recognition in the heavily commercialized Wangjiang City, allowing him to begin gaining control over the Lin family's herbal business. It was not long before the collateral branch transformed into the main lineage, a sparrow becoming a phoenix. Only then did people realize that the widow he had married was quite extraordinary, as she came with a substantial dowry. In the entirety of Fengxi town, the most reputable herbal medicine shop is undoubtedly the Jiang family pharmacy, renowned for its esteemed standing. Who does not recognize that the herbal trade in Fenglin City is entirely reliant on the harvests of Fengxi town? Within this town, the Jiang family pharmacy has long held a prominent position, wielding considerable influence. Of course, it has now adopted the Lin surname. Initially, the Lin family's herbal business struggled to penetrate the market of Fenglin City, facing numerous challenges. Little did anyone anticipate that Lin Jingluan would carve a new path through a matrimonial alliance, much to the chagrin of those who were slow to realize the potential, especially considering the widow in question was quite comely and thus her prospects were indeed promising. At Wangjiang Tower in Wangjiang City, one gazes into the distance, where the mighty clear river undulates like a dragon beneath one's eyes. Seated in the prominent position was Lin Jingluan, sharing drinks with newly acquainted friends while reveling in the flattery that cascaded from those present, basking in his own satisfaction. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed clearly. Lin Jingluan turned to see who dared intrude upon his reserved space. Upon this glance, the guests at his table began to rise in unison. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Numerous young gentlemen bore the Lin surname, yet only one could elicit such deference from the esteemed individuals present, Lin Jingli, the direct descendant of the Lin clan and the heir apparent of the family. Instinctively, Lin Jingluan felt compelled to rise, but he restrained himself, remaining seated with a smile. Zhengli, what brings you to Wangjiang Tower today? I have reserved this entire floor. Feel free to enjoy yourselves, and I shall cover the expenses. Indeed, in this context, he was still the elder brother of this young master. In the past, one of lower status had little to say. However, now, with significant achievements, he has ascended to the esteemed lineage. Discussing seniority and arranging seating is indeed a rightful endeavor. Although he cannot contend with Lin Jingli for the position of the Lin family's patriarch, he is on the verge of mastering the family's medicinal herb business, which naturally grants him the confidence to speak freely. Upon uttering these words, the young gentlemen following Lin Jingli erupted in laughter. They were all sons of influential families, and even though their laughter was somewhat perplexing, Lin Jingluan refrained from commenting. Lin Jingli himself remained remarkably composed, even bowing respectfully to Lin Jingluan, who humbly responded, "Brother Jingli, you are too kind." Upon Lin Jingluan's earnest invitation to take a seat, Lin Jingli smiled and said, "There has never been much opportunity until now. Since fate has brought us together today, I have some matters to discuss with you, dear brother." Lin Jingluan, filled with a sense of pride, glanced around, conveying the message of how esteemed he is by the future patriarch of the Lin family. However, he deliberately feigned modesty, saying, "Brother Jingli, you are too courteous. Feel free to speak your mind." As your elder, I possess some life experiences that I can share with you. That is excellent, Lin Zhengli replied with a smile. Has the medicinal herb business in Fenglin City been firmly established? This question struck a chord with Lin Zhengluan, who laughed heartily, asserting, with me leading the charge, how could it possibly elude us? Just wait and see. Within a few short years, the entirety of Fenglin City's herbal trade will belong to the Lin family. That is splendid, indeed. Lin Zhengli nodded affirmatively. In that case, brother, you may rest assured and retreat to the autumn garden for recuperation. Certainly. Lin Zhengluan initially echoed in agreement, only to quickly realize, what? The name Qiyuan sounds pleasant, yet it is merely a place for the elderly in the clan to spend their twilight years. What age is he, Lin Zhengluan, to be contemplating retirement? He wished Lin Zhengli would cease such jesting. With a forced smile, Lin Zhengluan responded. However, Lin Zhengli's demeanor shifted as he suppressed his laughter, stating, I never joke. I will personally take charge of the medicinal herbs. The young gentleman who had ascended the stairs with him chuckled lightly, their laughter resonating with a peculiar weight. The autumn breeze brushed against the surface of the Qingjiang River, meandering into Wangjiang Tower, enveloping Lin Zhengluan in its chill. It dawned on him that he could not resist this sensation. Only then did he truly feel the cold. He realized that deep autumn had already arrived. Chapter 37. The Three Cities Discourse. The four spirits forge the body. The azure dragon resides in the east, associated with wood. Jiang Wang savored the vitality, sensing the growth of his vital energy. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the newly birthed Dao Yuan within the Tongtian Palace seemed to possess an added vivacity, thereby diminishing the complexity of arranging the formation points. Before the opening of the heavenly gate, one could directly utilize the flourishing wood elemental essence to enhance the physical body, which undoubtedly represents one of the advantages of martial cultivation. The Four Spirits Body Refinement Technique employs the gold elemental essence to fortify bones, the fire elemental essence to temper the physique, and the water elemental essence to nourish flesh and blood, complemented by the wood elemental essence that augments vital energy. Truly a comprehensive and profound approach to the great Tao. For Jiang Wang, he harbored no intentions of shifting to martial cultivation, nor did he plan to attempt channeling through vital energy. Nonetheless, the burgeoning power of his vital essence could likewise nourish the Dao Yuan, accelerating the speed at which he condensed the Dao wheel. Originally, he could only engage in 2 to 3 sessions of channeling practice each day. The remainder of his time was devoted to honing his swordsmanship and delving into the Dao texts. However, the sword technique of Eastern Purple Qi has reached a bottleneck. At least for him at this moment, being distracted by body refinement does not hinder his cultivation progress. The prospects of the Zhou Tian Starry Foundation array appear exceptionally promising. Yet the journey is undeniably arduous and slow. Nevertheless, Jiang Wang remains unperturbed. From a young age, his father had imparted wisdom to him, while a 99-year-old ginseng might fetch 100 taels of silver. Waiting just one more year for a century-old ginseng would yield a price measured in gold. Patience is not in vain. Some futures are indeed worth the wait. Thus, even amidst the swirling gossip within the Dao Academy, rumors of Fong Helling nearing the condensation of a second Dao rotation, or of others having opened their meridians and poised to surpass him, Jiang Wang continues to proceed methodically, unhurried and undaunted. The sound of the morning bell and evening drum resonates ceaselessly. October, also known as the dew moon, heralds the transition from autumn to winter, when dew abounds. Hence its name. For the residents of Maple Forest City, the most significant event of this October is undoubtedly the Three Cities Dao Debate. As the name suggests, the Three Cities Dao Debate is a collaborative demonstration of Daoist skill among the nearby 3 city academies, aimed at mutual exchange and honing of abilities. And it effectively serves as preparation for the County Dao Academy examination held every November. Various city academies across the Zhuang Kingdom engage in similar activities, albeit under different titles. For instance, in the Daesan region, the North Wind and Snow event, organized by Qinglan City and Bailu City, derives its name from the early winter of October, when the north wind lingers, rendering it far more elegant and interesting, thus becoming a renowned affair that attracts numerous visitors each year. In essence, it is merely a collaborative Dao demonstration among 5 surrounding cities. In contrast, the Three Cities Dao Debate is considerably more straightforward and unpretentious. Alas, the 3 neighboring cities are Wangjiang City, Fenglin City, and Sanshan City. Fenglin City is characterized by its simplicity, with its vibrant red maples adorning the outskirts, offering a splendid view. However, the only somewhat renowned poem associated with it was penned by a cultivator from Jiang Wang City during a passing visit. Wanjiang City, at its core, is driven by profit, showing little regard for elegance or refinement. As for Sanshan City, its inhabitants are still derogatorily referred to as mountain savages. The essence of these three cities is thus laid bare, offering little of substance to elaborate upon. However, as the years have progressed, the interactions among cultivators have transcended mere exchanges, reflecting, to some extent, the relative strengths of the cities and influencing the allocation of resources within the Zhuang court, thus acquiring an air of intensity. This year, it is Folin City's turn to take the spotlight, and the entire city, from the lord to the common folk, is keenly attentive. The prominent taverns are adorned with festive decorations, and the local authorities have bolstered security, rendering thieves momentarily absent. Within the Dao Academy of Folin City, there is naturally a fervent selection process underway. Such is the situation. Wei Qiji and Dong A have seldom appeared together, yet neither is willing to take a seat, both standing upon the stage. According to tradition, our city's Dao Academy will select 2 representatives each from the first year, third year, and fifth year students to participate in this event. Wei Qiji, with his dark complexion and stern gaze, can be quite intimidating when not smiling. I candidly stated, victory is permitted, but defeat is not tolerated. Those who falter need not blame me, Wei, for any misfortunes they encounter. The so-called first-year students are those who have been cultivating at the academy for approximately a year. In reality, the majority are chosen from the previous cohort of students, each having cultivated for over a year. The same rationale applies to the third-year and fifth-year students. The absence of students who have studied for over 5 years in the discourse is primarily attributed to the fact that those who have not advanced to the county academy after such a duration have largely relinquished their aspirations for cultivation, opting instead for the indulgences of worldly wealth. The city lord's straightforward remarks inevitably heightened the tension among the academy students present. Some of those who had planned to shine in this upcoming discourse among the 3 cities began to waver. A first-year student earns 10 merit points for each contest. A third-year student garners 20 points, while a fifth-year student secures 50 points. Despite engaging in conversational pleasantries, Dong A's demeanor remained notably stern. The 2 principal figures of Maple Forest City, one with a dark expression and the other with a cold countenance, complemented each other well. However, it was evident that both shared a profound concern for the significance of this discourse. This event not only pertains to the allocation of resources but also serves as a reflection of their governance and prestige. Especially following the transformation of the entire Xiaolin town into desolation, Maple Forest City was eager to project a powerful voice. I will now call out names directly. Those who feel their abilities are insufficient and wish to withdraw may speak now. Given the importance of this discourse, Dong A eschewed the self-registration approach, opting instead to announce, this discourse will be led by Zhang Linchuan. Below, Zhang Linchuan helplessly pressed his forehead and muttered, I feel immense pressure. You feel immense pressure? Dong A's gaze had already descended upon him. With the prowess of a fifth-tier expert, he could detect even the faintest murmurs, let alone a mere whisper. But I am quite confident, Zhang Linchuan promptly retorted. Only then did Dong A relent, continuing to call out the names of others. Zhang Shixiang, indeed, lives up to his reputation, as even the dean acknowledges him as the foremost figure in our Dao Academy. Huang Azan, ever the sycophant, quietly praised him from the sidelines. When Zhang Linchuan arrived at the academy today, he was already quite late, opting not to take a front-row seat, but rather standing alongside Jiang Wang and others. Perhaps this was a deliberate attempt to avoid the dean's scrutiny. Yet he was still promptly singled out. If only Zhu Weima and Wei Yin could attend, would it still fall upon me to toil so hard? Zhang Linchuan shot a sharp glance at Huang Azan, fully aware that he did not wish to be confronted by Wei Yin wielding a blade the very next day. However, he quickly covered his nose with a handkerchief. How long has it been since you last bathed? A true man cannot squander his time on bathing, Huang Azan declared with feigned righteousness, only to lower his head and sniff himself a few times. There was no odor at all. Zhang Linchuan, filled with disdain, stepped forward a couple of paces. It was quite normal for Wei Yin, a member of the Ministry of War, not to participate in the Dao Academy's discussions. But why was Zhu Weima absent? Should not such prominent figures be present in times like these? Jiang Wang inquired, why can't Brother Zhu attend? Oh, it seems he has gone to hunt down the soul-eater demon, Zhang Linchuan casually replied. Jiang Wang, Ling He, and Huang Azan were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. A hunt? What a fearsome reputation the 9 great demons hold. They ravage nations and commit countless atrocities. To call them the world's greatest villains would be no exaggeration. Even Jiang Wang, who made the list through brutal means, is the weakest among them. Yet he is a sixth-grade powerhouse capable of opening the gates of heaven and earth, deserving of being called a Tonglong cultivator. The ninth-grade cultivators arrange formations with Dao Yuan, establishing Dao rotations to lay the groundwork. In the realm of Dao, where the true essence of spiritual pathways dances amidst the rotations of the Dao, lies the domain of the practitioners of the 8th rank. Establish 3 rotations and construct a minor cycle within the heavenly palace, thus creating those of the 7th rank establish the cycles of heaven, earth, and humanity, culminating in the grand cycle, and subsequently connect with their physical forms, cleansing the heavenly palace. It is only then that the great dragon of the Tao awakens, granting access to the gates of heaven and earth, known as the gates of heaven and earth that seal the heavenly palace are referred to as the first trial of cultivation. Only by unlocking these gates can one attain clarity of mind and the essence of the Tao, allowing the dragon of the Tao to soar. Until the 6th rank. Any disciple of the Tao Academy must don the humble hemp robe as a testament to their resilience and determination to forge ahead through adversity. Upon reaching the 6th rank, those of the middle 3 ranks may don the realms of inner court and outer building are distinguished only by subtle details. This robe serves as a symbol of identity and a tangible representation of honor. Any cultivator deemed worthy to wear the can be considered a formidable practitioner. Furthermore, the formidable figure of Jiang Wang, renowned for his prowess, stands as a master among the practitioners. Yet now, Jiang Wang, a mere student of a city Tao Academy, dares to pursue him? Chapter 38. Can I inflict harm? Ah, the elder brother is indeed an elder brother, Ling He mused, feeling a sense of awe akin to gazing upon towering mountains. What rank has Brother Zhu attained now? Jiang Wang inquired. It has been a while since I last saw him. Zhang Linchuan sighed inexplicably. He must have already unlocked the gates of heaven and earth. Then you are not far behind him, standing in close proximity. As the foremost of the city Tao Academy, I still place my faith in you, Brother Zhang. Huang Azan fervently expressed his admiration. It is well known that Zhang Linchuan has been acquainted with the heavenly gate for quite some time, standing on the cusp of entering the 6th rank of the ascending dragon realm. Thus, it is not entirely implausible to assert that he is close to achieving this milestone. However, Zhang Linchuan cast a curious glance at Huang Azan before stepping back a couple of paces. Although Ren Zhuwei is merely a novice in the 6th rank, he is relentlessly pursued by the heart-eating demon. Can he truly be considered an ordinary initiate? Zhao Ruqing and Jiang Wang exchanged knowing looks, instinctively shifting their positions. Hey, what do you mean by that? Huang Azan exclaimed. Zhao Ruqing sighed. At last, I understand why old Tiger Dew has become increasingly foolish. Jiang Wang also looked skyward, pondering. Perhaps foolishness is contagious. At that moment, Dong A had reached the final spot for the first-year students. As per tradition, each academy must allocate 1 slot in their discourse to the latest cohort of disciples, symbolizing the continuous emergence of talent through the ages. Below the stage, Fang Heling suddenly clenched his fists. Among his peers, only he and Jiang Wang had successfully opened their meridians first. Now, several months later, although other students had also accomplished this feat, only he, Fang Heling, had laid the groundwork. He was truly in a league of his own. If anyone were to represent the caliber of new students from the Maple Forest City Academy, who else could it be but him? This was a matter of honor. It was enough to dispel the doubts surrounding his father's controversial decision to procure a meridian opening pill for him. He, Fang Heling, must. Jiang Wang, Dong A announced. A stir rippled through the crowd. As the first outer disciple to advance into the inner circle and having achieved a decisive victory in the public duel. Jiang Wang's name was far from unfamiliar throughout the City Academy. The tale of his prolonged indecision before laying the foundation spread widely, buoyed by certain individuals. Whispers of his creative exhaustion and lack of successors echoed incessantly. Yet, in the eyes of Dean Dong A, he astonishingly represented the pinnacle of emerging talent. Dean! Fang Heling exclaimed indignantly, confronting Dong A's stern gaze, feeling as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Trembling with anxiety, he soon straightened his neck defiantly. I refuse to accept this. Huh? Wei Qiuji chuckled, pleased to witness Dong A being questioned. Despite his unwavering belief in the dean's discerning judgment, it was quite simple. Wei Qiuji declared, step up and fight. The victor shall prevail. The moment the words left his lips, he realized the folly of his challenge. Under no circumstances should he dare to question Dong a figure capable of effortlessly determining his future. Fong Heling felt his heels quaking, yet he persisted, locking eyes with Dong. He was now inextricably entangled in this predicament. Fortunately, Dong seemed neither to take offense nor to disregard Wei Qing's dignity. Very well, he acquiesced. Fong Heling exhaled in relief. Striving to maintain an upright posture as he advanced toward the platform under the scrutiny of the crowd, he was determined to wield his adept skills and decisively vanquish his opponent. He aimed to demonstrate that his intentions were not self-serving, but rather for the honor of the entire Folan City Dao Academy. How could they send forth a contender who had yet to establish a solid foundation to represent them at the grand tournament among the three cities? As he felt the weight of the crowd's gaze, mixed with astonishment, envy, and solemnity, he suddenly pondered whether his cousin Fong Pengju had experienced a similar sensation during his own illustrious days. Yet Fong Pengju had perished before entering the inner sanctum. Yet he was already a distinguished disciple therein. Then he heard Jiang Wang's voice. Throughout the unfolding of events, Jiang Wang remained remarkably composed, so tranquil as if none of it bore any relation to him. It was only after Dong consented to determining the quotas through combat that he raised his gaze and casually inquired, "Am I permitted to injure?" The question pertained to the rule's allowance rather than his capability. Fong Heling was seething with rage. Dong, with an impassive expression, merely stated, "Injuries must not be crippling nor fatal." Implicitly, all else was permissible. Upon the high platform stood Wei Qing, Dong, along with several officials from Maple Forest City and instructors from the Dao Academy. They all stepped back a few paces, clearing space for the impending duel. Jiang Wang nodded, one hand resting on his sword sheath, and calmly approached the platform. Fong Heling, already positioned atop the platform, fixated his gaze on him with intensity. "Rest assured, fellow disciple, I shall not cripple you." Fong Heling gritted his teeth. The crowd anticipated a sharp retort from Jiang Wang. However, he remained silent. The two stood firm on the platform, facing each other. This scene evoked memories of the deadly duel for the Dao certificate that had occurred months prior, one participant being Jiang Wang, the other bearing the same surname, Fong. Wei Qing's initial enthusiasm waned as he noted Fong Heling's agitation and eagerness, contrasting sharply with Jiang Wang's unwavering calmness. One was evidently a novice unacquainted with life and death struggles, while the other had endured countless battles. Despite a slight disparity in cultivation levels, what suspense could possibly remain? "Let us begin." He waved his hand dismissively. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed sharply as the battle was about to commence. Fong Heling had envisioned numerous combat strategies, weighing which technique would provide the most advantageous opening. He was not foolish. He recognized that his greatest advantage over Jiang Wang lay in their differing mastery of Dao techniques. He had the ability to wield such powers, while Jiang Wang did not. And therein lay his opportunity for victory. However, the sword was far too swift. The technique he ultimately chose was the flame blade, the most ferocious among the foundational Dao arts, one which he had mastered with great finesse. To maintain his lead and to dispel the doubts cast by his clan, he had never relaxed his efforts. He had worked relentlessly. Now, he could complete the incantation in merely 3 breaths. Yet, that sword was still too fast. Was it 2 breaths, or merely 1? In any case, just as he began his incantation, the blade was already poised at his throat. The edge of the sword glimmered ominously, piercing his skin and veins with a sense of impending doom. Was it over? What manner of swordplay was this? Jiang Wang turned the blade slightly, tapping Fong Heling's cheek gently, rousing him from his stupor. "You have lost," Jiang Wang stated. Fong Heling felt a profound sense of bewilderment, grappling with helplessness. How could this be? How could it possibly be? He had not even had the chance to invoke a single Dao technique. If only he had a little more time. Once he completed the minor circulation of his qi and imprinted the flame blade technique in the heavenly palace, he would be capable of instantaneous release. He would never again find himself unable to act. If only. He suddenly lifted his head, gritting his teeth. "You must have utilized Dao Yuan to propel your swordplay. You haven't even established your foundation yet. Sacrificing your foundational time for such a trivial contest. You truly spare no expense." Jiang Wang sheathed his sword and turned away from the high platform. As was his habit in the face of Fong Heyong's provocations, he chose to remain unresponsive, casting a disdainful glance. An ant dared to obstruct the path, yet humanity was oblivious to its feeble cries. "You will never lay a foundation in your lifetime." Fong Heyong shouted at his retreating figure. "Get lost, you disgraceful fool." With a flick of his sleeve, Dong A sent Fong Huliang tumbling off the high platform. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the scene, met with gazes of sympathy or scorn. Momentarily stunned, he suddenly let out a roar and stumbled away in haste. Chapter 39. The control of origins. Another first-year participant in the Tri-City debate was, in fact, a student from the previous term, barely clinging to the tail end of his first year. Among the representatives of the third year were familiar faces to Jiang Wang, Li Jianqiu, and Wang Changxiang. Apart from the fifth-year Zhang Linchuan, there was another senior whom Jiang Wang did not recognize. Given that Dao merit is a consumable, the rankings on the Dao merit list do not entirely reflect one's strength. At least from Dong A's perspective, he had his own standards of judgment. Nonetheless, this debate was still led by Zhang Linchuan, who pinned his hopes on Wei Qiji and Dong A for victory. Had Zhu Weima been present, they might not have found themselves in such a predicament. But with Zhu Weima missing, Dong A had no choice but to keep a close watch on Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan expressed that the pressure was immense. The Tri-City debate was set to commence on the 10th of October, and prior to that, everyone, including Zhang Linchuan and Jiang Wang, was required to undergo intensive training. This was not a matter of brutally squeezing the students' combat prowess in a short span, for that was not the righteous path. Even if one were to triumph in the immediate competition, they would ultimately lose sight of their future. Instead, it is Dong A himself who personally offers guidance to each participant, which is indeed a remarkable privilege and a testament to his dedication. Every fortnight, Dong A conducts a lecture, and attendance is invariably at full capacity. Many senior students, who are often engaged in tasks outside, make a special effort to return to the academy on those days. Jiang Wang has never missed a single session. However, Dong A's lectures are intended for the entire academy, making it impossible for him to cater specifically to Jiang Wang's pace of learning. Thus, he finds it quite challenging and gains little from the experience. Having met Dong A numerous times, Jiang Wang still dares not act recklessly in his presence. While not overly cautious, he maintains a respectful demeanor. This formidable figure is renowned for his forthright nature and is a high-ranking official in Xianan City, unafraid to speak his mind. Even Wei Qiji appears somewhat uneasy in Dong A's company, let alone a mere student like Jiang Wang. You have been cultivating for some time. Why have you yet to establish a solid foundation? Dong A inquired as soon as Jiang Wang took his seat. With a steely resolve, Jiang Wang replied, "Perhaps my aptitude is rather lacking." Before he could finish, Dong A had already extended his hand, stating, "Let me see for myself." Jiang Wang dared not resist, hoping that Dong A would remain oblivious to his secret. Of course, should it be discovered, the repercussions would not be severe. The bond between the academy's students and the dean is akin to that of a master and disciple, and in the future bureaucratic landscape of Zhuanghua, they would be regarded as one. Essentially, their fortunes are intertwined. As long as there are no fundamental issues at stake, Dong A would not take any drastic measures against him. Furthermore, the Heaven and Earth Gate serves both as a barrier and a concealment until it is opened. The circumstances hidden within the Heavenly Palace are not easily discernible. Unless Dong A personally intervenes to breach Jiang Wang's celestial gate from the outside, it would inevitably lead to Jiang Wang's destruction. Dong A would not resort to such drastic measures. As soon as Dong A's hand lightly touched Jiang Wang's spine, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your foundation has been established at a sluggish pace. Why have you also pursued the path of body refinement? Prestigious sects like Taoism and Confucianism possess a grand demeanor and do not shy away from allowing their disciples to study other schools of thought." What concerned Dong A was whether Jiang Wang might become distracted by this dual pursuit, ultimately neglecting the essence of cultivation. Jiang Wang replied, "Disciple has diligently practiced meridian unblocking, never once slacking off. However, due to the limitations of my vitality and blood, I can only perform this twice a day. Hence, I have taken to body refinement techniques to enhance my vitality, enabling me to conduct more meridian unblocking practices and gather more Tao essence in hopes of establishing a solid foundation sooner." He continued, "Performing meridian unblocking twice is already sufficient. Accumulating Tao essence is not a matter of quantity but of mastery. Ultimately, these are minor details." Hence, Dong A merely acknowledged this with a sense of responsibility. Using secret methods to sense the conditions within Jiang Wang's celestial palace. "Is the foundation diagram you are utilizing not the return to origin array?" Dong A suddenly inquired. Caught off guard, Jiang Wang felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Concealing anything from an experienced powerhouse like Dong A was indeed an arduous task. "Yes," Jiang Wang confessed honestly. The foundation diagram I employed is far more intricate than the return to origin array, which is also the reason for my prolonged inability to establish a foundation. Preposterous, Dong A admonished. There are numerous foundation diagrams superior to the return to origin array in this world. Do you know why our lineage from Yujing Mountain predominantly employs this array? Due to its stability, security, and efficiency. This foundational array is the most versatile for any scale of the Celestial Palace. When it comes to such significant matters, how could one act on their own presumptions without consulting their mentors? Jiang Wang felt a flush of heat on his face, accompanied by a sense of shame. Was it not the case that, after Fang Pingju's betrayal, he had become a startled bird? Though he did not suffer from constant delusions of persecution, he no longer dared to reveal his extraordinary encounters. Ultimately, he had yet to fully establish the trust a disciple should have in their master regarding Dong A. When Dong A first witnessed his injuries, he promptly sealed the Tao Academy, and that gesture indeed moved him. However, had he not experienced similar feelings of gratitude during his time with Fang Pingju? Just as he was about to disclose the foundational array he employed, Dong A waved his hand dismissively. Enough, at this point, time has already slipped away, and further discussion is futile. After a moment's contemplation, he removed a blue jade tablet from his waist and handed it to Jiang Wang. This jade tablet contains a secret technique that can aid you in enhancing your control over the Tao source, enabling you to complete your foundation sooner. When worn consistently, it also serves to clarify the mind and enlighten the spirit. Take it. The disciple felt overwhelmed. Upon realizing it was such a cherished item, Jiang Wang repeatedly declined. This is a treasured possession of Master Dong. How could I possibly take it? Dong A caressed the jade tablet, and for a brief moment, a hint of nostalgia crossed his usually stern countenance, recalling a gift from a deceased friend. He swiftly regained his composure and, with unwavering authority, placed the jade tablet in Jiang Wang's hands. This item is of no use to me anymore. Take it. The future of Zhuanghua belongs to you all. With the jade pendant firmly grasped in his hand, Jiang Wang allowed his mind to delve deeper. Whereupon a secret technique known as the control of Yuan flowed through his consciousness. He tightened his grip on the pendant and prostrated himself on the ground, expressing his gratitude to his master. Dong A, not one to indulge in the theatrics of master-disciple sentimentality, promptly lifted Jiang Wang and offered some practical advice regarding his cultivation, before waving him off to depart. Today, as he was to follow Dong A for training, Jiang Wang had previously asked Ling He to fetch Jiang Anan. Thus, he need not make a special trip back to the private school, but could instead head directly to his dormitory. The newly acquired secret technique held immense significance for Jiang Wang. He had successfully cultivated his physique, his vital energy abundant, allowing him to engage in the pulse training 4 times daily and to inhale and exhale 4 units of Dao Yuan. However, the array of the celestial constellations grew increasingly intricate, and with his current mastery over Dao Yuan, each arrangement of the points nearly drained his mental energy. This, in fact, became the underlying limitation to his rapid foundation building. The control of Yuan technique would enable Jiang Wang to command Dao Yuan with minimal effort, thus facilitating his arrangement of the points with ease, sparing him from unnecessary toil. Dong A, discerning the issue at a glance, provided the remedy. A single word from the master outweighs a decade of arduous effort. Securing the jade pendant carefully at his waist, Jiang Wang resolved never to part with it throughout his life. Dong A regarded him as a promising future disciple, willing to part with a cherished possession to bestow upon him. At this moment, Jiang Wang too had come to view Dong A as a pillar of support. While on his way to Ling He to collect Jiang Anan, Ling He suddenly spoke of an invitation. Jiang Wang, holding Jiang Anan in one arm, accepted the invitation with his other hand and, upon examining it, began to comprehend the gravity etched upon Ling He's countenance. The host of the invitation is Fang Ziyu, the most formidable competitor for the position of the next head of the Fang family, the uncle of Fang Pingju, and the father of Fang Heling. The banquet is to be held at Wangyue Tower, the very location where Fang Pingju orchestrated a plot to poison him a few months prior. Chapter 40. He is unworthy interesting. Jiang Wang chuckled. Are you going? Asked Ling He. Why not? Jiang Wang turned to Anan and said, Brother will take you out for a feast. How does that sound? Anan nodded her little head with utmost seriousness. Ling He then adjusted his attire and casually strapped on his sword. Hey, Jiang Wang stopped him. You don't need to follow. It's not a fight we're heading into. Meeting Ling He's gaze, Jiang Wang added, Rest assured, the Fang family is not that foolish. Ling He pondered for a moment and found merit in his words. Thus he set aside his sword and sat cross-legged. For him, If there were no other matters at hand, he could immerse himself in cultivation day after day. The art of cultivation is filled with mysteries and brings great joy. As they walked towards Wangwei Tower, Anan suddenly looked up and asked, "Are the Fong family bad people?" "Oh." Jiang Wang regarded her with curiosity. "Why do you say that? I see that even Brother Ling he seems inclined to fight them." Anan replied. Jiang Wang burst into laughter. It is indeed rare for someone with Ling He's disposition to harbor hostility towards anyone. Then let us not dine there. Jiang Anan remarked, "That won't do. We must dine out, and we must do so with style and sophistication." Jiang Wang playfully responded, "By consuming the ill-intentioned. We shall be performing a noble deed. Do you understand?" Jiang Anan pondered deeply, biting her thumb, and nodded thoughtfully. "No biting fingers." With that, they ventured to Wangwei Tower, a notable establishment in Wangjiang City, renowned for its grandeur. In contrast, the similarly named Wangyue Tower in Fenglin City paled in comparison. This structure, merely 3 stories high, bore a name that belied its modest stature, inviting ridicule. However, the culinary offerings within were exceptionally delightful, ensuring its continued prosperity in Fenglin City. As Jiang Wang carried Jiang Anan into Wangyue Tower, they were promptly escorted to a private room by a servant of the Fong family, a middle-aged gentleman, possessing an air of composure and a countenance deemed scholarly, rose to greet them. "My dear nephew." His gaze fell upon Anan, and his smile grew warmer. "Is this your sister? How adorable." Jiang Wang recognized Fong Zihu from previous encounters, having dined with him on numerous occasions during his close relationship with Fong Pingju. At that time, Fong Zihu had exhibited great affection and high hopes for his nephew. Following Fong Pengju's unfortunate demise, shrouded in disgrace, not a single member of the Fong family was willing to attend his burial. Jiang Wang, unwilling to assume the role of a dutiful nephew, greeted, "Greetings, clan leader Fong." "Not yet, not yet," Fong Zihu chuckled, then beckoned to a servant to retrieve a string of golden beads, which he presented to Jiang Anan. "On our first meeting, Uncle presents you with a gift." Jiang Anan turned her head away, burying her small face in Jiang Wang's embrace. In her small mind, she had already determined that he was a villain, refusing to even speak to him. As Jiang Wang settled Jiang Anan at the table, he remarked, "The little girl is shy. Please do not take offense. As for the gift, it can be disregarded. Master Fong, may I inquire why you have summoned me this time?" Fong Zihu had indeed donated to become a gentleman of the court, a respectable position. Thus, the reference to gentleman was not out of place. "No need to rush," he continued, showing no hint of embarrassment as he gestured for his servant to put away the string of golden beads. "Let us first savor the signature dish here, the lotus leaf chicken." Jiang Anan had already resolved to indulge herself, ready to dig in, but was abruptly restrained by Jiang Wang. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled each dish on the table, savoring them for a moment before selecting a few plates to place before Anan. "I have tasted these for you. These dishes are the finest," he said. Anan initially wanted to protest, but the tantalizing aroma of the lotus leaf chicken wafted into her nose, leaving her no time for complaints as she reached for a chicken leg and began to gnaw on it. Fong Zihu maintained a warm smile, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Wang's wariness. "The bond between siblings is truly commendable," he remarked. "They seem to be getting by well enough." Jiang Wang replied dismissively, and then shot him an angry glare, but with her mouth full, she could only resentfully take another bite of the chicken wing. Jiang Wang, unfazed, proceeded to ask, "Might I ask why you have sought my presence, Master Fong?" Suddenly, Fong Zihu let out a deep sigh, his expression growing serious. "Regarding Pingju, our Fong family owes you an apology." Upon the mention of Fong Pingju, Jiang Wang could not help but adopt a more solemn demeanor. Regardless of how events unfolded, Fong Pingju has passed away. With his demise, all grudges have dissipated. There is neither desire nor necessity to relentlessly pursue the matter regarding his spirit tablet. "It is all in the past," Jiang Wang remarked. "Although my esteemed nephew expresses such sentiments, our Fong family cannot remain silent," Fong Ziyu said, sliding a small box across the table. "Here lies 100 taels of pure gold, intended as an expression of our regret. Fong Pingju has already taken upon himself the responsibility for his fate." Jiang Wang, having lost the inclination to engage in further evasions, did not even spare a glance at the box of gold. "Speak plainly about your intentions." Fong Zihu nodded. "Pengju was once the hope of our Fong family, with a future boundless in potential. His demise at your hands, though a result of his own actions, did not provoke us into seeking any trouble with you, did it?" "Indeed, that is the truth. There is no need for me to deny it," Jiang Wang replied. "Now, my esteemed uncle has a request for you," Fong Zihu continued. Jiang Wang regarded him, signaling him to proceed. Following Pingju's death, the only promising youth left in our Fong family is He Ling. I must gather my sorrow and redirect my concern for Pingju onto He Ling. He is diligent in his cultivation and has even surpassed your own prowess. However, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, sensing the crux of the matter was approaching. In our previous encounter, he was left devastated, his confidence shattered, and he has since isolated himself, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. I fear that if this continues, he may become a mere shell of his former self. At this juncture, even someone as shrewd as Fong Ziyu's voice trembled slightly. After all, he was speaking of his only legitimate son. And what do you propose? Jiang Wang inquired. Sensing the gravity of the situation, this matter is somewhat difficult to articulate. Fong Ziyu said earnestly, however. My dear uncle still shamelessly hopes that you could apologize to He Ling, admitting that you employed less than honorable means during the duel, thereby helping him regain his confidence. Jiang Wang found it utterly amusing. How can I admit to something I did not do? I refuse to falsely confess. Fong Ziyu persisted. Once this matter is resolved, in addition to this chest of red gold, I shall present you with an additional 100 taels of red gold. You merely need to feign a moment of humility. Jiang Wang tapped the chest of gold with his fingers, a smile breaking across his face. The Fong family has produced cultivators. If I recall correctly, Old Master Fong is an 8th grade Zhoutian realm practitioner. What significance do such mere gold and silver hold for a cultivator? With a gentle push, he nudged the chest back. Fong Ziyu promptly retrieved a small brocade box from his pocket, carefully opened it, and placed it before Jiang Wang. The Dao Yuan fluctuations emanating from within almost instantaneously captivated Jiang Wang's attention. Inside lay a Dao Yuan stone, which I believe holds considerable importance for practitioners. Fong Ziyu appeared earnest, stating that if you merely lowered your head slightly, it would be yours. Indeed, this Dao Yuan stone held immense significance. In contrast to mundane gold and silver treasures, the Dao Yuan stone is the true currency for cultivators, serving both as an aid in their practice and a means to replenish their energy at will. Moreover, this particular Dao Yuan stone had not been utilized, its weight substantial, containing a full 100 Dao Yuan. For Jiang Wang, absorbing this stone would almost instantly allow him to reach foundational standards. He finally understood why Fong He Ling had been able to establish his foundation so swiftly, and even more so, why he was nearing the completion of his minor Zhoutian cycle. However, Jiang Wang merely closed the box gently. Perhaps, as you said, my humility is indeed worthless. He pushed the brocade box back, but Fong Heling was not worthy of it. He had been the one provoked and compelled to confront. What reason did he have to apologize? If he lost and collapsed, who could he blame? Does the weakness of the oppressed equate to righteousness? Is one justified merely by their frailty? The Dao Origin Stone holds great significance, yet principles are of even greater importance. Consider not only yourself but also your sister. Fong Ziyu spoke slowly. She is still studying at the private school, isn't she? At that moment, Jiangnan was still indulging, eating heartily, with grease smeared across her mouth. Utterly unaware of the adult conversation taking place, Jiang Wang's gaze suddenly tightened, for the first time revealing such clear and unreserved intent to kill. Fong Ziyu struggled to meet his eyes, feeling an urge to leap out of the window. It was then he realized that this young man before him was entirely different from his son, not a delicate sprout nurtured in a greenhouse, but a young beast that had weathered storms and fought for survival. Ha! Jiang Wang suddenly burst into laughter, rising to scoop up Jiangnan. No more eating. Let us go home. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he would never display bravado in front of Jiangnan, nor would he place her in danger. Woo! Jiangnan struggled to swallow the meat in her mouth. Her chapter 41. Everyone has their weaknesses after Jiang Wang departed. A concealed door suddenly slid open in the wall behind Fong Ziyu. Fong Heling was bound to a chair, presented in an exceedingly humiliating posture. The Wangwei Tower was an enterprise managed by the Fong family, which is why Fong Pingju chose this venue to plot against Jiang Wang. Fong Ziyu raised his hand, and upon pushing the Fong family's offerings, he lifted the ban on Fong Heling's speech and simultaneously untied the ropes. However, Fong Heling remained motionless, slumped in the chair like a puddle of mud. He had been silently eavesdropping on the conversation in the private room under the watchful eyes of the offerings, unable to speak or act. As you can see, Fong Ziyu stated, he defeated you with genuine strength, devoid of any cunning or trickery. The disparity between you and Jiang Wang is stark and naked, a difference you have failed to recognize. Fong Heling remained silent. Yet the gaze he cast upon his father was tinged with a plea, as if to say, please, do not continue. As you can see, your father has lost face because of you, Feng Zihu continued. Feng Helling's eyes fell, his spirit dimmed. Feng Zihu stepped closer, grasping his son's face to force their eyes to meet. As you can see, our Feng family has become the subject of scorn because of you, he declared. Tears streamed down Feng Helling's face as he reached out, desperate to halt their descent, even wishing to force them back within him. Yet such resistance felt utterly futile. He found himself as helpless as a dog, unable to prevent his own weakness. Meanwhile, Feng Zihu's voice persisted. For you, I have suppressed your cousin's resources. For you, I have relinquished numerous interests, all to secure you a chance to enter the inner sanctum of the Tao Academy. For you, I would endure any grievance. And what of you? Before the eyes of all, you have become the laughingstock of Fenglin City, and now you wallow in despair, akin to a useless wretch. You have turned me, Feng Zihu, into a mere jest. I do not wish for this. I do not wish for this. Feng Helling shook his head, stammering through his tears, before finally crying out, I do not want this either. Then prove it to me. Feng Zihu thundered. This middle-aged man, who had seized control of the Feng family as authority, loosened his grip. Instead, he cradled Feng Helling's face in his hands and spoke softly, Then show me. My son. Upon leaving Wanyue Tower, Jiang Wang's steps were not burdened. Frankly, after entering the inner sanctum, he had ceased to worry about any repercussions from the Feng family. Although the Feng family of Fenglin City wielded considerable wealth and power, what did that amount to in the grand scheme of the Tao Academy? As long as Jiang Wang pursued his cultivation with fervor, he would inevitably secure a position of some significance in the Zhuang kingdom, perhaps even attaining a high office in the capital, Sinan City. The gentry of Fenglin City were hardly worth his concern. However, Feng Zihu's mention of Jiang Anin truly ignited a spark of murderous intent within Jiang Wang. Even if the Feng family does nothing else, merely instructing some of their kin to bully Anin in the school is something Jiang Wang cannot endure. He can tolerate certain grievances, but Anin must not suffer. With their father deceased and their stepmother remarried, Jiang Anin has only him left. Have you eaten? Hey, stop rubbing your hands on my clothes, Jiang Wang exclaimed as he pulled An's little head away. At that moment, she was nestled in his embrace, stealthily smearing the oil from her mouth onto his shoulder. Jiang Anin blinked her large eyes, her little mouth now clean, yet she pouted innocently. You didn't even help me wipe my hands. Jiang Wang immediately surrendered, his voice tinged with helplessness. Look at me. Is there any part of me that is still clean? Just do as you wish. This was a form of self-abandonment. Anin busily rubbed her small hands, suddenly recalling something. What did you just say? I asked you. Sigh. Jiang Wang sighed, stating directly, Kai Ji's mutton shop? Jiang Anin nodded vigorously, extending her small hands to cup her brother's face. Turning it to the left, let us go this way. Jiang Wang, disdainful, tilted his head back. I know the way. Anin was already bouncing with excitement, exclaiming, Let us go. Jiang Wang then cradled Anin and headed towards the mutton restaurant. By the way, the teacher asked you to go to the private school tomorrow. This time, Anin truly remembered the matter. Jiang Wang frowned. Did your teacher mention anything? Little Anin pondered for a moment, burying her head in Jiang Wang's chest. Mumbling, I don't know. Jiang Wang immediately felt a wave of concern. Concurrently, within the city lord's mansion, a dialogue solely between Dong A and Wei Qiuji was unfolding. If it is as I surmise, with this enticement, we shall have no cause to fret over their lack of interest. Once those demonic figures emerge, we shall ensnare them in one fell swoop, eradicating them entirely, Wei Qiuji declared, clenching his fist, thus encapsulating the entirety of the scheme. The plan is meticulous, Dong A acknowledged with a nod, his countenance remaining placid. However, I harbor reservations regarding its significance. Why? Do you believe? Dong A regarded him with a sardonic gaze. Is it truly imperative for the perpetrators of the Little Lintown tragedy to manifest in Maple Leaf City? What do you imply? I possess no familiarity with this white bone sect you mentioned, nor am I cognizant of the allure of the artifact you have painstakingly procured. Yet, given the gravity of the three cities' discourse and the stringent security measures in Maple Leaf City, is that artifact truly worth such a perilous undertaking for them? Only a simpleton would believe they could manipulate us so thoroughly as to orchestrate the sacrifice of Little Lintown under our very noses. Furthermore, you lack definitive proof that they are indeed affiliated with the Whitebone sect, do you not? Nonetheless, this is the sole avenue of inquiry available to us, Dong A. The Little Lintown incident transpired long ago, and this administration must render an account. But what degree of certainty do you possess? Are you prepared to wager the safety of the entire populace of Maple Leaf City on your conjecture? Maple Leaf City falls under my jurisdiction, and my resolve is unwavering. Dong-A slammed his hand on the table and retorted, Maple Leaf City is a constituent of the Zhuang Kingdom. Dong-A, consider this. Wei Qiji, compelled to adopt a more conciliatory tone, said, in the Qin Kingdom, in the Jing Kingdom, and even in our neighboring Yong Kingdom, are they truly capable of such an atrocity? To sacrifice an entire town, thousands of souls, generations of spirits that should be at rest. The slightest movement from the Clear River Water Authority necessitates the mobilization of the entire Clear River Prefecture's military. The emergence of a single heart-devouring demon sends the entire enforcement division of Clear River Prefecture swarming. They possess an intimate knowledge of us, while we remain utterly ignorant of them. Can you bear to witness such events recurring? The time has come. We must uncover the truth. Wei Qiji collapsed into his seat. Dejected. Yes, we all share the responsibility. Among the names cursed by those who died unjustly, yours and mine should certainly be included. His voice was weary. Let us proceed according to your plan. The Taoist Academy will cooperate. If those demonic figures truly reappear, allow me to witness, if retribution exists. If those individuals are indeed members of the Whitebone sect, the Nether Candle must hold significant importance for them. After all, it is from there that the artifacts originate. Regardless, I shall offer you my full cooperation this time. Let us hope that this three-city discourse does not become a jest for Clear River Prefecture. They may come, or they may not. Yet, this prefecture can only make an attempt. Wei Qiji murmured, then turned to inquire. Is it truly impossible for Zhu Weiwa to return in time? Has something untoward befallen him? His battleground lies elsewhere. Dong-A turned his head, as if gazing through the window at some distant place beyond the sky. He is destined to shine within the National Taoist Academy. Allocating him a spot would merely be a waste. I aspire for Zhang Linchuan to secure that place in the three-city discourse. Thus, Fenglin City now boasts two talented individuals from the National Academy. Your vision is indeed flawless. I shall devote myself to guiding them. Viewing it as a modest yet significant act of redemption. In the dimly lit room, a sigh escapes from an unknown source. The chairs stand vacant. What? Cheating on exams? Skipping classes? Refusing to be disciplined? In this private academy known as Mingda Hall, Jiang Wang is both astonished and enraged. Just yesterday, he had heard from In and that her teacher wished to meet him as a parent, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. The thought of Fang Zihu's threats loomed large in his mind. If the Fang family were to employ underhanded tactics, such as leveraging connections to have An expelled from her school, he would be at a complete loss. He had even prepared himself to finance a private tutor for her. However, he could never have anticipated that the teacher's request to meet him was merely due to An's poor performance. Jiang Wang was struck by the sheer absurdity of the situation. It is commonplace for teachers to discipline students through various means, be it tapping on the palm, standing in punishment, or copying texts. Never had he heard of a teacher being utterly powerless over a student. Does one not see that Jiang Wang himself has entered the inner sanctum of the academy, all while being scrutinized by the stern Xiao Timian? What could possibly be so egregious, so disobedient, for a teacher to necessitate communication with a parent? Just look at this situation. The old gentleman from Mingda Hall tossed over a stack of notebooks, stating that he had punished her by assigning the task of copying the 1,000-character classic. Upon receiving the notebooks, Jiang Wang glanced at the contents, initially contemplating that there was no issue, as the text indeed comprised the classic. However, it soon dawned on him that, while the content was correct, the handwriting varied remarkably, displaying no less than 7 or 8 different styles. This implied that Jiang Anin had resorted to deceit even in fulfilling her punishment. Jiang Wang felt an overwhelming urge to cover his eyes. He could hardly bear to witness the scene. When he had been punished by Xiao Tiemian to transcribe the Taoist scriptures 100 times, he had not once considered enlisting help, dutifully writing each character with painstaking sincerity, enduring countless sleepless nights. How could Jiang Anin possess such a lively mindset? Did she also cheat during her examinations? Jiang Wang trembled as he inquired. During a minor examination, she had been caught red-handed assisting another student with answers. The old gentleman's voice rising in indignation. She can't even pass her own tests. How is this just? Jiang Anin, sitting nearby, hung her head in a pitiful display of acceptance to whatever reprimand might come her way, yet her large eyes furtively darted to gauge Jiang Wang's expression. Whenever he glanced her way, she swiftly averted her gaze. In the room, another young girl lounged nonchalantly in an armchair, playing with her fingers. She was likely the very classmate who had solicited Jiang Anin's assistance in cheating. Her demeanor was decidedly audacious, Possessing an exquisite appearance, her skin was as smooth as cream, with delicate features that hinted at future beauty, although her small nose was rather upturned, suggesting a touch of arrogance. Adorned in fine attire, she resembled a little tempestuous sprite, exuding an air of unrestrained mischief. Indeed, how could one expect the academically disinclined Jiang Wang to assist her in cheating? Jiang Wang reminded himself to maintain composure. His sister, introverted, gentle, and endearing, must surely be ensnared in some misunderstanding. But what a farce! The evidence was irrefutable. Gripping Jiang Wang firmly, he turned and declared, "Come home with me." As the saying goes, an elder brother is akin to a father, and a father's failure to educate is indeed a fault. He resolved that it was high time to assert the authority of a guardian. How could that timid little girl transform into this in merely a few months? He decided she deserved a thorough reprimand, at least 10 firm slaps on the hand. Being punished at school was too humiliating, so he would administer the discipline at home. Perhaps 3 strikes would suffice. After all, 3 would still be quite severe and would ensure lasting discomfort. At that moment, the mischievous little sprite leaped up and waved, cheerfully calling, "Goodbye, Inen." Jiang Inen, with one hand grasped by Jiang Wang, was already aware of the impending trouble and had been submissively lowering her gaze. Upon hearing her friend's farewell, she timidly raised her other hand in response. However, Jiang Wang's firm tug interrupted this fleeting gesture of camaraderie. After only a few paces from Mingda Hall, they proceeded south along Xuanwu Street, passing by Kai's mutton shop. The aroma of lamb wafted through the air, prompting Jiang Wang to feign a cough. In the past, a mere glance or even a sniff from her would have compelled Jiang Wang to pause and indulge her. Yet today, he held her firmly, eyes resolutely fixed ahead, and continued onward. It was then she comprehended that her brother was genuinely upset. Turning left and entering Qingmu Avenue, they walked east until they reached the end, where Fima Alley awaited. In Fima Alley, there lies their home. "Brother," Jiang Wang called out. Yet Jiang Wang remained silent. "Brother." She gently shook his hand. Jiang Wang emitted a dismissive grunt through his nose, signifying his cold demeanor. At that moment, they reached the doorstep, and Jiang Wang eagerly said, "Brother, let me open the door. I have the key." Jiang Wang, however, unlocked the door himself, pushed it open, and deliberately released her hand, his voice intentionally frosty. "Go inside." He could not allow Jiang Wang to think that this matter could be easily overlooked. At the tender age of 4 or 5, children are beginning to form their characters, and she needed to learn a lesson. Jiang Wang's small hand brushed against Jiang Wang's, and upon realizing he had no intention of holding her hand any longer, she dejectedly let it fall. But then, as if recalling something, she perked up and dashed ahead. Jiang Wang followed her into the bedroom, where he observed her making a beeline for her little bed. Just as he was about to admonish her, he recalled that whenever Jiang Wang was reluctant to do something, she would simply lounge on the bed, exclaiming, "Oh, I'm so tired, I'm falling asleep," thus evading responsibility with ease. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Wang crouched down and swiftly squeezed under the bed. "You think hiding beneath the bed will keep you safe?" Jiang Wang almost laughed out of exasperation. Grabbing a broom from the side, he positioned it in front of her little bed. However, Wang quickly emerged, clutching a small wooden box. After rubbing against the floor beneath the bed, her little face was now dusted gray. She raised the old wooden box high with both hands, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "This is for you." Jiang Wang leaned the broom against the nearby cabinet and, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, accepted the small wooden box. What could it possibly contain? Upon opening the box, he was met with a dazzling array of stacked silver, gleaming gold, pearls, and other treasures, each glimmering with a lustrous sheen. In that moment, Jiang Wang felt his heart tighten with an inexplicable apprehension. Holding the wooden box aloft with one hand, his voice took on an unprecedented severity. Where did this come from? Jiang Wang had never witnessed such an expression on her brother's face, and panic enveloped her. Pouting, she stammered, I earned it." "Earned it?" Jiang Wang's hand trembled as he pressed her for details. "Where did you earn it? How did you earn it?" In a fit of frustration, he hurled the wooden box to the ground, producing a thunderous crash, scattering gold, silver, and pearls across the floor. Jiang Wang, terrified, burst into tears, exclaiming, "I helped a classmate with her exam." Helping a classmate with an exam could not possibly yield such a fortune, Jiang Wang retorted incredulously. Through her sobs, Jiang Wang managed to explain, Qingji is quite wealthy. I helped her with the exam, and she gave me money." With those words, Jiang Wang felt the weight of his anxiety begin to lift. Regret washed over him as he realized he had been too harsh moments before. He crouched down, gently placing his hands on Jiang Anan's delicate shoulders, treating her like an exquisite piece of porcelain that might shatter if not handled with care. "When did our family ever require you to earn money?" he asked softly, wiping away her tears. "Brother has money, a great deal of it, do you understand?" Through her sniffling, Jiang Anan replied, "But didn't you borrow money from that pretty boy to buy a house? One must repay borrowed money." Jiang Wang suddenly recalled that day when he approached Zhao Ruqing to request both silver and the courtyard. He had taken little Anan along with him. Poor little Anan, her delicate heart, carefully cradled in her tiny box, shattered upon hitting the ground. How heartbroken she must have felt at that moment. Jiang Wang gazed at her, tears streaming down her grayish little face, washing away the color like snow. His heart tightened with a pang of sorrow. It felt inexplicably tender yet utterly shattered. "Anan, dear Anan." Jiang Wang crouched down, enveloping her in his embrace. He cradled her little head, stroking it repeatedly, imploring her not to be so well-behaved, saying he did not require her to be so. His voice bore an inexplicable huskiness. "You may act willfully. You may remain innocent. You can pursue whatever you desire. There is no need to be so understanding." He deeply regretted not avoiding Anan when he sought financial assistance from Zhao Ruqing. He had repeatedly told himself that his sister was shy and sensitive, yet he still overlooked it. Indeed, he shared a brotherly bond with Zhao Ruqing, freely exchanging even the highest-tier cultivation techniques, let alone material wealth. However, he forgot that Anan was unaware of this. She could only perceive herself as a burden to her brother, believing he sought money from others to provide her with a home. Oh, how tragic. Since their father's passing, Jiang Wang had seldom shed tears, yet in that moment, hidden behind Anan's little head, tears fell like rain. "Brother, what is the matter with you?" After a considerable pause, Jiang Anan inquired. Nothing at all." Jiang Wang managed to suppress his emotions, still enveloping Jiang Anan in his embrace, and said, "In the future, please refrain from calling Zhao Ruqing a gigolo. It would displease him, but he truly is quite pale. A gigolo does not merely refer to someone with a fair complexion. Never mind. You may address him however you wish, regardless of his feelings." Once he was certain that no more tears would fall and that there were no signs of previous sorrow, Jiang Wang gently released Jiang Anan from his hold and gazed earnestly at her. "Brother wishes to apologize. It was inappropriate of me to lose my temper with you. This is my first experience as an older brother, and I find myself lacking." Jiang Anan twisted the hem of her garment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "This is my first experience as a younger sister as well, and I too have not performed well. I should not have cheated, nor should I have upset the teacher. Is that so?" Jiang Wang gently wiped away her tears with his thumbs, inquiring softly. "So this is your first time being a younger sister?" Jiang Anan nodded. Jiang Wang raised his thumb before her, pointing it upward. "Then you truly possess a remarkable talent. I have never encountered a better younger sister than you." He. Anan chuckled shyly. As winter settled in, traces of tears lingered upon her delicate face. Yet outside, there exists a plethora of delectable treats, all of which are unattainable in the realm of Sanshan City. I assure you, I shall not impose upon him and will strive to be an exemplary figure. Allow me to lead the expedition. Consider it a delightful journey with my younger brother. We shall revel in joy. The echoes of music still resonate in my ears. Indeed, this year, 13-year-old Sun Xiaoyan, bearing a remarkably elegant name, appears rather rotund. Huff, huff. He struggles to advance, his abdomen ablaze, sweat cascading down like rain. His once vibrant and beautiful attire is now unrecognizable, crumpled and soiled. He feels as if he could collapse at any moment, reduced to a mere puddle of mud, a pig, or anything that could simply succumb. Yet, he dares not relent. A wave of tears threatens to spill. He should have clung to his mother's leg without letting go. How could he have been so foolish as to trust his lifelong adversary? He runs and runs. From a distance, his legs seem almost invisible, resembling a vibrant ball rolling along. He does not wish to roll, unless, of course, he could roll back. Consider Sun Xiaoyan, the illustrious son of the Sanshan City Lord, the sole male heir of the venerable Sun family. What splendor he enjoys in the domain of Sanshan City. He is, without doubt, a figure of prominence, standing one above 10,000. What could have possessed him to venture forth alone? Is it not splendid to wield power and influence within Sanshan City? Does it not bring joy to impose upon other children? With the tiger gone, cannot he assume the mantle of tyrant? Sun Xiaoyan comes to a halt, This is not a manifestation of fury or a surge of malevolence. He lacks the courage for that. Rather, he genuinely senses he has reached his limit. He was not unwilling to run. Rather, he was genuinely unable to move any longer. At that moment, he heard an incredibly familiar voice approaching him with astonishing speed. Sun, little, fat. Before Sun Xiaoyan could react, a beautifully delicate foot, glistening in white, imprinted itself upon his backside in a rather ungraceful manner. This time, he truly rolled away, hurtling down the official road in a wild tumble. When he finally came to a halt, he was left bruised and battered. He sat there unsteadily on the ground, feeling as though the entire world was swaying around him. The first thing that came into his squinted vision was a pair of bare feet, sculpted like exquisite jade, extending up to her calves, complemented by a pair of conveniently short combat shorts. The owner of those feet wore a diagonally buttoned short blouse, her adorable and charming face perfectly matching her petite figure. In stark contrast, the corpulent Sun Xiaoyan appeared almost monstrous. With a pout, he seemed on the verge of tears. Sister, I can't run anymore. I truly feel I cannot go on. Don't rely on your feelings. Rely on mine, Sun Xiaoman replied, half squatting, her smile radiant as she gazed at him. I feel you can do it. Her demeanor, imbued with a desire for communication, infused Sun Xiaoyan with a flicker of courage. He decided to sprawl on the ground, groaning and lamenting. Oh dear, I'm going to die. I can't move. Embodying the spirit of a stubborn pig unbothered by boiling water. If you can, just kill me, he declared, whether standing or lying down. His form remained equally rotund. Is it really that difficult for you to lose a bit of weight? Sun Xiaoman inquired. In an effort to assist him in shedding weight, Sun Xiaoman compelled him to rely solely on his physical strength to run thus far. Meanwhile, others freely utilized teleportation charms, able to depart or rest at their leisure. Sun Xiaoyan, filled with inexplicable sorrow and indignation, lamented, My obesity is innate. There are no naturally overweight individuals, only those who are indolent. Strangely, this sentiment bore a hint of inspiration. Yet, Sun Xiaoyan remained unmoved, even shutting his already small eyes, adopting a demeanor of resolute defiance. You resemble a ball. When the time comes to perform, won't you bring disgrace upon our three-mountain city? They already deride us as mountain folk. What reputation does three-mountain city possess? Sun Xiaoman pursed her lips, falling silent. A sudden shock coursed through Sun Xiaoyan, prompting him to reopen his eyes and gaze at his sister with a pitiful expression. You are my dear sister. How can you be so cruel to your brother? I am still so young. I am but a child. Furthermore, as the adage goes, an elder sister is like a mother, with maternal kindness and filial piety. If you treat me well, I shall reciprocate in kind, and we shall all dwell in harmony. Wouldn't that be delightful? His reasoning was remarkably coherent. While others claim that educating a child requires both discipline and reward, all I see from you is discipline, with not a single token of reward. As Sun Xiaoyan continued to voice his grievances, he ultimately broke down in tears. Sighing, Sun Xiaoman gazed at him helplessly, gently patting his chest with a tender demeanor. This is my first time being an elder sister, and I fear I am failing at it. With that, she grasped Sun Xiaoyan's garment and hoisted him up from his fallen position. Now, rise and strike me. With a fierce punch, she sent Sun Xiaoyan flying, roaring. Can you act like a man? Stop your incessant wailing. The others accompanying her from Sanshan City merely watched in silence, shrinking their necks, none daring to speak up. In midair, Sun Xiaoyan executed a somersault and, upon landing, without a word, began to sprint again. Though she could not be defeated, the pain was excruciating. With no other choice, she ran. Ahead lay Fallen City, didn't it? How much longer? How much longer? Woe is me. Chapter 44. The hidden Demon King. Sanshan City, situated in the southeastern part of Qinghe County, is rather remote. The entire region is characterized by rugged mountains, with three peaks most renowned, hence the name Sanshan City. These peaks are known as Shubi, Yuhong, and Feilai. The inhabitants of this region, often impoverished and isolated, are derogatorily referred to as mountain barbarians. Many cannot even afford shoes, traversing the mountains barefoot as if walking on flat ground. Once the people of Sanshan City arrive, this year's Three Cities Forum can officially commence, as those from Wangjong City had already entered the city a day in advance. Geographically, Sanshan City is slightly farther in a straight line, yet not by much. However, the waterway from Wangjong City to Fallen City is exceedingly convenient. By boat, one can flow downstream along the Qingjong River and then divert into the tributary Luliu River. If the winds are favorable, one could arrive the same day. Conversely, Traveling on foot from Sanshan City to Fenglin City would take an ordinary person about 3 to 4 days. And this is only due to the existence of official roads. It is not that the students not participating in the forum can rest. During the entire duration of the Three Cities Forum, they are still required to assist the authorities in maintaining order. New disciples like Ling He and Zhao Ruqing have no opportunity to slack off. Under such circumstances, a portion of the city guard has been dispatched to reside within the city, and they have little cause for complaint. The team from Shanshan City is undoubtedly entering through the south gate, so upon receiving the notice, they have been stationed there early to await their arrival. How much longer must they wait? Zhao Ruqing stifles a yawn, lamenting, "Had I known I would ultimately be unable to participate, I would have entered the competition myself. Why relinquish my spot to third brother?" At this moment, Jiang Wang is justifiably resting at home under the guise of preparing for the competition, while those of them exempt from participating have already spent 3 days patrolling like soldiers. The disparity in treatment is stark. Alas, Huang Azan shakes his head. "I was merely swayed by senior brother Zhang's advanced age. Otherwise, I should be leading the team. What am I doing wasting time with you youngsters? As a 3-year student, no matter how he boasts, he should be content until he Jinxiu. Yet he has leapt to a 5-year position, aiming directly for the leadership role. One could say the art of boasting knows no bounds." Zhao Ruqing and Ling Yi turn to him, casting appreciative glances. Is that so? Just as Huang Azan ponders this, a voice from behind him softly inquires, "Am I that old?" Huang Azan nearly jumps out of his skin, exclaiming, "What I meant to convey is..." Senior brother Zhang is highly esteemed. Zhang Linchuan stands a couple of paces behind him, wearing a half-smile, for the greater good of Fenglin City. "How can you afford to be soft-hearted? Perhaps you should not yield. Reclaim your position as leader." Huang Azan, with a fluctuating tone, questioned the source of his abdominal pain. "Esteemed brothers, please bear with me. I shall return shortly." His countenance reflected agony as he clasped his stomach, hunched over, and dashed away in a blur. Naturally, he would not be returning. He preferred to incur the wrath of the Dao Academy, even if it meant a deduction of his Dao merit. Zhao Ruqing scoffed. He had merely indulged in a moment of exuberance, and it was evident that Huang Azan's reckless demeanor would lead to his demise. It seemed that Du Laohu had departed, having consumed too little alcohol. Brother Zhang, with his upright disposition, first offered a respectful bow to his senior before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Zhang Linchuan nodded in return, stating, with the discourse approaching, "I must assess the situation regarding our adversaries." Clearly, Dong had indeed exerted considerable pressure on him, compelling the fastidious Zhang to mingle among the crowd to gauge the enemy. In truth, there were quite a number of common folk gathered at the south gate. Compared to the affluent residents of Wangjiang City, they appeared far more intrigued by the so-called mountain barbarians. Suddenly, a stir arose as the disciples from the Sand Mountain City Dao Academy made their entrance. Unlike the practitioners from Wangjiang City, who arrived accompanied by a multitude of servants as if embarking on a leisurely outing, only 6 individuals came from Sand Mountain City, precisely the allotted number for the discourse. They entered through the south gate in a formation of 132. The crowd's gaze immediately fell upon their feet, for it was said that each family of the mountain barbarians possessed but a single pair of shoes, reserved solely for those venturing far from home. Their presence did not disappoint. The foremost among them was a girl, walking barefoot. Such scrutinizing gazes, laden with disdain, were undoubtedly disconcerting. Thus, Ling He promptly approached them, exclaiming, "Fellow disciples of Sand Mountain City, at the Dao Academy of Maple Forest City, Ling He has been waiting for quite some time. Please follow me. Let us first take a rest at the academy and have a meal. Later, I will familiarize you with the discussion venue." Ideally, Huang Azan, who has been here for 3 years, should have taken on the role of welcoming the guests from Three Mountain City. However, due to concerns about his demeanor, the supervising elder appointed Ling He instead, whose sincerity indeed renders him well suited for this task. Surprisingly, the crowd gathered near the city gate seemed more captivated by the rotund figure in the midst of the Three Mountain City's entourage than by their own grievances. Unlike the others clad in simple, practical attire, this individual donned a hooded black robe that shrouded his features in shadows, making him appear particularly peculiar and conspicuous. Zhao Ruqing could even catch snippets of their discussions. That must be their strongest, right? It goes without saying, he's positioned like the moon surrounded by stars. Just look at that imposing aura. Quite formidable indeed. We must be on our guard in Maple Forest City. What are you worried about? Zhang Linchuan from the Zhang family is no pushover. He seems to be. Last time he visited our tavern, He didn't even touch the bare paws and only sampled a few bites of the vegetables I had prepared for them. The conversation veered off course. As for the little girl walking at the forefront of the three-mountain city entourage, she appeared utterly harmless. Though undeniably beautiful, petite, and charming. One must remember that the world of cultivators is a harsh one, where only true strength garners respect. As a member of the welcoming party, Zhao Ruqing naturally engaged in casual conversation with the cultivators from Sanchan City. However, these individuals spoke very little, and they were exceedingly vigilant about their formation, firmly guarding the figure in the black robe at their center, as if they were fearful of anyone uncovering the secrets of their arcane artifacts. Despite Zhao's feigned attempts to squeeze into their midst, he was unable to penetrate their circle and ultimately gave up. Yet, he observed that, in response to the murmurs of the common folk along the roadside, the expressions of the cultivators from Sanchan City appeared rather peculiar. Zhang Linchuan did not remain with them. He merely glanced at the scene from within the crowd before departing. Under Ling He's enthusiastic introduction and the reticent responses of the barefoot girl, the group veered to the right, heading towards the Dao Academy. Suddenly, the barefoot girl halted, her gaze drawn to an inn by the roadside. On the second floor of the inn, a young man with a refined demeanor stood by the window, one hand resting behind him while the other held a cup, gesturing toward the barefoot girl with an impeccable smile. The barefoot girl, undistracted, continued on her path. Ling He recognized him as Lin Zhongren, the leader of the delegation from Wangjiang City, and the foremost on the Taoist merit list of the Wangjiang City Dao Academy. Chapter 45. The trump card. As Lin Zhongren watched the cultivators from Sanchan City depart, he had yet to utter a word when his younger brother, Lin Zhongli, expressed his displeasure. These mountain brutes are so impolite. Lin Zhongren was the leader of the Wangjiang City delegation, while Lin Zhongli represented the first-year students of the Wangjiang City Dao Academy in the competition. Lin Zhongren merely smiled faintly in response, neither affirming nor denying his brother's sentiment. The cultivators from Wangjiang City, adorned with pearls and jade, hailed from affluent backgrounds, which inevitably imbued them with a touch of hedonistic arrogance. Even within the confines of Maple Forest City, one can speak freely, cursing whomever they please. Once the debate commences, they shall surely receive a lesson. The inhabitants of Maple Forest City are hardly commendable. When I expressed my desire to visit the Three Fragrance Pavilion, they completely disregarded me. Such stinginess. Ha ha, they are indeed impoverished. Just look at the accommodations they provided us. Is this fit for human habitation? They haven't even laid a proper floor. The bedding consists solely of ordinary silk cotton. Alas, what can be done with these impoverished wretches? I have already instructed my servants to procure some necessities. We shall manage for a couple of days. As the group continued their tirade, a voice suddenly inquired, "Where is that fellow Fu Bao Song? Has he not arrived?" "What does it matter?" Lin Zhongli scoffed. "I wonder how the dean permitted him to infiltrate. He is insipid and foul." Lin Zhongren gently placed his wine cup on the table, prompting Lin Zhongli to immediately fall silent. Lin Zhongren raised his chopsticks. "Let us eat." The atmosphere instantly rekindled with fervor. Under Jiang Wang's encouragement, Jiang Enin returned the trove of treasures acquired from her classmates and declared that she would no longer assist them in cheating on exams. From now on, she would study diligently, striving for excellence and honor for the Jiang family. Her only condition was that she be served an extra portion of pastries from Gui Xiangjai after each dinner. She is not afraid of losing her teeth. While Ling He and others entertained their friends from Sand Mountain City, Jiang Wang concluded his daily practice and arrived at Mingda Hall to pick up his sister from school. It must be said that with the assistance of the control element technique, his mastery over the Tao element has progressed at a remarkably rapid pace. The most evident manifestation of this is his effortless ability to delineate array points, having not made a mistake in quite some time. Coupled with the enhancement provided by the Four Spirits Body refinement technique, the frequency of his meridian training has significantly increased. Were it not for his self-restraint, he might have already laid a solid foundation. Nevertheless, even without fully exploiting his physical potential, he is not far from achieving it. As he received a message from Jiang Enin and prepared to indulge in a delightful meal, a girl with numerous braids suddenly leapt in front of him. She pointed at Jiang Wang in a most disrespectful manner and exclaimed, "Are you the one who won't let Enin play with me?" Jiang Wang recognized her as the mischievous little girl he had encountered at the Mingda Hall, an obvious product of pampered upbringing. The pearls, jade beads, and emeralds adorning her braids were a testament to her affluence. Jiang Wang found little reason to engage with the child. "Dear young one, I merely advised Enin against cheating with you. I did not prevent her from playing." The girl huffed defiantly. Then why did you return those treasures to me? They are a testament to our friendship. Friendship cannot be measured by material wealth, Jiang Wang remarked, lacking patience with the child of another. With a casual tone, he added, well then, I must return home with an inn now. No way. You cannot leave until this is resolved. The braided girl spread her arms to block their path. Jiang Wang, feeling exasperated, resorted to his trump card. I will inform your teacher about this. Do you dare? The girl with the little braids, visibly irked, rolled up her sleeves and exclaimed, do you believe I will strike you? Before Jiang Wang could respond, Jiang Enin interjected, Qingji, if you dare to hit my brother, I truly shall not play with you any longer. Wait, then I won't hit him. The girl named Qingji hastily rolled her sleeves back down. Jiang Wang listened in silence, incredulous at the notion that this little girl could ever best him. Let me reiterate, dear children, as long as you refrain from engaging in mischief, such as cheating or skipping school, I shall not oppose Enin's friendship with you. Do you comprehend? If you understand, then remain here until your family arrives to fetch you. Enin and I are off to enjoy some water and meatball soup. Jiang Enin had initially wished to exchange a few more words with her dear friend, but upon hearing about the soup, her interest waned. She waved her hands dismissively, saying, goodbye, Qingji. Until tomorrow. As the girl with the braids waved farewell and stepped aside, Jiang Wang strode forward, carrying Jiang Enin in his arms. Observing Jiang Wang's confident stride, she huffed softly and muttered, what is so impressive about that? Meanwhile, the cultivators from Three Mountain City finally arrived at the quaint courtyard prepared for them by the Tao Academy in Maple Forest City. As soon as the door closed, the figure clad in black, a person regarded by the citizens of Maple Forest City as a hidden harbinger of doom, plopped down onto the ground. Expressing his inexplicable despair, can we disperse now? We have reached Maple Forest City. Where else could I possibly run? Throughout the journey, he had attempted countless methods to escape back to Three Mountain City, only to be captured and returned each time. As they approached Maple Forest City, he found himself encircled. Forced to enter the city, the cultivators of Sanshan City felt a sense of awkwardness upon hearing the commotion, each gazing at the sky or the ground. While two others exchanged glances at their fingers, none dared to take a step forward. The true archfiend hopped energetically into the room, traversing through 6 chambers before bounding back into the courtyard. She pointed at the westernmost room, her wrists adorned with silver chains that swayed with a tiny silver hammer dangling from each. All right, you may choose your rooms now. That one is mine. Only then did the crowd disperse in a flurry. Sun Xiaopeng, Sun Xiaomao called out to the rapidly rising Sun Xiaoyan. You will occupy the room next to mine. I refuse, Sun Xiaoyan shouted, but upon meeting Sun Xiaomao's gaze, her voice immediately softened. Is it really necessary? It is indeed, Sun Xiaomao blinked innocently. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled like moonlight reflected on a stream. However, Sun Xiaoyan felt an involuntary shiver. Sun Xiaomao skipped ahead with her hands behind her back, the silver hammers jingling rhythmically, emitting a melodious chime. Xiaopeng, come along with your sister. Reluctantly, Sun Xiaoyan followed her inside the room, muttering in a pitiful tone. Could you refrain from calling me Sun Xiaopeng? I have a proper name. Very well, Sun Xiaopeng, Sun Xiaomao replied nonchalantly, waving her hand. Come sit here. Sun Xiaoyan obediently took a seat, his plump form overflowing the chair. Sun Xiaomao reached out and removed his hood, revealing his chubby face. Oh dear, how swollen it is. When Sun Xiaoman is not fierce, her voice surprisingly possesses a soft and endearing quality. My heavens, she has shown concern. Sun Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable warmth within. Yet, he promptly reacted, scolding himself internally. Sun Xiaoman retrieved a small jade vial, uncorked it, and a waft of fragrant aroma wafted forth. With her pinky nail, she delicately extracted a glimmering, semi-transparent ointment and gently pressed it onto Sun Xiaoyan's face, gradually spreading it with the pad of her finger. Sun Xiaoyan dared not resist, remaining still to receive her ministrations. Initially, a cool sensation enveloped his skin, followed by a comforting warmth. The areas of pain seemed to dissolve in an instant. All done. After applying the ointment, Sun Xiaoman patted Sun Xiaoyan's face, instructing, leave it on overnight, and by tomorrow, the swelling will subside. Sun Xiaoyan instinctively started to express his gratitude with a thank you, but he bit his words back. Sun Xiaoman carefully stowed away the jade vial and cheerfully remarked, remember not to be so impulsive in the future. It would be quite unsightly to mar your appearance and tarnish the reputation of Sand Mountain City. Who did this to me? Sun Xiaoyan felt a surge of indignation within, yet he managed to force a smile on his face, obediently replying, "Understood." Chapter 46. Close quarters combat on the 10th day of October. Under a watchful gaze both overt and covert, this year's Sand City Forum officially commenced. First year, third year, and fifth year students would engage in separate discussions. For instance, the two first-year students from Maple Forest City would face off against the first-year students from Sand Mountain City and Wangjiang City, respectively. After one round of battles, the three victorious participants would then compete in a round-robin format: A versus B versus C, and C versus A. Points would be awarded as follows: 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. The participant with the highest score would be crowned the champion of the first-year students at the Sand City Forum. In this manner, one must not only consider individual prowess, but also the collective strength of the academy. After all, in the final rounds of combat, should two participants hail from the same institution, they can strategically conserve their energies to target their sole opponent. The first-year debate commences with 3 cities and 6 practitioners, engaging in 3 simultaneous battles. The venue for this contest is the square in front of the city lord's manor, which is frequently utilized for the military's oath-taking ceremonies and is thus referred to by the townsfolk as the training ground. The first-year practitioners of the City Academy are predominantly in the nascent stages of their foundations, with the battles primarily revolving around Taoist techniques, albeit complemented by martial skills. This format is the most comprehensible for the common people, rendering it particularly popular among them. By dawn, the area was teeming with spectators. Families from Fenglin City flocked to the training ground as if attending a market, necessitating the deployment of the city guards to maintain order. On this day, Jiang Wan's school was closed, and she was naturally accompanied by Ling He to witness the competition. Due to the overwhelming crowd, Jiang Wan perched upon Ling He's shoulders, clapping her small hands and vocally cheering for her brother. Zhao Ruqing and Huang Azong were among the first to gather to observe Jiang Wang's match. However, the affluent Zhao, possessing a grand demeanor, would never stoop to the level of vociferous cheering. Instead, not far off, his hired robust men were vocally rallying support. Jiang Wang, victory is assured. Jiang Wang, victory is assured. 2 large banners fluttered in the wind, proclaiming, left book, fist striking the mountains, with no rivals in sight. Right book, foot treading the river. Who among them claims the title of hero? Though it is certain that Jiang Wang would not be swayed by such cheers. In an instant, Jiang Wang's voice resounded throughout the arena, transforming the debate into a personal exhibition of his prowess. Whispers circulated among the audience, inquiring about the identity of this Jiang Wang. Upon learning that he was a contender from Fenglin City, the simple folk of Fenglin erupted in cheers. Standing on the competition stage, Jiang Wang felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. The 3 matches unfolded in succession, with 6 cultivators present. From the glances cast upon him, both intentionally and inadvertently, Jiang Wang realized he had become the target of disdain. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, he might have found himself in a 1-against-5 scenario. Among them was even a senior from the Fenglin City Dao Academy, whose ostentation was particularly irksome. Lin Zhengli from Wangjiang City expressed his dissatisfaction the most. He cast a scornful glance in Jiang Wang's direction, spitting contemptuously, the sound neither too harsh nor too soft. Jiang Wang feigned ignorance. The martial arts arena was delineated into 3 combat zones, with ample buffer space between them. The judges, hailing from the County Academy, presided as the main referees, while 2 instructors from the Fenglin City Dao Academy acted as assistants. The nature of combat was straightforward. The one who fell was the loser, thus alleviating concerns of bias from the judges. In truth, the judges' primary responsibility was to prevent young cultivators from losing control, averting potential injuries. Jiang Wang's opponent, a cultivator from Sanshan City, was short yet robust, clad in form-fitting martial attire, his muscles as solid as stone. After exchanging formal greetings, the 2 took their stances. At the referee's command, Jiang Wang unsheathed his sword. Like a dragon in flight, his blade pierced through the stars, almost simultaneously with his opponent's incantation. Jiang Wang surged forward with decisive swiftness. The purple chi eastward sword technique wielded overwhelming dominance among preternatural combat methods. During the previous selection within the Fenglin City Dao Academy, he had triumphed over Feng Heling using such tactics, and it seemed history was poised to repeat itself. Yet, to the astonishment of Jiang Wang and the spectators alike, the practitioner from Sanshan City did not evade. He remained utterly still, his gaze fixed upon the sword that Jiang Wang unleashed, and his hands were remarkably steady. allowing his Tao technique to take shape under such scrutiny. In this scenario, he had the option to abandon his technique and evade or concede outright. However, given the speed displayed by Jiang Wang, any attempt to evade would render him incapable of executing the subsequent technique. Instead, he made a choice starkly different from that of Feng Helling. The earth elemental energy surged violently, and Jiang Wang sensed a force erupting from the ground beneath him. He understood precisely what it was. He was confident enough to pierce through his opponent's heart with a single thrust before the impending earth spikes could strike. Yet, he knew that his own feet would undoubtedly be impaled by the subsequent onslaught of spikes. To win at such a cost, he deemed unsatisfactory. With a deft twist of his sword, Jiang Wang narrowly avoided the protruding spikes beneath him, leveraging the momentum to retreat gracefully to his original position. At that moment, the multitude of sharp spikes filled the space around the practitioner from Sanshan City. This individual, derisively referred as short and sturdy physique, soared high, his fist gradually solidifying into a stone-like form, swelling into a colossal fist akin to a small mountain. The stone fist, a reversal of offense and defense. It could not be met head-on. Jiang Wang positioned his sword in front, aiming to deflect the stone fist with the blade surface, hoping to use the force to float away and seek another opportunity for battle. Regardless, the foundational cultivator's Tao essence was limited, rendering him incapable of executing an abundance of Tao techniques. If he could merely prolong the engagement, his swordsmanship would guarantee victory. Yet, the stone fist unexpectedly flipped, seizing the sword in Jiang Wang's grasp and crushing it to fragments. The stone fist was merely a high-grade Tao technique, although Jiang Wang had not mastered it. He was quite familiar with its workings. He had never anticipated such an agile transformation of this technique. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Wang relinquished the sword hilt, wrapping both hands around the fist that had shattered his sword, exerting a powerful twist. The immense strength bestowed by the Four Spirits body refinement technique surged forth without reservation, sending shards of stone flying amidst the rotational force. Jiang Wang's toes touched the ground, propelling his body backward in a reclining posture. Simultaneously, he evaded the sudden explosion of the stone fist. The cultivators of Three Mountain City, upon witnessing Jiang Wang's destruction of the stone fist, opted to detonate it as an alternative means of attack. However, they did not foresee Jiang Wang's keen reflexes as he deftly sidestepped the blast. The explosion did not come without consequence. Despite his efforts to control the damage, his entire right arm was lacerated and drenched in blood. Nevertheless, he seemed impervious to pain, uttering not a word as he relentlessly pursued Jiang Wang. He did not invoke any further Tao techniques, nor did he possess the time to employ them. Perhaps he realized that with his current mastery of Tao techniques, he could not vanquish his opponent. Thus, he resolved to test his formidable physique honed through arduous trials, to see if his fists and feet could contend against the ferocity of lions and tigers. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, headbutts. Jiang Wang found himself unable to create any distance. He had lost his sword and was unable to utilize his swordsmanship. The fight devolved into close-quarters combat. Punches, kicks, and shoulder charges were exchanged. In this confined space, the confrontation was the most intense, direct, and wild. Among the audience were many martial artists with a modicum of skill who erupted in excitement at the spectacle. Chapter 47. Yang Xingyong in Martial Encounters. Close-quarters combat undoubtedly tests one's fundamental reflexes and validates one's fighting prowess. The cultivators of Three Mountain City, having grown up traversing mountains with the agility of a gazelle and battling fierce beasts, were anything but ordinary. Although this close-quarters engagement was a desperate move, he held a degree of confidence. However, Jiang Wang's cultivation of the Four Spirits body refinement technique was a unique martial art, perfected through the insights gleaned from the illusory void realm. At this stage, it represented a premier method of body refinement. Jiang Wang's physique, while not quite surpassing steel, was not far from it. The surging vitality lay dormant within each muscle, rarely exhibited in ordinary circumstances, but today, in such a setting, it erupted with unprecedented vigor. Thuds echoed as fists and feet collided, knees and elbows crashed. The sound of their fists striking each other resonated like the beating of war drums. This sheer intensity of unarmed combat was an experience Jiang Wang had never encountered before. In the midst of this struggle, he sensed the Four Spirits body refinement technique gradually integrating into his being. Although he had diligently practiced, his background in the Tao Academy had left him somewhat oblivious to the essence of true body refinement. Through such direct collisions, he felt his vitality swell. His physical form grow stronger, his Tao essence become more vibrant, and he sensed the strength of his opponent gradually wane. With a thunderous impact, the last clash of foreheads sent the cultivator from Three Mountain City reeling backward in defeat. It is not that he lacks the desire to continue. Rather, he has truly exhausted every ounce of his strength. Only Jiang Wang, who battled against him, can fully comprehend the extent of his efforts and determination. On several occasions, Jiang Wang believed the outcome was decided, only to be met with the relentless fists of his opponent. He could acutely sense the iron will of the cultivator from Sanshan City. He fought with all his might, refusing to be labeled as a barbarian. Yet, tragically, the more fiercely they struggled, the more voices arose to declare, "Look, barbarians are like this, treating their lives with such disregard." The referee raised the flag, and the victor was determined. The onlookers fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. This was, after all, Maple Forest City, Jiang Wang's home ground. Not to mention the several burly men hired by Zhao Ruqing, who shouted with fervor, driven by the promise of generous rewards. Their enthusiasm seemed to surpass even that of Jiang Anan for her brother. Amidst the fervent cheers, Jiang Wang reached out and grasped his opponent, preventing him from collapsing. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Jiang Wang gazed at this admirable adversary, conveying his respect. In truth, prior to the match, the referee had announced both competitors' names. However, Jiang Wang had failed to commit them to memory. Like many a mundane individual, although he did not openly display it, he had been subtly influenced since childhood to regard these so-called mountain barbarians with disdain. The cultivator from Sanshan City stood precariously, nearly all his weight resting on Jiang Wang's hand. His eyes were swollen, barely opening into a narrow slit. "Yang Xingyong," he exclaimed joyfully, "I am called Yang Xingyong." Outside the arena, Jiang Anan was applauding for her brother when she suddenly heard the voice of her dear friend, Anan. Qingji, the lively little girl, jumped up amidst the crowd, eagerly making her way toward Jiang Anan. Accompanying her was an elderly man, frail and severely hunched. Yet, despite the throngs of people, they navigated through with remarkable ease, seemingly undeterred by the bustling surroundings. The crowd was intrigued by Jiang Anan's companion, particularly curious about the little girl who appeared ready to confront Jiang Wang. Huang Azan's perspective was always unique. He immediately spotted the hunched elder. The old man's features were rather peculiar. Although his expression was serious, there was an innate quality that exuded a somewhat unsavory aura. Huang Azan nudged Zhao Ruqing with his elbow. "Hey, look at that old man. What about him?" Zhao Ruqing inquired. Huang Azan lowered his voice. "Don't you think his head resembles what?" Zhao Ruqing pressed for clarity. Huang Azan fell silent, merely glancing downwards. Zhao Ruqing, initially wary, exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" Then, realizing what Huang Azan meant, he took a furtive glance and stroked his chin. "Hey, it does look somewhat similar." As they whispered amongst themselves, the hunched elder unexpectedly raised his head, glaring at them with evident ire. It was clear he had overheard their entire conversation. "Stop talking. Stop talking. Let us watch the match." Huang Azan, feeling guilty, quickly turned his attention back to the game, attempting to appear nonchalant. "Ahem." Zhao Ruqing coughed a couple of times, extending his hand to lift Jiang Anan from Ling He's shoulder and placing her upon his own. "Anan, your brother Ling He is tired. Why don't you rest on my shoulder for a while?" He mused to himself, considering that this elderly gentleman, despite his age, would certainly not resort to striking someone holding a child. Jiang Anan had grown quite familiar with Zhao Ruqing and thus paid little mind to whose shoulder she occupied, happily engaging in idle chatter with Qingji. "My brother just won. He is truly impressive." Meanwhile, Yang Xingyong was ultimately carried away by others. The other two matches had concluded long before. Another practitioner from Sanshan City had decisively defeated his opponent from Wangjiang City, while Lin Jingli from Wangjiang effortlessly triumphed over another freshman from Fenglin City. However, the audience's attention was evidently captivated by the fierce clash between Jiang Wang and Yang Xingyong, as it was a visceral display of combat. It's merely a weak chicken pecking at each other. Fenglin City's spectators truly lacked discernment. Lin Jingli scoffed at the other victor, seemingly seeking validation. Yet, the winner from Sanshan City was clearly unimpressed. He coldly replied, "Please show respect to your opponent." To him, Lin Jingli's words not only disrespected Jiang Wang, but also insulted Yang Xingyong, the practitioner from Sanshan City. Lin Jingli felt the sting of embarrassment, thinking to himself, What a barbarian! The practitioner from Sanshan City's eyes burned with fury, but he chose to remain silent. With the first round concluded, each city had one victor, marking a draw among them. The next stage involved a round-robin format, with the order determined by lot. Luck would play a significant role in this round. The judge from the county court, responsible for drawing lots, undoubtedly exemplified fairness to the utmost extent, as he retrieved a slip from the drawing tube and read aloud. Jiang Wang. A sigh of relief escaped from the spectators. Ling He and Zhao Ruqing from Sanshan City. This indicated that the first match would be contested between Lin Zhongli and the cultivator from Sanshan City, followed by Jiang Wang battling each of them in turn. It was undeniably a fortuitous draw. Jiang Wang stepped aside, yielding the central position to the combatants about to engage. In the fleeting moment as they passed each other, Lin Zhongli chuckled softly, remarking, "You are quite fortunate to have an extra round." The implication was clear. Come the second match, he intended to incapacitate Jiang Wang, his tone dripping with disdain. Jiang Wang merely smiled in response. "I hope your luck holds as well, so we might meet again." His words suggested that Lin Zhongli might not even reach the second round, likely being defeated in the first. In the realm of verbal sparring, he had certainly been seasoned by Zhao Ruqing's teachings and was not entirely without retort. However, he found it perplexing to comprehend the source of Lin Zhongli's animosity towards him. Was it merely because Zhao Ruqing's proclamations had been overly ostentatious? This individual did not appear to possess a straightforward demeanor. As a cultivator educated in the esteemed Dao Academy and an elite disciple representing the Wangjiang City Dao Academy, could he truly be so easily provoked? Jiang Wang was genuinely intrigued by the underlying motives. As for the impending battle, he felt no trepidation. In stark contrast to Lin Zhongli's frivolous anger, the cultivator from Sanshan City remained silent, fixated solely on his opponent. His demeanor towards the forthcoming bout was undeniably far more composed. It also indicates his intensified yearning for the outcome of the battle. Chapter 48. Mountain Barbarian. The contenders are Lin Zhongli from Wangjiang City and Zhao Tiehe from Shanshan City. Let the match begin. At the referee's command, both competitors commenced forming seals at a dazzling pace. The only distinction was that Lin Zhongli remained steadfast, displaying an air of serenity, while Zhao Tiehe charged forward, sealing as he went. This marked a clash of two entirely divergent styles, and prior to their confrontation, neither could foresee the outcome. Earthly energy converged, and sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground. Both competitors initiated with earth spikes. However, Yang Xingyong employed them defensively, whereas Zhao Tiehe wielded them offensively. A wave seemed to materialize from thin air, lifting Lin Zhongli into the air and deftly evading the assault of the earth spikes. This was the esteemed technique of wave movement, a water-based art that enables fluid mobility. Having completed his sealing, Zhao Tiehe raised his hands, causing the earth spikes to rise en masse, launching towards Lin Zhongli, who was suspended in midair. Unlike Yang Xingyong's brute force-driven secondary attack with the earth spikes, Zhao Tiehe executed a genuine manipulation of the art itself, achieving a true innovation in this technique. While Lin Zhongli found himself airborne, having already employed wave movement, it appeared he had exhausted his options. Yet, with a sudden flick of his unwavering fingers, the wave that bore him surged violently, giving rise to yet another wave that catapulted Lin Zhongli away from the barrage of earth spikes at the most critical moment. In this instance, he too demonstrated a secondary transformation of the wave movement technique. Thus, the battle between Zhao Tiehe and Lin Zhongli quintessentially showcased the confrontation of the powers inherent within the arts. The progression of these two forms of Taoist techniques reflects the profound heritage of the Sand Mountain City Dao Institute and the Wangjiang City Dao Institute. It is imperative to recognize that such foundational transformations in Taoist arts are essential for genuinely enhancing the overall strength of the institute. Lin Zhongli, having evaded time and again, found himself relentlessly pursued by Zhao Tiehe. With a deft push of his toes, he propelled himself into the air, launching an uppercut from below. Yet, his fist was shrouded in layers of stone, the stone-covered fist. He almost replicated Yang Xingyong's technique as a retort to Lin Zhongli's earlier jibe about the feeble pecking of weak chickens. At this moment, Lin Zhongli had yet to touch the ground, leaving him with little room to evade, but he deftly flicked his fingers once more. From the tumultuous waves, new waves arose, propelling him away from the onslaught. The triple surge of waves, a mere wave technique, a commonplace maneuver, showcased three distinct transformations today. If the previous two-stage transformation of the earth spike elevated that technique to the pinnacle of the Ding-level arts, the triple surge of waves had effectively raised the Ding-level technique to the status of the Bing-level arts. This was a qualitative enhancement. As Zhao Tieha's stone-covered fist faltered once more, he had no time to be astonished, for Lin Zhengli's counterattack had arrived. Relying on the triple surge of waves as his trump card, he unexpectedly evaded again and again, ultimately completing his technique at that moment. Suddenly, all the water elemental energies on the battlefield surged violently, torrents of water erupting, waves crashing fiercely. The tumultuous waves surged from all directions, leaving Zhao Tieha unable to escape. As a wave collided with him directly, he was struck as if by a heavy blow, losing control and being hurled backward. In midair, another wave crashed into him, causing him to spit blood and fly away. The waves surged and collided, and Zhao Tieha resembled a battered sandbag, subjected to relentless blows that produced a dull thud. This was the sheer essence of inferior Taoist techniques, raging waves. Lin Zhengli's expression remained composed, devoid of the slightest frivolity seen before the battle. Instead, he exuded an aura of calm mastery over the situation. With swift hand gestures, he conjured an elongated vine whip at the very moment the tumult ceased, unleashing it with a fierce whistle. Amidst the raging torrent, Zhao Tieha found himself nearly powerless to retaliate. However, he merely curled into a ball, cradling his head, striving to minimize the area exposed to the onslaught. As the tumult subsided, he sprang forth, seizing the vine whip with a sudden lunge. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his garments lay in tatters, revealing a body marred with bruises. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, as if the cultivators from Sanshan City possessed an inherent ferocity. Gripping the vine whip with determination, he aimed to draw Lin Zhengli closer. But Lin Zhengli relaxed his grip, and the vine whip swiftly reversed, slithering around Zhao Tieha's form like a cunning serpent, binding him tightly. It became evident that Lin Zhengli's earlier technique was not the mid-grade green vine whip, but rather the superior grade binding vine technique. He had employed the binding vine technique without initially ensnaring his adversary, instead disguising it as the green vine whip to entice Zhao Tieha into grasping it, thereby ensnaring him flawlessly. From the onset of the battle until now, every move Zhao Tieha made had fallen into Lin Zhengli's meticulous plans. One could even deduce that his pre-battle remarks to Zhao Tieha were not without ulterior motives. At this moment, Lin Zhengli was poised to reap the fruits of his victory. With serene precision, he completed his incantation, truly drawing forth the green vine whip, striking fiercely at his ensnared opponent. Yet, the tendrils coiling around Zhao Tieha abruptly detonated, prompting him to roll away swiftly, narrowly evading the full force of the lash. It was then that observers noticed the rivulets of blood cascading down Zhao Tieha's form, alongside a dense network of lacerations. Upon the ground, a profusion of shattered stones mingled with the remnants of the vines. It transpired that Zhao Tieha, concurrent with the culmination of the raging tide, had enshrouded himself in a layer of stone armor. Whether Lin Zhengli had overlooked this detail or simply disregarded it remained uncertain, as the stone armor art, by its very nature, served merely to augment defense, offering no assistance in evading the entangling vines technique. However, the stone armor had shattered, instantly inflicting grievous wounds upon Zhao Tieha, while simultaneously rupturing the vines that had ensnared him. The spectacle was so brutally graphic that many averted their gaze, with Lingyi even shielding Jiang Wan's eyes. Despite his blood-soaked and battered state, Zhao Tieha once more launched an assault upon Lin Zhengli. The rationale behind his refusal to yield, his unwavering persistence, remained inscrutable. Was it not merely a discourse on combat? It was not the crucial county academy examination in November and did not involve his future prospects. This was a skirmish between first-year students, with the other participating cultivators observing from the sidelines. Sun Xiaoman's eyes remained fixed upon the arena. Lin Zhengren then turned to her, inquiring, "Even at this juncture, does he persist in fighting, young lady? Lives are at stake. Whether to prioritize life or honor is not a decision I can make for him." The diminutive, barefoot girl did not even turn her head as she spoke. Crack. This time, Zhao Tieha failed to evade the whip, and a deep, flayed wheel appeared. However, it seemed that he had no intention of evading. Instead, seizing the moment when the whip was drawn back, he grasped its tip firmly in his hand. With a series of swift turns, he ensnared the azure vine whip around himself. Pulling on the whip, he advanced towards Lin Zhengli, as the stone energy gradually coalesced upon his fist. The speed was considerably slower than before, yet it still retained the potency of the stone-covering fist. Lin Zhongli had no choice but to relinquish his grip. Abandoning the whip forged from his Taoist techniques, he leaped backward, exclaiming, "Surrender! If this continues, you will surely perish." Surrender? Zhao Tiahe regarded Lin Zhongli, the grin at the corner of his mouth widening. We, the denizens of Sanshan City, cannot be perceived as so insignificant. He suddenly surged forward a few paces, delivering a crushing blow with the stone-covering fist. Boom! Lin Zhongli propelled himself from the ground as the stone fist crashed down, creating a deep crater. Seeking death. In midair, Lin Zhongli's hands swiftly formed intricate seals. He was reluctant to admit the fear that had begun to creep into his heart during this confrontation. Yet he had resolved to employ even more ferocious Taoist techniques, regardless of the risk of losing control, even if it meant killing his opponent. As the Taoist technique subtly took shape, he fortuitously landed. The timing was impeccably orchestrated, prompting him to almost applaud his own finesse. However, inexplicably, there lay a pit on the ground, one whose presence and timing were unknown to him. It was a trap meticulously arranged by Zhao Tiahe, guided by the elemental force of earth, causing the ground to collapse. A rudimentary Taoist technique, a mere low-grade trap simply named pitfall. Yet, it was executed with such precision. Lin Zhongli's foot twisted awkwardly, his entire stance faltering, and the Taoist technique he had prepared dissipated. Despite his immediate attempt to pivot and prevent himself from falling, he could not escape the impending disaster. However, Zhao Tiahe lunged forward like a beast, bringing him down and firmly pinning him to the ground. The proximity of their bodies rendered any martial arts techniques meaningless. Bang! That was the sound of a fist striking a face. I am no savage. Bang! Bang! I am Zhuang Guoqing from Qinghe County, a cultivator of Sanshan City. Zhao Tiahe. Bang! 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 Zhao Tiahe unleashed blow after blow. Lin Zhongrun, watching from the sidelines, felt his eyelids twitch, as if each punch landed upon his own face. I concede, he shouted. Chapter 49, Kumpi Drum. The victor, Zhao Tiahe of Sanshan City. The referee's announcement resonated, and almost simultaneously, Zhao Tiahe, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. His injuries were far more severe than Lin Zhongli's, and his stamina had reached its limit. He was now striking only through sheer willpower. He lay there, limp and sprawled out on the ground. Beside him, Lin Zhongli, nearly beaten into submission, had long since lost consciousness. The arena was a scene of devastation, scattered stones, broken vines, deep pits, splashes of water, and stains of blood. A sight of utter ruin. Yet, it was only then that applause erupted from the spectators. Initially sparse, as neither fighter hailed from their town, it soon grew into a thunderous ovation. The battle was extraordinary, revealing the tenacity of the cultivators from Sanshan City. They admired Zhao Tiahe, leading to a shift in perception regarding his homeland. Perhaps this was the very essence they sought to prove through their struggles. Born in a barren land, amidst the ferocity of mountainous beasts, they were not mere savages. They possessed their own passions, pursuits, and honor. It was no easy feat. Ling He clapped his hands until they turned crimson. Perhaps the only one among the crowd who had never scorned the cultivators of Sanshan City with the term mountain brutes. Understanding the sting of being belittled, he refrained from belittling others. Zhao Ruqing, however, was preoccupied with another matter. With such a fierce confrontation, Sangu was destined to triumph without conflict. Meanwhile, Huang Azan was already calculating. Each victory yields 10 points of Dao merit, and these 2 matches were victories without even being fought. The annual Dao discussion among the 3 cities crowned a champion, doubling the Dao merit reward. Altogether, 50 points of Dao merit. Half a pulse opening pill. A treat is a must. Were it not for the presence of Jiang Wang, the fragrance of the 3 Points Fragrance Pavilion would have surely been mentioned. What is Dao merit? Is it valuable? Jiang Wang inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Zhao Ruqing replied, already aware of Jiang Wang's tale of earning money to repay debts, teasing her. A single point of Dao merit surpasses the entire chest of treasures you've accumulated. Jiang Wang began counting on her fingers, earnestly calculating, then spread her hands wide, drawing a large circle. That's really a lot. After the conclusion of the first round of matches, there was only a brief recovery period. This seemed rather unfair to Zhao Tiahe, who had just endured a grueling battle, but such are the rules. After repeated inquiries from the referee, Zhao Tiahe still swayed slightly but stood resolutely. He was determined to fight. Jiang Wang stood opposite him, hand resting on his sword, his gaze intense. "Come down," Sun Xiaoman said. Though she appeared as a mere little girl, her voice carried the weight of authority that Zhao Tiehe could not dismiss. He turned to Sun Xiaoman and replied, "I still have one life left to stake." His demeanor was not one of fervor. Rather, it exuded calmness as he recounted the events. Jiang Wang was by no means a weakling. He had triumphantly vanquished Yang Xingyong with sheer force, and at that moment, he was in robust spirits. Indeed, he had little left to wager, save for his life. "Your life holds great significance. Sand Mountain City is in dire need of you." Sun Xiaoman spoke earnestly. "Previously, you were permitted to fight with abandon because you still had a chance. Now, you are not allowed to, as that opportunity has vanished. You have amassed numerous resources. Your life must not be squandered." It remains uncertain which words ultimately swayed him. Zhao Tiehe turned away and staggered off the stage. Whether it was an illusion or not, in that fleeting moment of his departure, Jiang Wang seemed to catch a glimmer of tears in his eyes. Such a man could weep? Jiang Wang found it difficult to comprehend the almost obsessive concern that the cultivators of Sand Mountain City had regarding victory and defeat. He had exerted himself to the utmost. Why should he mourn his inability to fight to the death? With such questions lingering in his mind, Jiang Wang faced the third round of the tournament. At that time, Lin Zhengli had yet to regain consciousness, prompting Lin Zhengren to concede on his behalf once more. Thus, Jiang Wang emerged as the champion of this year's Sin City Forum, though the circumstances of his opponent's mutual destruction seemed less than convincing. Nevertheless, who cared? The accolades were his. Zhao Ruqing remarked. At this juncture, Jiang Wang had retreated to the sidelines and joined Ling, he and others as spectators. The common folk of Fenglin City exhibited remarkable tolerance towards the cultivators who brought them pride, even clearing a space for Jiang Wang, who was resting offstage. Jiang Inan and that arrogant little girl were seated together at the front, while Jiang Wang and the others occupied the back, engaging in casual conversation. The only surprise for Jiang Wang was that the cloud carpet they sat upon was not crafted by Zhao Ruqing, but rather brought by the elderly gentleman who accompanied the little girl, Qingji. This cloud carpet was remarkably lightweight and exquisitely soft, a luxury unattainable by ordinary households. Yet, Qingji's family had presented such a substantial piece for their sitting arrangement. Jiang Wang could only reflect on the opulent world of the wealthy, where there always seemed to be greater heights to scale. Having come from a family that owned land and shops, he had never known want. However, since meeting Zhao Ruqing, he often felt akin to a beggar. The hunchbacked elder scrutinized Jiang Wang for a moment before speaking. "I did not expect you to return that chest of treasures. Young Jiang, you have taught your sister very well." The elder's voice was gentle, but paired with his lecherous appearance, it lacked credibility. Jiang Wang, not one to judge by appearances, responded without hesitation. It was only child's play. How could one take it seriously? As Confucius said, wealth and rank obtained unjustly are as fleeting as clouds to me. Your words, young Jiang, carry the essence of Confucian virtue. Discussing such philosophical matters with a disciple of the Taoist school in Zhuanggua, the hunchbacked elder seemed to have grown overly verbose. Jiang Wang merely chuckled lightly and declared, "The competition is about to commence." The three cities debate features a classification of participants into 1-year, 3-year, and 5-year categories, yet the competition rules remain largely unchanged. Li Jinxiu and Wang Changxiang entered simultaneously, and the 3 matches began concurrently. Jiang Wang focused intently, observing the entirety of the scene. Li Jinxiu's opponent hailed from Sanshan City, and this confrontation was nothing short of spectacular. Both parties exhibited an extraordinary mastery of Taoist techniques, engaging in a prolonged and intricate battle. Ultimately, Li Jinxiu triumphed over his adversary with his fire-based Taoist arts. Conversely, Wang Changxiang's duel against the cultivator from Wangjiang City was comparatively straightforward. As the battle commenced, he summoned a dense fog to obscure his opponent's vision. With composure, he executed a technique known as the breath of the dragon, lifting his foe high into the air. Such a first-rate technique is nearly insurmountable at this level of combat. Jiang Wang recalled that during their time in Xiaolin Town, a single breath of the dragon had been sufficient to drain Wang Changxiang of his strength, leaving him curious whether he had abandoned the subsequent battles. However, once the fight concluded, Wang Changxiang promptly retrieved a Dao Yuan stone to begin absorbing its energy. It was evident that the Wang family was investing heavily in their quest for the title of champion over the next 3 years. Yet, What captured the attention of the common folk in Fenglin City the most was the match involving the enigmatic figure clad in black from Sanshan City. When the black robe was unveiled to reveal a rather comical, portly fellow, the onlookers from Fenglin City collectively sighed in disappointment. In their minds, the figure should have been a fearsome villain with a scarred visage, or at the very least, someone with a more intimidating demeanor, rather than a seemingly easy-to-bully rotund individual. Nevertheless, this little chubby man did not disappoint in strength. As the duel commenced, it was uncertain whether it was due to the successive failures of his teammates. But the 3-year cultivator from Wangjiang City unleashed his full power. He initiated the assault with 5 water needles, cunningly laying wind blades in ambush between them. Following this was a barrage of earth spikes, culminating in the preparation of a technique known as the raging waves. The intricate interplay of feng shui and the 3 schools of Taoist arts dazzles the senses. Yet the portly boy from Sand Mountain City engages in but a singular action throughout, a reckless charge forward. He propels himself, almost brazenly, through a torrent of mystical techniques, reaching his opponent with unrelenting fervor. Upon arrival, he raises his fist and delivers a resounding blow, concluding the battle. The boy's attire is tattered, riddled with holes. Yet the exposed flesh beneath remains a striking shade of fair and rosy. His adversary lies defeated, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. His physical defense is astonishing, exclaims Ling He in awe. Is he merely a brute of pure martial prowess? No, that final punch, was it the stone fist? He invoked a technique of Taoism. Yet, I see no manifestation of the stone skin technique. How can his defenses be so formidable? These youths, still inexperienced, remain puzzled after much deliberation. It is the Kunpi drum, a permanently solidified technique, murmurs a hunchbacked elder who has been listening quietly for some time. However, he declines to elaborate further on this arcane art. As the crowd remains astounded by Sun Xiaoyan's victory, Lin Zhongli awakens from his stupor, softly grumbling behind his elder brother. Why did you concede on my behalf? Had you roused me, I could have fought. Lin Zhengren does not turn around. Had it not been for your carelessness, that brute would never have had a chance. And as for this fellow from Maple Forest City, he hasn't even laid a proper foundation. He bristles at the thought of allowing such an individual to claim victory. Even if you triumphed over him, by points, he would still be the top of the first-year students. It would be utterly meaningless. A slight smirk graces Lin Zhengren's lips as he adds, and what if you were to lose again? Impossible, asserts Lin Zhengli vehemently. Lin Zhengli glanced around, lowering his voice in reluctant disbelief. You don't trust me? Do you think I would yield to him? Who knows? Lin Zhengren merely offered a dismissive smile. A surge of contemptuous anger welled up within Lin Zhengli, particularly recalling how he had been publicly subdued and beaten in front of so many witnesses. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Zhengren suddenly turned and grasped his lapel firmly. Remember, your foolishness has already forged an enemy. He spoke in a hushed tone. If you lack absolute certainty, do not grant opportunities to empower your adversaries. He has not defeated any of you. His prowess is far from complete. Releasing his grip, he turned back to observe the match, his refined visage devoid of any gloom. Do not fulfill his ambitions. During the round-robin phase, Fenglin City enjoyed favorable luck. With no internal conflicts in the first round, Li Jianxiu had a bye, while Wang Changxiang faced Sun Xiaoyan in the opening battle. Neither side seemed inclined to alter their combat strategies. Sun Xiaoyan continued to charge forward recklessly, while Wang Changxiang initiated the match with a veil of mist. What nonsense! More fog. Indeed, visibility was utterly obscured. The spectators, unable to see the contest, showed no favor to the Wang family. However, the audience's opinions were clearly not a concern for Wang Changxiang. Sun Xiaoyan stumbled through the mist, missing every strike. As the duel concluded, a gust arose, dissipating the fog. That gentle exhalation surged through the arena, transforming into a tempest. It roared, dispersing the dense fog, and charged directly at Sun Xiaoyan. Ah! The rotund youth bellowed, his voice lacking any semblance of intimidation, reminiscent of a squealing pig. Yet, his strength was undeniably formidable. He valiantly attempted to surge forward amidst the roaring tornado. His garments were tattered by the ferocious winds, his face flushed crimson. He anchored his feet to the ground, yet the tiles beneath him shattered one by one, forcing him to retreat step by step. To step out of bounds meant defeat. Sun Xiaoyan began to weave his incantation. Amidst such a tempest, it was exceedingly arduous. But he ultimately succeeded. A stone wall materialized before him, only to be obliterated in an instant. The debris struck Sun Xiaoyan, sending him spiraling out of control, lifting him into the air and casting him from the arena. The Kunpi drum technique indeed boasts formidable defense, for even in such a powerful whirlwind. No wounds were visible upon his body. The stones collided against him, leaving no bruises. Yet, he still faced defeat. At this juncture, Sun Xiaoyan's defenses seemed nearly insurmountable. In a true combat scenario, Wang Changxiang might find himself at a loss. However, this was a contest. Being blown out of the ring amounted to victory. Jiang Wang sighed softly, as he suddenly realized that whether confronting Wang Changxiang or Sun Xiaoyan, he appeared to possess no viable solutions. The defense of the four spirits' body refinement fell short compared to the Kunpi drum, and while the purple Qi eastward sword technique was indeed fierce, it was unlikely to breach their defenses. If only he possessed a superior weapon, perhaps there would be a chance. As it stood, he found himself incapable of overcoming this little rotund figure. Regarding Wang Changxiang, the moment the tornado was unleashed, his only recourse would be to flee. That was a top-tier technique. In the entire Fenglin City Dao Academy, counting the instructors, how many could wield it? A true anomaly. The Wind Sparrow. It was the hunchbacked elder who spoke again. His Dao Vein's true spirit was likely the Wind Sparrow, inherently attuned to the elemental forces of wind, thus enabling him to ascend and utilize a top-tier technique. Jiang Wang was hearing about the Wind Sparrow as a true spirit of the Dao Pulse for the first time. In the Dao Academy's lectures on the knowledge of Dao Pulses, the instructors had only described the earthworm true spirit. Jiang Wang had once thought that all Dao Pulse true spirits were merely earthworms. Experience often reflects one's strength. Jiang Wang and his companions exchanged glances, and their demeanor towards the rather unsightly old man became considerably more respectful. Before they could inquire further, the old gentleman was asked for his surname. Huang Azan cleared his throat, his attitude courteous and polite. Perhaps due to a lingering grudge over Huang Azan's earlier impertinence, the hunchbacked elder's demeanor remained rather unfriendly, letting out a cold snort without responding. Indeed, what is your surname, dear sir? Jiang Anan suddenly turned around, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. I often see you, yet I do not know how to address you. Gui. The nearby young girl, Qing Ji, had just begun to speak when the hunchbacked elder beamed widely and interjected. My surname is Gui. You may call me Grandfather Gui. This distinguished surname exuded a certain elegance. Huang Azan shook his head, beginning to savor the moment. His forthcoming flattery would be ceaseless. Even Jiang Anan and Qing Ji quickly redirected their attention back to the arena, where the second round of combat had commenced. Wang Changxiang faced off against Li Jianxiu. Regardless of the rankings on the Dao merit list or the combat prowess exhibited by the two, Wang Changxiang held a decisive advantage. Yet for some reason, Jiang Wang could not shake the feeling that Li Jianxiu was capable of more. Brother Wang, could we refrain from using the rather unscrupulous technique of the breath of the dragon whirlwind? Li Jianxiu suggested before the battle began. At this moment, Wang Changxiang had already replenished his Dao essence and was brimming with vitality. He merely chuckled at the remark. Junior brother, you jest. Consistent gentleness enveloped the scene. With the completion of his mystical art, the fog dissipated. At that precise moment, Li Jianxiu spread his arms wide, summoning a fierce wind. The low-grade techniques of the third tier summoned the wind. This was not the eerie mist of Xiaolin Town, easily dispelled by a common breeze. Ultimately, the fog posed no insurmountable challenge. The true enigma lay in the breath of the tornado. In the preceding battles, opponents had possessed means to dispel the fog, yet chose to prioritize their own defenses, never anticipating a sudden breach. Within the now clear arena, Wang Changxiang continued to weave his hand seals. His voice calm. Junior brother Li was once indifferent to the art of wind. The realm of mystical arts is vast and boundless. Breadth is inferior to depth, and diversity pales in comparison to precision. With his technique complete, Li Jianxiu conjured two swords of flame, and with a nimble leap, he soared like an eagle in flight. This is what I learned from my senior brother. In that moment, he hung in the air, exuding an aura of brilliance. Wang Changxiang's expression remained unchanged as he brought his hands before his lips. The index and middle fingers met, while the thumb, ring finger, and little finger formed a union of their own. In the triangular space created by the middle and ring fingers, he exhaled, summoning a tornado. That breath swiftly transformed into a whirlwind as Li Jianxiu approached, executing a series of backflips mid-air without any leverage. Bravo! Huang Azan exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. Except in rare circumstances, Prior to opening the gates of heaven and earth, it is nearly impossible for humans to fly unaided. Li Jianqiu's display of aerial prowess was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, those around him regarded Huang Azan with incredulous gazes. After a few claps, Huang Azan retracted his hands. For while Li Jianqiu's aerial flips were indeed breathtaking, they had taken him outside the designated area, nearly equating to a concession of defeat. Li Jianqiu landed gracefully, releasing the dual flaming swords, his face a mask of astonishment. Your breath tornado can be completed so swiftly? His surprise was palpable. Any discerning cultivator present could discern that the opportunity to defeat Li Jianqiu lay solely in the moment before he executed the breath tornado. Yet, none were aware that he not only mastered a superior technique, but did so with such finesse and speed, even managing to shorten the incantation time. This revelation implied that during the preceding battle, he had no need for the extensive preparation time. The mist was merely a trivial distraction, obscuring the vision of opponents like Li Jianqiu. Slow down. I sense trouble brewing, Wang Changxiang remarked with a gentle smile. Li Jianqiu fell into a contemplative silence before suddenly breaking into a relieved smile. I concede. Thus, the champion of the Three Cities discourse, a third-year student, was determined. Wang Changxiang emerged victorious in both battles, returning in glory. Following this encounter, Wang Changxiang earned a new moniker, Wang One Blow, signifying that regardless of the adversary he faced, he could easily resolve matters with a single breath. Of course, it also implied that he possessed only a single blow's worth of power. In the words of Huang Azan, it was brief yet fierce. The ensuing battle between Li Jianqiu and Sun Xiaoyan could no longer alter the outcome, and their duel was rather perfunctory. Although the onlookers perceived it as intense, Li Jianqiu showcased the ferocity of fire-based techniques almost flawlessly, executing incantations with remarkable speed. Sun Xiaoyan, relying once again on his kunpi drum, charged forward with abandon. Just before they engaged in close combat, Li Jianqiu gracefully withdrew from the ring, conceding once more. However, from Jiang Wang's perspective, Li Jianqiu had not exerted his full strength, for throughout the encounter, the ancient long sword at his waist had remained sheathed. As the crowd dispersed, the arena was cleared for the battles of the 5-year students from the Dao Academy. As a familiar junior, Jiang Wang naturally approached to console Li Jianqiu. However, Li Jianqiu spoke first. I had prepared a surprise, but unexpectedly, there was no opportunity to perform. Jiang Wang understood he was referring to Wang Changxiang's astonishing speed in executing the breath of the Dragon Twister. He wondered why his senior had not attempted it during the recent match against Sanshan City. Although the battle had been dazzling, it was evident to discerning eyes that Li Jianqiu had no intention of vying for victory. Li Jianqiu smiled wryly. Firstly, I may not be able to break through his defensive techniques. Secondly, second and third places hold no significance. He turned and walked away. The competition is about to begin, Jiang Wang reminded him. Yet, Li Jianqiu had already unsheathed his sword and departed. I won't watch. Chapter 51. The collapse of the mountain ridge before the battle of the 5th-year students commenced. The busy Wei Qiji and Dong A arrived at the scene. For them, the skirmishes among the students of the City S Academy lacked any allure. However, the confrontations between the 5th-year students were of great importance to the 3 city domains. Firstly, the 5th-year students essentially represented the pinnacle of the Academy's combat prowess. Secondly, there was a coveted spot for the San Chengluan Dao, which granted direct access to the National Academy. This meant bypassing the upcoming grand examination and the prefectural office, heading straight to the capital. This opportunity, of course, was reserved solely for the foremost 5th-year student of the San Chengluan Dao. As Wei Qiji and Dong A settled into their seats in the stands, the atmosphere noticeably hushed. One must acknowledge that the presence of formidable individuals like Dong A significantly elevates the overall strength of the academy. In this iteration of the San Chengluan Dao, the leader among the first-year students was Jiang Wang from Fenglin City Academy, while the third-year students had effectively turned into an internal competition within Fenglin City Academy. Dong A formidable figure of the 5th rank from the imperial court, presiding over the Dao Academy of Maple Forest City, undoubtedly brings great fortune to the institution. Now, securing the title of the 5-year champion would undoubtedly place Maple Forest City at the forefront, eclipsing the other 2 cities and allowing it to claim the lion's share of resources this year. Zhang Linchuan felt as if he were about to bore a hole into his forehead from the immense pressure. He murmured softly, overwhelmed by the weight of expectation. Among the three battles unfolding, the most captivating was undoubtedly the duel between Lin Zhengren and Sun Xiaoman. 1. A composed figure and the top of the Taoist rankings from Wangjiang City. The other, a petite and charming girl who appeared delicate and fragile. Is she even 10 years old? Zhao Ruqing exclaimed in astonishment. Not far from where the cultivators of Shanshan City were seated, Sun Xiaoyan, donned in a hooded black robe, turned with indignation, exclaiming, "I feel utterly shattered. It's as if I'm being torn apart." Zhao Ruqing strained to catch her words, edging closer, only to recoil in shock. Inhaling sharply, for beneath the hood, he discerned a swollen, bruised visage. This stout figure, known for his formidable defenses, had suffered greatly in the brief span since the last match, rendering his face unrecognizable and his speech slurred. Could it be the after-effects of that kumpi drum? Zhao Ruqing pondered. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyan, realizing her appearance might frighten others, felt quite aggrieved and retreated, pulling her hood down with a stout hand. Just before the competition, her elder sister had intended to find a corner to give him a good thrashing. Where could he seek redress? Though Jiang Wang's expression remained placid, a sense of anxiety brewed within him. This stout boy was merely 13, while he himself was already 17. The young girl on the field is the sister of the hefty one, representing Sanshan City in her 5th year of battle, destined to grow even stronger. At the nascent stage of her training, has she perhaps already fallen too far behind? The barefoot maiden gracefully leaps onto the arena, her delicate silver hammer charm swaying gently on her wrist. She possesses a charmingly innocent visage, while in stark contrast, Lin Zhengren's handsome features have garnered him little support. Nearly half the audience ardently wishes for Sun Xiaoman's victory, while the remaining few hope she emerges victorious without excessive strain. It has been rumored that Chu Ping met his demise at the hands of Xiong Wan. His heart excised. I feel a pang of regret for him. Just before the battle commences, Lin Zhengren muses, life and death are fated. Sun Xiaoman remains impassive. Jiang Wang keenly senses the palpable chill that envelopes the Sanshan City cultivators nearby. Previously, when Xiong Wan appeared in Sanshan City, he was besieged by disciples of the Dao Academy, yet he not only evaded capture, but also slew 10 cultivators, including the Academy's esteemed senior brother, Chu Ping. Each heart offered as a grim libation, leaving the entire county in shock. This incident prompted the Judicial Department to mobilize all forces within Qinghe County for his apprehension. Lin Zhengren brings up this matter not out of sorrow, but rather with a knowing smile as he gazes at the young girl before him. Last year, he bested me with one move. I wonder if this year you can reclaim that honor? With Chu Ping's demise, that honor cannot be reclaimed. Yet, for those still living, is there a chance for such redemption? Sun Xiaoman steps forward, her lustrous, fair feet gliding across the ground. The battle is thus set to begin. Lin Zhengren draws back his right hand, extracting a long azure whip from his left sleeve. The whip flowed like water, yet its tip swiftly extended, piercing through the air towards Sun Xiaoman with the precision of a venomous serpent. With a push of his left hand, ripples surged from the ground, instantly engulfing Sun Xiaoman in a tumultuous wave. This fierce surge was remarkably swift. Meanwhile, the keen-eyed observer could discern something emerging from the ground before Lin Zhengren, breaking through the tiles. To engage in combat with such a young girl, one must first execute a psychological assault. This may provoke the disdain of many. Yet it also showcases Lin Zhengren's composure, his unwavering determination to seize every slight advantage, denying his opponent even the faintest opportunity. In the heat of battle, this steadiness was strikingly evident. Although Lin Zhengren's combat style might mimic his, the disparity in strength was far too vast. Sun Xiaoman soared into the air. With a delicate step on her toes, she effortlessly evaded the approaching whip's tip, and astonishingly, she trod upon the encroaching waves, walking upon them with grace. Zhao Ruqing raised an eyebrow, astonished. The technique unleashed was undeniably potent, yet her jade-like feet bore no trace of injury. More intriguingly, there was no sign of the technique's release. Either she possessed a permanently solidified kumpi drum like Sun Xiaoyan, or her physical refinement had reached an extraordinary level. At this stage, it seemed that only those reckless martial artists could entirely shield themselves from the harm of such techniques through sheer physical prowess. The barefoot maiden glided atop the waves, stepping lightly on Lin Zhengren's spiritual force, and propelled herself forward into the air. Lin Zhengren relaxed his grip, and the emerald whip suddenly lashed out with a crack that ruptured the air, transforming mid-flight into a colossal python, baring its fangs as it lunged towards Sun Xiaoman. The long whip was crafted from a living beast, a python, and was a treasured heirloom of the Lin family in Wangjiang City, known as the Emerald Python. At that moment, the ground before Lin Zhengren erupted violently, and countless vines surged forth like a writhing mass of serpents. This particular technique was instantaneous, a skill that Lin Zhengren inscribed within the Tongtian Palace after his first completion of the minor Zhoutian cycle. Such techniques are rarely revealed. 4 low-ranking practitioners may only inscribe 2 instantaneous techniques within the Tongtian Palace, corresponding to their first completion of the minor Zhoutian cycle and the major Zhoutian cycle of heaven and earth. These techniques are akin to a trump card, known only to the practitioner. Oftentimes, during combat, a practitioner may feign the incantation of an instantaneous technique to conceal its true nature. However, sensing an impending pressure, Lin Zhengren decisively revealed his hidden card. The serpentine vines intertwined in midair, swiftly forming an impenetrable wall of vines that stood before Lin Zhengren. The wood element technique. The entwining serpent wall. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoman leapt before Lin Zhengren, confronting the giant python pursuing her from behind and the wall of vines blocking her path. With a mere lift of her small hand, the delicate silver ornament dangling from her wrist billowed in the wind. All onlookers beheld the petite girl with bare feet soaring through the air, her hands grasping 2 silver hammers, each nearly as tall as she was. With a graceful spin, she swung one hammer. The massive hammer whistled as it completed a full rotation, striking the emerald python behind her with tremendous force, continuing its spin while ensnaring the serpent. Sun Xiaoman twirled in the air, the hammer still clinging to the emerald python, crashing down upon the wall of entwined vines with an undeniable ferocity. In the fleeting moment of contact, the formidable ethereal serpents, emblematic of the second-tier mystical arts, disintegrated with a mere strike. A single blow, and the mountains trembled. Chapter 52, Bridging Heaven and Earth. To my astonishment, the treasured artifact of Sand Mountain City, the quaking hammer, had been bestowed upon this young girl. From the stands, Wei Qiuji squinted his eyes. Lin Zhengren's combat system primarily revolved around the elemental arts of water and wood, where the symbiosis of these elements produced results exponentially greater than their sum. Yet, under the might of Sun Xiaoman's dual hammers, it crumbled effortlessly. The ethereal serpents shattered, and the long whip known as the Azure Python reverted to its original form, flung far away. Beneath Lin Zhengren's feet, waves surged forth, allowing him to evade Sun Xiaoman's hammer strikes. This was his second instantaneous spell, the triple surge of waves. As he found himself stripped of his trump cards, even his family heirloom was wrested from his grasp, Lin Zhengren remained unperturbed. Was this not a discourse of the 3 cities? How could Miss Sun from the Sand Mountain City Academy resemble a mere warrior? He chuckled softly. Had Chu Ping perished? Had the lineage of Sand Mountain City been forsaken? Amidst the serene atmosphere, an attack on Sun Xiaoman's eligibility to compete was launched. From the stands, Dong A remarked casually, Zhuang Guochong reveres the way, yet does not belittle other teachings. In the arena, let prowess reign supreme. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, akin to a storm erupting from the ground. It was Zhang Linchuan, employing thunderous magic with ease to vanquish his opponent from Sand Mountain City, as if to annotate Dong A's words. Nearby, the fierce battle between the representatives of Wangjiang City and Fenglin City continued unabated, having escalated to a point of intensity. Once the battle commenced, it was solely about victory or defeat. Lin Zhengren certainly did not believe that Sun Xiaoman would concede without a fight merely due to her martial background. Otherwise, there would have been no need for this confrontation to begin. He merely sought to test whether this young girl's spirit truly possessed an unwavering resilience. Does not the demise of the senior disciple of the Sand Mountain City Taoist temple evoke sorrow? The colossal hammer of Sun Xiaoman has arrived. As she wielded the massive weapon, which was nearly her own height, she moved with a grace akin to a dancer amidst lantern flowers. The death of Chu Ping inevitably affected her. Her hammer's momentum was excessive. This detail may seem minuscule, yet Lin Zhengren could not possibly overlook it. The surging waves propelled him effortlessly into the air. With the waves cascading thrice, Lin Zhengren found himself atop the shocking mountain hammer. He gently tapped the hammer with his toes. This minuscule force was inconsequential to Sun Xiaoman, a martial arts master wielding a giant hammer, possessing strength in both hands akin to 1,000 pounds. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an eruption of vital energy surged around Lin Zhengren. Within the void behind him, it seemed as though a portal coalesced, reflecting the physical form. Between heaven and earth lies a door, and humanity is that door. It resonated with a thunderous sound, yet it was eerily silent. The portal swung open. Thus, the vital energy converged, and the cosmos became interconnected. He could have chosen to open the door to the heavens long ago, yet he was audacious enough to do so at this moment, indicating his complete command over the battle, for the door to the heavens had long ceased to be an obstacle. Perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to playing the part of the underdog. He traversed the cosmos, establishing a connection with the world. Power need not be sought externally. He himself already possessed immense strength. He had ascended to the 6th rank of the ascending dragon realm, a formidable warrior of the 3rd rank. With a decisive step, the shocking mountain hammer plummeted inexorably to the ground, shattering the tiles and embedding itself deep into the earth. Sun Xiaoman remained undeterred, even as she was tilted downward by the mighty hammer embedded in the earth. Harnessing the force, she executed a swift maneuver, swinging another hammer in a retaliatory arc towards Lin Zhongrun, striving to push him back. Yet, the chasm between an intermediate-level powerhouse and a novice cultivator was insurmountable. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Lin Zhongrun easily deflected her attack. From his palm, a small dragon of water attribute energy surged forth with a ferocious roar. As the water dragon absorbed energy and grew in size, it collided forcefully with the massive hammer, subsequently barreling towards Sun Xiaoman, sending both her and the hammer hurtling away. This was the superior grade technique, Water Dragon Wave. 2 colossal hammers trembled. One slipped from his grasp, becoming lodged in the ground, while the other bore down upon Sun Xiaoman, striking her with such force that her consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. In the next moment, the immense hammer atop the barefoot girl quivered as she drew a deep breath and managed to shift the weight aside, rising abruptly. Jiang Wang could vaguely comprehend why Yang Xingyong and Zhao Tia fought with such fervor. Their 3rd-year and 5th-year peers were not particularly strong, perhaps even weak. The plump boy among them, though nearly invulnerable in defense within his rank, was regrettably too young, lacking sufficient experience. The previous year's competition might have been their sole opportunity to seize victory, the only chance to showcase the potential of Sanqing City's future. The Dao Academy of Sanqing City had already witnessed the demise of 10 skilled participants, including their senior brother Chu Ping, leaving a void in talent. Thus, Sun Xiaoman, a girl dedicated to martial arts, was compelled to take the lead. Similarly, the 13-year-old chubby boy, Sun Xiaoyan, was coaxed into joining by his mother's tacit approval. At this moment, Sanqing City was in dire need of resources. The discourse among the 3 cities regarding the allocation of resources was of paramount significance to them. At this moment, another 5-year student from Sand Mountain City had already been defeated by Zhang Linchuan, and all the pressure now rested upon the shoulders of this barefoot girl. Thus, she rose to her feet. Despite the evident collapse of her sternum and her opponent showcasing the prowess of a 6th-grade strength, her petite figure swayed yet remained unyielding. Lin Zhongrun extended his hand, summoning the Bai Mang whip, which had been sent flying back to him after the clash. This whip amplified the power of his wood elemental techniques. Without a trace of hesitation, he executed his moves with remarkable swiftness, conjuring a massive azure python that erupted from the earth, encircling Sun Xiaoman in its grasp. In a mere instant, the figure of the barefoot girl vanished from sight, her form enveloped by the constricting coils of the azure serpent. The top-tier, inferior-grade technique known as Azure Python Strangle was unleashed. He was formidable. He had grown so powerful, and yet remained so composed, unwavering in his resolve. Such a practitioner as Lin Zhongrun could be deemed the most terrifying of adversaries, as he would never afford his foes an opportunity. Sister. Outside the arena, Sun Xiaoyan was on the verge of tears. One hand grasped the neck of the azure python. In comparison to the serpent's massive size, that hand appeared diminutive. Yet it possessed remarkable strength. That was Dong A's hand. With a casual flick, the entire azure python disintegrated silently, revealing the entangled Sun Xiaoman, who collapsed in despair. Her consciousness had long since faded, yet her grip remained tight around the solitary remaining Jinshan hammer. You have won, Dong A remarked to Lin Zhongrun. Lin Zhongrun bowed. His manners impeccable. Thank you for your hard work, Dong Yuan. It was only at this moment that the referee approached to carry Sun Xiaoman out of the arena. The referee from the county capital had only just begun to grasp the vastness of the world. He had no time to intervene in the recent battle. Dong A waved his hand, signaling the commencement of the next round of competition. Observing Dong A gracefully return to her seat in the stands, Wei Qiji remained silent. Yet his thoughts were already taking shape. The Jinshan clan has chosen its champion. This girl is destined for greatness. Why not allow Lin Zhengren to eliminate her? Her husband had perished only a few years prior, and now her daughter is gone. The matriarch of Sand Mountain City is bound to lose her sanity. Though the tigress may be fierce, her vendetta lies with Wangjiang City. What relevance does it have to my Fenglin City? If this young girl survives, who among her peers could rival her? She will only obstruct the paths of my Fenglin City's youth. Dong did not regard him. Yet her ethereal voice echoed in his ears. The youth of Sand Mountain City and Fenglin City are all children of my Zhuang kingdom. Wei Qiji fell silent, neither affirming nor denying her words. Chapter 53. The Dark Candle in the Northern Arsenal of the city, to be precise. The arsenal is located in the northwest corner of Fenglin City. A vast quantity of weaponry is stored here, awaiting the moment the army is mobilized. The defenses are stringent. At any given time, a 100-man squad is stationed here. This squad is divided into 10 smaller teams, each led by a practitioner. However, this does not imply that the proportion of practitioners within the city's garrison is so high. Rather, the significance of the arsenal necessitated that the commanding officer deliberately increased the number of elites assigned here. In contrast, the Lord's residence has relatively few practitioners guarding it, as Lord Wei Qiji himself embodies the most formidable force in Fenglin City. Simultaneously, the rotation at the arsenal also serves as a routine duty for the disciples of the Tao Academy. Every day, 2 disciples of the Tao Academy stand guard here. Although their prestige is modest, their presence is characterized by unwavering stability, and the duties they perform do not impede their meditation and cultivation. This task is highly sought after, as it is a matter of swift action. Those who are quick to seize the opportunity are rewarded, while those who hesitate are left empty-handed. The armory is divided into inner and outer sections, and such a high level of defense is not solely intended to protect the mountains of commonplace weaponry housed within the outer repository. Spatially, the inner repository is minuscule, occupying merely a small chamber at the heart of the armory. However, every wall, the ceiling, and even the floor are intricately inscribed with protective formations designed to thwart any violent intrusion. Should an attack occur that these formations cannot repel, the self-destruct mechanism within the inner repository will be activated. Various measures are in place to restrict access. Only those possessing a specific insignia may enter through the main entrance. The 2 disciples of the Tao Academy, alongside the strongest 10-man squad from the 100-strong team, stand vigil before the inner repository. They remain steadfast, not taking a single step away from their posts. This level of defense is nearly infallible, especially given that today marks the grand occasion of the 3 Cities Forum on Taoism, with a multitude of city guards stationed within the city, deterring any foolhardy individuals from seeking their demise. Thus, when 2 individuals clad in the armor of the city guards approached, and their insignia was verified without issue, the team leader in charge of the watch had no reservations and proceeded to perform the hand gesture to open the grand door of the inner repository. However, a disciple of the Tao Academy, seated cross-legged on the right side of the entrance on a meditation mat, suddenly interjected. His intention was not to cast doubt upon the 2 men, but rather to ascertain the legitimacy of their insignia, as this was part of his duty. Yet, the moment those 2 had stepped into the inner repository, they abruptly turned back. One's hair surged wildly, resembling black, sharp needles piercing the air, while the other opened his gaping maw, unleashing a serpentine creature of foul blood. The disciple of the City Tao Academy, who had been called to a halt, was almost instantly struck in the face by the black-haired assailant, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, the squad leader of the city guards was enveloped by the tainted blood, leaving behind nothing but bones in an instant. In just one exchange, only a single cultivator remained outside the inner treasury, while the other 9 city guards, despite their elite status, were merely mundane fighters. I merely wished to take a moment's respite, thought the last remaining disciple of the City Tao Academy as he pressed his forehead, and the next moment, he sprang into action, pointing a finger. A golden light arrow sliced through the air towards the enemy. This was a superior-grade Taoist technique. The golden light arrow was instantaneous, indicating that this individual had at least completed the circulation of the Lesser Zhou Tian and possessed a cultivation level above the 8th rank. As he launched his attack, he commanded, "Spread out and send word. I will hold them off here." Indeed, he had no assurance of defeating these 2 audacious individuals who dared to assault the armory of Maple Forest City. However, at that moment, The official forces within Maple Forest City undoubtedly held absolute superiority. As long as the message was conveyed, no matter how many adversaries approached, they would ultimately meet a fate of annihilation. Military personnel, accustomed to obeying orders, did not hesitate amidst the deadlock. A sudden flash of a long blade cleaved through the air, and the dark-haired assailant collapsed, his head severed. Wei Yan, gripping the long saber, pivoted and plunged into the inner vault. A vile serpent of blood lunged at him, but without hesitation, he cleaved it in two with a vertical slash. He surged forward through the bisected remains, confronting the assailant spewing tainted blood, and with a single thrust, impaled him through the heart. Yet, the attacker offered a ghastly smile, exclaiming with his last breath, "The nether candle has been sent away." Behind Wei Yan, the severed halves of the serpent writhed, one lunging towards the Taoist disciple wielding the instantaneous golden light arrows, hindering his advance, while the other slithered away like a serpent. Undoubtedly, the treasure known as the nether candle was concealed within this escaping half. "The nether candle is yours to have," Wei Yan declared, extracting his blade. His voice as cold as frost. "But all of you who came here today will meet your end." Concurrently, throughout Maple Leaf City, long-prepared experts emerged. An assailant, having just set fire, was instantly riddled with arrows, the flames extinguished in an instant. Elsewhere, a sanguinary Taoist art was about to engulf passers-by when a surge of waves and a rumble of logs erupted, obliterating the attackers into fragments with a barrage of Taoist techniques. Maple Leaf City had been prepared, and nearly all its masters had mobilized, swiftly suppressing the calamity. "What's happening?" Hearing distant cries of agony, Jiang Wang immediately scooped up Jiang Anan, while the hunchbacked old man surnamed Gui seized Qingji's hand. "There is no need for alarm." On the stands, Wei Qiji exerted a forceful gesture, signaling for the match to continue. Outside the arena, aside from the soldiers maintaining order, the city guards dispersed in various directions. The onlookers, however, were not filled with fear. If calamity could befall them in the presence of Wei Qiji and Dong A, then nowhere would be safe. Moreover, it was evident that the city guards were dutifully executing military orders, and they dared not stray to interfere. Within the armory, Wei Yan strode forth, nearly bellowing, "Shinanshi, why did you not intercept that blood snake just now? Do not claim it was beyond your capability." The blood snake, accompanied by the Yin lantern, had fled. With just a few exchanges, such a delicate object could vanish without a trace. This signified that the bait presented by Wei Qiji had been consumed. They needed to eliminate all the fish. Shinanshi, a disciple of the City Dao Academy, retorted with equal fervor, "Do I know what the Yin lantern is? Who has informed me? Since you had a plan and preparation in place, why did you not share it with us?" My fellow disciple perished before my very eyes. A faint golden glow emanated from his hand, and had it not been for the gravity of the moment, he would have been tempted to hurl the golden arrow at Wei Yan's face. "Our brothers in the city guards have suffered even greater losses." Wei Yan's expression darkened, although he may not have wished to elaborate. He added before departing, "We are unaware of the lurking conditions of those individuals. If we do not maintain secrecy, they will not reveal themselves." "Which individuals?" Shinanshi wished to inquire further, yet the words remained unspoken. He understood that answers would elude him. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his presence here today to indulge in idleness might very well be orchestrated by Wei Yan. Given that he had not participated in the match, yet found himself with leisure time, no other disciple from the Dao Academy, who could contend with opponents of such caliber, was more suitable than he. Shinanshi, ranked 5th on the Fenglin City Taoist honor roll, Shinanshi harbored no affections for anyone, yet harbored a deep disdain for Wei Yan. Regrettably, despite sharing a proficiency in gold-based Dao techniques, he was not a match for Wei Yan. Chapter 54. The pursuit and slaughter within Fenglin City. The relentless chase and frantic slaughter occurring within Fenglin City seemed detached from the martial arena, where combat persisted as usual. The three victors who entered the rotation battle were Zhang Linchuan, Lin Zhongrun, and Fu Baosong from Wangjiang City. Fu Baosong, a lanky man with a serene countenance, had labored to defeat a fifth-year disciple from Fenglin City, thereby securing the final spot. Both fifth-year disciples from Wangjiang City had advanced to the rotation stage, creating a distinctly favorable situation. In truth, the battles among the fifth-year students represented the most crucial segment, for only the foremost disciples from the three cities could qualify for direct entry into the National Dao Academy. Similar Dao competitions typically offer a limited number of such spots, albeit with slight variations. For instance, the North Wind Snow event provides 2 spots, Although it involves 5 cities competing, the selection process is only 2 out of 10, thus presenting a greater probability than the 3-city contest. These spots also signify a distribution of resources, often contingent upon the strength of the various city Dao academies. The power of a Dao academy is ultimately reflected in the practitioners it nurtures. Hence, when a particular practitioner rises to prominence, the Dao academy from which they hail will inevitably flourish alongside them. A greater number of national Dao academy slots and faster growth of practitioners engenders a virtuous cycle. In a place like Three Mountain City, where elite resources are scarce and disciples face increasingly arduous conditions for cultivation, a malignant cycle ensues. Only by comprehending the Daoist academy system of Zhuanghua can one truly grasp the desperation exhibited by the practitioners of Three Mountain City. Returning to the competition, the inaugural match of the 5-year debate among the 3 cities is, in fact, a civil war, Lin Zhengren versus Fu Baozong. This encounter holds little intrigue, as everyone is aware that the current scenario pits Fenglin City against Wangjiang City. And the focal point of the entire round-robin contest hinges on whether Zhang Linchuan can consecutively triumph over his counterparts from Wangjiang City, a prospect that now appears bleak. As for the internal conflict, it is merely a formality. Evidently, Lin Zhengren shares this sentiment, for upon seeing Fu Baozong approach, he casually remarked, "You might as well concede. I shall strike Zhang Linchuan hard later, and then you can defeat him and claim second place. He has seemingly orchestrated the rankings already." "Hey, Zhang Linchuan," with a handkerchief pressed against his nose, expressed his disdain, "Don't pretend I'm not here." Lin Zhengren turned to the waiting Zhang Linchuan and chuckled. "You might as well withdraw now to spare yourself some pain." After revealing his 6th-grade cultivation, he seemed to have liberated much of his demeanor, no longer concerned with superficial appearances. At that moment, "I will not," came a voice. Lin Zhengren spun around, seeking the source of the utterance. The tall and silent Fu Baozong, who had kept his silence all day, spoke his first words. "You will not? What does that mean?" Lin Zhengren exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Jingli, from outside the arena, began to scold, "Fu Baozong, have you lost your mind?" Unaware of his own worth, Fu Baozong feigned indifference, fixing his gaze upon Lin Zhengren with a calm and egalitarian demeanor, no different from how he regarded others. "I shall exert my utmost effort, regardless of who my opponent may be." Such is the essence of this discourse, he declared. Lin Zhengren, seething with rage, retorted with a mockery of a smile, "Very well, then do give it a try." The tides turned. The onlookers from Fenglin City were jolted, realizing that the 2 cultivators from Wangjiang City were genuinely serious. Did this not suggest a glimmer of hope for Zhang Linchuan from Fenglin City? Although Lin Zhengren was a 6th-grade cultivator, if Fu Baozong could injure him before his defeat, Zhang Linchuan was not without hope. Bravo Fu Baozong, unyielding and resolute. A paragon of cultivators. Indeed, why concede defeat? Lin Zhengren does not possess an extra head. If you can bring him down, you shall be the champion. The spectators outside voiced their fervor, their enthusiasm palpable, as if they truly cherished Fu Baozong. Particularly, Jiang Wang felt a familiar resonance in the final voice that rang out. Following the sound, he beheld Huang Azan stealthily maneuvering through the crowd. Jiang Wang turned back, his expression blank. He was at a loss as to what skills this individual, who had entered this small circle because of Du Yahu, might possess. Flattering and indulgent, he was also adept at inciting public sentiment. Yet, strangely, despite his myriad flaws, this fellow was oddly endearing. On the stage, Lin Zhengren was evidently enraged, initiating his attack with the green python strangle. The colossal serpent erupted from the earth, coiling into a tumultuous mass. Bang! The green python entwined with the vine barrier, creating a circular formation of interwoven serpentine vines that shielded Fu Baozong at its center. It was indeed the vine snake wall previously deployed by Lin Zhengren. However, the mid-tier vine snake wall was utterly incapable of fending off the constricting onslaught of the low-tier green python. In less than 3 breaths, the vine snake wall crumbled to dust. The azure serpent constricted forcefully, only to suddenly wither in the next moment. A hand, jade green and bearing the essence of desiccation, pressed against the serpent's massive form, intertwining decay in shades of gray and green. The superior mid-tier technique, decay of the withered wood. Although it did not shatter the green python as effortlessly as Dong A's single hand, it nonetheless rendered the serpent feeble. In this moment of vulnerability, Fu Baozong leaped forth. Yet, how could Lin Zhengren allow him such an opportunity? He thrust his hand forward, unleashing the premeditated water dragon wave with a fierce roar. Yet, behind the semi-transparent form of the water dragon, his handsome visage darkened with profound gloom. Certain techniques require innate talent, while others demand a degree of affinity. It is not merely a matter of achieving a certain level of cultivation to grasp the corresponding techniques. Take the decay of the withered wood, for instance. Despite being a mere superior mid-tier skill, it was the exclusive secret art of the Tao Academy's head in Wangjiang City, a technique that Lin Zhengren had never been privy to. The reason? A lack of affinity? Could this impoverished wretch, a foul stone from a latrine, truly possess sufficient affinity? Arrogant as Lin Zhengren was, he had long grown weary of the ostentatiously hypocritical excuses, such as insufficient affinity or the so-called significance of philosophical discourse. Confronted with the water dragon wave, which was almost akin to waiting for the hare to stumble into a trap, Fu Baosong rolled the waves beneath him, attempting to evade. Having emerged from the Tao Academy of Wangjiang City, he was certainly no stranger to the threefold waves. However, with a mere press of his left hand, Lin Zhengren summoned surging tides that intertwined with the waves beneath Fu Baosong, rendering his evasion a futile dream. A simple yet profound maneuver executed with impeccable timing and precision effectively unraveled the three successive waves of displacement. The torrent of the water dragon mercilessly crashed upon Fu Baosong, propelling him into the air before he was violently cast down. Lin Zhengren, standing atop the surging waves, placed his foot upon Fu Baosong's head. With a slight bow of his head and a deliberately contemptuous tone, he declared, "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Under the weight of Lin Zhengren's foot, Fu Baosong struggled to turn his head, meeting Lin's gaze not with anger, but with an inexplicable stubbornness. "I cannot triumph over you. Yet I cannot concede without a fight." This man was indeed both odious and formidable. His repugnance provoked frowns, while his resilience commanded respect. Chapter 55. The vanished candle of the underworld. As the battle in front of the inner treasury commenced, the entire arsenal's defenses mobilized, converging towards the treasury from various directions, like a surging tide of humanity. Meanwhile, Wei Yan, wielding his sword, charged outward against the current. In an effort to maintain secrecy, none of the arsenal's guards were privy to this operation, and only Wei Yan lay in ambush. His solitary presence sufficed. In truth, more skilled combatants were dispersed throughout the city. As the lord of the city, Wei Qiji had employed the candle of the underworld as bait, but would never endanger the lives of the citizens of Maple Forest City. Fortunately, the discourse among the three cities had drawn a significant number of onlookers, ensuring the safety of the martial arts arena. This alleviated much of the pressure on the defenses. The city guards who encountered Wei Yan turned without hesitation, following closely behind him. Wei Yan casually instructed, "Stay here and do not stray." Though the candle of the underworld had been removed, the arsenal remained of paramount importance. Two soldiers of the city guard stood vigil at the armory's entrance. They were undoubtedly aware of the commotion within, yet their post remained steadfast until orders were given. Fully on alert, they remained oblivious when a streak of crimson light flitted along the wall. At that moment, a young gentleman, elegantly attired, sauntered by, fanning himself with a folding fan, as if to brush away the dust of the world. The blood serpent vanished without a trace. The young man continued his stroll, reaching the end of the street, passing a tailor shop, and narrowly avoiding a peddler laden with goods at the corner. As he walked along Xuanwu Street, he appeared relaxed, even humming a tune. Two elite guards of the city swept past him, swiftly dispatching an exposed practitioner of the dark arts just behind him. The young gentleman seemed utterly unaware, drifting further away. "Halt!" one of the guards commanded, his suspicion aroused by the young man's unnerving calmness. With his back turned to the vigilant guards, a sinister smile slowly crept across the gentleman's lips. Just as he was about to unleash chaos in the street, a piercing cry sliced through the air, the swift blade. His eyes widened in shock as he looked down to see the long, straight blade gradually withdrawing from his chest. The blade bore the name Swift Snow, and the man was known as Wei Yan. Perhaps he had come to terms with the inevitability of death, for he did not ponder how he had been discovered or pursued. The fear in his eyes faded, replaced by a fervent pride as he chuckled. "The item is not in my possession." With that, Wei Yan sheathed his blade and departed. Meanwhile, the peddler had made his way onto Qingmu Avenue, his two bamboo baskets of assorted goods swaying gently on his shoulders, each covered with a piece of burlap. In one of the bamboo baskets, amidst the assorted goods, lay an unusual object, a small, pitch-black candle. On the viewing platform, Dong A and Wei Qiji were both intently observing the fierce battle unfolding within the arena. Yet unbeknownst to them, their true focus lay elsewhere. For Wei Qiji, his concern was primarily with the trap he had meticulously set within the city. A deceptively simple baited snare, its efficacy amplified by flawless execution. In contrast, Dong A found himself preoccupied not only with the outcome of the discussions held among the three cities, but also with the overarching safety of Fenglin City. Simultaneously, he harbored a degree of confidence in Zhang Linchuan. Even after Lin Zhengren had demonstrated the prowess of a sixth-tier cultivator, his conviction remained unshaken. The two prominent figures atop Fenglin City exchanged whispers, their voices barely audible to one another. Wei Qiji scoffed inwardly, likening the sight of the soul candle to a dog spotting a bone. Those individuals were indeed remnants of the White-Bone sect. The soul candle was an artifact of the underworld, a remnant left by the White-Bone sect of yore. Wei Qiji had deliberately produced the soul candle to affirm his suspicions. Dong A frowned, pondering the implications. The White-Bone sect's lineage had been eradicated for 2 centuries, having been thoroughly purged during the 9-year campaign of the founding emperor. How could there still be remnants lingering to this day? A centipede with 100 feet, though dead, does not easily succumb. Lin Jingren's victory over Fu Baozong appeared effortless. The forthcoming battle would pit him against Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan, still concealing his mouth with one hand, frowned and remarked, "Can we tidy up this place before continuing? My previous triumph over my opponent was swift and decisive, but against Lin Zhengren, I cannot afford to be distracted." Within the academy, there are designated arenas for sparring. However, the Maple Leaf City Academy itself cannot accommodate such a vast audience. Conversely, the plaza outside the city lord's mansion lacks any inscribed array patterns. The dueling ground has been ravaged into a deplorable state, with shattered paving stones, a mire of mud and water, and numerous pits and hollows, further marred by splatters of blood, a truly desolate spectacle. Zhang Linchuan's brow furrowed deeply. This combat environment is exceedingly unsanitary. Dong A, without so much as a glance, retorted, "Utter one more superfluous word, and I shall consign you to a cesspool for 3 days." Zhang Linchuan promptly stowed his handkerchief, offering the referee a courteous and formulaic smile. "Commence at your leisure." At the referee's signal, Lin Zhengren advanced with great strides. A thunderous roar ensued. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Zhengren's form surged forward like a rolling wave, cresting in a triple cascade. In his wake, 3 scorched craters remained. Zhang Linchuan possesses a multitude of idiosyncrasies. One might characterize him as fastidious, excessively particular, averse to inconvenience, and self-willed. Yet, his prowess remains undeniable. While the potency of thunder magic is widely acknowledged, few can truly wield it with mastery. Lin Zhengren's 2 instantaneous Dao techniques, etched within his celestial palace, are the triple wave surge and entangling vine serpent. His initial decision to forego defense in favor of movement was, naturally, a prelude to offense. A seed sprouted, a bud unfurled, revealing hooked, predatory teeth. It snapped shut. A second-rate, low-grade Dao technique, carnivorous bloom. Zhang Linchuan glided past with effortless grace, casually tossing a ball of lightning into the flower's maw, then leaping skyward, forming a hand seal above the charred remains of the carnivorous bloom, pointing towards the heavens. Ominous clouds gathered, and the rumble of thunder echoed faintly. Roar! A torrent of water surged forth with a roar, yet it did not assail Zhang Linchuan. Instead, it wielded its tail to disperse the ominous clouds. The sky erupted in a mist of water, flashes of lightning flickering momentarily before dissipating. This spectacle held an exquisite beauty, captivating the onlookers in awe. However, the carefully prepared Taoist technique of Zhang Linchuan was rendered ineffective. If one were to discern the most significant distinction between a formidable being who has opened the gates of heaven and earth and those below the 7th rank, it lies in the former's ability to begin mastering A-grade Taoist techniques. Some exceptionally gifted individuals, such as Wang Changxiang and Zhang Linchuan, managed to grasp a certain A-grade technique even before reaching the 6th rank. But does this narrow the gap? What separates them from those who have opened the gates of heaven and earth? Lin Zhengren provided the answer. Those who have opened the gates of heaven and earth are nearly one with the cosmos, capable of comprehending the flow of the universe's vital energies and discerning the vulnerabilities in Taoist techniques at a glance. This manifests in combat as a dismantling of Zhang Linchuan's still formulating powerful technique. Yet, there was more. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhengren appeared before Zhang Linchuan. It was only then that the crowd noticed he was standing atop a torrent of water. He had remarkably traversed the path of this offensive technique to close the distance. Having opened the gates of heaven and earth, Lin Zhengren acquired a profound new understanding of all Taoist techniques, significantly reducing the time needed for hand seals and swiftly adapting to other transformations. As Zhang Linchuan remained suspended in the air, Lin Zhengren's hand had already made contact with him. The outcome seemed poised to be sealed. Chapter 56. The End Boom. Just as Lin Zhengren was about to unleash his Taoist technique against Zhang Linchuan erupted. This is not an exaggeration, but rather an objective description. The lightning that had long been coiled within him burst forth. His hair stood on end, his body was scorched in multiple places, and sparks of electricity flickered intermittently. Correspondingly, Lin Zhengren, who was almost glued to him, was also affected in the first instance and was blown away. After falling to the ground, he twitched incessantly. This was the first time Lin Zhengren had been so disheveled since the start of the battle. The cause of this effect was a second-class, high-grade Taoist spell, Thunder Annihilation. However, contrary to people's expectations, Zhang Linchuan's attack target for this spell was himself, not Lin Zhengren. When Lin Zhengren interrupted his first-class Taoist spell, he did not attempt to maintain the spell at all. Instead, he immediately activated the instant-cast Taoist spell engraved in Tongtian Palace and attacked himself directly. This was undoubtedly a very risky, even crazy move. If Lin Zhengren had not chosen to attack at close range in the first place, or even if he had been slightly slower, Zhang Linchuan might have become the only cultivator in this Three Cities Tao discussion to be defeated by his own Taoist spell, becoming the laughingstock of the entire audience. Fortunately, he won the bet and secured a near-negligible chance of victory for himself. Thunder Annihilation injured both parties. But Lin Zhengren had only just entered the 6th rank, and his abilities had not yet reached the peak of this realm. Zhang Linchuan, who had long been versed in thunder techniques, recovered a few breaths earlier. Zhang Linchuan made hand seals as if flying, trying to seize this fleeting opportunity to completely defeat his opponent. But suddenly his face froze. He found that the Tongtian Palace was empty. This spell could not be completed. It was then that he noticed that, at some point, about 5 steps in front of him, a semi-transparent grass was growing, swaying in the wind. He recognized it as primordial attraction grass, a third-class, low-grade Taoist spell. The outcome is as follows, within the purview of the guiding yuan grass. The consumption of Dao Yuan is significantly heightened. However, it does not distinguish between friend and foe. Yet, Lin Zhengren has already opened the gate of heaven and earth, constantly replenishing his vitality with the essence of the universe. In contrast, Zhang Linchuan remains at the threshold of this gate, relying solely on the Dao Yuan reserves within his celestial palace to engage in combat. 1, 2, 3. With each count, Zhang Linchuan's expression darkens. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zhengren has planted a total of 9 guiding yuan grasses on the battlefield. It is evident that had it not been for the interruption by Lei Ji, he would have deployed even more. Despite possessing a significant advantage and victory seemingly within reach, Lin Zhengren has resorted to such meticulous measures. What a prudent and cautious individual he is. Under the influence of the 9 guiding yuan grasses, Zhang Linchuan's Dao Yuan has been entirely depleted. The glimmer of hope has flickered and vanished. Lin Zhengren, having regained his composure, ascends with vigor. I have lost, Zhang Linchuan uttered hoarsely. He harbored no illusions of victory and would certainly not grant Lin Zhengren the opportunity to torment him further. Fenglin City has squandered its chance to secure a triad of victories, missing out on the most crucial opportunity to enter the National Tao Academy. Yet, no one present blamed Zhang Linchuan. To cast the blame of Lei Ji upon oneself is an act of utmost brutality. Moreover, considering his deep concern for his image and demeanor, who could claim he did not fight fiercely, especially in light of his charred appearance? Even Dong A refrained from making any remarks. He could not assert that his disciple had not exerted himself. In truth, for Zhang Linchuan, the opportunity had not been entirely absent. Had he been willing to dismantle a Dao rotation, he could have temporarily amassed a substantial amount of Dao Yuan, seizing the fleeting moment to vanquish Lin Zhengren. However, if that were the case, even if he emerged victorious in battle, he would revert to the 8th rank cultivation level and remain stagnant for the rest of his life. What significance would it hold to enter the National Tao Academy under such circumstances? Although the honor of the Fenglin City Tao Academy is of great importance, he cannot gamble his future for it. The judge announced the result. The champion of the Tri-City debate for the 5-year cohort is Lin Zhengren, a 6th-rank ascending dragon cultivator from the Wangjiang City Dao Academy. Next year, he will be a new student at the National Dao Academy. With a bright future ahead of him, Fenglin City has secured 2 secondary champions, which is still commendable, yet the Shanshan City Dao Academy has returned empty-handed from this debate. Jiang Wang observed that Zhao Tiehe, Yang Xingyong, and others were visibly disheartened. But such is the nature of competition. In the fragrant pavilion, Miss Miaoyu was delicately applying rouge with her pinky finger while gazing into the mirror. Behind her, a black-clad elder knelt, pleading, "Holy maiden, I implore you to act. Otherwise, our people will perish." I had warned against greed. Upon hearing the name of the dark candle, you all seem to lose your senses. Now, what use is it to plead for my intervention? The specter of the Ghost Gate has already been sent to the Cloud Nation. How can I contend against Wei Qiji? It is true we have been foolish, but even the Bone Envoy has agreed. Huh. Miaoyu chuckled softly. Then why not seek his assistance? The black-clad elder fell silent for a moment, bowing repeatedly. The moment I reveal myself, Wei Qiji will undoubtedly strike to eliminate me. Not to mention, there is Dong Ahu lurking with intent. We have no chance. Her voice was tinged with both reproach and resentment. Who was it that refused to leave the Ghost Gate specter for me back then? The elder gritted his teeth. Our Bone sect has been accumulating strength with great difficulty. So many comrades have perished in vain. Enough, enough, do not quarrel here. I have already set up contingencies. Considering the time, the Yin candle should have been safely dispatched. As for those comrades, Miaoyu paused and closed the rouge box. If death is to be, then let it be. Due to the tight defenses and well-coordinated maneuvers, the chaos within Maple Forest City erupted and then swiftly subsided. Ultimately, the news of the Yin candle's emergence was so abrupt that the Bone sect had no time to prepare adequately before facing a critical choice. The significance of the Yin candle to the Bone sect rendered refusal impossible. Meanwhile, Wei Qiji and Dong had already laid an intricate web. The outcome was, in truth, predetermined from the very beginning. None of the individuals dispatched by the Bone sect would survive. However, this does not imply that victory or defeat was settled. For the Bone sect was indeed prepared for total annihilation. As long as they successfully seized the Yin candle, it would not be deemed a loss for them. On the Aoki Avenue, a traveling merchant continued his leisurely pace. He had grown intimately familiar with this city, as if he had been born to it. Wei Qiji's ambush was anticipated, yet he was taken aback by the ferocity of the assault and the thoroughness of the preparation. He understood that the comrades who had come this time were likely doomed. However, he would not meet the same fate. Despite the sudden turn of events, he possessed a comprehensive knowledge of the city, aware of where the city guard would focus their defensive efforts. He could deftly evade them. Ahead, a left turn led to a narrow path that passed by a bathhouse. He intended to take a soothing bath and wash away the dust of the day. The cargo can be entrusted to the bathhouse attendant, Master Song, who is exceptionally honest and would never tamper with his belongings. Who could have imagined that such precious ghostly candles would be carelessly left in the hands of an ordinary bathmaster? He could even take a nap in the bathhouse, waiting for the storm to pass before swaggering out of the city. In any case, his life is not in jeopardy. However, upon entering this narrow path, he encountered a bald man, perhaps a monk. Yet this bald man bore a fierce countenance, entirely at odds with the serene visage typically associated with those of the Buddhist faith. A peculiar scent wafted through the air. This bald man remarked, licking his lips. The merchant suddenly felt a surge of terror, gathering his essence in preparation for battle. In that moment, he realized his heart was gone. The entire world succumbed to an eternal darkness. Oh, holy maiden, is that the scenery at the bottom of the river of forgetfulness? He pondered in his final thoughts. Chapter 57. Farewell at the Long Pavilion. Regardless of the expectations held by various factions, the discourse among the 3 cities has ultimately come to a close. The citizens of Maple Forest City, who had gathered to observe, gradually dispersed, animatedly discussing the event. The performance of the Dao Academy in Maple Forest City was indeed commendable, and they took pride in it. Most ordinary inhabitants of the city remained oblivious to the occurrences of the day. The bloody battles that transpired in the dark chambers, the fierce struggles in the alleyways, and the entanglement of life and death all passed silently, like air dissolving into the atmosphere. The turbulence stirred by the White Bone sect was quelled into tranquility, leaving not even a trace of blood upon the streets. A few unfortunate witnesses of the conflict had also been silenced by an edict, For the majority, today's events in Maplewood City were merely a splendid and captivating spectacle. Transcendence does not preclude suffering, and ignorance may indeed be bliss. However, for Wei Qiuji, the 17 skulls of white-boned Dao cultivators amassed before him, along with the countless uncollected corpses, served to expunge his disgrace. Wei Qiuji addressed Dong A, stating, having avenged the great wrongs of the past, might we organize the disciples of the Dao Academy to chant the supreme, saving suffering sutra several times, to deliver those who perished unjustly in Little Greenwood Town? As the lord of a city domain, he could at least offer some form of memorial to Little Greenwood Town, over which he presided. This was, of course, no difficult request, as the Supreme Saving Suffering Sutra, being a commonly used text for deliverance, was known by heart to almost every Taoist cultivator. Yet Dong A's demeanor was frigid. With souls scattered and dissipated, what is the use of deliverance? Wei Qiuji found the man utterly unreasonable, offering no pleasantries even after their recent collaboration. Such a disposition explained why he had been driven out of village capital in the first place. When the three mountain city cultivators departed, Jiang Wang made a special effort to see them off. He held genuine admiration for Yang Xingyong and deeply respected the resolve demonstrated by the three mountain city cultivators during the Dao discussion. Compared to the grand and imposing procession from Riverview City, the cultivators from Three Mountain City appeared all the more solitary. Had Dong not personally intervened to provide healing, they might not have returned to their city with their ranks intact, so fiercely had they fought. Yang Xingyong was gladdened by Jiang Wang's farewell. I concede my defeat willingly. You are formidable, and I shall return next year to challenge you once more. The two engaged in a brief conversation, and although Jiang Wang felt hesitant, he eventually inquired, why are you all so fervent about the Three Cities Forum? It's not as if it is the provincial examination. Yang Xingyong fell silent. I apologize if my question is inappropriate. Please disregard it, Jiang Wang said earnestly. Because the Three Mountain City is exceedingly challenging, Sun Xiaoman, who had remained despondent and reticent, interjected. The Three Mountain City has an abundance of mountains, beasts, and ferocious creatures. While the beasts are manageable, as they equate to sustenance, the ferocious creatures pose significant troubles. As Sun Xiaoman elaborated, Jiang Wang began to comprehend the plight of the Three Mountain City. The human race emerged during ancient times, but prior to their ascendance, life was quite arduous. Although it is now proclaimed that humanity is the essence of all beings, in truth, upon their birth, most humans encountered closed meridians, with only a select few prodigies possessing the innate ability to manifest their meridians and cultivate. In contrast, every beast was born with their meridians visibly manifested. Eventually, a peerless human warrior devised a formula for a medicinal pill and made it public, thus commencing the era of human ascendancy. The name of this formidable individual has been lost to the annals of history, yet his formula endures through the ages. This formula is known as the original opening meridians pill, with its primary ingredient being the meridians of ferocious beasts. Henceforth, humanity was no longer constrained by innate talent, for with the opening meridians pill, cultivation became attainable. This also heralded the onset of an era marked by the frenzied hunting of ferocious beasts. Before embarking on his cultivation journey, Jiang Wang had long pondered a perplexing question. In this tumultuous age of cultivation, why has humanity, despite its strength, still been unable to eliminate the wilderness? Why do the nations of the world merely maintain the thoroughfares while allowing wild beasts to roam freely in many regions, with monstrous creatures rampant? Because these aberrant beings represent a form of resource. In a certain sense, these creatures are akin to livestock, cultivated for sustenance. The wilderness and the beasts that inhabit it merely sustain the ecological balance required for their propagation. After all, those beasts, endowed by nature with visible veins of spiritual energy, cannot be domesticated. Conversely, ferocious beasts embody a different existence. They possess formidable combat prowess, yet lack any semblance of intelligence, rendering even their flesh inedible. In simple terms, the destructive potential of ferocious beasts is comparable to that of the aberrant creatures, yet they hold no intrinsic value. Hunting these ferocious beasts yields only losses with no gains. Yet the city of Three Mountains is compelled to undertake this endeavor. Consequently, the city suffers from a long-term deficit. All strong individuals require resources to flourish. But the city of Three Mountains consistently faces an imbalance, with expenditures exceeding income. More alarmingly, the proliferation of ferocious beasts within the city's domain renders them virtually inexterminable. They ravage the thoroughfares, assault villages, and prey upon humanity. The local environment necessitates that most food be transported from afar, as self-sufficiency is unattainable. However, the impediments to the thoroughfares significantly elevate transportation risks, particularly after the recent devastating losses suffered by the city of Three Mountains Dao Academy at the hands of heart-devouring demons. The city finds itself in dire need of manpower. The maintenance of the thoroughfares is a matter of utmost importance for the city of Three Mountains. To request assistance from the Zhuang family to dispatch skilled warriors for a cleansing operation would require equitable resources. Yet the city of Three Mountains is utterly devoid of surplus resources. Therefore, even in the wake of the tragic demise of the Dao Academy's senior disciple, Chu Ping, the city of Three Mountains still regards this upcoming discourse among the three cities as a potential lifeline. They fought fiercely in the training ground, not for their own glory, but for the elderly and struggling citizens of Three Mountain City behind them. Do you understand? With each victory, at least 10 more lives in Three Mountain City are spared. Yang Xingyong's eyes were evidently red as he lowered his head, saying, as long as we perform well. He felt a pang of guilt for his defeat, despite having exerted himself to the utmost. Jiang Wang fell momentarily silent. He patted Yang Xingyong's shoulder and said, this year's champion of the three cities debate. I have benefited from your efforts, and I feel undeserving. The reward of 50 points of Dao merit. As soon as I return to the Dao Academy, I will transfer it to you at the Merit Hall. 50 points of Dao merit is no trifling sum. While it may not resolve the issues of Three Mountain City, it would certainly alleviate the pressing crisis. Moreover, for the disciples of the Dao Academy whose names are recorded in the Dao Register, 50 points of Dao merit equates to half a pulse-opening pill, akin to half a transcendent cultivator. This is precisely the strength that Three Mountain City desperately needs. How could this be appropriate? Yang Xingyong exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Xiaoman had already punched Jiang Wang in the stomach, exclaiming, you, my friend, are bound by our agreement. She had intended to strike Jiang Wang's chest with panache, but her height proved a limitation. A leap to deliver the blow would have disrupted the atmosphere, so she settled for a light punch to his abdomen. Jiang Wang felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Had it not been for the formidable strength granted by the Four Spirits body refinement technique, he would have surely succumbed to the impact. This little girl possesses an astonishing force. Of course, Jiang Wang understood that it was not merely her spirited demeanor. He could discern the strain and awkwardness hidden beneath her exuberant smile. She simply could not bear to forfeit the assistance that the citizens of Sanshan City might receive due to her own timidity. Thus, farewell. Farewell. Parting is inevitable after a long journey together. Jiang Wang paused at the city gate, watching as her newly made friends departed. Sister, please buy me a new outfit. The chubby Sun Xiaoyan, swathed in a large black robe with a hood, walked away in a furtive manner. His original garments had been torn to shreds during the battle. I have no money. I can't just return home like this, can I? What if so many people see me on such a long journey? What if I expose myself? So what if they see? You are still a child. Chapter 58 today marks Jiang Enen's birthday. Regarding Jiang Wang's transfer of the merits acquired from the discussion of the three cities, few, except for Ling He, could comprehend the significance. Yet, no one would intervene. Jiang Wang owed nothing to anyone, and apart from Jiang Enen, he bore no responsibility towards anyone else. However, during a casual conversation with Zhao Ruqing, Jiang Wang expressed his regrets. Ruqing, originally, third brother was supposed to help you procure a pulse-opening pill, but Zhao Ruqing chuckled in response. There are countless difficulties and challenges in this world. Can you truly assist everyone? I have no grand ambitions of saving the world or aiding all of humanity. Yet, when confronted with certain matters, one cannot simply turn a blind eye. Did you not see the tears in their eyes? Those individuals do not flinch even when bleeding and fighting for their lives. Jiang Wang sighed, recalling how upon returning from Lin Town, those senior brothers who had locked themselves away, secretly weeping. My third brother, I would rather you possess grand ambitions. Zhao Ruqing chuckled, his tone a blend of sincerity and jest. Having a kind-hearted individual like the boss is more than sufficient. Jiang Wang fell into a momentary silence before stating, I merely wish for you to understand that San Gu does care about your future. Indeed, it was a moment of weakness. The camaraderie among us brothers as we undertook tasks allowed us to quickly accumulate merit. The common folk of Sanshan City may not have the luxury of waiting indefinitely. Zhao Ruqing glanced at him and replied, I also wish to convey that I truly do not require it. Your talent is remarkable and should not be squandered. After all, the pleasures of life are often intertwined with waste. Zhao Ruqing laughed heartily. Is it a waste to purchase a smile for 1,000 gold? Yet, I find joy in it. Is idleness a waste? Nevertheless, I revel in it. I possess wealth and talent, but what of it? Ironically, it is the very act of squandering them that brings me happiness. Jiang Wang remarked. The boss has not heard this, otherwise, he would undoubtedly lecture you tirelessly. Ha ha. Zhao Ruqing laughed boisterously. So, whenever he begins to preach, I promptly respond that I shall return home to work hard. And with that, I dash away. The two of them, still in jest, strolled past the entrance of the Taoist Academy. It was only then that they noticed a bare-chested man suspended above the jade lion on the left side of the gate. His hands were bound to a gnarled branch belonging to a peculiar tree that grew along the courtyard wall, undoubtedly a manifestation of Taoist magic. The man hung his head low, his long hair cascading down. His exposed skin was pale, albeit rather emaciated, lacking in muscle. A wooden plaque hung around his neck, inscribed with the words treachery against one's master and ancestry, a crime unforgivable. After 3 days of drying as a warning to others, Jiang Wang increasingly felt a sense of familiarity, and upon closer inspection, he finally confirmed that the person was Huang Azan. What happened? He inquired of Zhao Ruqing. Zhao Ruqing stifled a laugh and replied, last night, he masked his face and attempted to smash Xiao Tianyan's door, only to be caught in the act. This is a personal demonstration of the consequences of betraying one's master and ancestors. Why would he do that? Jiang Wang was perplexed. Why provoke Xiao Tianyan of all people? The Tao Academy in Maple Forest City has 3 figures one must never offend: the sorcery department's Xiao Tianyan, the head chef in the dining hall, and Director Dong in the morning. It is said that Director Dong awakens with a particularly foul temper. Mornings are when he is most prone to anger, and thus, everyone avoids him if possible. The dining hall of the Tao Academy actually offers a diverse selection of dishes, rivaling that of any fine establishment. The only caveat is that one cannot be picky about what to eat, as it entirely depends on the chef's mood. Hence, his status as someone not to be trifled with is well justified. Leading the list is Xiao Tianyan from the sorcery department, illustrating the deep shadows he casts over the disciples of the Tao Academy. And Huang Azan dared to touch the tiger's backside. One cannot help but remark on his audacity. Ha ha. Zhao Ruqing burst into laughter. Weren't we responsible for welcoming the cultivators from Sand Mountain City? A teacher remarked on his unseemly appearance. Hence he was not allowed to lead the group. Instead, it was entrusted to Ling Laoda. That teacher is none other than Xiao Tianyan. After the discussions concluded in the 3 cities, Huang Azan brooded over it, and after a few drinks last night, he resolved to give Xiao Tianyan a taste of his defiance. Jiang Wang mused. You were once a living person. Why seek death? Huang Azan, with his head bowed and hair hanging low, sought to conceal his identity with all his might. Yet, the fervent commentary of Zhao Ruqing was irresistible, his laughter radiating a buoyant cheerfulness. Huang Azan, upon hearing it, felt a surge of excitement within him. Brother Ruqing, he thought, feeling somewhat restrained. Yet he tossed his long hair back, revealing a charmingly affable smile. Lend a hand to my brother. Ah. Zhao Ruqing cheerfully acquiesced, but then abruptly turned. Oh dear. I have a pressing matter that I've completely forgotten. He hurriedly strode away. Huang Azan flashed a grin and slowly shifted his gaze toward Jiang Wang, who pointed in the direction Zhao Ruqing had taken. I'll go see what he needs. He too dashed off in a flash. It was evident what mischievous plans Huang Azan harbored, yet even with their audacity, they dared not release the person suspended by Xiao Tianyan. Huang Azan was known to have numerous companions, yet at this moment, not a single one could be spotted. They had chosen to bypass the main entrance entirely, opting instead for the back door these past few days. Speaking of urgent matters, Zhao Ruqing was indeed truthful. Today was October 12th, the day following the Sancheng Luandao, and also the birthday of Jiang Anan. Jiang Wang had been preparing for this occasion well in advance. He had arranged for the exquisite boiled lamb and lamb soup from Kai Ji Lamb Shop, pastries from Guixiang Zhai, and the charcoal pot dishes from Duduang, all scheduled for delivery to their home. Early that morning, he had ventured to the market to procure an array of fresh ingredients, eager to showcase his culinary skills for his beloved sister. As it was still a confidential affair, Zhao Ruqing had not managed to thwart his plans. Ling He had mysteriously departed the city the previous night, claiming to prepare a surprise for Jiang Anan, while Zhao Ruqing had commissioned someone to purchase new garments from Yunxiang Zhai, which he was now on his way to retrieve. Unbeknownst to others, Jiang Wang refrained from informing Jiang Wang about the gathering, lest he arouse any suspicion of burdening them with the task of preparing gifts. Huang Azan, however, could be summoned to join the assembly, for he and Inen were quite familiar with each other. Yet, the sight of him suspended from the tree provided a rather amusing spectacle. It could be said that all preparations were in place, waiting solely for Inen to finish her classes. Jiang Wang calculated the time, parting ways with Zhao Ruqing temporarily, and made his way alone to Mingda Hall. He intended to fetch Jiang Inen home, and, if she had any other amiable companions, such as the young girl named Qingji, he also planned to invite them to join in the festivities. Today marked Jiang and Anne's birthday, her first celebration without her mother by her side. It also represented a culmination of the time he had spent with Anan. He was determined to ensure that she experienced a joyful birthday, free from any trace of sorrow. This was Jiang Wang's most significant arrangement of late. Zhao Ruqing, with a box of custom-made attire from Yunxiang Studio in his left hand and a lavishly adorned brocade box in his right, approached the Jiang residence. Within the ornate box lay a piece of jade, a premium material for crafting talismans, known for its ability to nourish one's vital energy. While the garments from Yunxiang Studio were already of considerable value, the jade was priceless and elusive. Yet, for the affluent Zhao, monetary concerns held little weight. Upon arriving at the tightly shut gates of the Jiang family home, Zhao Ruqing remained unfazed, effortlessly leaping over the barrier. He set down the gifts and, seeking comfort, found a lounge chair in the courtyard, reclining with satisfaction. After a while, Ling He, breathless, dashed into the courtyard, his garments still muddied from his hurried escapade. In his grasp was a sizable turtle, appearing to be at least 3 centuries old. The great tortoise had long been roaming in the Green Willow River, and though Ling He had discovered it earlier, it was only now that he exerted considerable effort to capture it, intending to gift it to Anan for her nurturing, believing it would bestow longevity. Should one doubt this notion, a soup brewed from it would indeed be a great tonic. He was quite honest, and upon finding the door locked, he decided to wait outside. Zhao Ruqing, hearing the commotion, shattered the lock from within, allowing him entry. Subsequently, the delivery of mutton arrived, followed by the charcoal pot and pastries. Time passed slowly. At last, Jiang Inen returned home, only to find the lock broken. She pushed open the courtyard door to behold a table laden with delicacies. Alongside Ling He and Zhao Ruqing bearing gifts. "Where's your brother?" Ling He inquired. "Where's my brother?" Jiang Inen echoed. They spoke in unison. Today marked Jiang and Anne's birthday, with both Ling He and Zhao Ruqing arriving with presents. Jiang Inen had returned home alone, yet Jiang Wang was absent. Chapter 59. Staying at your home for a few days. The moment rewinds to when Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing parted ways. The path to Mingda Hall was one Jiang Wang had traversed countless times. Particularly, he was intimately familiar with the various foods along this road, their qualities known to him like the back of his hand. This was Fenglin City, where he had lived for several years, practicing his craft amidst its streets. As he walked through the city, a rare sense of tranquility and ease enveloped him, elusive in other locales. However, in his profound relaxation, he was unprepared when a figure unexpectedly collided with him. No, perhaps he had indeed attempted to evade, but still, he was struck. This collision felt remarkably peculiar, for instead of being propelled apart by the usual forces of impact, they found themselves pressed together. In other words, the collision produced an astonishing attraction rather than a repulsion. How peculiar! Jiang Wang gazed at the man in the black robe standing almost too close for comfort, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. He possessed an intense intuition that this individual was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond his capabilities. The disparity in strength was so vast that if he attempted to escape and raise an alarm as a disciple of the Fenglin City Dao Academy, the other party could effortlessly eliminate him before departing at their leisure. It appeared that this man was a junior disciple of that individual. The man in black leaned close to Jiang Wang's ear and inquired, "May I stay at your home for a few days?" Jiang Wang, body rigid, nodded slightly. "Excellent." The man in black stepped back, allowing Jiang Wang to glimpse the rugged features concealed beneath his hood, a face marked by a natural ferocity. "You are an astute individual. You should recognize the folly of reckless actions." It was at this moment that Jiang Wang noted the striking resemblance between the hooded cloak worn by this man and that of the plump individual from Sanchan City. Furthermore, he was bald. Without much time for contemplation, the bald man's gaze radiated danger. Jiang Wang quickly concluded that he could not bring this perilous individual home. Neither Zhao Ruqing nor Ling He could assist him. They would only become entangled in his predicament. Moreover, he had to consider Anan at home. "However, I reside in the academy's dormitory." Jiang Wang swallowed hard, not bothering to disguise his trepidation. I am an inner disciple. Ah, you've opened your meridians. Yet you have not yet laid a foundation. The bald man's words were a candid acknowledgement of a potential collaboration. Seemingly satisfied, he turned and placed a hand on Jiang Wang's shoulder, walking alongside him. But I believe you have a way, do you not? In the bustling streets. Throngs of people passed by, yet none noticed anything amiss. Or rather, Jiang Wang felt compelled to project an air of normalcy, lest he become the target of immediate peril. His heart raced with urgency. First and foremost, who was the individual that the bald man spoke of, his senior's disciple? The resemblance of the bald man's black robe to that worn by the chubby fellow from Sanshan City sparked a daring hypothesis in Jiang Wang's mind. Could it be Zhu Weiwa? If so, the bald man's identity would become strikingly clear. He was Xiongwan, the heart-eater demon. Recently, Zhu Weiwa had been relentlessly pursuing Xiongwan, even missing the Sanqing dialogue as a result. Little did anyone anticipate that Xiongwan would audaciously infiltrate Fenglin City, seeking to operate beneath the veil of darkness. This was a practitioner of the 6th rank, capable of opening the gates of heaven and earth. Even with his mastery of the Four Spirits Body refinement technique and the Purple Qi Eastward Sword technique, overcoming an adversary of 3 ranks higher was an unattainable feat. There must be a solution, yet it requires contemplation. Can I afford to ponder? Jiang Wang was not the type to calculate every step with genius precision. He sought to buy himself a moment. It was permissible, but not for too long, as his patience was rather limited. The bald man displayed an air of tolerance, even giving Jiang Wang's shoulder a reassuring pat. The two of them walked closely together, resembling intimate friends. Jiang Wang continued his analysis. Just the day before was the Sanqing Dialogue Conference, and he had sensed the undercurrents of conflict that lurked behind the event. Matters unrelated to him did not warrant further inquiry. However, Zhao Rucheng had casually mentioned that it seemed Wei Chu Ji was retaliating for the tragic incident in Shaolin Town. At this moment, the only certainty is that during those 2 days, the city was undoubtedly under stringent surveillance. Yet this bald man exhibited no signs of exposure, indicating his adeptness at concealing his whereabouts. What, then, could compel him to appear on the streets and randomly seek out an individual to find a new hiding place? The only plausible explanation is that his previous refuge has been compromised, or perhaps Zhu Weima has already discerned his presence in Maple Forest City. The potential for survival may lie therein. However, it is evident that if this bald man is indeed Xiongwan, he would also be acutely aware of this fact. Therefore, he must not leave any traces that could alert Zhu Weima. Engaging in tactics under the watchful eyes of a transcendent dragon realm practitioner would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Jiang Wang continued to ponder his next course of action. He dared not venture towards the Lord's manor, nor could he approach the Dao Academy. Undoubtedly, both locations served as sanctuaries. Yet, this bald man is far from foolish. What could he possibly do? He must not underestimate the strength of a transcendent dragon realm practitioner. Having witnessed Lin Zhenren's combat prowess during the Tri-City debate, it is clear that Xiongwan is formidable, if not stronger. Thoughts emerged, only to be dismissed one after another. In a tangle of despair, he felt on the brink of hopelessness, yet he knew he could not succumb to despair. Suddenly, he recalled that he had not gone to fetch Anin today. Would she make her way home alone? Would she be frightened? Then, he thought of the young girl named Qing Ji and the enigmatic elder surnamed Gui. Perhaps. He swiftly cast aside these thoughts. He could never risk bringing danger to Jiang Anin. However, the mere thought of Anin ignited a spark of strength within him. I have a friend, Jiang Wang said with difficulty, but I cannot directly take you to where he currently resides. I cannot harm him. The bald man appeared intrigued, and then? He has a quiet courtyard on the clan grounds that he hasn't visited in a long time. No one will disturb us. Jiang Wang cautiously added, but the issue is that his family is quite powerful. If we are not careful, we might encounter some trouble. Oh, how powerful. The bald man's voice bore a hint of undisguised disdain. Indeed, the local families of Fenglin City were hardly worthy of his regard. It was one of the 3 prominent surnames of the region, the Feng family, which possibly possessed some extraordinary abilities. I am not quite certain of the specifics. Jiang Wang confessed. The friend Jiang Wang referred to as naturally Feng Pinjiu. Across the entirety of Fenglin City, within Jiang Wang's knowledge. Apart from the city lord's residence and the Dao Academy, the only entities that could potentially pose a threat to the heart-eating demon were the 3 major clans. He bore no grievances with the Zhang or Wang families, yet Feng Pengjiu harbored a deep-seated enmity towards him, and Fong Helling had persistently entangled him in conflict. Just the other day, he had fallen out with Fong Ziyu. Most crucially, among the three major clans, he was indeed only familiar with the Fong family and had only visited their ancestral grounds. In the small courtyard of the Fong family that he described, Fong Pingju had once shared wine and laughter with him, and they had conversed late into the night by candlelight. Now, it depended on whether the bald man agreed to this course of action. Considering his own safety, the bald man pondered for a moment before saying, "Lead the way." Jiang Wang felt a sense of relief. The first hurdle was cleared. The Fong family ancestral grounds were located to the west of the city. In the Western District, the affluent families of Maple Forest City are predominantly gathered. Among them, the Zhang family is situated further east, in proximity to the Lord's residence, while the Wang family occupies the northern sector, close to the armory. The Fong family, conversely, is positioned to the south, nearest to the opulent establishments such as the Sanfin Xiangqi Lu and the Datong gambling house. Other families are scattered between these three major clans, serving as a buffer. From Jiang Wang's current location to the Fong family's domain, the most direct route would be to traverse directly in front of the Lord's residence. However, it was clear that the bald man would not consent to this path, and Jiang Wang did not dare to suggest it. Instead, he proposed that they take the southern gate, passing through the area inhabited by commoners, arriving at the Datong gambling house, and then navigating through the vicinity of Sanfin Xiangqi Lu to reach the Fong family estate. This route, albeit lengthy, was undoubtedly far more secure for the bald man. The journey proceeded seamlessly, with encounters of patrolling city guards, during which Jiang Wang even took the initiative to shield the bald man from view. At last, they arrived before the Fong family estate, with the twilight gradually deepening. At the Jiang residence on Fima Alley, Ling He abruptly rose. "We can wait no longer." They all understood that during such a significant moment as Jiang Anan's birthday, Jiang Wang could not possibly be absent. Initially, they speculated whether Jiang Wang had gone to prepare some other surprise, but as nightfall approached, it became evident that no matter the surprise, time could not be overlooked. Something must have befallen Jiang Wang. Zhao Ruqing pressed a hand on Ling He. "Boss, you stay here with Anan. My family has enough people. I shall go and investigate." The Zhao family was affluent and plentiful in manpower. Should a search be necessary, he was undoubtedly more capable than Ling He. Anan requires companionship. Otherwise, even if Jiang Wang were to return, should anything happen to Anan, he would never forgive them. Ling He was naturally aware of this principle and thus acquiesced. The aroma of delectable cuisine had lingered for quite some time, and Anan felt ravenous, yet her appetite eluded her. "Where has my brother gone?" she inquired. Zhao Ruqing exchanged a knowing glance with Ling He before responding. "He must have gone to Fengshi Town to buy some candied figures for you. Haven't you often expressed a desire to taste those delightful candied figures from that particular family in Fengshi Town?" "From Grandpa Zhang's family," Jiang Anan chimed in cheerfully. "Indeed," Zhao Ruqing affirmed. "However, night is swiftly approaching, and I fear your brother may struggle to find his way back. I shall take a lantern to fetch him." As for the so-called Fong clan territory, it lacks a definitive boundary, devoid of walls or barriers to separate the inside from the outside. It merely constitutes a vast area, traditionally recognized as the dwelling place of the Fong clan for generations, which has gradually become their ancestral domain. "We should infiltrate quietly, without alarming anyone else," Jiang Wang suggested. "Otherwise, if they inquire about you, I shall find it difficult to explain. It is improper to visit a friend's home without bringing along an outsider." Jiang Wang's reasoning was sound. "Which direction is the small courtyard you mentioned?" Jiang Wang pointed confidently in a particular direction, yet his mind was preoccupied with contemplation. His greatest disadvantage lay in the fact that he had yet to establish a foundation, while this bald-headed individual was a 6th-grade Tunglong realm expert. The disparity in cultivation levels was akin to a chasm. Yet, his most significant advantage was precisely that he had not laid a foundation. Despite this, he relied on the extraordinary sword cannon and the martial arts of the military, possessing strength that surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner in the Yumai realm. This is something the bald man could not have anticipated, undoubtedly catching him off guard. On one occasion, Jiang Wang experienced a delightful surprise. Presented with an unexpected opportunity, one that was singular in nature. Throughout their journey, the bald man maintained his hold around Jiang Wang's shoulders, and with a gentle tug, they transformed into a shadow, merging into the silhouette of a passerby ahead. Following this individual for a while, the bald man eventually pulled Jiang Wang out. "What now? Which direction to take?" Jiang Wang did not conceal his astonishment at this clandestine technique. He glanced about before gesturing towards a particular path. The bald man chuckled softly. This shadowy art is not difficult to master. If you heed my instructions, I can teach you. He then drew Jiang Wang back into the shadows. After several iterations, the night had completely enveloped the sky, and they drifted into the small courtyard where Fang Pingju had previously brought Jiang Wang. This nearly silent method of traversal heightened Jiang Wang's vigilance even further. Fortunately, the place was indeed unoccupied, left in disuse. This small courtyard had been bequeathed to Fang Pingju by his deceased father, and due to its unique location, it was unlikely to attract visitors. Naturally, even if this estate were allocated to the Fang family, Jiang Wang would have a valid justification. His friends seldom returned to reside there, making it entirely reasonable for it to be occupied by relatives, and he himself had not visited in quite some time, rendering his lack of awareness understandable. Sensing the dust of a long-abandoned space, the bald man nodded with satisfaction. True to his nature, he would immediately resort to violence and heart extraction. However, Jiang Wang naturally began his introduction. The 3 rooms in front of this courtyard serve as a large dining hall where one might pilfer food. With his back turned to the bald man, Jiang Wang gestured towards the dining hall. My friend finds the restrictions of the clan too burdensome and rarely returns to reside here. Then, he shifted his focus and stated, the patrol schedule of the Fang family guards is. In a flash, the brilliance of the sword illuminated the air. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang drew his sword with remarkable swiftness. The first form of the purple chi eastward sword technique, the fastest among its 5 forms. Yet, this strike was not aimed at the bald man, but rather intended to propel Jiang Wang over the high wall, leaping into the adjacent courtyard. The bald man was no sluggish character, yet he was engrossed in Jiang Wang's discourse regarding the patrol times of the Fang family's guards, which was crucial for him to remain concealed here. Little did he anticipate that this fledgling would execute such a swift and decisive strike, far surpassing his expectations of this individual's prowess, leaving him grasping at air. Who dares intrude upon the Fang family ancestral hall? As Jiang Wang landed in the neighboring courtyard, he was met with a thunderous shout. An elderly man with white hair sprang forth from a room. Indeed, this modest residence, once inhabited by Fang Pingju, was adjacent to the Fang family ancestral hall. This was the very leverage Jiang Wang had relied upon. Fang Pingju's father, after losing hope in his own cultivation, had been assigned here as the guardian of the ancestral hall. Of course, the true guardian was not he. His role merely involved maintaining the courtyard and cleaning the ancestral tablets, a position that resembled a form of humiliation. He endured in silence, investing all his hopes in his son. Fang Pingju grew up in this courtyard, and as his innate talents gradually revealed themselves, he became reluctant to move to another residence. Jiang Wang had long devised a plan. Upon encountering the white-haired elder, he quickly turned to flee, simultaneously urging the Dao Yuan to shout, heart-swallowing demon, today, you shall answer for your deeds. At that moment, Xiong Wan, who had just pursued into the Fang family ancestral hall, was equally taken aback. The former was astonished that his true identity had been discerned, while the latter was startled by the fearsome reputation of the heart-swallowing demon. However, the thought was fleeting. The two faced each other, and there was no reason to refrain from testing their skills. Particularly, the white-haired elder, who presided over the Fang ancestral hall, would not abandon his responsibilities simply due to a loud proclamation. As he leaped from the room, he began preparing his Taoist techniques, initially intending to target the sword-wielding thief. Yet at that moment, he rubbed his hands together, unleashing a volley of arrows adorned with fluttering feathers. This was the Fang family's signature technique, the 1,000 feather arrows. To be frank, this technique was not superior to those taught in the Tao Academy. In fact, it was rather crude. The incantations were cumbersome, and the feathers, though splendid, lacked substance. The continuous evolution of techniques in the Tao Academy was also a contributing factor to the gradual decline of familial practices. Nevertheless, the elder had immersed himself in this art for many years, and through mastery came innovation. Coupled with his 8th grade Zhou Tian realm cultivation, his power was not to be underestimated. However, Xiongwen let out a furious roar, and with a powerful surge of Dao Yuan, he shattered many of the feathered arrows. With a swift motion, he smashed a few arrows aimed at his vital points and collided with the white-haired elder, reaching for his heart with a single hand. With Jiang Wang's loud cry, his whereabouts were now exposed. He needed to escape swiftly. Thus, he resolved to strike with thunderous force, willing to sustain minor injuries in order to eliminate his opponent in an instant. The bear glanced at the shriveled heart in his hand and casually tossed it to the ground, finding it repulsive. The white-haired elder, taken aback by his inability to withstand even a single move, resolved to surprise his opponent in turn. He watched as his own aging heart drifted away, summoning the last remnants of his strength to channel all the essence within the Hall of the Ancestors into the seal he held. A brilliant light erupted forth, enveloping the entire Fong family ancestral hall in a radiant glow. Atop this luminous aura lingered the ethereal silhouette of a celestial crane, standing tall with cold, piercing eyes. The white-haired elder, in his final moments, activated the protective formation of the ancestral hall. He faintly heard the cry of the crane. Chapter 61. The exhausted gun. The Fong ancestral hall was inherently safeguarded by a formation, yet it was not something to be employed lightly, as it consumed precious Tao essence stones, a rare commodity of which the Fong family had but a scant supply. Each stone used was one less in reserve. However, faced with the notorious heart-eater demon, the elder dared not close his eyes even in death. He could not fathom how the rest of the Fong family would endure if he, too, fell in an instant. Would the few guardians supported by the Fong family truly risk their lives for them? Within this ancestral hall lay the spirits of the Fong ancestors, representing the very roots of the family. Thus, even in the face of death, he felt compelled to take action. He placed his hopes upon the crane spirit formation, which had long safeguarded the ancestral hall, to ensnare the bear. Ideally, it would buy time until the Tao essence stones were depleted. By then, word would surely reach the city lord's manor. He believed that despite Wei Qiuji's stern demeanor, he would not hold back in such critical matters. The Fong family would be preserved. The white-haired elder, with his heart removed, perished while gazing intently at the night sky, his eyes unblinking. Jiang Wang, filled with rage, found his spirit in turmoil. Burdened with a fearsome reputation, he had endured countless pursuits. It had become his custom to randomly shift his hiding places. For if even he were oblivious to where he might conceal himself next, those who hunted him would possess no logic to guide their chase. Yet, he never anticipated that such a seemingly mundane act of random relocation would lead to a series of unforeseen events. He etched the visage of the sword-wielding youth into his memory, but ultimately resolved to depart at that moment. Within the confines of Maple Forest City, he could only stifle the urge to kill. However, the crane spirit array paid no heed to his intentions. Within the entire expanse of the formation, only Jiang Wang radiated such ferocity. The ethereal form of the crane's spirit atop the radiant light, with a powerful flap of its wings, let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Jiang Wang. In an instant, his body was enveloped in a mist of blood. He soared into the air, flames of blood igniting atop his fists. Where the blood mist touched, the ground withered to a dark hue, and fallen leaves decayed. As the blood flames blazed, it seemed as though the very air was being consumed. With his fist, shrouded in blood flames, he struck fiercely and unrestrained against the sharp beak of the crane's spirit. The ethereal form of the crane's spirit shattered in an instant, and the encompassing radiance of the Fong family ancestral hall dissipated accordingly. The commotion of the battle within the hall drew the attention of many. The first to arrive were two venerable members of the Fong family, both ninth-tier practitioners of the traveling Meridian realm, followed by nearby Fong family guards. Yet, they stood at a distance, paralyzed by the awe-inspiring figure that had vanquished the crane's spirit in midair, too intimidated to advance. The formidable figure, shrouded in blood mist and enwrapped in flames, cast a mere glance at them, his gaze oppressive yet brutal. True to Jiang Wang's nature, he was determined to annihilate all who stood before him. Yet he discerned the urgency of the moment, and abruptly the crimson flames dispersed, the sanguine mist vanished, and he plummeted to the ground like a stone, vanishing into the shadows, thus escaping the gaze of the crowd. The vicinity of the Fong family ancestral hall fell into a profound silence. Even the blusterous shouts dared not emerge. Fong Zihu and his son arrived at the scene, but they stood as mute as statues. The Fong family, one of the three prominent clans of Maple Forest City, possessed their own dignity and prestige. Yet, before a formidable figure like Jiang Wang, they appeared woefully fragile. Jiang Wang had intruded upon their clan's sacred grounds, slain their guardian, and shattered their protective array, leaving them powerless to intervene. This night was steeped in humiliation, vast swathes of inky darkness staining the sky, while all present remained eerily quiet, as if caught in a tableau. A flicker of flame emerged, faint and delicate, akin to a log crackling in a hearth, sending forth a spark. Yet, it infused the night with a glimmer of light. Then came a deafening howl. Only then did the onlookers discern that the spark was not merely a spark, but the tip of a long spear. The entire spear emerged from the obscurity of the night, its butt gripped by a long, powerful hand, revealing a man whose ink-black hair flowed like shadows, and whose countenance was so sharp it was disconcerting to behold. It was indeterminate whether the spear propelled him or he wielded the spear, but together they pierced the darkness with a striking descent. The shadows were shattered. The heart-eater demon, Jiang Wang, leapt from the fragmented darkness, blood mist enveloping him. Yet his voice was gritted with fury. Zhu Weiwa. He is Zhu Weiwa. This spear was none other than the renowned Xinjing spear, celebrated throughout Qinghe County. The bear demon, Jiang Wang, emitted a peculiar howl, and suddenly, blood tears cascaded from his eyes. From Sanshan City to Fenglin City, he had clashed with Zhu Weiwa no less than 10 times. Initially dismissive and contemptuous, his attitude evolved to one of caution and, ultimately, a flicker of fear he would never acknowledge. This adversary's prowess escalated alarmingly, nearly ascending a new level with each confrontation. Otherwise, why would the formidable heart-devouring demon, Jiang Wang, resort to evasion? At this moment, forced out by Zhu Weiwa's gunfire, he chose to fight to the death. As blood tears fell, the blood flames that had merely enveloped his fists surged violently, engulfing his entire being. Yet, Zhu Weiwa responded with a triumphant smile. "I've got you." Leaning slightly, he flicked his wrist, causing the tip of his gun, embedded in the ground, to rise. The earth, from the point of his gun, shattered, sending a line of debris and soil spiraling upward, resembling a dragon rising from the depths. Jiang Wang traversed the air within the embrace of the blood flames, disregarding the tumultuous earth dragon barreling toward him. All fragments of brick and soil were annihilated upon contact with the blood flames, a testament to the sinister and domineering nature of the Blood River sect's soul-devouring flames. Its most terrifying aspect lay in its soul consumption. At this juncture, Jiang Wang had invoked the life and death secret technique. Cuckoo Weeping Blood, Mei Zhu Weimao, and Jiang Wang engage in a fierce contest. Jiang Wang faces east, while Zhu Weimao turns west. Jiang Wang plunges downwards from above, while Zhu Weimao thrusts upwards from below. They stand opposed, ready to determine their fates. The outcome hangs in a fleeting moment. The blood flames are extinguished by a sea of fire, which in turn is largely corroded by a single touch. However, the victor and the vanquished have already been determined. This clash, since the moment Jiang Wang first chose to flee, had its conclusion preordained. The inferno swiftly surges forward, forcing Jiang Wang to retreat. The flames have scorched much of his black robe, revealing his resplendent bald head. Blood streams from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, rendering his already fearsome visage even more grotesque and terrifying. Despite his desperate retreat, he maintains a steadfast gaze into Zhu Weimao's eyes, refusing to turn away. Previously, when he wreaked havoc in Sanshan City and evaded the law enforcement, he was already grievously injured. Yet, he was pursued relentlessly by this solitary adversary. After just a few exchanges, he sensed the peril and resolved to escape and recuperate. Yet, Zhu Weimao clung to him like a parasite, making it impossible to break free. Since the incident in Sanshan City, he has been in constant flight, with no opportunity to heal. Old wounds remain unhealed, only to be compounded by new injuries. Culminating in his current dire state, he resolves that if he can escape this time, he will cast aside any concern for his pride or freedom, and will surely implore his leader for assistance. He yearns to unleash a bloody massacre in Fenglin City, to annihilate Zhu Weimao's ancestors. And that crafty little thief with the sword, he vows to eradicate them all. A tempest of thoughts rages within him, and a deep-seated hatred festers in his heart as Jiang Wang locks eyes with Zhu Weimao. In those eyes, sharp as the glint of a spear, he perceives a hint of purple. The purple aura rises from the east. As the sovereign drew his sword, a purple aura surged from the east, while the vassals gazed longingly from the west. Chapter 62. The purple aura emerges from the east, the vassals gaze from the west. What entered Zhu Wei's vision was the fifth form of the sword technique, known as the purple aura emerges from the east. The purple energy surged forth, the sword slicing through the air like a long rainbow. Jiang Wang, with both body and sword, struck decisively from east to west, crashing into Jiang Wang's heart from behind. He then discarded his sword and leapt aside to evade any potential dying retaliation from Jiang Wang. Yet, Xiongwen's exhausted body lacked the strength to retaliate. His fearsome, grotesque form fell helplessly to the ground, unable to merge back into the shadows. Only his wide, astonished eyes remained, reflecting disbelief. He could not fathom that he had perished in such a manner. He was utterly confounded that the despicable, feeble thief had not seized the opportunity to flee. Instead, he had remained hidden, silent, resilient, and utterly discreet, only to unleash this lethal blow at this very moment. It was all so sudden, so unexpected, yet astonishingly exquisite, and perfectly timed. Amidst the collective astonishment of all present, Jiang Wang slowly rose. He had been wagering throughout the night, believing that since Zhu Wei could pursue Xiongwen as he darted about, there must be a way to catch up with them. Regardless of their efforts to conceal their movements, it was merely a matter of time. He further gambled that since he had been unable to return in time, Ling He and Zhao Rucheng would surely devise a way to locate him. As the leader of the three cities' discussions for a year, the Dao Academy would certainly not overlook his disappearance. This would provide Zhu Wei with invaluable clues without him needing to lift a finger. Thus, he willingly assisted Xiongwen in obscuring his tracks to gain a fleeting trust. In truth, all he needed to do was to delay Xiongwen. Thus, he deliberately led Xiongwen on a long detour, stealthily sneaking into the Fang family and climbing into the ancestral hall of the Fang family to invoke its protective powers. However, this alone was insufficient. Xiongwen was fierce, formidable, and audacious, capable of turning the tables at any moment. While Zhu Wei could withstand the pressure, he could not. He could perhaps hide far away, remaining unseen until Xiongwen perished. But how could Jiang Wang evade the threat? Therefore, it was imperative that he ensured Xiongwen's demise tonight. He could not allow Xiongwen to escape. All day long, his life hung by a thread, and now he was poised to end the life of the very person who held it in their hands. This extreme and intense psychological experience caused the Dao Yuan within his celestial palace to surge uncontrollably. The minuscule, earthworm-like Dao vein of true spirit writhed restlessly, undulating incessantly. Yet, Jiang Wang merely turned and walked outward. Wait, it was Zhu Wei's voice. Jiang Wang turned back to see Zhu Wei gesture toward the corpse of Xiongwen, lifting his chin slightly. Your trophy. A being of Xiongwen's caliber would undoubtedly possess many valuable treasures. Zhu Wei's implication was clear. He could claim what he wished. However, Jiang Wang dared not indulge in greed. Preserving his life was already a stroke of fortune. He understood well who the protagonist of the night was. Without Zhu Wei's intervention, Xiongwen could have effortlessly slain him and retreated. Even if Zhu Wei had not delivered that strike, Xiongwen might not have managed to escape. He merely severed that slender thread of possibility and never considered that the downfall of Xiongwen was truly his own accomplishment. Thus, he simply smiled wearily. It is all my senior brother's merit. The junior brother does not dare to claim any credit. Having spoken, he did not look back. Stepping into the embrace of the night, Zhu Wei smiled faintly, addressing the onlookers from the Fang family with a calm demeanor. Please ensure the body is delivered intact to the Taoist temple. With that, he reversed his spear, resting it upon his shoulder, and continued on his way. Unperturbed by the notion that the Fang family might covet the belongings of Xiongwen, he was acutely aware that if the Fang family possessed such audacity, there would have been more than one elder guarding the ancestral hall who had perished this night. It was only after he had traveled some distance that Jiang Wang heard the sudden wails erupting from the Fang family's estate. The elder who had guarded the hall was the sole 8th-tier Zhoutian realm cultivator of the Fang family, a remnant of the previous generation and a crucial pillar of their lineage. Despite their long-standing grievances, Jiang Wang felt a pang of guilt towards this elder. Yet, he was powerless to alter the course of fate. The world was indeed merciless, and he was merely struggling to survive. There was another matter he had refrained from disclosing. At the moment he struck Xiongwen down from behind, something had flown from Xiongwen's body and collided with him. Initially, he had assumed it was Xiongwen's last-ditch effort to retaliate, but he soon disowned otherwise. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of clarity and comfort, as a fleeting white apparition danced before his eyes, as if some binding had been released. At that moment, the object materialized in Tongtian Palace, a short, unlit black candle. The true spirit of the earthworm was circling around it. Jiang Wang had no time to delve deeper into this revelation, for he saw Zhao Rucheng waiting for him at the entrance, lantern in hand. Zhao Rucheng did not inquire about the events of the night, nor did Jiang Wang pose questions regarding Zhao Rucheng's own endeavors. They engaged in a conversation about matters of greater significance. And what of an end? The elder brother is taking care of her. Young children are easily appeased. I told her that you went to Fingxi town to buy her a sugar figure. And she believed me. Jiang Wang's expression turned sour. Where am I supposed to procure a sugar figure at this hour? Ha ha. Zhao Ruqing laughed triumphantly, producing 5 exquisitely crafted sugar figures, waving them before Jiang Wang. I truly sent someone to Fengxi town to buy them. In the fragrant third-floor chamber, Miao Yu was conversing with a figure adorned in a skull mask when her expression suddenly shifted. What is the matter? Miao Yu murmured. The bone seeds I planted have vanished. The masked figure, hands clasped behind his back, inquired. The bone seeds you planted? When did this occur? To whom did you give them? Regaining her composure, Miao Yu glanced at him with a smile that was neither here nor there. Mind your own business. My affairs are of no concern to you. The masked figure refrained from further argument, merging into the shadows below. Once he departed, Miao Yu returned to her contemplative state. Could it be? She abruptly rose, only to sit back down. No, I must not jump to conclusions. I must exercise caution, utmost caution. At the Jiang residence in Fima Alley, from the bright dawn until the sun set behind the mountains, and the night grew cool as water, Jiang Anin's demeanor grew increasingly listless. Ling He remained by her side, doing his utmost to console her, yet he possessed neither the talent for comforting nor the focus required, rendering his efforts futile. Jiang Anin did not harbor any disdain for her elder brother Ling, but to speak candidly, brother Ruqing was far more entertaining. As for brother Diyaha, he was simply too fearsome in appearance. Undoubtedly, these brothers are all quite admirable, yet collectively, they pale in comparison to one's own flesh and blood. She finds little joy in this. To echo the words of her esteemed teacher, it seems that sorrow arises from within and is inescapable. Alas, Jiang Anin droops her head in despondency. How might one alleviate their troubles? Only with sweet confections. Suddenly, a vividly animated candy figure materializes before her, followed by a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. 5 candy figures line up in a row. Behind them is the beaming visage of Jiang Wang. Jiang Anin, happy birthday. From this day forth, you are 5 years old. Chapter 63. The mountains and valleys have become dust on the night of Jiang Anin's birthday. Aside from Jiang Wang lamenting his lack of time to showcase his culinary skills, everyone revels in joyous merriment. As the festivities draw to a close, Zhao Ruqing returns home. After sitting quietly in his study for a while, he hears the sound of the door creaking open. You've worked hard today, Uncle Deng. Despite Zhao Ruqing's casual posture, his tone conveys genuine respect and familiarity. The man referred to as Uncle Deng, the steward of the Zhao household, stands properly with a gentle smile, saying, that well-used gun was admirable. Indeed, there are always talented individuals emerging in every generation. I feel as though I have grown old. Not at all. Walking down the street, others might even mistake you for my elder brother, Zhao Ruqing replies. Uncle Deng's expression remains unchanged as he simply states, order and hierarchy must be respected. Zhao Ruqing opens his mouth, seemingly wishing to say something, but realizing that words would be futile, he falls silent. It is Uncle Deng who speaks next. I never expected that at my advanced age, I would once again take action solely to procure a candy figure beloved by a little girl. Zhao Ruqing, with a playful grin, expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you. Uncle Deng, that little girl is adorable. Filled with pride, he added, of course, she is my sister. Uncle Deng gazed at him and reiterated, she is indeed charming. However, the smile on Zhao Ruqing's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a hint of sorrow on his otherwise indifferent and handsome visage. After a moment of silence, he murmured, I understand. The day following Jiang Anin's birthday, Aunt Song arranged for a jade bracelet to be delivered as a belated birthday gift for Anin, due to the long journey it had to undertake. Accompanying it was a jade pendant intended for Jiang Wang, likely a gesture to appease any potential objections he might have regarding her communication with their daughter. Upon receiving the gifts, Anin remained silent, but her delight was palpable as she cherished them, carefully placing them into her little box. For Jiang Wang, the encounter with Xiongwen extinguished any lingering arrogance he felt after being hailed as the champion of the 3 cities debate for a year. Nevertheless, the spoils of this battle were considerable. First, after decisively defeating Xiongwen, the number of Dao Yuan within Tongtian Palace surged dramatically, bringing them closer to the completion of their foundational work. Additionally, after fulfilling the task of slaying the Heart-Eater demon, Zhu Weiwa generously distributed 500 points of merit to him. It was said that Zhu Weiwa himself garnered over 6,000 points from this task, yet intriguingly, his merit on the leaderboard had diminished rather than increased, leaving him with a mere 1,000 points, the reasons for which remain a mystery. In comparison to Jiang Wang and others who meticulously accumulate their merit points, it can be asserted that true powerhouses effortlessly attain their Tao merit. As for the final discovery, it was the enigmatic black candle that appeared within the heavenly palace. This may well be a treasure, yet no matter how Jiang Wang scrutinized it, he could not decipher its mysteries. At present, the most crucial aspect of cultivation remains the foundation, which must be explored further in due time. With an unexpected boon of 500 merit points, Jiang Wang naturally decided to prepare a meridian opening pill for both Zhao Ruqing and Jiang Anan. As a disciple of the Tao Academy, Zhao Ruqing could directly exchange 100 merit points for a meridian opening pill. Jiang Wang had yet to utilize his own share, which he intended to reserve for Anan. Zhao Ruqing readily accepted Jiang Wang's merit points, even cheerfully inquiring, "Third brother, I've taken a liking to a magical sword worth 500 merit points. I've saved a bit, but I'm still short. Could you contribute?" At that moment, Jiang Wang, feeling quite generous, replied, "How much more do you need?" 499. Really just a smidgen. Jiang Wang kicked him playfully, exclaiming, "Get lost." However, after a moment of contemplation, he sighed, "I still need to reserve 100 merit points for Anan to exchange for a meridian opening pill. The remaining 300 points will be yours." "Wait," Zhao Ruqing interjected. "What is it? You can still give me the merit points. However, reconsider the matter of Anan's meridian opening." Jiang Wang was puzzled. Shouldn't the opening of meridians be done as early as possible? "If you are worried about the dangers of the extraordinary level, there is no need. I do not intend to let Anan enter the Tao Academy." In the Taoist Academy, the disciples are significantly supported by the court, which renders them unable to refuse certain obligatory assignments. These tasks include cleaning the official roads and hunting down malevolent beings, among various others. Danger is an inevitable companion. Jiang Wang possesses the Taoist platform and need not concern himself with the intricacies of cultivation techniques. Moreover, he can serve as Anan's mentor. Ultimately, he does not harbor expectations for Anan to become an exceptional powerhouse. He merely wishes for her health and a modicum of self-defense capabilities. Zhao Ruqing let out a wry smile and remarked, "Isn't it said that opening the meridians early is unadvisable?" After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "If you intend to open Anan's meridians, I advise against using the Academy's opening elixir." Jiang Wang's brow furrowed deeper. "Is there an issue with the Academy's elixir?" Zhao Ruqing straightforwardly replied, "The opening elixirs available at the City Academy are of the most inferior grade. Given the age of our leader, there can be no further delay. Anan is still young. She can afford to wait a little longer. If you wish to open her meridians, it is imperative to provide her with the best possible option, ensuring a smoother path in her future cultivation. I do not mean to suggest that using the lowest grade elixir will preclude one from achieving greatness. Many formidable individuals have arisen under the harshest of circumstances. Yet it remains undeniably arduous. Had it not been for the events preceding this, I would not have broached the subject. In the environment of Maple Forest City, the availability of opening elixirs is fiercely contested. Simply obtaining one is a rarity. However, after your confrontation with Xiongwen, a respected elder remarked that you possess potential. You have this opportunity to flourish. In the future, I hope to procure better meridian opening pills for Anan, my younger sister, so that she may endure less hardship." Jiang Wang silently absorbed this thought for a while. He had always known that his youngest sworn brother harbored secrets, yet he had never inquired further. Just as he had received the key to the illusory realm, none of his brothers had questioned him about it either. However, it now appeared that Zhao Ruqing's concealed secrets were likely far more profound than he had anticipated. After all, setting aside other matters, the insights into the world of cultivation that Zhao Ruqing possessed were not something that an ordinary family could nurture. It is worth noting that Fang Pengjiu, hailing from one of the 3 prominent clans of Fenglin City, bore a grudge over a mere meridian opening pill. Yet, in Zhao Ruqing's view, that same pill seemed rather inconsequential. He was even aware that had he not mentioned his intent to provide Anan with the opening, Zhao Ruqing would likely have remained silent on the matter. "Are there different grades of meridian opening pills?" Jiang Wang inquired. "Certainly. You see, the primary ingredient of the meridian opening pill is extracted from the Tao veins of demon beasts, and as demon beasts vary in strength, so too do the Tao veins. Do you think that the pills refined from different grades of Tao veins could be the same? The meridian opening pill you received from Zhuguanglia is undoubtedly extraordinary. A senior in my family remarked that your opening was flawless, perfectly unlocking your potential. Jiang Wang fell silent. He observed the small earthworm spirit within his celestial palace, unable to discern how it could possibly relate to a perfect meridian opening. Was this merely the most rudimentary earthworm vein? Chapter 64. The gathering storm upon the walls of the cavern, an eerie white light emanated, as if one had entered the very body of some colossal skeletal beast. Traversing the elongated passageway, one would discover a realm of extraordinary intricacies within. At the heart of the cavern, a scarlet carpet unfurled, flanked by a masked skeletal envoy and the enchanting figure of a woman clad in red. Behind them, several figures in black robes loomed, subtly divided into two factions. The crimson carpet extended to its terminus, where a staircase of bones led to an elevated platform of flesh, upon which rested a throne adorned with menacing bone spikes. Atop this throne sat a frail skeleton, emaciated and fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could render it to dust. Yet, a voice resonated from the hollow mouth of the skull. Who can inform me of the whereabouts of the infernal candle? An elderly figure in black robes suddenly collapsed to the ground. I am unworthy. The voice remained hollow, devoid of emotion. And who, pray tell, is responsible for this calamitous failure? The old man cast a furtive glance at the skeletal envoy, yet found him immobile, offering no assistance. With a heavy heart, he bowed deeply. I deserve death. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he abruptly lifted his head, terror-stricken. Grand Elder, I beg. A chilling breeze seemed to sweep through the chamber. One figure in black robes crumpled to the ground, leaving only a heap of bone dust in its wake. Thus, he met his demise. Indeed, he deserved it. The skeleton continued. The lineage of the skeletal path has endured many hardships, with its teachings often incomplete. The infernal candle is a treasure of our order, shrouded in secrecy, capable of aiding me in restoring our lost practices. Yet you prove to be utterly inept, allowing such opportunities to slip by. At this moment, the skeletal messenger spoke. I recall that the saintess had indeed laid her plans with foresight. Miaoyu smiled enchantingly. It is only with the messenger's initial moves that one can speak of her subsequent strategies. However, several days have elapsed, and I have received no word from my people. I cannot ascertain whether they have fallen victim to Wei Qji's blade or been devoured by some wild beast. The skeletal messenger chuckled. What initial moves are you referring to? Am I not aware? Very well. Upon the skeletal seat, the skull remarked, since Wei Qji has employed the underworld candle as bait, it indicates that he is aware we of the bone path have tread upon his territory. Yet, he remains oblivious to the significance of the underworld candle to us. Having shed enough blood, he will not regard the candle with such fervor. I require you to dig 3 feet into the earth to uncover who has laid claim to the underworld candle. Understood. The assembly lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Furthermore, I shall soon initiate significant maneuvers in the land of clouds. You are to conduct your affairs with utmost discretion. Upon the elder's conclusion, the skull instantaneously disassembled, scattering into fragments upon the skeletal seat. Miaoyu waved her hand, and the multitude in the cavern dispersed, leaving only the skeletal messenger and herself. The skeletal messenger snorted first. The third elder has taken the lead, condensing the ethereal shadows of the ghost gate. Is it to showcase his might in the land of clouds? Who could argue otherwise? Miaoyu furrowed her delicate brows. It seems the great elder is rather indifferent to the search for the Taoist. Ha. The skeletal messenger clasped his hands behind his back as he departed. With the Taoist absent, he assumes the authority of the saint. Once the Taoist manifests, he will merely revert to being the great elder. How do you suppose he would choose? Every time he visited the arts academy, Jiang Wang found himself somewhat distracted. He has yet to lay the foundation. No matter how eloquently the instructors expound, he can only rehearse the concepts in his mind, unable to quench his thirst for understanding or achieve profound comprehension. Compared to other students, Jiang Wang is more inclined to attend the classical lessons, finding joy in listening to the venerable masters elucidate the principles of the great Tao and the sacred texts. Nevertheless, he does not dare to miss the sessions at the Arts Academy, particularly this class taught by Xiao Tianyan. Though Zhao's true name has faded from memory, his mastery of various fundamental Taoist techniques, despite his mere 7th grade celestial realm cultivation, is indeed profound and seasoned. Before the class commenced, Jiang Wang found himself lost in thought while seated on the meditation mat. He was still reminiscing about the challenge he faced in the fabled grounds last night. Yet he could not extract any further details. The moment the battle began, He hadn't even drawn his sword before a feathered arrow swiftly ended his movements. He fell from the Qingyu platform to the Guangdiantang, slipping to the 25th rank, which resulted in a further monthly reduction of 100 contribution points, leaving him with a mere 1650 points. In addition, with the remaining 190 points from the Four Spirits Body Refinement Technique, his total contribution points amounted to 1840. Outside the Void Illusion, he still held 400 Dao merits on the Taoist merit board. This was all that Jiang Wang possessed in relation to his cultivation. Although Zhao Ruqing could not utilize the Academy's opening veins pill, he still exchanged for one, likely to conceal something he preferred not to disclose. Jiang Wang refrained from inquiring further. According to this braggart, he claimed he would use an extraordinarily perfect opening veins pill, but regrettably, he possessed only a single one, rendering him unable to share it with Jiang Anan. Thus, Jiang Wang inquired about the number of Dao merits required to exchange for such an extraordinarily perfect opening veins pill. Zhao Ruqing did not specify an amount. He merely patted him on the shoulder and urged him to strive diligently. In any case, nurturing a younger sister is a significant responsibility that requires unwavering commitment. Lost in thought, Xiao Tianmian had already ascended the podium. Jiang Wang swiftly composed himself, adopting an earnest demeanor of attentiveness. Some individuals ought not to let minor achievements inflate their egos. The path to self-improvement is extensive, young man. One must maintain a long-term perspective. Xiao Tianmian coughed lightly and declared, "Now, let us discuss the practical applications of stone skin technique in combat." Jiang Wang felt a jolt of apprehension, puzzled as to why he had become a target once more. Nonetheless, he dared not show it, instead becoming even more focused. Once the class concluded and Xiao Tianmian departed, Huang Azan approached from the corner. "Ah, this grim-faced fellow. How can you tolerate his targeting of you? Come with me tonight to smash his window. What do you say?" Upon seeing Huang Azan, Jiang Wang instantly comprehended the reason for his predicament. It seemed that the flames at the city gate had inadvertently affected the fish pond. Given his close association with Huang Azan, he had been ensnared in Xiao Tianmian's scrutiny. "If you wish to go, then go alone. I certainly will not accompany you in such folly. Let me tell you, I have a meticulous plan this time." "Stop." Jiang Wang interrupted his lengthy discourse, redirecting the conversation. "We have made plans to dine with senior brother Li Jianqiu. Would you care to join us?" "Humph. You simply do not trust me. I assure you, last time I was merely inebriated, otherwise with Xiao." Huang Azan, noticing Jiang Wang turning to leave, hurriedly called after him, "I'll go." Zhao Ruqing casually remarked, "We'll split the bill evenly, everyone." Huang Azan feigned ignorance as he wrapped his arm around Ling He's shoulder and resumed discussing his counterattack strategy. Ling He, with his generous disposition, would undoubtedly refrain from colluding with him, yet he would not deliberately scorn him either. Young Master Zhao found himself at a loss with this former senior, whose thick skin rendered him impenetrable. The organizer of this gathering was Li Jianqiu, who had invited Jiang Wang and informed him that he could bring along some friends. The venue was Su Huaizhai, a place of higher elegance than Wangyue Tower, albeit primarily serving vegetarian cuisine. Naturally, Jiang Wang and his meat-loving companions had seldom visited such an establishment. Upon entering the private room, they found Li Jianqiu seated alone, as the attendees were well acquainted. There was no need for excessive formalities, and they promptly indulged in the exquisite dishes. Dieth Tiger held a particular disdain for vegetarian fare, especially for those culinary tricks that attempted to replicate the flavors of roast chicken or beef. He scoffed at the notion, arguing that if such effort were to be expended, one might as well indulge in the real thing. Zhao Ruqing attempted to encapsulate the situation with the term elegance, yet debating with him proved futile. Fortunately, Dieth Tiger was not present, and the others bore none of his peculiarities. During the meal, Huang Azan recounted an intriguing tale. It was said that Lin Zhongren, upon returning to Wangjiang City, was filled with self-satisfaction, publicly boasting at a welcoming banquet of his invincibility during the discussions among the three cities. No one could rival him in Sand Mountain City or Maple Forest City. Zhu Wei, having recently returned to the academy, upon hearing this, grabbed his gun and set off alone down the Green Willow River, heading straight for Wangjiang City. By now, he must have already made contact. Jiang Wang expressed his skepticism. Given Lin Zhongren's demeanor during the discussions in the three cities, he does not strike me as the type to make such declarations. Li Jianqiu chuckled. Zhu Shixiang is merely concocting an excuse to strike him. It matters not whether he actually uttered those words. Since the rumor has spread, let us assume he did. Having interacted more frequently with Zhu Weima, he possessed a deeper understanding of the man. Though Jiang Wang had only met him once, he concurred that Li Jianxiu's assessment aptly captured Zhu Weima's essence: domineering, formidable, and the first senior brother exuding power. Enough of this flattery. He is not present to hear your praises. Li Jianxiu waved his hand, directly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Recently, the beast calamity in Sanshan City has been severe. Yesterday, their city lord initiated a bounty, seeking skilled individuals to assist in exterminating the ferocious beasts. This is the largest mobilization Sanshan City has seen in years. I intend to assemble a team to venture there. What say you? Will you join me? Jiang Wang had indeed heard of the bounty task from Sanshan City, yet for reasons unknown, it had not been posted on the Daosun list, but rather unilaterally announced by Sanshan City to all. In a sense, it lacked the endorsement of the Zhuangting. Naturally, the rewards for the task were not funded by the Zhuangting either. It was said that the city lord of Sanshan had depleted the treasury, making the rewards significantly more generous than those of similar tasks on the Daosun list. These were tangible rewards, such as magical artifacts, secret techniques, and Dao Yuan stones. Li Jianxiu added, though physical rewards may not be as convenient as Daosun credits, their inherent value often surpasses that of the latter due to the complexities of calculation. Forgive my candor, senior brotherly. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment and inquired, why do you not bring your own team for such a task that necessitates the collaboration of a small group, especially since the rewards are quite substantial? Typically, disciples from the Dao Academy who frequently embark on missions have established team compositions. For instance, Zhang Linchuan and Wang Changxiang are both pivotal figures within their respective groups. Once Ling He, Zhao Ruqing, and others have laid their foundations, they too will congregate to undertake various missions instead of remaining scattered and trailing after other teams as they do now. The sole exception is Li Jianxiu, who appears to always operate independently. Li Jianxiu pressed her lips together and replied, they are all gone. I am the only one left. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Although those who pursue cultivation are expected to view matters of life and death with detachment, how can one remain unmoved? For they are not mere plants? Huang Azan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood. Well, brother, your team seems to carry a rather ominous reputation. Ling He tugged at him gently and interjected, brotherly, this task is not listed on the Dao Merit Board, hence it lacks a graded assessment. However, judging by the rewards, the difficulty level is unlikely to be less than 7th grade. To be frank, our strength may not be sufficient, and we might end up hindering you. In truth, the overall difficulty of this mission to exterminate the ferocious beasts should be around 6th grade. Li Jianxiu's expression remained unchanged as she continued. However, you must understand that Sanshan City derives its name from the 3 peaks within its territory, Shubi, Yuheng, and Feilai. These mountains, whether magnificent or perilous, are renowned in their own right. Sanshan City owes its name to them, but simultaneously, these 3 peaks are also the source of the rampant ferocious beasts within the city's domain. Are you suggesting that this is the lair of the ferocious beasts? Jiang Wang asked. Li Jianxiu nodded, noting that the Shubi Peak had been thoroughly eradicated 2 years prior. After this span, it was likely that Sanshan City had amassed sufficient strength, and their current target for extermination was Yuheng Peak. However, our destination is not Yuheng Peak, but rather Shubi Peak. Although Shubi Peak had previously been purged, 2 years had elapsed, and new ferocious beasts now roamed, albeit in a scattered and uncoordinated manner. Our objective is to confront them, rendering the task significantly less challenging. At this juncture, Li Jianxiu picked up his chopsticks and remarked, this is the situation. You may decide whether to join us. Should you choose not to, it shall not affect our camaraderie. Jiang Wang was aware that while he was acquainted with Li Jianxiu, their familiarity had its limits. They held a favorable impression of one another, yet their friendship was not deeply rooted. A refusal this time could lead to a sense of estrangement. Nevertheless, Jiang Wang would not rashly acquiesce solely for the sake of befriending Li Jianxiu. He was genuinely intrigued by the task at hand. The rewards were substantial, and he wished to contribute to the current plight of Sanshan City. Furthermore, he was on the verge of establishing a foundation in the near future and required such an endeavor to familiarize himself with the arcane arts. Contemplating this, Jiang Wang stated directly, with your prowess, senior brotherly, it would be our fortune to have you lead us. Li Jianxiu regarded him with a thoughtful expression and replied, your single strike that felled Xiongwen is ample testament to your qualification. Moreover, among your companions, Ling He is astute and thorough. Du Yehu possesses remarkable combat talent and unyielding bravery, and Zhao Ruqing is both clever and gifted. He even praised the absent Du Yehu, so naturally, he would not overlook Huang Azan. Little Huang is quite clever. Senior brother Li has a discerning eye. Huang Azan immediately expressed his support. I shall not partake in this. Ling He remarked, I have only recently opened my meridians and am still in the phase of accumulating Dao Yuan to establish a foundation. I will remain at the Dao Academy to take care of an inn. Indeed, the period after opening one's meridians and before establishing a foundation is a rather awkward stage for cultivators. On one hand, they need to amass Dao Yuan to solidify their foundation, while on the other, without the aid of Dao Yuan, they cannot unleash their extraordinary combat prowess. Exceptions like Jiang Wang, who possesses a remarkable sword technique, are rare. Whether it is in the guise of support or care, Ling He preferred not to join the fray. He favored a steady and diligent progression, advancing step by step. Very well, let the leader remain. The relationships among the group did not require pretense, and Jiang Wang readily agreed. Ultimately, the team confirmed a venture to Sanshan City would consist of Li Jianqiu, Jiang Wang, Zhao Ruqing, and Huang Azan, who agreed to depart from the South Gate 3 days hence. In the Wang family estate, the same secluded courtyard awaited. Wang Changxiang entered with great enthusiasm. Brother, at that moment, Wang Changji was reclining on a lounge chair, an old, yellowed book in hand, with a plump orange cat sprawled at his feet, both basking in the early winter sunlight. Upon hearing Wang Changxiang's voice, he did not move, but lazily replied, What is it? The orange cat, however, upon seeing Wang Changxiang, turned away in displeasure, presenting only its rear. Look, Wang Changxiang hurried a few steps forward, bending slightly as he presented a jade vial before his brother. What is this? Wang Changji was undoubtedly familiar with the jade bottle, and he vividly recalled the precise appearance of the elixir contained within, every intricate detail. Yet, the immense hope he initially harbored was met with an equal measure of disappointment. In that fleeting moment, no one could fathom the myriad emotions swirling within him, but ultimately, he merely lifted his eyelids and remarked, Your quota has been exhausted. Amassing 1,500 points of merit is quite a challenge. I assent to it? Not at all, Wang Changxiang responded, shaking his head with a radiant smile. My younger brother has triumphed in the 3 cities debate, emerging as the foremost champion after 3 years. Wang Changxiang typically presented a gentle and composed demeanor. Yet in this secluded courtyard, he occasionally revealed a more spirited side. Wang Changji turned a page of his book and replied, Your intentions are commendable. Yet they hold no significance for me. Give it another go. Do try again, Wang Changxiang urged. Wang Changji cast a glance at the languid orange cat at his feet and said, Feeding me would be better off spent on little Juicy. This way, it might live a longer life and grow closer to you. That's simply one do. Father would be furious with me. If you feed me, will he spare you? But father, he cares for you as well. Your achievement as champion has also drawn upon the family's resources. There must be a return on investment. Take the opening pulse elixir back, Wang Changji replied, covering his face with the book. It is time for my afternoon nap. Wang Changxiang, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Brother, if you leave the elixir with me, I shall feed it to little Juicy. Wang Changji's voice emerged from beneath the book, still calm and composed. However, Wang Changxiang recognized the resoluteness in his words. Reluctantly, he tucked the jade bottle away, turning back to glance 3 times before departing. He observed the ancient tome resting upon his elder brother's face, a revered scripture known as the Sutra of Deliverance. In its 66th chapter, it spoke of how, when heaven does not aid, one must rely on oneself to achieve salvation. The night had deepened, and Unin had long succumbed to slumber, perhaps lost in delightful dreams. Occasionally smacking his lips, Jiang Wang sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. His spirit delved into the celestial palace, where the intricate star map of Dao Yuan illuminated above him. A nameless black candle hovered at the center, and the earthly earthworm, transformed from the true spirit of the Dao vein, swam languidly around the candle. Jiang Wang remained composed, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Initially, he had chosen the celestial star array as his foundational diagram, expecting the establishment to take half a year. However, since the opening of his meridians, he had garnered significant rewards. First came the 9 forms of the purple Qi Eastern sword technique, which refined his vital energy and blood, allowing his body to endure multiple surges of Qi. Subsequently, he cultivated the force spirit's body refinement method from the school of military strategy, which greatly increased the frequency of these surges. Although merely an earthly earthworm spirit, the frequency had risen, resulting in a considerable intake of Dao Yuan. Later, he learned the control Yuan technique from Dong A, facilitating the transport of Dao Yuan and enabling him to arrange the diagram with minimal errors. Ultimately, after a fierce battle with Xiong Wan, his Dao heart surged forth, and his Dao Yuan experienced a dramatic increase, approaching a qualitative transformation. As the clock struck midnight, the beginning of a new day, Jiang Wang silently channeled the control Yuan technique, moving the final, resplendent Dao Yuan into the star map, precisely at the position of the moon star. From the sun star to the moon's terminus, the three altars trembled in unison, and the 28 constellations shone brightly. The entire celestial star array radiated brilliance, illuminating the celestial palace. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Wang's spirit was momentarily overwhelmed, as if blinded by the resplendence. As he regained his insight, a mysterious and ethereal vortex emerged within the celestial palace, slowly revolving, with twinkling stars rising and falling. Rather than a mere cyclone, it resembled a spiraling galaxy. In that very moment of its inception, 9 Dao origins leaped forth from the galactic rotation. With the formation of the Dao rotation, the Dao origins came into being. Jiang Wang understood that the foundation had been laid. From that moment on, he had truly entered the realm of the extraordinary, stepping into the 9th grade meridian realm. On June 15th, he opened his meridians in front of the Huanjin Temple, and on October 16th, he established his foundation at home in Fima Alley, taking 4 months in total. He had yet to fully comprehend the effects of the celestial star array compared to the ordinary returning Yuan array. However, he noticed that the inconspicuous earthworm had shed its black candle and begun to ascend toward the starry vortex. Upon reaching the vortex, it suddenly made a mighty leap. It passed through the starry spiral, and its body seemed to be enveloped in a hint of starlight, becoming subtly more agile. The true spirit of the Dao vein, traversing the Dao rotation, could indeed gain enhancement. This is one of the reasons why people do not solely rely on innate roots to judge a cultivator's future. Yet, this is a lengthy process, accumulated over time, and such clear and visible changes are evidently rare. Perhaps this is one of the remarkable aspects of the celestial star array. Jiang Wang could not ascertain, but he eagerly anticipated further transformations with great enthusiasm. After traversing the starry vortex, the earthworm slowly returned to the black candle, appearing somewhat fatigued, and coiled around it, remaining still. The enchanting spectacle within the celestial palace that night left Jiang Wang entranced. When he regained his senses, he realized the sound of smacking lips in the room had ceased. He heard little and sleepy mumblings. "Brother, I think I saw stars. So many stars." Jiang Wang fell into a moment of silence, realizing that Anan had not awakened. He then gently rose, softly tucking the blankets around her, before stealthily making his way to the courtyard. He intended to embark on the practice of Taoist arts to respond to the theoretical knowledge he had accumulated during his time at the Taoist Academy. The stars above do not inquire about the travelers below. Jiang Wang was ever diligent, believing that if he could exert an extra effort, he would not shy away from doing so. The heavens do not assist mankind. Rather, it is humanity that must navigate its own path. Within the established framework of Taoist arts, there are 4 ranks and 12 grades. The lowest rank, known as the Ding rank, serves as the foundation of the system. The lower grade Ding arts primarily manifest in enhancing states. Taking the 5 elements as an example, they are flame attachment, sharpness, solidification, clarity, and vitality. Flame attachment involves infusing fire elemental energy into objects. Sharpness enhances weapons with metal elemental energy. Solidification reinforces physical defenses with earth elemental energy. Clarity clears the mind and sharpens vision with water elemental energy, while vitality dispels fatigue and invigorates with wood elemental energy. Although each Taoist academy may have slight variations in their specific arts, the essence remains unchanged, as is the tradition passed down from the 3 great sacred doors. Theoretically, one at the 9th grade level of the Wandering Meridian stage should be able to wield all Ding rank arts, yet individual capabilities may differ. Some may struggle to grasp even the mid-grade Ding arts, while others excel in metal arts or water arts, each varying widely. Instructors at the Taoist Academy frequently emphasize that every practitioner must clearly understand their strengths, whether they choose to amplify their advantages or compensate for their shortcomings. and swiftly developed their own combat system. Jiang Wang first attempted flame attachment. He had long mastered the foundational seals and, at this moment, had a full 9 Taoist essences at his disposal to lavishly expend. The ritual, rehearsed countless times, was completed in mere moments. With his left hand gripping the sword and his right hand forming a gesture, he traced the blade, igniting flames. The long sword lay across the night sky, its fire illuminated by the moonlight, all accomplished without the aid of any tools. This was extraordinary power. This was the essence of Taoist arts. In that instant, Jiang Wang felt a surge of tears welling up within him. He longed to return to the past to tell his younger self, "You can do it. You are capable." He yearned to convey the same message to his ailing father, I am capable. With a flourish of his sword, he employed the technique of the purple chi from the east, extinguishing the flames with a forceful wave. Following this, he sought to explore the sharpness and solidity of his abilities. Jiang Wang felt an overwhelming desire to methodically attempt all the foundational Taoist techniques he had mastered, until his energy was completely depleted. To his astonishment, he discovered that his mastery of various elemental techniques progressed at an identical pace, devoid of any discrepancies. In more embellished terms, one might say he excelled in all. Be it the water element or the fire element, his proficiency remained consistent. Yet, human capability is finite. He could not possibly cultivate every Taoist art. Ding Dong had reiterated on numerous occasions that true cultivation forms the foundation of the Great Way, while Taoist techniques merely serve to safeguard it. Even those geniuses who feel as if they possess boundless energy should dedicate more of their focus to the essence of the Great Way. Jiang Wang resolved to accumulate his energy before attempting other techniques, such as wind manipulation or thunder arts. However, the most fundamental thunder arts were classified as secondary techniques, and unless something extraordinary occurred, he would need to reach the 7th grade of the heavenly realm to have a chance at mastering them. Although he exhibited equal talent in the 5 elemental arts, Jiang Wang's true inclinations lay with the fire and wood elements. The former is attributed to the esteemed mentor, Dong, who excels in the art of wood-based Taoist techniques, while the latter is undoubtedly due to the breathtaking battle that unfolded outside the Xinjiang temple, led by a man as fierce and radiant as the blazing sun. Although Zhuo Guanglian does not even know his name, he has gleaned much from him and has thus developed a profound admiration for the fire element. It is foreseeable that, regardless of the Taoist path he chooses, his combat strategies will blossom into countless variations, enhancing his combat prowess beyond mere multiplication. This is undoubtedly splendid news for the impending mission to exterminate the ferocious beasts. Jiang Wang has tentatively determined his Taoist direction as the dawn light begins to break. Embracing the morning glow, he completes the first session of his pulse-clearing practice in the courtyard. He feels that the true spiritual soil, as it exhales the essence of the Tao, seems to flow with greater ease. After 2 rounds of pulse clearing, his physique only feels slightly fatigued. Thus, he takes a brief respite, freshens up, tidies his bed, and steps out to procure breakfast for Jiangnan. The early morning vendors push their carts, calling out their wares, with tofu pudding simmering in pots and the steam rising from fried cakes. The bustle of human life contrasts beautifully with the azure clouds above. Heaven does not aid those who do not help themselves is what I wish to convey, and it encapsulates my endeavors. I am immensely grateful to the friends who have accompanied me on this journey. Your presence has alleviated the solitude of my writing path. Thank you for striving alongside me. Chapter 67. The Smoke of Humanity in the Azure Cloud Above. Zhu Weiwu has not yet returned, yet his renown precedes him. Whispers of his exploits reverberate throughout Fenglin City, igniting pride among the old and young alike, while young maidens and wives yearn for his glory. It is said that Zhu Weiwu has ventured alone to Wangjiang City, yet Lin Zhengren has chosen to evade confrontation. Zhu Wei, in a bold display of prowess, took it upon himself to challenge the renowned Dao Academy of Wangjiang City, systematically besting every master listed on their honor roll, except for Fu Baozong, who fought valiantly to earn a rather lukewarm commendation. Zhu's assessments of the others were dismissive, likening them to mere chickens and dogs. Eventually, the Academy's president, unable to tolerate the humiliation, personally intervened. This individual was a seasoned 6th-tier Tinglong realm practitioner, a paragon of peak strength within that realm. Undeterred, Zhu Wei met him in combat, growing increasingly audacious as the battle unfolded. After an extended confrontation, he managed to defeat the fatigued president of the Wangjiang City Dao Academy. This remarkable feat of vanquishing a master of such caliber while still a student had not been accomplished in Qinghe Prefecture for nearly a century. It is said that at that moment, Zhu Wei brandished his spear and laughed uproariously, his voice echoing throughout the city, proclaiming that no one in Wangjiang would dare to challenge him, yet they could not even achieve a single defeat. Enraged, the lord of Wangjiang took action, but after a brief clash, Zhu Wei gracefully retreated, thereby earning renown throughout the Zhuang kingdom. While his previous encounters with the Heart-Eater demon might have been viewed as opportunistic, this definitive victory over a peak 6th-tier Tenglong master, while escaping unscathed from a 5th-tier inner court practitioner, unequivocally showcased Zhu Wei's formidable strength. The vice president of the National Dao Academy personally issued an admission letter, and General Huangfu extended a special invitation for him to join the Ministry of War, commencing his journey as a powerful general. With his reputation ascending, Zhu Wei soared toward greatness. His choices aside, the emergence of such a formidable figure not only enhanced the prestige of the Fenglin City Dao Academy, but also shifted the balance of power. Previously, during the Three Cities debate, Wangjiang City had secured the paramount position for 5 consecutive years, overshadowing Fenglin City. However, following Zhu Wei's intervention, Fenglin City found itself unparalleled across the entirety of Qinghe Prefecture. At the end of this year, resource allocation is expected to be paramount. This signifies an increase in the availability of opening elixirs and the presence of exceptional instructors. The Fenglin City Dao Academy admits merely 10 inner disciples annually, not because there are only 10 worthy candidates within the entire Fenglin territory, but due to the limitations of resources, making it impossible to nurture a greater number. The situation next year may be markedly different. As for Lin Zhongren, another principal character in this incident, he did not falter in his pursuits. It is said that he was engaged in a critical task elsewhere, rendering him unable to attend to the matter at hand, which led to Zhu Weima's unrestrained confrontation upon his return. Upon learning of the developments after returning to the city, Lin Zhongren publicly vowed to overcome his current inadequacy in combat power, expressing a deep-seated resentment and a determination to avenge the disgrace faced by Wangjiang City in the future. This declaration garnered him a measure of respect from some. Jiang Wang inquired with curiosity, "Was the green python burned?" Zhao Ruqing burst into laughter. "No, he didn't even bring the green python whip that day. The whip that was burned belonged to his brother." Clearly, he had made a deliberate switch before making his appearance. Even Ling he couldn't suppress a chuckle at this revelation. After a leisurely exchange among the 3 brothers, Jiang Wang shared the Zhou Tianxing Do formation diagram he utilized for his foundational work. He had refrained from mentioning it earlier as he was uncertain of its efficacy and feared it might prove detrimental. However, having successfully established his foundation, he has now recognized the advantages of the Zhou Tianxing Do formation, realizing that sharpening one's axe does not delay the cutting of wood. In comparison to the time consumed by the Gui Yuan formation, it seems negligible. Not to mention, the Dao rotations produced by the Gui Yuan formation yield only 3 Dao Yuan daily, while the starry Dao rotations generated by the Zhou Tianxing Do formation produce a generous 9 Dao Yuan each day. As the number of Dao rotations increases, the disparity in comparison will become even more pronounced, ultimately enough to offset the time consumed in the earlier stages. However, Lingyi could only manage a bitter smile. Within the Tontian Palace, how could one possibly accommodate such a complex array? Zhao Ruqing explained beside him. "This is precisely why my esteemed elder remarked that your meridian opening is flawless." It was then that Jiang Wang realized the uniqueness of his Tontian Palace. Although his Dao Vein's true spirit was merely an ordinary earthworm, the scale of his Tontian Palace far surpassed that of an average cultivator. Typically, a cultivator must establish 3 Dao rotations and complete the first small circulatory cycle before gradually expanding the Tontian Palace within this cycle. Taking Lingyi's Tontian Palace as an example, he could at most accommodate a foundational array of the Zhoutian star array. Prior to expanding his Tontian Palace, he could not possibly fit a second one. This implies that if he chose the Zhoutian star array, he would be trapped between the first Dao rotation and the second, facing a dilemma. Yet, as soon as Jiang Wang opened his meridian, the Tontian Palace became vast and magnificent. He finally grasped why Donghe stated that the Guiyuan array is the most versatile foundational array. It is no wonder that the 3 great Dao traditions regard the Guiyuan array as the universal foundational array. As for Zhao Ruqing, the scale of his Tontian Palace posed no issues. However, upon comparison, He discovered that the Zhou star array and the foundational array he had only received the previous night were nearly equivalent. Thus, he had no intention of making a switch. In terms of cultivation, to avoid conflicts, consumption, or even collapse within the entire Tao rotation system, one typically refrains from altering the foundational array unless one is prepared to start anew. Time passed swiftly. On the day of departure, the appointed group gathered at the southern gate. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, Li Jianqiu's eyes gleamed with delight. "Congratulations, junior brother, on your successful foundation establishment." Jiang Wang felt a bit embarrassed. What is there to celebrate about establishing a foundation? "Please do not tease me, senior brotherly." Meanwhile, Huang Azan nodded in satisfaction, patting Zhao Ruqing on the shoulder, conveying his approval. "Congratulations, junior brother Zhao, on successfully opening your meridians." Go away. The environment of Sanshan City cannot be described as pleasant. The official road winds through hilly terrain, twisting and lengthy. The cost of maintaining such a thoroughfare is considerable. And even though the expenditures from the local estates for the various official roads take up a significant portion, the remaining costs are not easily borne by Sanshan City. Particularly, Sanshan City is already resource poor, lacking notable local specialties and not abundant in wealth. Despite Jiang Wang and the others being extraordinary cultivators, they felt somewhat fatigued upon their arrival in Sanshan City. They had made a few friends in the city previously, but Jiang Wang had not contacted them in advance. He could not afford a sound transmission device. His cultivation was insufficient for a flying sword message, and writing and mailing a letter would not be quicker than his own arrival. Thus, he decided to wait until he encountered them by chance. As for the extermination of ferocious beasts, Yang Xingyong, Sun Xiaoman, and the other local cultivators would naturally not miss the opportunity. Sanshan City is nestled amidst towering mountains, with its architectural structure markedly different from that of Maple Forest City. The city features only one gate, facing the sole official road that extends toward it. Upon entering the city gate, the first building encountered is the ruggedly styled Lord's Manor, meaning that all who enter Sanshan City must navigate around the sides of the Lord's Manor. From this perspective, it appears that the city is not particularly welcoming to outsiders. However, the citizens of Sanshan City exude warmth and exuberance, their laughter resounding boldly. Judging by their attire, it is evident that the living conditions of the Sanshan inhabitants are generally inferior to those of the people in Fenglin City, yet their spirits are remarkably vibrant, and one can discern a profound confidence in life reflected in their eyes. Despite the calamities wrought by beastly disasters, the sounds of vendors and laughter seem to have never ceased. People come and go, a true reflection of the human experience. Chapter 68. A Heart Diverged. What thoughts to hold? Two burly men with muscular physiques stood guard at the entrance of the Lord's mansion, instilling a sense of trepidation. A group followed Li Jianqiu as they turned to the right. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from behind. "Jiang Wang." Jiang Wang turned to find the petite and charming Sun Xiaoman, who was bouncing high among the crowd, waving at him. Accompanying her was a rotund figure, none other than Sun Xiaoyan. "Miss Sun," Jiang Wang greeted with a smile. "Why so formal? Just call me Xiaoman," Sun Xiaoman said, swaggering over and playfully punching him in the stomach. Jiang Wang gasped, striving to maintain a radiant smile to avoid embarrassment. "All right, Xiaoman. And you too, Xiaoyan." It appeared that Sun Xiaoman and her companions had just returned from outside the city, bearing the marks of battle. Yang Xingyong Zhao Tiaha, and the others were not with them, perhaps implying they did not usually embark on missions together. Sun Xiaoman waved her hand, urging those behind her to proceed, then turned back to inquire, "Did you come to visit us this time? Or?" Jiang Wang smiled as he introduced Li Jianqiu, Zhao Ruqing, and the others. "We are here on a mission to eliminate the ferocious beasts." "Excellent. That's the spirit," Sun Xiaoman exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "You haven't arranged for accommodations yet, have you? Since you're all here, stay at my place." "Hey, sister," Sun Xiaoman's younger sibling whispered from behind, tugging at her. "You're a girl. Isn't it inappropriate to bring people home?" "What is inappropriate about it? Our house is spacious. I can manage it," she retorted. "My bed is so small that it barely accommodates me alone. When did I say they should share a bed with you?" "Well, it's even more inappropriate for them to share your bed. Seriously, what are you always thinking with that head full of thoughts?" Just as the two siblings were on the verge of a playful scuffle, Li Jianqiu interjected, "Miss Sun, we have already booked our accommodations. Besides, we are about to set out to hunt the ferocious beasts, and staying at your residence might be inconvenient." Jiang Wang added, "We are all accompanying Senior Brotherly on this mission, He has taken care of all arrangements. Xiaoman, Shuyan, you need not trouble yourselves. Once we complete the task, we can celebrate with drinks together. Ah, all right, all right. Sun Xiaoman's fierce demeanor instantly softened as she smiled and said, I'll get in touch with Tai He and the others when we return. With that, the two groups bid farewell. As soon as Jiang Wang and the others had walked a distance away, Sun Xiaoman's expression darkened. That fatso is trying to undermine me. Ascension? How stingy and petty. What will our friends in Fenglin City think of us? However, based on Sun Xiaoyan's understanding of her, she would certainly not linger to face punishment. She had already dashed into the Lord's residence in a flash. Sun Xiaoman pursued her relentlessly, creating a ruckus along the way. While the guards within the estate were accustomed to such commotion, deliberately averting their gazes, the sibling duo crashed into the study, where a middle-aged beauty was seated behind a desk, diligently reviewing documents. This woman was Dou Yuanmei, the current lord of Sanshan City and the mother of Sun Xiaoman and her brother. Sun Xiaoyan dove into her embrace, pointing with her chubby hand. Look at my sister. Dou Yuanmei set aside her writing instrument, enveloping her plump daughter in her arms, seemingly unbothered by the incongruity of the scene. With a swift glance, her gaze landed on the fiercely approaching Sun Xiaoman. Sun Xiaoman, what are you up to now? Though endowed with such an elegant name, her demeanor was undeniably bold. Sun Xiaoman halted at the doorway of the study, feeling quite indignant. As the elder sister, is it wrong for me to educate her? She already has a mother. She doesn't need another. Sun Xiaoman found herself momentarily speechless, stamping her foot in frustration, the sound echoing against the tiled floor. Mother, you are so biased. Dou Yuanmei affectionately held Sun Xiaoyan, responding without hesitation, of course. A daughter married is like water thrown away. I am not married yet. Isn't that just a matter of time? Sun Xiaoyan, nestled safely in her mother's embrace, chimed in, exactly. She was just flirting with someone surnamed Jiang today. You insolent brat. Sun Xiaoman fumed, raising her fist and charging forward. Dou Yuanmei raised a hand, a gentle force enveloping Sun Xiaoman, preventing her from advancing even a step. Such a young lady should not be so impudent. With a raised eyebrow, she inquired with curiosity, what is the matter with that man surnamed Jiang? Have you heard him speak nonsense? Unable to rush forward, Sun Xiaoman simmered with rage. Jiang Wang is the one who unconditionally transferred 50 merit points to us last time and has returned to assist us in exterminating the ferocious beasts. What is wrong with my greeting him? You, with your heart of stone, are so miserly, afraid that he might overshadow you. Oh, then he should indeed be welcomed. Dou Yuanmei nodded thoughtfully and then asked, is he handsome? Sun Xiaoman found the conversation unbearable, exclaiming, Mother. Sun Xiaoyan, seeking to assert her presence, remarked, he is not bad-looking. But he pales in comparison to that man surnamed Zhao. You simply do not understand, my foolish son, Dou Yuanmei retorted. A man too delicate is of little use. He must possess some substance. She reached out and pinched Sun Xiaoyan's chubby cheek. Look at you, so adorably plump. Sun Xiaoyan's expression became bashful, her cheeks flushing. Taking a deep breath, Sun Xiaoman sought to compose herself, suppressing her anger as she calmly remarked, Mother, do you not lean a bit towards favoring sons over daughters? Dou Yuanmei, with unwavering conviction, nodded, indeed, and what of it? Sun Xiaoman exclaimed in exasperation, but you are a woman too. Precisely. Am I not a prime example? My heart has always been devoted to your late father. When have I ever considered my own family? I am certain that when my father passed, he regretted not showing more affection for his beloved daughter. When your father was alive, I served him diligently. Now that he has passed, I must continue to support the Sun family and care for both of you. From a delicate young girl to the current boisterous and stout lord of the city. What good is it to dote on a daughter? Sun Xiaoman, left speechless. With a furious kick, she slammed the study door behind her and stormed off. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang and the others bypassed Sun Xiaoman and proceeded to seek lodgings. Huang Azan chuckled lecherously. Jiang Wang, how impressive. The daughter of the lord of Three Mountain City. Jiang Wang sighed. We are merely ordinary friends. Hee. I understand. Zhao Ruqing remarked from the side. Huang Azan, if you're not afraid of being turned into a pulp by the mountain-shaking hammer, then feel free to continue with your lewd laughter. Huang Azan suddenly recalled the fearsome mountain-shaking hammer that had swept through the three cities' debate, shuddering and promptly silencing himself. Li Jianxiu seemed quite familiar with the area and effortlessly guided the group to a small, yet decent inn. The establishment, though modest, was well kept, with several pairs of tables and chairs neatly arranged in the lobby. The innkeeper, an elderly man with somewhat dulled eyesight, squinted at Li Jinxiu for a moment before breaking into a grin. "Ah, you've come, youngly?" Li Jinxiu greeted him warmly. "Indeed, Uncle Jiang. Please arrange for rooms for us. 2 will suffice. Let's not be extravagant with our resources. For grown men can surely manage to share a room, can't they?" "Very well. As you wish. How have you been recently?" "Quite well. And you, sir?" "All is well." Jiang Wang silently observed the scene before him, sensing that Li Jinxiu appeared to be in perfect harmony with everything around, as if he had resided here for an extended period. His son and daughter-in-law had tragically fallen victim to a ferocious beast on their journey back to the city, devoured on the official road. As they ascended the building, Li Jinxiu remarked that by the time the patrolling city guards arrived, not even a single bone could be found. Jiang Wang remained silent. The number of ferocious beasts in Fenglin City was generally moderate, and such incidents of beasts invading the official road were rare. He found it hard to fathom how the ordinary citizens of Sand Mountain City could endure such immense pressure if even the official road was not safe. What, he wondered, sustained their unwavering hope? He clung to the belief that his son was still alive and would one day return. Thus, he stood vigil at the inn's entrance each day. Li Jinxiu sighed, choosing not to speak further. Chapter 69. Ascending the peak. The vertical pen peak lived up to its name, resembling a standing writing instrument, soaring straight toward the heavens with remarkable steepness. The path to ascend was limited to a rudimentary mountain trail. Standing at the base of the mountain, one could easily imagine the arduous efforts of the cultivators from Sand Mountain City in carving out this route, especially during a time when ferocious beasts roamed the hills. It was inevitable that each step taken was stained with blood, and each level was a resting place for lost souls. The blood and flesh of the deceased formed the very steps, while the spirits of the departed offered protection to the living. It was through the determination of the survivors that they finally reached this mountain, cleansing it of the beasts. 2 years later, new ferocious beasts wandered here, and new purifiers emerged. While Jiang Wang was no stranger to ferocious beasts, this marked his first venture into such a legendary lair of beasts. Due to the allure of substantial rewards, a multitude of cultivators flocked to Sanshan City. However, the vast majority opted to join the large-scale expedition against Yuhing Peak, leaving only a handful of teams to choose Shubi Peak. Early in the morning, Li Jinxiu set forth with his companions, and thus encountered no fellow travelers along the way. Under Li Jinxiu's guidance, the group ascended towards the mountain summit. The initial stretch of the path was tranquil, with only the occasional scattered beast bones to be seen. The mountain trail wound its way upward, flanked by steep cliffs on one side and sheer precipices on the other. Strange, eerie howls echoed throughout the valley, sending chills down one's spine. "Be cautious," Li Jinxiu suddenly warned, though he did not take action. Abruptly, a serpent-like beast leapt from the cliff's edge. Though it resembled a snake, its scales mirrored the color of the rocks, rendering it nearly undetectable when still. Jiang Wang was the first to draw his sword, executing the first move of the Ziki Donglai sword technique, just as the serpent-like beast opened its gaping maw, swiftly severing its venomous fangs with a single stroke. His other hand, deftly performing a hand seal, swiftly thrust a fiery orb into the beast's mouth. With his body pivoting in sync with the sword, he gracefully retreated to the mountain path as the serpent-like creature plummeted into the abyss. This series of maneuvers was executed with precision and elegance, providing a delightful spectacle for onlookers. Having integrated his Taoist techniques into his combat style, Jiang Wang's combat prowess had increased exponentially. This creature, known as the rock serpent, possessed formidable defensive scales, yet its underbelly remained a vulnerable point. While continuing forward, Li Jinxiu remarked, "Junior brother Jiang, your response was quite splendid. If the beasts on Shubi Peak possess only this level of strength and density, we may very well reach the summit today." "Brotherly, you seem quite familiar with this place," Zhao Ruqing inquired. Having arrived, came the response from Li Jinxiu. His earlier inaction was a deliberate choice to observe the capabilities of a few individuals, and he found himself quite satisfied. Zhao Ruqing displayed remarkable quickness, swiftly adjusting his stance. If Li Jinxiu's observations were accurate, Zhao's initial sword posture mirrored that of Jiang Wang, both having evidently honed their skills through the much-discussed transcendent sword manual that Jiang Wang had utilized to secure the title of champion in the annual Three Cities debate. It would be difficult for them to remain inconspicuous. Huang Azan, typically jovial, also managed to prepare his techniques in a remarkably short time. However, the greatest surprise for Li Jinxiu came from Jiang Wang. He had anticipated a substantial qualitative enhancement in Jiang Wang's foundation. Yet he was taken aback by the extent of the improvement. Jiang Wang's current prowess far surpassed that of his time during the Three Cities debate. This formidable team, while not overwhelmingly powerful, at the very least ensured that no one would hinder his progress. As they advanced, they encountered a bend in the path. Just as Li Jianxiu's figure slipped from sight, a violent surge of Dao Yuan fluctuations erupted nearby. Jiang Wang hastened a few steps to turn and beheld the corpse of a centipede-like beast, severed into several pieces, lying scattered on the ground. In Li Jianxiu's hands, two swords of flame blazed fiercely. The wind centipede, capable of flight, Li Jianxiu explained succinctly, adding with a hint of gravity, if there are many, it could become quite troublesome. Indeed, in such a narrow mountain path, an assault by flying beasts would pose significant challenges. Fortunately, only a single wind centipede had appeared thus far. The continuous emergence of ferocious beasts indicated that they had entered a region rife with danger, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. Huang Azan, with utmost caution, began to layer protective spells upon himself, employing techniques such as stone skin and solidification, casting a multitude of defensive arts around him. Not only did he enhance his own abilities, but he also inadvertently augmented those of Jiang Wang and Zhao Ruqing. In the end, Li Jianxiu cast a helpless glance at him and inquired, "Do you think your essence is sufficient?" Only then did he reluctantly cease his actions. On the mountainside, the feminine form was graceful while the masculine figure was robust. The perilous midsection of the mountain loomed ahead, as the path terminated here, leading only to rugged stones and gnarled trees. Amongst those trees and stones, no fewer than 20 ferocious beasts lay in ambush, whether crouching or lying in wait. They bore the semblance of wolves, snakes, and birds, each more terrifying than the last, with a fearsome and grotesque appearance. These beasts were devoid of intelligence. Thus it was not an ambush in the traditional sense. Rather, it was Jiang Wang and his companions who had intruded upon their resting ground, provoking an immediate and violent response from the creatures. The proximity of fresh, tender flesh drove them into a frenzy. Li Jianxiu wielded his twin flame swords, plunging into the midst of the feral beasts. The swords danced through the air, transforming the scene into a chaotic splatter of blood and flesh. Zhao Ruqing, on the other hand, took a more measured approach. He unleashed his sword with precision, ensuring that he faced no more than 3 beasts at a time. His blade flickered deftly, striking vital points with astonishing speed. Huang Azan, employing swift hand gestures, demonstrated remarkable speed in his movements. By the time Jiang Wang noticed his rapid incantation, Huang had already conjured a series of fiery projectiles, almost like a barrage of bullets, executing a single target spell with an expansive effect. Unwilling to lag behind, Jiang Wang completed his incantation, and with a swift motion of his left hand, a vine ensnared the wolf-like beast ahead. In one fluid motion, his sword cleaved through, severing the beast's head. A swift key, he resembled a longsword, his very being the tip of the blade. The force of the purple chi coming east swordplay reverberated through the ordinary iron, allowing the sword to cleave through the serpentine beast as a sharp blade through paper. The serpent's corpse split in two, and Jiang Wang, sword in hand, emerged from the spray of blood, narrowly avoiding a single drop. An avian beast of prey swooped down, colliding with the airborne serpent's blood, and emitted a shrill, agonizing cry as it was corroded. Jiang Wang whirled around, hurling his long sword, which pierced the avian beast's slender neck, decapitating it with a single strike. This ordinary longsword could no longer withstand such intense combat, and shattered in midair. Jiang Wang, prepared for this, had been incanting for some time. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a sword of flame. Only then did the serpent's blood fall to the ground, corroding the rocks into a series of indentations. Jiang Wang raised his flaming sword diagonally, stepped forward, and clashed with the tiger-like beast he had previously knocked aside. The flaming sword pierced its heart, and Jiang Wang seized the tiger-like beast's neck with his left hand, flinging it aside. This series of maneuvers was skillfully executed. Were it not for the mastery of Yuan control, which granted him perfect control over his own Dao Yuan, he would not have been able to accomplish this. At this moment, Li Jianxiu had already traversed the horde of ferocious beasts twice, and of the nearly 20 creatures, only 2 remained alive, 2 wind centipedes. Seemingly oblivious to fear and devoid of any concept of escape, they continued their fierce dive from the left and right. Li Jianxiu soared into the air, his 2 flaming swords crisscrossing midair, severing the 2 wind centipedes into 4 pieces as he landed. Zhao Ruqing had already sheathed his sword, appearing unburdened. Huang Azan, senior brother Li is mighty, still capable of enthusiastic flattery. He must also be in perfect condition. Jiang Wang extinguished the flame sword with a flick of his wrist, acknowledging that he could not match Li Jianxiu's abundance of Dao essence and thus sought to conserve his energy. Currently, his Starry River Dao spiral generated 9 Dao essences daily, complemented by his own meridian cultivation, allowing for rapid accumulation. However, in the throes of such intense combat, this reservoir could not sustain him for long. Li Jianxiu advanced over the corpses of the ferocious beasts, and with their concealment removed, Jiang Wang noticed a massive stone ahead, etched with inscriptions. Chapter 70. What remains inscribed? Li Jianxiu stood immobile beneath the stone, the only movement coming from the flickering flames of the sword in the mountain breeze. As Jiang Wang approached his side, he discerned the words carved upon the stone. In the 12th year of Yongtai, amidst a bloody battle of 100 formations, I remain undefeated with folded hands, leaving these words for future generations to behold. The signature read Wu. It appeared incomplete, as a vertical stroke beside it suggested it was merely the beginning. Yongtai is the era name of the current ruler of the Zhuang kingdom, and now it is the 14th year of Yongtai, corresponding to the Dao calendar year 3917. This implies that the inscription on the stone was made 2 years prior, precisely when the Shubi peak was first thoroughly purged. After vanquishing the beasts, Li Jianxiu neither boasted of his achievements nor reflected upon them. He did not press forward, but instead paused before the stone, which clearly held a story, remaining silent. The atmosphere was such that even the usually outspoken Huang Azan fell silent. After a moment of stillness, Li Jianxiu dispersed the flames of his sword and, for the first time before Jiang Wang and the others, slowly drew the sword from his waist. This was Jiang Wang's first glimpse of this blade unsheathed. Radiant, resplendent. These were the initial adjectives that sprang to mind, typically incongruous with a weapon, yet they suited this sword perfectly. Li Jianxiu raised the sword with one hand, adding a few strokes to the stone carving. Wu Shan. This name seemed rather ordinary, yet it undoubtedly referred to that senior who appeared to possess unparalleled talent. As Li Jianxiu maneuvered the blade, he inscribed another line on the stone. The junior comes to pay homage. Following that, he pinned his signature, the prodigal dog, Li Jianxiu. The stone dust fell softly, akin to burying some emotion within the dust. Let us proceed, Li Jianxiu declared as he turned. We shall ascend to the mountain peak. Circumventing the massive boulder, the group treaded upon the withered branches and decaying leaves as they advanced between the jagged stones. There may have once been a path here, but the passage of 2 years had restored it to its original state. Though there was no path through the mountains, the way lay beneath their feet. I noticed your sword is damaged, Li Jianxiu remarked. If we independently complete the task of clearing the vertical peak, we can exchange it for a magical longsword. It shall be yours. That cannot be. Jiang Wang waved his hand. The task does not rest solely upon my shoulders, and besides, senior brother, you are the main force. As a practitioner accustomed to wielding a sword, Jiang Wang's longing for a fine blade was evident. Had it been just him and Zhao Ruqing on this journey, he would not have felt any embarrassment. However, his camaraderie with Li Jianxiu and even Huang Azan had yet to reach such a level of intimacy. Li Jianxiu patted the long sword at his side. I possess the peach branch. I require no other weapon. So, this sword was named the Peach Branch, a most fitting title. Radiating with such brilliance and splendor, Jiang Wang mused. Li Jianxiu continued, a sword of this caliber should be valued at around 600 merit points. You need only allocate 100 of those points to us. In light of this arrangement, Jiang Wang realized he was indeed at a considerable advantage. However, for the remaining individuals, it cannot be deemed a loss, as Dao Sun is a valuable currency, and the tangible rewards from the tasks may not be applicable to them. Jiang Wang ceased to hesitate, and the other two had no objections. Li Jianxiu then turned to Huang Azan and remarked, based on your Daoist techniques, you should be following a similar path as Shenanqi, albeit one aligned with metal and the other with fire. Huang Azan scratched his head and chuckled. I've been pondering this myself, but it lacks a coherent system. Fire techniques are inherently volatile. One must pay greater attention to mastering the techniques themselves. Take the fireball technique. For instance, Li Jianxiu casually formed a fireball with a hand gesture. You must control when it detonates, how it detonates, its scale, and its speed with utmost precision. The fireball danced under Li Jianxiu's manipulation, expanding and contracting, before suddenly accelerating and shattering a boulder. I have learned much, Huang Azan said, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Li Jianxiu waved his hand and turned to Zhao Ruqing, saying, you are quite astute. Earlier, when I remarked that Du Yehu possessed the highest combat talent among you, I failed to recognize your capabilities. Your combat talent is on par with his, though he relies on innate combat intuition. He tapped his forehead and added, "You rely on intellect." Zhao Ruqing chuckled. "Indeed, I was unaware until you pointed it out." Huang Azan pondered for a moment. "Wait a moment, senior brotherly. Does it mean I am the only one needing guidance among these three?" Li Jianxiu smiled without replying. In the midst of such fierce combat, his understanding of each individual's fighting details was remarkably thorough, demonstrating his adeptness. It is perplexing that during the discourse among the three cities, there was a lack of performance that matched his formidable prowess. A wolf hairbrush, its shaft standing upright and straight, with a round and ample tip, and a finely pointed nib reminiscent of a slender awl. When inverted, it resembles the general shape of an upright pin peak, ascending beyond the foothills. A further stretch leads to the location of the pin tip, which is also the broadest cross-section of the upright pin peak. This place serves as the stronghold of the ferocious beasts. Even from a distance, the crowd could hear the roars of the beasts. As they drew closer, some of the untamed creatures charged forth. This seemed to signal a reaction, and soon, like a hornet's nest disturbed, an array of bizarre and formidable beasts surged forward. Windworms, rock serpents, tiger jackals, mountain spiders. In the midst of this chaos, Li Jianxiu remained composed. Casually counting, not bad, fewer than 100, far from a formidable scale. He stepped forward, drawing the peach branch. The sword radiated brilliance. The energy surged magnificently. Amidst a splendid crimson aura, he plunged into the tide of beasts, reminiscent of spring's arrival, with peach blossoms in bloom. The blossoms, tinged with blood, represented the essence of life. Li Jianxiu, embodying the crimson surge, swept through the horde of beasts. Jiang Wang and the others were left utterly astonished, unable to take action as they gazed in disbelief at the scene. As the red tide receded, all roars and howls fell silent. Only Li Jianxiu's lean figure stood erect amidst the carnage. A solitary figure, a single sword, surrounded by the corpses of ferocious beasts. What a magnificent tableau! "Li, brotherly," Huang Azhang exclaimed in shock, momentarily forgetting to flatter him. "You are so powerful. Why do you still need us?" With the peach branch in hand, Li Jianxiu gazed toward the mountainside and suddenly let out a resounding roar amidst the scattered remains of the beasts. The sound reverberated against the towering cliffs, echoing through the distant mountains, akin to a sudden release of pent-up emotions, an indescribable exhilaration. After his long howl subsided, he sheathed his sword and remarked, "The person whose name is inscribed upon the stone is one who relishes displaying his prowess before others, often indulging in grandiose boasts. I have brought you here to fulfill his desire to be revered by the younger generation." Jiang Wang hesitated, inquiring that Brother Wushan, "Is he also a disciple of our Fenglin City Dao Academy?" He pondered. He should have been a contemporary of Brother Zhu, yet his strength pales in comparison. His prowess in those days was nowhere near my current abilities. Li Jianxiu shook his head, his expression a medley of nostalgia and sorrow. "Have I mentioned to you? All my comrades perished." He paused before continuing, and it was under his command that they met their fate. He turned to gaze towards the summit of Shubi Peak, perhaps merely to turn his back to Jiang Wang and the others. His voice resonated across the mountain. He was exceedingly weak. Yet, when the beast tide erupted, breaching our defenses, he stood resolutely against it, declaring that we, the disciples of Fenglin City Dao Academy, must not be looked down upon by those from Sand Mountain City. They all stood before the oncoming tide of beasts, while I fled. Jiang Wang and the others observed his solitary silhouette, rendered even more desolate by the mountain winds. In an instant, they comprehended the significance of the inscription he had carved. The squanderer, Li Jianxiu. This phrase had likely been etched into his heart for 2 years, spanning over 700 days and nights. Only after he inscribed these words upon the stone wall and vanquished the ferocious beasts of Shubi Peak could he finally find reconciliation within himself. Chapter 71. Sun Hung established the vertical pin peak here. What extraordinary effort transpired over those 700 days and nights, transforming a once cowardly individual into a formidable warrior capable of vanquishing ferocious beasts? This is a mystery to others. Jiang Wang and his companions instinctively followed his lead, ascending higher and higher until they finally reached the pinnacle of the vertical pin peak. Atop the mountain, there was an emptiness, save for a solitary grave that stood in stark relief. The grave was modest and unadorned, marked only by a simple gravestone. Jiang Wang approached to examine it closely and discovered it bore the inscription. Sun Hung established the vertical pin peak here. The characters were elegantly inscribed, yet carved deeply into the stone, a testament to remarkable skill. Sun Hung had been the lord of Sanshan City 2 years prior, and this monument was erected by his wife. Li Jianxiu remarked, "The menace of ferocious beasts has been a persistent challenge since the founding of Sanshan City." Upon assuming the position of city lord, Sun Hung dedicated himself to governance and the cultivation of talent. Ultimately, 2 years ago, he assembled a formidable force to initiate the campaign against these beasts. The first target he chose was the vertical pen peak. Despite having greatly overestimated the situation, no one could have envisioned the sheer number of beasts that would congregate upon this mountain. Countless thousands. Where did their sustenance originate? These creatures were more than capable of devouring the entirety of the Sanshan City territory. When they descended into madness, no defense could withstand their onslaught. At that time, I fled. Yet, it is said that Sun Hung stood resolute at the front lines, retreating not a single step. Not only did he refuse to retreat, but he also pressed forward. Li Jianxiu continued his discourse. Alone, he ascended from the foot of the mountain to its summit, where, upon this very ground beneath our feet, he personally beheaded the leader of that dreadful horde, the Yinyang two-headed eagle. When the eagle's cries, which had echoed for an entire month, suddenly ceased, all were aware of the momentous event that had transpired, and a frenzy of counterattack ensued. The Shubi Peak was cleansed, yet Sun Hung succumbed to exhaustion and perished. It is said that at the time of his death, as a formidable master of the inner court, he had exhausted all 5 realms, causing the entire Tongtian Palace to collapse. How magnificent! Though I have not laid eyes upon him, merely hearing his name stirs profound emotions. Jiang Wang could not help but ponder that only a man of such caliber could father a daughter like Sun Xiaoman. As the crowd stood atop the peak, gazing into the vast expanse, the tranquility of the moment was forged from countless rivers of blood. Cultivation, does it merely pertain to the self? Is there not a duty towards one's nation, a responsibility towards the weak? Sun Hung, the former lord of Three Mountain City, inscribed an answer with his very name. The few of them paid their respects at the solitary grave before turning to descend the mountain. On the way down, Jiang Wang contemplated a matter and inquired, "Senior brotherly, was it not because of Lord Sun that you showed mercy to Sun Xiaoyan's subordinates during the discourse in the 3 cities?" Li Jianxiu responded with a question of his own. "Are you familiar with the Kumpi drum?" "I only know the name, having heard it from an elder." The Kumpi drum is a technique of permanent defensive magic. Its principle involves the practitioner, in a state of wakefulness, stripping away their own skin, inscribing it with mystical patterns, and then covering the recipient with it. It is precisely due to the stringent conditions under which the Kumpi drum is operated that its defenses are remarkably formidable. Huang Azan was taken aback. "So that little chubby fellow bears the skin of the late Lord Sun?" Li Jianxiu sighed. "Whether as a city lord or as a father, he sacrificed everything. To defeat Sun Xiaoyan, one must either cast him out of the arena, as Wang Yichue did, or expend every ounce of strength to shatter the Kumpi drum. I dare not attempt it." Jiang Wang was acutely aware that Li Jianxiu's reluctance was not born from a fear of failure, but rather from the apprehension that if the Kumpi drum were truly broken, he would be unable to hold back in his full commitment. What he feared to confront was such a consequence. "Brother Gao Yi," Li Jianxiu shook his head. "To speak candidly, it was Lord Sun who saved my life. Now that the hero has passed, how can I bear to harm his son?" As the group reached the halfway point up the mountain, Jiang Wang suddenly halted, approaching a massive rock. Summoning the flame sword, he inscribed a line of characters with an elegant flourish behind Li Jianxiu's engraving. Following suit, Huang Azan and Zhao Ruqing did the same. Upon the stone carving, beneath the words "the prodigal son Li Jianxiu," a new line was inscribed: "Junior disciple Jiang Wang, here to pay homage to the illustrious predecessor." Junior disciple Huang Azan, here to pay homage to the illustrious predecessor. Zhao Ruqing likewise. One can only imagine that the ever vanity-driven Wu Shan, were he to witness this scene, would undoubtedly erupt in uproarious laughter. After all, in such dire straits, his final thought was to carve his own boastful tribute. Such a mindset is indeed unconventional. As they reached the foot of the mountain, Li Jianxiu seemed to endure a moment of contemplation before casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Ruqing. "Have you ever faced punishment for your laziness, junior brother Zhao?" Jiang Wang laughed heartily, slinging an arm around Zhao Ruqing's shoulders, and remarked to Li Jianxiu, "This is a question best directed at my brother Yihu. I assure you, it would spark quite a conversation." Zhao Ruqing pushed Jiang Wang away and pondered their next course of action. Huang Azan inquired, "Our mission, established before we set off, has been accomplished, and Brotherly has fulfilled his aspirations. Should we now proceed to claim the bounty and return to Maple Forest City?" Li Jianqiu, with his sword resting at his side, replied earnestly, "To be candid, I have resolved to journey to Yuheng Peak. The conflicts there are undeniably intense. You may return ahead of me." Without hesitation, Jiang Wang declared, "I can only speak for myself. Since I have accompanied my senior brother, it is only fitting that I continue alongside him." Zhao Ruqing rolled his eyes. "Having stepped onto the battlefield, do you think I could retreat?" Huang Azan shook his head, sighing repeatedly. "I knew it was unwise to associate with the youthful and impetuous. If I do not go, I shall have no face to share a drink with old Tiger Dew in the future." Zhao Ruqing regarded him with newfound attention, somewhat astonished. Although Zhao, the young master, often appeared dazed, he possessed a lofty spirit that dismissed the ordinary. He had never held Huang Azan in high regard, merely teasing him for amusement, and allowed him minor advantages out of respect for Du Yehu. Today, however, he finally grasped why Du Yehu would choose to befriend this man over drinks. At this moment, Jade Balance Peak is undergoing its second large-scale purge. Sun Heng's tomb remains, and Wu Shan's inscriptions are not forgotten. Everyone is aware of the perils of Jade Balance Peak. Total annihilation is not beyond the realm of possibility. It is not surprising that Li Jianqiu, perhaps seeking atonement or to prove something, has chosen to venture to Jade Balance Peak. As for Jiang Wang, he considers it a moment of impetuousness. However, with Jiang Wang's departure, he has no choice but to follow, despite his reluctance. Only Huang Azan's decision has taken him by surprise, as it is entirely inconsistent with his usual sycophantic and opportunistic behavior. Excellent. Li Jianqiu is gratified. For after 2 years of solitary wandering, he seems to have rediscovered the joy of rallying companions. "A cup of wine for you, and we shall journey 10,000 miles for friendship. Let us go to Jade Balance Peak." Chapter 72. Among the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Jade Balance ranks 5th among the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Jade Balance ranks 5th. After penetrating the 5 viscera, cultivators in the Outer Tower realm will anchor the 4 celestial regions. The exploration of the starry sky by cultivators has never ceased, yet it seems to have never found its end. It is said that Jade Balance Peak in Three Mountains City corresponds to the Jade Balance star among the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the starry sky. When the celestial opportunity arrives, incredible changes will occur. Of course, this is merely a legend, and no one has ever confirmed it. The only thing that Three Mountain City cultivators can confirm is that this mountain peak has been one of the sources of the beastly calamity in Three Mountain City for decades. A near-constant stream of ferocious beasts pours down from this mountain, invading the Three Mountain City domain, destroying official roads and grain fields, and devouring humans and livestock. At long last, the moment to conclude everything has arrived. Prior to Sun Hong, no one dared to entertain such thoughts. However, after the eradication of Shubi Peak, Yuheng Peak has inevitably become the next target. For this day, Sanshan City has been accumulating strength for 2 years. The fallen cultivators must be replenished. The newly emerged ones need to mature, and various resources such as magical artifacts and healing potions require restocking. 2 years have reached the limit. Naturally, had it not been for the upheaval caused by the Heart-Eater demon, the preparations of Sanshan City would have been more thorough. Yet, there is no longer time to amass further resources. Under the rampant assault of ferocious beasts, the domain of Sanshan City has plunged into a vicious cycle. Moreover, new ferocious beasts have begun to roam around Shubi Peak. Time does not favor Sanshan City. Thus, despite Zhuang Ting's prolonged refusal to approve or allocate resources, the current city lord, Dou Yueme, has still exhausted the treasury to initiate a second extermination campaign. This time, many external reinforcements have arrived in Sanshan City. In addition to the nearby cultivators, there are even experts from beyond the borders. For instance, a woman veiled in white gauze, rumored to be a master from a mysterious sect in the Cloud Kingdom, has taken a solitary stand at a defensive line, ensuring that no one dares to approach within a mile radius. The greatest barrier of Yuheng Peak lies not in its perilous terrain, but at its foot, where a swarm of murderous rock bees resides. These ferocious creatures, though diminutive in size, are numerous and relentless, exhibiting formidable attacking power that penetrates all defenses. They inhabit the rocky crevices scattered at the base of Yuheng Peak, moving in swarms. The forces of Sanshan City have attempted to cover a wide area with Taoist spells. However, these murderous rock bees possess an innate sensitivity to the fluctuations of Taoist essence, often fleeing long before the spells can fully take shape. Even if some were eradicated, it would merely incite the frenzy of the murderous rock bees. Countless swarms of these lethal creatures descended, almost overwhelming the landscape, with nothing to impede their advance. 2 years prior, Sun Hung had refrained from selecting Yuhing Peak as the point of breakthrough for precisely this reason. Do Yueme, 2 years later, opted for Yuhing Peak instead of Feilai Peak, and naturally, she was well prepared for it. The cultivator contingent from Sand Mountain City parted to create an opening, and Sun Xiaoyan was reluctantly pushed forward, a mournful expression etched upon his face. "Mother," he cried, "do you truly wish for your son to meet his doom?" Do Yueme, holding Sun Xiaoman's hand, smiled gently at her son. "I'll hold on to your sister for you. When you return triumphantly, she shall sincerely apologize to you. Be brave. My dear, there is no need to fear. You shan't perish. Your father will protect you." But my father has long since passed away. The thought deepened Sun Xiaoyan's dread, tears welling up, nearly spilling over and smearing his chubby visage. Yet, under his mother's watchful gaze, he dared not falter. Although Do Yueme's indulgence toward her son had become widely known since Sun Hung's demise, she was almost entirely compliant. Sun Xiaoyan understood that if Do Yueme had truly resolved upon something, he could not alter her decision, much like the last time he had ventured to Fenglin City for the Tri-City debate, where he had known he would face adversities along the way, but with Do Yueme's tacit approval, he could only set forth with tears in his eyes alongside his sister. Amidst the curious and amused gazes of the onlookers, Sun Xiaoyan shuffled forward, his rotund form inching ahead with great reluctance. It was in this context that Jiang Wang and the others arrived at Yuheng Peak, encountering a number of familiar faces, as Fenglin City was in close proximity. And not only Li Jianqiu's group had made the journey. Jiang Wang even caught sight of Feng Heling. In the brief time they had not met, he had inexplicably lost considerable weight, yet gained an air of tenacity. It seemed he had somehow infiltrated the ranks of Shen Nanqi, who was ranked 5th on the Fenglin City's honor roll. Zhao Ruqing, noticing him, whispered a chuckle to Jiang Wang. "The Feng family is currently scouring for evidence, allegedly intending to report you to the city lord, claiming you deliberately led Xiong Wan to the Feng clan's territory, resulting in countless casualties." This was, of course, a jest. Regardless of how much Jiang Wang was involved, the essence of Xiong Wan's infiltration into Fenglin City stemmed entirely from Zhu Wei's relentless pursuit. If someone were to be held accountable for the bloodshed wrought by Xiong Wan, it would solely be Zhu Wei who deserved such blame. Would the Feng family dare to confront Zhu Wei? The answer was glaringly obvious. Nevertheless, despite the absence of significant issues, minor troubles were inevitable. At this moment, Jiang Wang had obtained the long sword promised by the Sand Mountain City, which was engraved with a golden light arrow, a configuration not ideally suited for him. Yet, the mere solidity of the sword was enough to endear it to him. As he delicately handled the sword, he merely shrugged at Zhao Ruqing's words. "Otherwise, why would I have come out to evade?" Little did he expect that evasion would prove futile. Zhao Ruqing laughed heartily. To Jiang Wang's surprise, Feng Heling displayed no reaction towards him this time. Even his gaze merely skimmed past, as if he were a complete stranger. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyan shifted slightly, finally causing Do Yueme to grow impatient. This woman must have been strikingly beautiful in her youth, and though her beauty still lingered, her slightly raised eyebrows now exuded a hint of ferocity. "Little fatty, stop dawdling." Sun Xiaoyan hung her head, finally comprehending that the situation was irrevocable. Gathering her resolve, she closed her eyes and charged recklessly towards the largest cavern. With her hand raised, she struck the ground with a powerful blow. A deafening buzz erupted as a swarm of deadly rock bees surged forth. Countless stingers shot toward the intruder. Sun Xiaoman felt her mother's grip tighten painfully, almost crushing her fingers, only to release her in an instant of realization. Yet, Sun Xiaoman had no time to vocalize her discomfort, for her attention was riveted on her brother's plight. The lethal rock bees did not target the unthreatening. They would not readily launch their stingers at harmless beings. Thus the bait had to be a cultivator. However, aside from Sun Xiaoyan, clad in the protective skin drum, who could withstand the onslaught of the deadly rock bees? The skin was taken from a powerful figure of the inner court, Sun Hung, and inscribed with intricate runes, enhancing the drum's protective capabilities beyond what Sun Hung could muster in life. A multitude of stingers fell to the ground, along with countless dead rock bees. In that moment, the stingers rained down like a torrential downpour, while Sun Xiaoyan's stout figure stood steadfast before the deluge. The drum held firm, yet he cried out in anguish, "It hurts. It hurts so much. I can't take it anymore." He turned to flee back to safety, desperate to escape the unbearable pain. But a sharp command from Dou Yuanmei halted him. "Sun Xiaoyan, you must not move." Tears streamed down Sun Xiaoyan's face, yet he instinctively froze, wailing, "Mother, it really hurts. I can't stand it any longer. It's unbearable. Please, let me go back. You must not move." The cultivators of Sand Mountain City, well prepared, employed various mystical arts, either summoning tremors or conjuring winds, to draw the falling, lethal rock formations closer, intending to eliminate them in unison. This was the scheme devised by the Lord of Sand Mountain City, to use his son as bait, enticing the deadly rock formations to attack. After the killer rock bees launched their stingers, they would enter a period of lethargy, causing them to descend. Typically, during this time, their kin would offer protection. However, with their intended target wailing and creating a cacophony before them, how could they possibly refrain from attacking? Thus commenced another barrage of stingers. Sun Xiaoyan cried out in pain, his chubby body trembling, yet he remained resolutely still, obedient to his mother's words. Dou Yuanmei suppressed the tears welling in her eyes and calmly issued commands. Although Sun Xiaoman often bullied her younger brother, she could not bear to see him suffer. The moment she moved to rush forward, she was forcibly pulled back by Dou Yuanmei. "Mother, how much pain must the little chubby endure?" Sun Xiaoman cried out. "Otherwise, do you think your father would refrain from giving you the kunpi drum? He cares for you deeply." Dou Yuanmei's uncontrolled emotions were abruptly quelled as she spoke with an effort to maintain her composure. "This is the plan devised by your late father. Before he passed, he had already contemplated how to deal with the killer rock bees." Sun Xiaoman suddenly froze, and tears, as large as beans, could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. She had harbored resentment, feeling that her father favored her brother. He professed to love her most, yet at the brink of death, he chose to envelop her brother in an everlasting, unyielding defense. She had once thought that her father must love her brother immensely to strip away his own skin for him. Yet, she had not anticipated this outcome. She is the child favored by her father. This is the final affection he has for her. He cannot bear to see his daughter suffer. No one wishes to come to Sand Mountain City, and he remains here alone. The people under his rule are contemptuously referred to as mountain savages, and Sun Hung has since taken to calling himself Sun Manzi. What hopes does such a man harbor for his daughter when he names her Xiaoman? Chapter 73, Charge Forward. The former lord of Sand Mountain City, Sun Hung, initiated the first purge against the ferocious beasts. As he met his demise atop the Shubi Peak, his last thoughts were of the second purge. He shed his own skin and draped his son in the protective hide, all for this very moment. His wife, Dou Yuanmei, inherited his wishes, assumed his lordship, and bore the immense burden he left behind. Atop Shubi Peak, could he possibly close his eyes? The murderous rock bees that had long stymied generations of cultivators at the foot of Yuhing Peak would finally become a thing of the past. At that moment, everyone before Yuhing Peak stood as witnesses. Sun Xiaoman was in tears, her usual frustration with her younger brother transforming into a deep understanding of his fears and vulnerabilities. She had often criticized their mother for indulging him excessively since their father's passing. But it was precisely this insight that made her aware of how terrified and timid he truly was. Yet he was obedient. The stings of the murderous rock bees were both venomous and fierce, each strike delivering excruciating pain. What kind of torment would such a barrage of stings bring? "Your father dotes on you too much. I must shower more affection upon Xiaoman," Dou Yuanmei said, pausing as her emotions surged, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. "You always claim I am biased. How could I wish for that? Mother, please let me return. Let me return. Oh, how I ache." Wave after wave of the deadly rock bees have been vanquished, their stings relentless. Sun Xiaoyan weeps until his voice is hoarse. After all, he is merely a 13-year-old child. "Mother, sister," he cries out. Suddenly, Dou Yuanmei shouts, "Sun Xiaoyan, turn around and charge forward. Do not forget whose skin you wear. Your father has never retreated." Her voice seems to exhaust her completely, leaving her somewhat unsteady. To everyone's astonishment, Sun Xiaoyan indeed turns around. He cries out, moving forward in tears. He is both brave and fearful. He weeps in pain, shouting as he runs. All present silently observe this scene, watching the little chubby boy charge alone at the rock bees. Previously, despite witnessing the desperate courage of the cultivators of Sand Mountain City, Jiang Wang found it difficult to grasp the implications of the beastly onslaught for this city. Now, he begins to comprehend, albeit vaguely. I yearn to understand where these ferocious beasts originate. Only by uncovering their source and understanding their reproduction can we hope to eradicate them completely. Who knows? Li Jianxiu remarks. One by one, the caverns are swept through as Sun Xiaoyan stumbles, enduring a grueling 5 hours from daybreak to dusk. The cultivators clearing the rock bees have changed over a dozen times. The once fearsome swarm has finally thinned out. Yet, Sun Xiaoyan can no longer cry out, his plump body collapsing like a puddle of mud. Dou Yueme rushes over immediately, cradling her son in her arms. Feel his warmth, touch his heartbeat, kiss his forehead, wipe away his tears, charge forward, sweep through Yuhing Peak, she commanded through gritted teeth. The entire Taoist Academy of Sand Mountain City, from instructors to students, from the dean to freshmen, with a total of 287 practitioners, participated in this endeavor. In addition, nearly 100 practitioners from the Sand Mountain City Guards joined the fray. They acted voluntarily, rejecting any offered rewards. Furthermore, over 100 practitioners attracted by the hefty bounty also joined the ranks. In total, more than 500 practitioners advanced towards Yuhing Peak under unified command, moving in waves. Various Taoist techniques unleashed a kaleidoscope of brilliance, shattering rocks, uprooting trees, and leaving beasts slain in their wake as the mountain path took form. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyan lay in Dou Yueme's embrace, deeply asleep, utterly exhausted. Jiang Wang found himself amidst the charging practitioners, their squad having disbanded, each fighting their own battles. Dozens of brightly lit Mo family lanterns floated in the air, illuminating Yuhing Peak as if it were day. At this moment, Dou Yueme had taken over command, organizing the practitioners into 5 teams, primarily composed of the Taoist Academy's members. Each team took turns casting techniques, steadily advancing the line upward. Naturally, some experts were granted autonomy, such as Li Jianxiu, wielding the sword of the Crimson Tide, and Sun Xiaoman, who wielded a pair of earth-shattering hammers, leaving nothing but flesh in their wake. There was also the enigmatic woman from the kingdom in the clouds, who, with a mere gesture, seemed to draw down dark clouds from the heavens, transforming them into various cloud beasts to battle ferocious creatures. Such extraordinary feats were unlike anything Jiang Wang had ever witnessed. She alone was equivalent to an entire team. The progress of the extermination appeared exceedingly promising, advancing smoothly. Yet, Jiang Wang could not shake the unease that lingered in his heart. If the beast's nest was merely of this caliber, how could Sun Hung have perished in battle? How could Wu Shan's team have met with utter annihilation, leaving only Li Jianxiu? In terms of peril, Yuhing Peak does not compare to Shubi Peak. However, Yuhing Peak is far larger, and correspondingly, it harbors a greater number of ferocious beasts. As they advanced to the mountainside, Dou Yueme noticeably adopted a more cautious demeanor. Team B withdrew for rest while Teams C and D took the lead, and Teams E and A prepared their formations. This was the first time 2 teams had been mobilized simultaneously at the forefront, while actively shortening the rest period for the other 2 teams. Soon, the reason became apparent. A series of sharp and deep calls echoed through the night sky. A 2-headed monster eagle, shrieking like a swift bolt of lightning, descended upon them. Its wings, each over 10 feet in span, unfurled like an entire curtain of night. The Yinyang 2-headed eagle, almost simultaneously with its appearance. The ferocious beasts in the vicinity of Yuhing Peak's mountainside erupted into chaos. Their crimson eyes ignited with the fiercest rage. The 200 cultivators of Teams C and D felt an overwhelming pressure as soon as they engaged. Once the call of the Yinyang 2-headed eagle commenced, it would persist until the battle concluded. In the past, Sun Hung had carved through the beast tide, ascending to the summit of Shubi Peak, where he had slain such a creature, but he had been utterly exhausted after vanquishing the Yinyang 2-headed eagle. Now, at Yuhing Peak, they had only reached the halfway point when such a beast appeared. Dou Yueme's heart sank. Yet, before everyone, she could not allow her apprehension to show. With both hands raised, a towering stone wall surged forth, almost encircling the majestic Yuhing Peak. This was the manifestation of the formidable Taoist powers displayed by the peak experts of the Tunglong realm. The imposing stone barrier firmly obstructed the onslaught of ferocious beasts, granting the caught-off-guard cultivators a moment to regroup. However, the beasts had descended into a frenzy. One beast, resembling a unicorn, charged recklessly, slamming its head into the stone wall with tremendous force, shattering its own horn in the process. bloodied and battered. It paid no heed to its injuries and relentlessly charged again with its broken horn. Such madness. It was this very sudden eruption of the beast that had led to the collapse of the defense line at Shubi Peak. Would history repeat itself in this moment? Fairy Yi, I require more cloud beasts to create a buffer, Duoiwei shouted. The cloud beast secret technique of the cultivator from the Cloud Nation was most appropriate at this juncture. Otherwise, they would be left to pay with their lives. The mysterious cultivator, shrouded in a veil, unleashed a flurry of strikes, summoning tigers, leopards, bears, and bulls. A veritable wave of over 100 cloud beasts descended from the sky to engage in battle with the ferocious beasts. Yet, there were simply too many of the latter. The relentless and chaotic collisions reached a critical point, and at that moment, the extensive stone wall encircling Yuheng Peak collapsed with a resounding crash. The beast surged forth like a tidal wave. Although the cultivator from the Cloud Nation was powerful, he evidently lacked experience and perhaps had placed too much faith in the wall's defenses, misjudging how long it could withstand the assault. After the previous effort, he found himself utterly depleted at this crucial moment. Chapter 74, Yi Qingyu. The mysterious master from the Cloud Nation, commanding the cloud beasts, found themselves isolated in a corner, leaving them without protection as the tide of beasts breached the wall. In the moment when the stone wall suddenly collapsed, the cultivators at the front lines found themselves drained of energy, unable to attend to their surroundings. In a mere instant, nearly half of them fell, swallowed by the horde of ferocious beasts, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Although the cloud beasts exhibited no fear of death or injury, they possessed only the instinct to fight, devoid of any intelligence. Their intricate movements relied solely on the manipulation of the spellcasters. They could not possibly make a choice to sacrifice themselves for their saviors, and in such dire circumstances, the opportunity for such nobility was non-existent. Though over 100 cloud beasts appeared numerous, they were swiftly overwhelmed when the tide of beasts surged forth. In truth, as the menacing creatures lunged at her, Yi Qingyu's mind went utterly blank. Coming from a prestigious lineage, she had consumed the finest opening meridian elixirs and selected the most compatible cultivation techniques, achieving perfection in every step of her training. Her venture to accept this task was merely a whim, deliberately avoiding her elders to test her own strength. Until that moment, she had never experienced the true brutality of life and death combat, nor had she ever felt the need to. Thus, she had never anticipated that when faced with a genuine life-threatening crisis, the sensation would be so utterly chilling. She could almost smell the putrid stench emanating from the gaping maw of the beast, and nearly discerned the crimson glint behind its fangs. Then, she witnessed a surging sword light, radiant with undulating purple energy. The purple energy surged forth from the east, while the feudal lords gazed westward. The torrent of purple energy dismantled the beast before her, and Jiang Wang, moving with the sword, kicked the woman who stood frozen in place. "What are you dawdling for?" He swiftly retaliated with a fireball that erupted, and after several leaps, he hastened to another battlefield. As the beast tide breached the wall, he was among the select few who instinctively reacted and launched a counterattack. However, the collapse of the first line of defense was inevitable, and he could not reverse the situation. Thus, he decisively withdrew and sprinted in the direction of Zhao Ruqing, a figure etched in his memory. Rescuing this enigmatic cultivator from the Cloud Country was merely a fortuitous act. His genuine concern lay with Zhao Ruqing. Despite the myriad of secrets surrounding him, he had only recently opened his meridians, and thus, his ability to navigate perilous situations remained uncertain.